Regarding the matter of traversing realms, Lu Yuan harbors no objections. What truly perplexes him is the disappearance of his system. Upon his arrival in this new world 5 years ago, the system abandoned him after presenting 7 or 8 tomes, vanishing without a trace. The titles of these books sound impressive, such as The Culinary Deity, The Heart of Medicine, and Shennong. However, the issue lies in the fact that these are merely auxiliary skills, lacking any offensive capabilities. Gradually, Lu Yuan began to sense something amiss. An abundance of venomous beauties seemed to gravitate towards him, and curiously, they appeared to possess an intimate knowledge of his abilities. Of course, Lu Yuan would never suspect that, in the eyes of these enchanting yet dangerous women, a glaring line of text hovered above his head. Chapter 1: Affinity. Pertaining to the phenomenon of realm traversal, Lu Yuan experiences no resistance. After all, he had not made a name for himself during his previous existence on Earth. Yet, what he cannot endure is the absence of his system. Ever since he crossed into this domain 5 years ago, the system had merely tossed him a handful of books before disappearing. Entirely, the titles appeared formidable. Works like The Culinary Deity, The Heart of Medicine, and Shennong, which, upon completion, indeed imparted significant skills to Lu Yuan. For instance, The Culinary Deity is a tome on culinary arts, enabling him to create exquisite dishes from simple ingredients. Similarly, The Heart of Medicine is a book on medical practices, allowing him to heal nearly all ailments, except for the resurrection of the deceased. These skills are undeniably impressive. However, the issue remains that the realm into which Lu Yuan has been reborn is not Earth. If this were on Earth, Lu Yuan could soar to great heights with just any one of the myriad opportunities available. However, the predicament he faces now is that the world into which Lu Yuan has traversed is an ancient realm teeming with bizarre and malevolent forces. Legends speak of immortal beings dwelling deep within the mountains, having lived for centuries. To ascend to the pinnacle of this world, mere knowledge gleaned from books is utterly insufficient. Here, one must master techniques and arcane practices. Yet, among the 7 or 8 tomes left behind by the system, none pertain to martial prowess. In simpler terms, as one might say on Earth, these are all auxiliary skills devoid of any offensive capabilities. Initially, Lu Yuan paid little heed to the system that had abandoned him with a handful of books. However, time has a way of revealing truths, and after 5 long years of diligent study, he had comprehended all the texts. Yet, astonishingly, the system remained utterly silent. The system was truly gone. This realization sent shivers down Lu Yuan's spine. It was indeed the first time he encountered a mismatch between the realm of his transmigration and the capabilities of his system. In a world rife with malevolence and the potential for cultivation, why was he not bestowed with a system attuned to the art of ascension? Instead, he received a system focused on culinary skills and medicine. What was the implication? In the face of malevolent forces, was he to whip up a dish in a massive pot or wield silver needles to threaten his adversaries? Was this not the very definition of insanity? As Lu Yuan wallowed in his dismay, several urgent voices broke through the air beside him. Erlay, quickly bring the long mirror for us to admire. Loading more content. Please wait. Yes, Erlay, today is the grand market in Qinghe Town. Surely, many beautiful women have come. The group found themselves atop a mine, overlooking the bustling activity below in Qinghe Town. Today marked the final grand market of the year in Qinghe Town. In a fortnight, winter would arrive, sealing the mountains in snow, leaving the birds flightless and the paths devoid of human trace. This last market of the year was truly lively. Performers showcased their talents. Opera singers filled the air with melodious tunes. Candy makers crafted their sugary delights, and drums resonated with festive beats. Everyone endeavored to display their skills, hoping to earn a little more today so that they could comfortably indulge in rich meals during the winter months. Even the ladies in the building were more enchanting than usual, working diligently to attract customers. Standing by the wooden railing on the second floor, they cast flirtatious glances downward, energetically waving perfumed handkerchiefs. Regrettably, this vibrant scene was beyond the reach of the onlookers. The people surrounding them, including Lu Yuan, were merely laborers at the Spirit Stone mine. All were children of impoverished families from the neighboring towns, confined to their post and unable to roam freely. Although the supervisors had descended to the town to enjoy themselves on this market day, Lu Yuan and his companions remained unable to leave their station. Nevertheless, it was a rare day of rest, and the group sat on the slope, gazing longingly at the lively Qinghe town below, albeit unable to see it clearly. "Stop your noise once I've had my fill of the view. I shall lend it to you." The individual known as Su Early-Eye is a plump little fellow, currently peering through a monocular telescope, gazing down the mountainside. As he observes, he animatedly narrates his thoughts, extolling the beauty and charm of a particular woman, which sends the group of 15 or 60 nine-year-old boys nearby into a frenzy of excitement. They clamor and shout, urging Su Early-Eye to lend them the telescope for a glimpse as well. However, when Su Early-Eye finally lowers the telescope, he does not pass it to anyone else. Instead, with a gleeful expression, he approaches Lu Yuan and exclaims, "Yuan, come quickly and take a look. That woman is absolutely stunning." As he speaks, he shoves the telescope into Lu Yuan's embrace. Su Early-Eye hails from the same village as Lu Yuan, and their bond is exceptionally strong. It is worth mentioning that when Lu Yuan first traversed into this world, bereft of parents and struggling to comprehend the books provided by the system, he relied heavily on Su Erlei's family for sustenance. Su Early-Eye's parents engaged in small-scale business, earning a modest income, and being the only child, Su Early-Eye was quite pampered. He often received an ample allowance, which he generously shared with Lu Yuan, treating him to various delights. Of course, Lu Yuan eventually learned to earn his keep through his own skills, yet their friendship remained steadfast. The monocular telescope in Su Early-Eye's possession was crafted by Lu Yuan himself. Lu Yuan possesses a book titled Craftsmanship, and he has long since mastered its teachings to an extraordinary degree. It can be said that as long as the materials are available, Lu Yuan could fashion an aircraft with his bare hands, so creating a telescope is a trivial task for him. In response to Su Early-Eye's exuberance, however, Lu Yuan, feeling rather lethargic, declines to take the telescope. What is there to see? It's visible yet intangible, utterly meaningless. However, Su Early-Eye's face was alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "Not at all. This woman is truly remarkable. Her desire is colossal, even surpassing that magnificent mare from the country of Rakshasa you mentioned last time." Lu Yuan could only respond with silence. "Let us have a look." As Lu Yuan lifted the monocular to gaze towards Qinghe town, Su Early-Eye hastily directed, "At the entrance of the town's market archway, look quickly." Following Su Early-Eye's guidance, Lu Yuan beheld the woman. A noble lady, in her 30s or 40s, sat regally in a palanquin, draped in a white fox fur cloak. Beneath it was a cascade of exquisite silk from Jiangnan. Her feet adorned with black silk flats. The leg crossed over the other was bare, with transparent stockings at the toes. In her hand, she held a jade-tipped smoking pipe, her chin elevated in a display of elegance and beauty. She attracted the gaze of countless men around her, who could not help but swallow in longing. They fantasized about the day they might prosper enough to ride such a captivating beauty. Beside him, Su Early-Eye sighed wistfully. "I wonder when our daily toil of stone mining will bear fruit. We too desire a refined and noble lady who appears dignified outside, yet is playful within." Upon hearing Su Early-Eye's words, the faces of the 7 or 8 companions around him also fell, and they sighed. Even a taste of the exquisite phlegm from the mouth of a noble woman would be worth it in this lifetime. Lu Yuan could only remain silent. What on earth are these people discussing? Once they start chatting, they seem to lose their sense of direction. Just moments ago, Lu Yuan was preoccupied with his thoughts, lacking enthusiasm. After all, this situation is utterly absurd, and merely contemplating it feels frustrating. Here we are, in a bizarre world, endowed with a myriad of lucrative skills from Earth. It's akin to having the most beautiful wife in the world, only to find out that you stand at a mere 3 centimeters. You must admit, that's infuriating. Yet, upon reflection, the prospect of earning money is still appealing. Even if one doesn't rise to the ranks of the elite, becoming a wealthy magnate or a prominent merchant would suffice. It wouldn't be in vain to have experienced this rebirth and traversed to another realm, would it? On Earth, one might remain unremarkable until death, but here, becoming a prosperous tycoon with a bevy of beautiful wives and concubines is enticing. 3 centimeters are just 3 centimeters as long as I find satisfaction. That is what truly matters. As these thoughts crystallized, I resolved to resign from this job tomorrow and take Su Early Eye out for a stroll the day after. I would explore potential ventures for substantial profits. Over the past 5 years, Lu Yuan had accumulated a fair amount of silver, providing him with the capital to embark on a business endeavor. While Lu Yuan was peering through his telescope, scanning the surroundings, he suddenly noticed a grand procession of individuals making their way up the mine's corridor. Leading the group were the usually stern supervisors, who, to his surprise, were displaying an obsequious demeanor towards a palanquin behind them, bowing and nodding like eager lap dogs. What could possibly be inside that palanquin? As Lu Yuan directed his lens towards the sedan chair, a corner of its curtain was drawn aside. Instantly, Lu Yuan beheld a visage of unparalleled beauty, a countenance that eclipsed all others. Seated within the carriage was an extraordinarily exquisite woman, her allure reminiscent of autumn waters, with captivating eyes, a gracefully sculpted nose, and lips adorned with a striking crimson hue. Her regal and opulent demeanor was utterly mesmerizing, rendering all comparisons trivial, particularly with the woman he had earlier observed in Qinghe town, who paled in comparison. Lu Yuan, having been well acquainted with a myriad of women throughout his modern life, be it renowned stars or budding actresses, from Asia to Europe, and even the Caribbean, had entered a plethora of appearances, both clothed and unclothed. Yet, none could rival this woman's allure. Just as Lu Yuan was poised to admire her further, he suddenly realized that she too was gazing back at him, her eyes devoid of warmth, chillingly cold. Witnessing this, Lu Yuan involuntarily trembled, hastily lowering the telescope and uttering a mere 4 words, "Majesty on display." Amid the surrounding clamor, his words went unheard, and as Lu Yuan withdrew the telescope, those nearby, unable to contain their eagerness, rushed forth to seize it. Lu Yuan, however, did not contest with them with a relaxed grip. He relinquished the telescope. You weren't looking just now, yet you ended up staring longer than anyone," chuckled Su Early Eye beside him. Meanwhile, seated in the palanquin, Zhao Qiaoer gazed intently at Lu Yuan on the distant hillside. To be precise, she was fixated on the top of Lu Yuan's head. The scene before her elicited a myriad of questions within Zhao Qiaoer's icy gaze. Name: Lu Yuan. Affection level: currently unlockable tags based on affection level. Superior physique: Zhao Qiaoer. Chapter 2: Danger level. Perched in the palanquin, Zhao Qiaoer was engulfed in astonishment. What was that? What did this line of text signify? She was acutely aware of the implications of these peculiar details. Why was there an inscription floating above the head of an otherwise ordinary individual? Moreover, what was the meaning behind these words? What exactly is affection level, and what constitutes a superior physique? The bewildering scene left Zhao Qiaoer with an abundance of queries swirling in her mind. Her immediate instinct was to wonder whose sorcery was this. What audacity it took to perform such a feat in the minds of the fragrant assembly, truly a reckless gamble for one's life. Lu Guanjiao, who are those people? Zhao Qiaoer suddenly inquired, causing the obsequious overseer, who had been leading the way with a fawning demeanor, to rush to the window of the palanquin upon hearing her voice. Madam, today is the market day in Qinghe town, and the mines are at rest. These individuals seem to be newcomers, unfamiliar with the rules, hence their raucous behavior. Zhao Qiaoer paused for a moment before responding. It matters not. The adherence to rules was of little consequence. What was truly significant was that the information regarding Lu Yuan was visible only to her. If this were the case, could it be that this is not sorcery? Or perhaps it is merely a form of sorcery that targets oneself? Zhao Qiaoer observed the group of Lu Yuan on the hillside, while Lu Yuan and his companions shared a similar curiosity about the throng descending the mountain. Perhaps they are a prominent figure from the guild after all. Did not the nearby mine just uncover a top-tier blood spirit stone? The exposed portion alone is as tall as a person. I've heard that the larger the blood spirit stone, the more exorbitant the price. Could it be worth over 100,000 taels? Oh, if only I could lay my hands on that sum. I could spend it across several lifetimes. As they exchanged envious remarks, their expressions mirrored Lu Yuan's daydreaming during school, contemplating how he would squander 5 million. While they were engaged in their curious chatter, A frivolous voice emerged from behind. "Ah, what rare trinket is this? Bring it forth for our inspection." Upon hearing this voice, the crowd involuntarily shuddered. The person holding the monocular instinctively concealed it within his cloak. Nevertheless, the trio before them maintained an air of arrogance, beckoning the individual with the monocular with a casual flick of their fingers. These three were from another mining group. The mountain boasted no fewer than 80 mines, each housing a dozen or so workers. The trio, age 17 or 18, were generally a couple of years older than Lu Yuan and his companions, considering themselves veterans of the mine. They stood taller and were more robust than Lu Yuan and his peers. In a matter of days since their arrival, Lu Yuan and his companions found themselves subjected to daily intimidation and abuse from the locals. The treasures they had brought from home, be it food, drink, or other possessions, were mercilessly seized by this group. It is not that Lu Yuan's cohort lacked courage, rather, they were acutely aware of their inability to confront the local leader. Firstly, the newcomers were fully aware that any attempt to engage physically with the established residents would lead to repercussions, regardless of the outcome of the confrontat. Ion. The ensuing trouble would not be limited to their immediate adversaries. Others would inevitably seek to complicate their lives further, reminiscent of the bullying prevalent in military camps of certain nations on Earth. Secondly, the significance of the spirit stones in this mine cannot be overstated. These stones are arguably the most vital resource in this realm. The territory where Lu Yuan resided was known as the Divine Ling Empire despite its ancient imperial structure. Its lifestyle bore a resemblance to that of the Republic era. This peculiar resemblance stemmed from the presence of a rudimentary industrial foundation. However, the driving force behind this industry was not electricity, but rather the spirit stones. These stones not only powered industrial machinery, but certain premium spirit stones could also be consumed or transformed into various beneficial items. For humans, they could extend life, while for malevolent entities, they could enhance their abilities. In this world, spirit stones were an absolute necessity. Daily, individuals toiled to excavate and transport these stones, and over time, their bodies underwent a transformation due to the nourishing effects of the spirit stones, setting them apart from ordinary people. This also elucidates why, after earning a substantial amount of money through the system by selling books, Lu Yuan still chose to work in the mine. His intention was to spend a few years there, allowing his body to be revitalized by the spirit stones, with the hope that, should he possess talent, he would be introduced to great opportunities that that moment. The prospect of learning the art of cultivation and mastering its techniques seemed to promise a path to becoming a truly respected practitioner. However, after a few days of contemplation, Lu Yuan decided otherwise. Since the system had bestowed upon him the means to amass considerable wealth, he resolved to pursue that fortune instead. After all, he was not averse to practicing the art. It was either that or perish. Becoming a wealthy magnate, surrounded by beautiful wives and concubines, had its own allure. With this realization, it became clear that he could no longer indulge the three individuals before him. It was evident they had long harbored discontent, previously content to linger in this space, but now contemplating resignation as early as the next day. How could he continue to tolerate such behavior? This situation left not only the trio before him bewildered, but also left Su Early-Eye and his companions in a state of shock. What astonished the onlookers even more was Lu Yuan's sudden and decisive action as he swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Could Lu Yuan hold his own against these three? Indeed, he could, for he possessed a tome titled Shennong. What wisdom did Shennong impart to Lu Yuan? In simple terms, it instructed him in the ways of agriculture. To master the teachings of Shennong, Lu Yuan had spent 5 years as a seasoned farmer, honing his skills in cultivation. While the three adversaries had toiled in the mine for 2 years and had been nourished by spiritual stones, Lu Yuan's physical prowess was not to be underestimated. The slap he delivered sent his opponent reeling, their vision clouded with stars, yet Lu Yuan had restrained his strength. After all, while it was one thing to subdue an opponent, it was quite another to strike them down. Otherwise, his dreams of wealth might lead him to a far grimmer fate. This spectacle left Su Early-Eye and his companions utterly stunned, paralyzed with fear and unable to move. However, this brief altercation did not last long. Merely a minute or so, before a distant voice of authority rang out in anger. "All of you little rascals, cease at once." With the arrival of the supervisor, Lu Yuan and the three individuals refrained from further conflict. In that fleeting half-minute, the trio had already suffered a thorough beating, their faces bruised and battered. In stark contrast, Lu Yuan emerged unscathed, save for a few torn seams in his clothing. Upon the supervisor's arrival, he wasted no time, delivering a swift kick to one individual, sending him sprawling 2 meters away. As he extended his hand to deliver a slap to another, a remarkably gentle voice interjected. "These are merely children. A bit of roughhousing is to be expected. Lu, do not be overly harsh." The crowd turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a black sedan chair gracefully descending before them. As the chair settled, a servant pulled back the curtain, revealing a woman of approximately 30 years, radiating an exquisite beauty that was utterly captivating. This woman was the very same figure Lu Yuan had glimpsed earlier, while he had caught only a fleeting glimpse before. Now, as he beheld her in full, Lu Yuan could not help but marvel. She truly was a vision of perfection. Like a fully ripened peach, embodying the essence of femininity, she was the epitome of allure. Lu Yuan, who had been well versed in the wonders of the world through the internet back on Earth, was left speechless, and the others were no less entranced. At this moment, the supervisor anxiously looked towards Lu Yuan and the others, imploring them, "Do not delay. Summon the third lady at once." "How have you been taught manners?" "Greetings, third lady." As the voices of Lu Yuan and the other young lads faded, Zhao Qiao gracefully emerged from the palanquin. "Goodness, what is the matter? Each one of you has a face like a canvas." Zhao Qiao's voice was gentle yet alluring, captivating in its melodic charm. The languorous and sensual timbre typical of a mature woman ignited a fervent admiration among the young men. When they lifted their gazes, they beheld the third lady stepping forth from the palanquin. Lu Yuan could not help but blink in astonishment at her presence. This third lady must stand at least 6 feet tall, her feet adorned with exquisite high-heeled shoes crafted from fine leather, elevating her stature to nearly 6'3". For lads of 15 or 16, they barely reached her chest. Not only was the third lady strikingly beautiful, but her figure was also nothing short of extraordinary. With a voluptuous form and a statuesque height, her slender waist contrasted sharply with her ample hips. Ah, what a remarkable figure indeed. Yet were those words inscribed above her head? Venomous beauty, Zhao Qiao. Level of danger. Chapter 3. Could this young man be? Firstly, after a 5-year hiatus, Lu Yuan was genuinely delighted to see the system again. However, he couldn't help but wonder if this flawed system had been released prematurely, rendering him a mere victim. What was the true essence of this system? Names, danger levels? These were easily comprehensible, but what came next? Was this all there was to it? Lu Yuan found himself in a state of bewilderment. As Lu Yuan was lost in thought, the supervisor glared at him and the 3 others, exclaiming, "Madam is asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Upon regaining his composure, the other 3 hastily pointed fingers at one another, claiming, "This guy struck first." While it was not exactly a formal accusation, the rules of the mine dictated that anyone who initiated a fight would face punishment. In previous circumstances, Lu Yuan would have accepted the consequences, as he had intended to leave. Yet now, he found himself reluctant to depart, primarily due to Zhao Qiao. Logically, he ought to flee, or more accurately, run. After all, the system had clearly labeled her as a woman with a heart as cold as a serpent's. The danger level was alarmingly high, indicating a full 5-star rating. Lu Yuan understood this classification well. It implied maximum danger. Zhao Qiao, however, rated 4.5 stars, placing her among the ranks of utmost peril. Lu Yuan's knowledge stemmed from the books he had absorbed from the system, which he had mastered to perfection. It was evident that the rating standards were uniform across the board. Regardless, this woman was exceedingly dangerous, and any misstep on his part could lead to dire consequences. But what troubled him was the fact that 5 years had elapsed. 5 long years. Now that the system had finally reappeared. How long would it be until he encountered it again if he chose to run? Determined to understand the system's function, he reasoned that it could not merely be a warning system that would be utterly useless. Thus, he explained, "They took my belongings, which is why I acted defensively. This has been going on for some time. When we arrived, our provisions, clothing, and money were seized by them. They have been bullying us newcomers, and we could no longer endure it." After delivering his account, Lu Yuan cast a glance at Su Erlei and his group. However, they appeared terrified and did not dare to step forward as witnesses. Revealing this information would not only alienate the older boys but also incur the supervisor's ire. It would be akin to reporting a small grievance in front of the head overseer. Once the head overseer departed, would they still be able to navigate life in the mine? Everyone exchanged apprehensive glances until Su Erlei, gritting his teeth, finally emerged to support Lu Yuan's testimony. After all, they hailed from the same village and could be trusted. Yet, apart from Su Erlei, the others remained silent, heads bowed in fear. Zhao Qiao, on the other hand, remained unconcerned with the matter of who was right or wrong. Her attention was captured by a particular detail. Lu Yuan, who had only recently entered the mine, had managed to defeat 3 older miners. Remarkably, he had emerged unscathed, while his opponents bore the marks of a fierce scuffle. Zhao Qiao couldn't help but glance at Lu Yuan's head, where the system displayed name, Lu Yuan, affection level, tags available for unlocking based on affection, superior physique. Indeed, a superior physique. 3 older individuals, nurtured for 2 years by spirit stones, had failed to overcome a younger newcomer. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhao Qiao gracefully approached Lu Yuan. The unique allure of a mature woman, combined with the fragrance of her powder, captivated everyone present. However, after a few moments of admiration, they quickly lowered their heads, fearing any inappropriate reaction might be deemed disrespectful. Reaching Lu Yuan, Zhao Qiao delicately pinched his arm with her elegantly manicured fingers. The response she received caused her eyes to momentarily sparkle with delight. What a remarkable physique! Madam does not permit any argument. According to the mine's rules, the one who strikes first is at fault. In the supervisor's eyes, the other 3 were naturally favored, especially since they had been nurtured for 2 years and displayed decent potential for joining the guild and learning skills. If they were ultimately selected, the supervisor would also receive a reward. Moreover, Lu Yuan's earlier comments implied negligence on the part of the supervisors, a notion they could hardly accept. However, after the supervisor's declaration, Zhao Qiao waved her hand dismissively and addressed Lu Yuan, who was bowing his head. While striking first is indeed wrong, it is understandable if one is pushed to their limits. Let us settle this matter here. With Zhao Qiao speaking, the supervisors dared not dissent, promptly bowing in agreement. Next, Zhao Qiao approached the other 3, who trembled in fear. If Lu Yuan was let off the hook, they would surely face consequences. Surprisingly, Zhao Qiao spoke in an incredibly gentle and alluring tone. You 3, I shall spare you this time, but do not misbehave again. Her warmth and the tone of her voice were utterly enchanting, especially coming from such a beautiful woman of high standing. How could anyone resist? In their homes, they were accustomed to being scolded by their parents, while here, the supervisors maintained a stern demeanor, ready to strike with a rod for even minor infractions. They had never encountered a woman so tender and gentle, leaving the 3 utterly entranced, nodding like chicks pecking at rice. Almost everyone present was captivated, except for Lu Yuan. He could see through the facade of the seductive beauty, recognizing the danger she posed. As Zhao Qiao continued her charming demeanor, Lu Yuan's mind was filled with doubt. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiao glanced at the number displayed above Lu Yuan's head and frowned slightly, feeling a sense of displeasure. Name, Lu Yuan, affection level, tags available for unlocking based on affection, superior physique. Could this young man perhaps have an inclination towards men? Was it possible he held no interest in women? Why, then, had the affection level displayed above his head not changed at all? Chapter 4, Attention Host. A random event has occurred. Zhao Qiao was currently feeling a slight irritation in her teeth. With her approach, one would expect that not just the spirited young men, but even the shrewd old men of Tanning City would be stirred, yet here was Lu Yuan, completely unmoved. Zhao Qiao wished to elevate Lu Yuan's fondness for her and to discern what other attributes he possessed. However, she found herself somewhat bored by the lack of response. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps it was to be expected. A boy of merely 15 or 16 possessing such an extraordinary physique was an astonishing feat in itself. What more could one expect? For Zhao Qiao, the mere possession of a premier physique was sufficient, as it was precisely what she needed at this moment. As Zhao Qiao contemplated this while gazing at Lu Yuan, he too lifted his head slightly to meet her gaze. Their eyes locked, and Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This woman's look was akin to a fairy gazing upon the flesh of Tang Sung. At noon, in the miner's grand estate at the foot of the mountain, the miners resided in a sprawling 3-entry mansion capable of housing several hundred people. In a small room, A long heated bed allowed for 20 to 30 individuals to lie side by side. As rumored, the third lady was indeed the most gentle and beautiful woman in the world. Su Early-Eye, beside them, spoke with starry-eyed admiration, chewing on the candy Zhao Chao had given him just before leaving. Upon hearing Su Early-Eye's words, the others nodded in agreement, their mouths full of sweets. Lu Yuan had long been aware of the third lady's reputation. As miners of the Yinhui Guild, they had naturally gathered numerous insights about their guild over the past week. Indeed, the Yinhui Guild was one of Taining City's foremost guilds. Much of what there was to know had been common knowledge even back in their village. Particularly, the Yinhui Guild was shrouded in an air of mystery. The top guilds in Taining City, aside from Yinhui, were predominantly local aristocratic families with histories spanning several generations. In contrast, the Yinhui Guild had emerged just 15 years prior, founded by 3 women averaging 20 years in age. In a mere 15 years, they had risen to become one of the leading guilds in the great city beyond the borders of the Shennong Empire. Each of these women possessed at least the strength of a celestial master, an astonishing fact in itself. Their beauty was equally remarkable. Those who had seen them often described them with a single word: breathtaking. They were indeed unparalleled beauties. The third lady, of course, was the youngest among the 3 founders of the Yinhui Guild, and she was now in her 30s. Rumor had it that she was the most alluring and gentle among the guild's 3 leaders. It was said that even a single strand of her hair could make a man with weak resolve lose control. Previously, Lu Yuan had found such tales to be exaggerated. As the leaders of the Yinhui Guild rarely appeared in public, people often concocted their own fantasies. That had been Lu Yuan's perspective until he witnessed it firsthand today, which left him unable to deny the truth of it. Yet, Lu Yuan was taken aback to discover that this woman was classified as a femme fatale by the system, with a danger level at its peak. What should be done next? Lu Yuan resolved to observe for the time being, as he had no intention of leaving. His earlier remarks about earning a fortune had merely been expressions of frustration. It was akin to saying that even if one could achieve a mere 3 centimeters of satisfaction, that was enough, a form of self-consolation. Everyone desires to be fully fulfilled. In truth, making a fortune was no simple endeavor. There were 7 top guilds in Taining City, with countless others beneath them, all engaged in commerce. Lu Yuan held neither power nor influence, making ascent a formidable challenge. Moreover, this was not Earth. Climbing the ranks would inevitably lead to making enemies and inciting jealousy. In this peculiar world, one could easily be backstabbed or fall victim to arcane mischief, leaving one unaware of their demise. Hence, it was wiser to remain here, at least until he fully understood the workings of the system. As the group entered the estate, they found that meals were being served. Residing in the front courtyard, each person received 2 flatbreads and a bowl of cabbage soup devoid of meat, which they squatted outside to eat. The reason for not dining indoors on such a cold day was simple. The cramped quarters were home to over 20 individuals, and cleanliness was seldom a priority, resulting in an unpleasant odor. This was one reason Lu Yuan had considered escaping after just a few days. As the group sat in a line beneath the eaves, a commotion erupted in the courtyard. However, they were accustomed to such disturbances and continued their meal, unfazed. "That poor fellow," Su Early-Eye murmured. "He hardly gets to eat and faces beatings every day." Alongside him, another individual leaned in conspiratorially, saying, "Compared to the female half-demons, the male half-demons just take the beatings, the women have it worse. Last time we delivered supplies to the punishment room, we saw a female half-demon chained to the bed, her body marked by the torment of the guards. She was in a dreadful state." Lu Yuan remained silent, his focus on his meal. He understood the plight of half-demons. In essence, they were beings with a mixture of human and demon blood. In this world, which prized purity, one could either be human or demon. Anything in between was deemed the lowest form of existence, viewed with disdain. Though half-demons often resembled humans closely, their true nature was hard to discern. However, some half-demons with demon blood might exhibit ancestral traits. For instance, the half-demon facing punishment in the courtyard had a human body but a head resembling that of a chicken, complete with a beak and a prominent comb. Perhaps due to the beatings, the comb drooped to the sides, reminiscent of someone from Lu Yuan's distant memories, a sight that was quite disconcerting. Over the years, the Shennong Empire had issued various decrees to protect half-demons, declaring them citizens of the empire. Yet, the reality was stark. The local populace had been raised to keep their distance from half-demons, taught that they were lowly and unlucky. Such ingrained beliefs were not easily altered, especially in Taining City, located 1,800 miles from the imperial capital. Here, the Emperor's orders held little authority. Lu Yuan's perspective on such matters was relatively mild, for he was a man of earth. He did not look down upon half-demons. Rather, he felt sympathy for their plight. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts at that moment. After all, this world is just as it is. At such a moment, when Lu Yuan stood up to proclaim that all are equal, was he not merely a fool? Moreover, Lu Yuan had no particular bond with this person, making it even less likely. Just as Lu Yuan bowed his head to continue munching on the boiled cabbage, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Please note, host. A random event has occurred. Completing this event may reduce the threat level posed by the femme fatale to the host. Lu Yuan. Huh? Chapter 5. Could you refrain from revealing things prematurely? Currently, it certainly pertains to the matter of the half-demon clan. In other words, do I assist this half-demon clan? However, what is the reward? Surely there must be one. Lu Yuan pondered momentarily, then set down his bowl, preparing to investigate. This confounded system has never provided any instructions, leaving Lu Yuan to decipher everything on his own. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, Lu Yuan sensed there was indeed a reward. At the very least, the system indicated that completing this event would reduce Zhao Qiao's peril. Thus, by analogy, is it possible that to obtain the reward he desires, he must entirely eliminate Zhao Qiao's danger? Lu Yuan was uncertain, but since the system had finally come to life, he could not squander this opportunity. Just as he was about to head to the courtyard, the supervisors arrived. At that moment, the courtyard was still echoing with cries. The supervisors rushed into the courtyard, and soon it fell silent. However, the tranquility lasted only a few seconds before another round of cries erupted. It was evident that this time, the commotion was caused by a different group. Furthermore, there were numerous voices. It was easy to surmise that the assailants had been captured by the supervisors. Typically, such matters would not concern the supervisors. As long as no one was killed, it was deemed inconsequential. Today, however, it was clear that the presence of the formidable Lady San was the reason for the heightened vigilance at the mine. Once the supervisors had dealt with the courtyard, they summoned everyone in the estate to gather in the courtyard. Upon their arrival, they found 4 or 5 individuals huddled in a corner, bruised and battered. Among them was a half-demon, a rather pitiful figure. The others were those who had just been beaten by the supervisors. Lu Yuan recognized all of them, or rather, no one in the courtyard was unfamiliar with these few. One of them, known as Li Dahu, was a prominent figure in the estate, not particularly tall or strong. His stature was akin to Lu Yuan's. However, his father was a practitioner from the Yinxiang Guild, and he had learned the ways of the craft from a young age. He was formidable, having met the basic requirements to be a practitioner himself. Yet, the supervisors, also practitioners, showed no favoritism towards Li Dahu's father. He was still subjected to punishment. Listen closely. Lady Sin will be in seclusion here for 3 months. Behave yourselves and do not disturb her. The supervisors warned, directing their admonitions particularly at Li Dahu and his group. Li Dahu, still recovering from the beating, nodded vigorously. After the supervisors left in haste to address other courtyards, the gathered crowd began to discuss Lady San with curiosity. After all, her renowned beauty was something they had all heard of at home, rumored to be the most exquisite in the realm. Lu Yuan, however, made his way directly to the corner. Upon arriving, he witnessed Li Dahu kicking the half-demon away, disdain written across his face as he barked, "Get lost. Don't come near me. You're bad luck." Li Dahu, not satisfied, attempted to pull the half-demon up again, but Lu Yuan swiftly intervened. Li Dahu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Yuan, then raised an eyebrow and said, "Did you beat Wang Baotian today?" This group was tightly knit, sharing a mutual affinity. Wang Baotian and his companions resided in the back courtyard and were quite familiar with Li Dahu. Lu Yuan felt no fear regarding Li Dahu's words. After all, with such individuals, showing fear only invited further bullying. Moreover, the supervisors had just declared that fighting was forbidden, which emboldened Lu Yuan further. "What's it to you? Are you looking for trouble?" Lu Yuan retorted boldly, his audacity leaving Li Dahu and the others momentarily stunned. Li Dahu instinctively clenched his fist, but then remembered the supervisor's warning. He could not afford to engage Lu Yuan in a brawl, especially with the prospect of leaving the mine for the guild in 6 months. If he were to escalate matters, it would be a significant loss for him, as he had come to the mine solely for that opportunity. Ultimately, Li Dahu withdrew, casting a sinister glance at Lu Yuan. "Fine, if that is how you want to play it, we have settled our score. We'll find a way to settle this once Lady San leaves." The rest was straightforward. With Lu Yuan having mastered the art of healing, He swiftly tended to the half-demon. He even pulled out 2 coins and handed them over. The half-demon, unaccustomed to such kindness, was overwhelmed, apart from his parents and relatives. He had never encountered anyone who treated him with such respect. Gratefully, he accepted the coins, wiping away tears as he thanked Lu Yuan. But that was not all. Lu Yuan insisted that the half-demon move his bedding into his room to prevent future bullying. This, naturally, displeased the other occupants of the room. Who would want to share space with such a cursed being? Yet, no one dared voice their objections, for Lu Yuan had just demonstrated his boldness by confronting Li Dahu. Ultimately, the half-demon named Lin Wensui settled into Lu Yuan's room. Lu Yuan learned of Lin's name, which was quite pleasant, given that his father was a scholar and his mother a half-demon with chicken demon lineage. However, Lu Yuan was indifferent to these details. What he was contemplating was whether he had indeed assisted Lin Wensui, thus completing the random event. But where was his reward? System, speak up. Are you deaf? The following morning, around 6 o'clock, the air had grown increasingly chilly, with frost beginning to form on the mountain. The inhabitants of the estate had risen, washed up, and lined up in their respective courtyards for breakfast. Today, it was merely boiled cabbage again. Lu Yuan, Li Dahu, Wang Yuxing. Suddenly, a supervisor appeared at the front gate, calling out loudly. Lu Yuan, holding his bowl, turned in confusion. The supervisor then bellowed, "Those whose names I called, step forward for assembly." Lu Yuan blinked in bewilderment. Could it be that the supervisors had learned of his confrontation with Li Dahu yesterday? After all, apart from Lu Yuan, the other 4 were those who had attacked Lin Wensui, being singled out. Soon, all 5 individuals from Lu Yuan's courtyard gathered at the gate. The supervisor wasted no time, leading them up the mountain. Other courtyards were doing the same, with their respective supervisors guiding 3 or 4 individuals in the same direction. It appeared unrelated to yesterday's events. Li Dahu, who typically mingled well with the supervisors, boldly inquired, "Li uncle, what is going on so early? We Haventea even had breakfast. You're in for a treat. Lady San has chosen you to serve as her guardians during her seclusion. If you perform well, you might even catch her eye and become disciples of the guild. Seize the opportunity with utmost diligence, should you truly become a disciple of the esteemed Red Gate. We shall honor you with the title of Master." Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of a colossal mine located in the western mountains. Zhao Qiao awaited them. Her beauty as captivating as ever. She donned an elegant white ink fox cloak on top, while the lower half showcased a sleek and lustrous silk cheongsam. However, the most striking aspect was the black stockings that peeked enticingly from the side of her garment. Complementing her ensemble were exquisite Buddhist beads crafted from top-tier spiritual stones adorning her pristine wrists. This attire, coupled with the sensuously painted crimson lips of the third lady, exuded an aura of both allure and noble elegance. Yet, when Lu Yuan cast a glance at Zhao Qiao's head, he could no longer contain his frustration. Venomous beauty, Zhao Qiao, danger level. What in the world is this wretched system doing? No rewards are one thing, but why hasn't the danger level decreased? Haven't we completed the random event? A system riddled with bugs and incomplete designs. Must it be released prematurely to ensnare us? Chapter 6. What? This woman intends to kill. Lu Yuan was truly exasperated by this wretched system. Once everyone had gathered, Zhao Qiao initiated the proceedings. The reason for their presence had already been delineated by the instructor. As Zhao Qiao reiterated the purpose of their gathering, Lu Yuan surveyed his surroundings. There were over 20 individuals present, and frankly, he recognized nearly all of them. These were prominent figures at the mine, each having spent more than 3 years there, soon to graduate and ascend to the esteemed ranks of the guild as practitioners. It appeared that Lu Yuan was the sole newcomer among them. This situation left Lu Yuan somewhat perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he wondered if Zhao Qiao had taken note of his impressive feat of defeating 3 opponents single-handedly the previous day. If that were the case, then the 20-some individuals present were undoubtedly formidable. However, he did not dwell on this for long. After Zhao Qiao concluded her speech, she led Lu Yuan and the others into the mine without inquiring whether they were willing to join. Such a question was unnecessary, given the remarkably favorable conditions. No one would refuse. Setting aside future considerations, at the very least, they would receive daily rewards and enjoy hearty meals of meat and fine flour. Regardless of the circumstances, it was certainly preferable to laboring with a pickaxe in the mine. Particularly, assisting Zhao Qiao in her training presented an opportunity to learn something valuable. To train alongside such a distinguished figure was a rare fortune, unattainable through mere toil in the mine. Furthermore, should they perform commendably, they might earn the chance to become esteemed disciples of the guild. Thus, the group followed Zhao Qiao into the depths of the mine. Surrounding the vast cavern were Zhao Qiao's attendants, along with the mine's instructors, who ensured their protection. From this moment forth, entry to this place was strictly forbidden for outsiders. Ah, how fortunate these youngsters were. If only I had emerged from the mine a few years later. Such a stroke of luck might have been mine. A young instructor gazed longingly at the mine behind him. Though he appeared quite youthful, in his 20s, an older instructor beside him, perhaps in his 30s or 40s, lowered his head and rolled a cigarette, stating, "What is so great about being a disciple of the Red Door? They are merely elevated servants, nowhere near the freedom we practitioners enjoy. Moreover, do you truly believe that a group of youngsters who have yet to cultivate any foundational skills could aid the third lady in her endeavors?" The older instructor's remarks puzzled the younger one, who retorted, "If not, then why would the third lady allow them to enter?" Lighting his cigarette, the older instructor took a deep drag, exhaling slowly as he replied, "To serve as shields against calamity. The third lady seeks to directly harness the power of the elite blood spirit stones, but these stones are fraught with malevolent energy that cannot be directly absorbed. These individuals are merely here to act as barriers against this energy. Poor souls, after months of enduring such torment, they will be utterly ruined. Forget about becoming practitioners of the guild. If they survive past 30, they will be exceptionally fortunate." Upon hearing this, the younger instructor was left in shock, stammering, "No, it can't be. Master, isn't there a method to dispel calamity? Why must lives be sacrificed?" The older instructor took another drag from his cigarette, replying, "For a blood spirit stone of this magnitude, it would take at least 6 months to dispel the calamity through technique. It is far more efficient to use human lives to shield against it." The younger instructor remained rooted in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. After what felt like an eternity, he broke into a cold sweat, muttering, "No, it can't be. Just to expedite the acquisition of the blood spirit stone's power, over 20 lives must be sacrificed? The third lady does not seem like someone capable of such ruthless cruelty." To this, the older instructor simply took another drag from his cigarette and patted the younger one's shoulder, saying, to those of her stature, "We are no different from livestock." Within the cavern, the assembly had taken their seats on the ground, facing a towering blood spirit stone that radiated a crimson glow. Their arrangement resembled an intricate formation. Zhao Qiao sat regally at the center, with Lu Yuan positioned closest to her. At that moment, they were practicing a technique designed to extract the energy from the blood spirit stone. This technique was extraordinarily simple. Lu Yuan mastered it in just a few minutes. Though he remained silent, pondering that it hardly qualified as a true technique but rather resembled a rudimentary trick. Genuine techniques were notoriously difficult to learn. It typically took a normal person 3 to 5 months just to grasp the basics. Of course, while Lu Yuan had never formally studied such techniques, he was no stranger to the concept. Soon, after approximately 10 minutes, an eager participant raised their hand, exclaiming, "Lady, I've learned it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiao's enchanting eyes sparkled, her hands clasped in front of her ample bosom as she exclaimed in a charmingly melodic voice, "Oh, how impressive! Such a brilliant accomplishment." Being closest to Zhao Qiao, Lu Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Nevertheless, one must admit that such praise resonated deeply with the young men present. Akin to a shot of adrenaline, everyone was invigorated, eager to continue refining their skills in hopes of receiving similar accolades from Zhao Qiao. Lu Yuan marveled at how adept Zhao Qiao was at stirring the emotions of men. With just a few expressions and intonations, she could elevate their spirits to new heights. For the next 2 to 3 hours, all 26 individuals present successfully mastered the so-called technique. They were now prepared to commence in earnest. The disciple positioned closest to the elite blood spirit stone activated the technique, causing the stone to shimmer and unleash a torrent of energy as crimson as blood. This flow surged into the disciple's body, only to be expelled moments later, cascading towards the next participant. The sanguine torrent traversed from one disciple to another like a chain. Zhao Qiao, seated serenely on her mat, observed the flow intently, her expression indicating dissatisfaction with its hue. Ultimately, the torrent arrived before Lu Yuan. Following suit, he activated the technique, and as anticipated, the blood-red flow entered his body. Mere seconds later, it surged out again, heading towards Zhao Qiao. Upon witnessing the energy expelled from Lu Yuan, Zhao Qiao was initially taken aback, her face transforming into one of incredulity. Soon, her beautiful eyes shimmered with excitement. And overwhelmed with joy, Zhao Qiao welcomed the torrent into her own being. To her astonishment, the exceptional constitution that Lu Yuan possessed as indicated by the inscription above his head, was indeed no falsehood. The energy flowing through him had been refined to an extraordinary purity, devoid of any malevolent essence. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Zhao Qiao's elation, Lu Yuan was struck with alarm. Did this woman truly intend to kill? Chapter 7. The unfathomable betrayal of the wide-eyed wolf. As the crimson torrent surged into Lu Yuan's body, he sensed something amiss immediately. Admittedly, Lu Yuan had never studied any mystical arts nor practiced any techniques. So how did he know? It was still the teachings of the Shennong. While it was previously mentioned that Shennong taught the art of agriculture, that was a simplistic understanding. In fact, Shennong imparted vast knowledge. It enabled Lu Yuan to graft two disparate plants together. For instance, he could unite an apple tree with an orange tree. The fruit produced would appear as an orange on the outside, yet when peeled, it would reveal perfectly sliced apple segments within. Furthermore, the life cycle of a plant, from planting to sprouting, flowering, and fruiting, might typically span a year. However, with the abilities bestowed by Shennong, this process could be condensed to a mere 3 months. And these were merely the foundational powers of Shennong. There was another remarkable capability attributed to Shennong, the very essence of the text itself. Who was Shennong? He was renowned for his ability to taste the myriad herbs. Lu Yuan's physique was almost invulnerable to toxins. If any poison or malevolent substance entered his body, he would instinctively sense it. The moment that torrent penetrated him, he felt an influx akin to hundreds of cotton needles piercing his being. These elements were as lethal as arsenic, lingering within him. This woman, indeed, had a heart as venomous as a viper, intent on harm. Around noon, the first disciple who had initially introduced the torrent could no longer endure. Following closely, the second, then the third, everyone was overwhelmed, utterly fatigued. For them, this was an exhausting ordeal. As for Lu Yuan, he fared better. The effects were minimal. He was of superior constitution, though slightly weary. It felt akin to a common person leisurely jogging 100 meters. Nevertheless, as everyone else succumbed to fatigue, Lu Yuan feigned exhaustion and came to a halt. Oh dear, it is everyone's first experience in cultivation. How could the lady forget the time? Very well, let us take a break, came Zhao Qiao's gentle voice echoing within the cavern. Her voice was sweet and melodious, a true delight to the ears. However, to Lu Yuan, who stood closest to her, 2 phrases came to mind: a mouth of a Buddha, a heart of a snake, and a heart as venomous as a scorpion. Naturally, some could not help but voice their discomfort. Lady, why is this method of cultivation so exhausting? The overseers we observed in the mines did not appear to suffer in such a manner. In response to these queries, Zhao Qiao smiled sweetly. That is because the method bestowed upon you by the lady is indeed powerful. Furthermore, the intensity of your exertion reflects your dedication and diligence. Her explanation seemed to assuage their concerns. It was akin to physical training. Greater fatigue signified greater effort, and thus, better results. Before anyone could ponder further, Zhao Qiao clapped her hands and, with a warm smile, continued, "All right, I know you all are working hard. The lady cannot bear to see you in such a state. I have prepared spiritual food for you." Upon hearing spiritual food, the eyes of the crowd brightened instantly. This delicacy was derived from plants flourishing near spirit stones, imbued with their nourishing properties, offering remarkable benefits to replenish blood and vital energy. Such plants were abundant in the clearings of the mines, yet were usually reserved for the wealthy citizens of the city, costing several taels of silver each. Today, however, they could indulge in such delights. Soon, the spiritual food was served, various delicacies, alongside a bottle of sweet orange water for each person. The atmosphere within the cavern transformed into one of joy, as they devoured the food and expressed their gratitude to Zhao Qiao, to Lu Yuan. These individuals appeared as pitiful souls, manipulated at the whims of another. As they finished their meal, the previously exhausted group quickly regained their strength, ready to commence the second round of cultivation. During this interval, Lu Yuan examined his own body, while the spiritual food alleviated their fatigue. The insidious substances within him remained unchanged. However, these toxins posed little threat to him, given his Shennong physique, which was impervious to poison. For the others, though, if this continued, their health would surely deteriorate within a month or 2, and even if they survived, their vitality would likely be severely compromised. The second round of cultivation persisted until after 4 in the afternoon, when the group could endure no more. Zhao Qiao then called for a halt. Standing before them, she smiled and announced, "All right, we shall conclude for today. This is your first encounter with the method. It is unwise to overexert yourselves. Lu Yuan lay on the ground, feigning fatigue while surveying the surroundings. Nearly everyone was sprawled out in exhaustion. Zhao Qiao then added, having said that. She turned towards a side door on the left of the cavern. This is the lady's area for cultivation. Without her permission, you must not enter. Otherwise, the lady will indeed be quite displeased. Her voice retained its enchanting quality, yet carried a serious undertone, a subtle warning. The group, weary and bewildered, nodded in acknowledgement. Their attention soon diverted by the newly delivered spiritual food. As they scrambled for the delicacies, Zhao Qiao slipped through the side door, which emitted a red glow upon closing, likely a barrier against intruders. In the following days, the routine mirrored that of the first day. Morning cultivation persisted until noon, followed by a serving of spiritual food. If one were to note any difference, it would be the increasingly favorable treatment Zhao Qiao bestowed upon Lu Yuan. The other disciples couldn't help but feel envy as they observed the preferential treatment he received. Zhao Qiao prepared for Lu Yuan food of an even higher caliber, often crafted using powdered spirit stones, far superior to the regular spiritual food. She was gentler and more affectionate towards him, often playfully squeezing his arms during breaks and gifting him new clothes and shoes. Their rapport blossomed to an enviable extent, inciting jealousy among the others. Naturally, the most vexed were individuals like Li Dahu, who recognized that Lu Yuan was on a path to becoming a favored disciple. However, despite their frustration, they found themselves powerless against Lu Yuan's newfound favor. After all, who could contest the lady's affection for him? Yet, Lu Yuan, observing the situation keenly, understood that despite Zhao Qiao's seemingly increasing kindness, the danger looming above him had not diminished in the slightest. These days had him on high alert, treading cautiously amidst an environment fraught with peril. On the other hand, Lu Yuan was filled with trepidation, while Zhao Qiao was engulfed in an unbearable irritation. Zhao Qiao felt she had been exceedingly kind to Lu Yuan in recent days. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Lu Yuan had grown increasingly intimate with her, particularly with his affectionate terms of endearment. He seemed completely enchanted by her, as though she were the sole object of his fascination. However, when Zhao Qiao glanced up at Lu Yuan, she realized that his level of affection remained utterly unchanged. It was all fade, wasn't it? This truly was a heartless ingratiate. Chapter 8. May I touch it? Approximately 7 or 8 days later, around 10 in the morning, Lu Yuan awoke leisurely on the heated Kong. Today, there was no need to go to the mine, for Zhao Qiao had declared a day of rest. Thus, he had no obligations today and could indulge in a long slumber. At this moment, Lu Yuan was the sole occupant of the Kong. The others in the house had already departed for work. After awakening, Lu Yuan prepared to wash up before heading to the mountain for lunch. Previously, he had been cultivating with Zhao Qiao, so naturally, meals were taken there. Today, however, he planned to dine at his usual spot instead. In his former life as an ordinary disciple, his breakfast and lunch had been delivered to the grand estate by wooden carts. Lunch, on the other hand, was consumed within the mine itself. The entire estate was enveloped in silence. Those working the day shift were at the mine, while those on the night shift were soundly asleep. Lu Yuan, who is that calling so loudly? Don't they realize there are those resting from the night shift? I'm here, what's the matter? He replied. He soon heard the voice outside exclaim, "The lady is looking for you. She wants you to come to the mine." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was momentarily speechless. Hadn't it been announced that today was a day of rest? Why was he being summoned? Grabbing a towel, he wiped his face and stepped outside to inquire about the reason. However, the courtyard was empty, devoid of any presence. They sure are quick, Lu Yuan thought, and after hastily washing up, he set off towards the grand mine. Upon his arrival at the mine he frequented, he was immediately intercepted by a servant summoned by Zhao Qiao. "The lady will not see anyone today," the servant said impassively. Lu Yuan blinked in surprise and replied, "The lady sent for me." The servant's expression shifted to one of skepticism, glancing at a few other servants nearby, who also bore looks of confusion. However, they ultimately stepped aside to allow him passage. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yuan would not have been permitted entry. In fact, even these servants were barred from entering today. The lady's explicit instruction had been that not even an ant was to be allowed inside. Yet, Lu Yuan was an exception. It was evident to all that the lady held a special regard for him, a fact that had been abundantly clear in recent days. Given this context, they relented and allowed him to enter. Lu Yuan stood momentarily bewildered, pondering the situation. Wasn't it the lady who had summoned him? Had she not informed her attendants in advance? He blinked and suggested, "Perhaps you could inform the lady of my arrival while I wait outside?" without hesitation. A servant shook his head, stating, "Today, the lady is in seclusion. We cannot enter. Since she wishes to see you, you must go in quickly and not delay her important matters." Lu Yuan, blinking in confusion, said nothing more and proceeded inside. He speculated on why Zhao Qiao treated him with such favoritism. It must be due to his exceptional physique that enhanced her cultivation speed. That was the only plausible reason. Today, Zhao Qiao was engaged in her practice, and her summons likely pertained to that very matter. Eventually, Lu Yuan entered the vast mine, finding it utterly deserted. No one was present? No, that couldn't be right. Zhao Qiao's cultivation was supposedly taking place in another chamber. However, she never allowed anyone else to enter that space. As Lu Yuan glanced towards the side door, he noticed that whenever Zhao Qiao entered the other room, it would emit a radiant red glow. That red light was formidable. Previously, someone had inadvertently touched it while resting and recoiled in pain, likening the sensation to being burned by a scalding furnace. Yet today, the side door was devoid of any illumination. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, suspecting he was meant to go directly to the side chamber. He approached and knocked on the door, but received no response. After another knock, the door swung open. Inside was dark, lacking any spiritual lights or torches, only a flickering candle illuminating the space. Lu Yuan blinked, contemplating calling for the lady, but at that moment, a chilling wail of agony echoed from within. Hearing that sound, Lu Yuan hurried inside. The room was small, essentially a section of the mine, but it had been furnished for Zhao Qiao. There were numerous decorations, including an exquisite redwood table and chairs, as well as a large dressing mirror. At the far end, illuminated by candlelight, was a large bed, though it was obscured by a gauzy curtain, preventing a clear view of its contents. The sounds of distress emanated from within. As Lu Yuan rushed towards the bed, he called out, "Lady." The moment his voice broke the silence, the agonized groans ceased. Now standing before the bed, he was about to speak when he felt something unusual underfoot. It seemed he had stepped upon something strangely textured. He looked down and was nearly startled out of his wits. It was an enormous snake's skin, longer than he was tall. At that moment, the curtain before the bed was abruptly drawn aside. Lu Yuan lifted his gaze and beheld a large, silver-scaled snake tail sweeping across the bed. Looking further up, he saw Zhao Qiao. She was transformed, utterly different from her usual self. Previously, she possessed an alluring elegance, but now, her charm had morphed into an enchanting, almost bewitching demeanor. Her ears had sharpened slightly, and her captivating eyes had shifted from human pupils to serpentine slits. Rather than appearing frightening, this transformation was strikingly otherworldly. Zhao Qiao's aura had shifted. She no longer resembled the warm and gentle neighborly figure, but instead exuded the icy majesty of a queen. Her mesmerizing slitted eyes fixed intently on Lu Yuan, an expression of astonishment flickering across her exquisite face at his unexpected presence, swiftly morphing into a palpable aura of murderous intent. "Is my tale beautiful?" Zhao Qiao spoke slowly, her voice devoid of the usual warmth, now laced with lethal intent. At this moment, she had partially risen, a crimson glow emanating from her hand. Lu Yuan's demise was non-negotiable. Zhao Qiao would not allow anyone to discover her half-demonic nature. No matter Lu Yuan's extraordinary physique or his ability to refine the spiritual energy within blood spirit stones. None of that mattered. What mattered was that he must die. Yet, Lu Yuan remained oblivious to the deadly intent radiating from Zhao Qiao's icy demeanor. He was instead captivated by the shimmering silver scales of her snake tail. As he gazed at the resplendent tail, he nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "It's beautiful, truly beautiful. May I touch it?" Zhao Qiao? Chapter 9. Isn't this the beloved Lu Yuan of the goddess? Lu Yuan's words left Zhao Qiao utterly bewildered. In all her years, she had never encountered such a situation. This fellow, upon seeing the serpent tail from her ancestral return, displayed neither disgust nor fear. Zhao Qiao stared blankly at Lu Yuan, while he, too, gazed back at her. The moment their eyes met, the danger level surged, nearly sending him into a panic. Why? Why did he run away? However, in that fleeting instant, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Zhao Qiao's danger level plummeted. Danger level, please escape. Host transformed into danger level, and then shifted from danger level to danger level. It didn't end there. It changed again to danger level, and then directly to danger level. What? Had she just lost 2 significant stars? Lu Yuan glanced at the top of Zhao Qiao's head, then at her. Both of them were dazed, staring at one another. Yet, it wasn't long before a murderous intent resurfaced on Zhao Qiao's face, and she glared at Lu Yuan, demanding, You want to touch it? Zhao Qiao was utterly enraged. What did he mean by wanting to touch? She saw through his feigned affection. It was all a ruse, an act to preserve his life. Such trivial tricks would never deceive her. At that moment, she had already risen from the bed, her delicate hands tightening around Lu Yuan's neck, lifting him effortlessly. Lu Yuan was completely stunned. What on earth was happening? As she held him, Zhao Qiao's danger level shifted back to danger level. Please escape, host. At that moment, Lu Yuan felt a surge of panic. He sensed her murderous intent. Was he truly going to meet his end here today? Zhao Qiao had but one thought in her mind, to eliminate Lu Yuan. Yet, upon glancing at Lu Yuan's head, her grip on his neck suddenly loosened. Name, Lu Yuan. Affection level. Currently unlockable tags based on affection level. Supreme physique. Masterful medical skills, culinary excellence. What? The affection level has increased? And it's surged by an entire star? Zhao Qiao was completely taken aback. Previously, no matter how well she treated Lu Yuan, his affection level never budged. Yet now, just the sight of her ancestral tail had caused it to rise? As Zhao Qiao lowered her gaze to Lu Yuan, whose face had turned crimson under her grip, she instinctively released him. With a thud, Lu Yuan fell to the ground, gasping for air. In that moment, he felt as though he might black out if Zhao Qiao had held on for just a few more seconds. He might have truly perished. As he clutched his neck and looked up again, he saw Zhao Qiao standing there, her expression a complex tapestry of disbelief, shock, and even a hint of embarrassment, mixed with the remnants of her earlier rage. Most importantly, Lu Yuan noted that Zhao Qiao's danger level had drastically decreased. It appeared to have stabilized this time. Zhao Qiao observed Lu Yuan, who was sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. She was torn between the impulse to help him and the instinct to leave him be. Her mind was a whirlwind. Half-demons were regarded with disdain by both humans and demons, considered the lowest of the low. Lu Yuan's sudden declaration of affection was genuine, and his affection level had indeed risen. Zhao Qiao had never anticipated such a scenario. Her mind felt like it had crashed, unable to devise a proper response, akin to a machine lacking a programmed reaction for such an event. As she pondered, Zhao Qiao suddenly became enraged again, shouting, "Who let you in? Did I not say you cannot enter this door? Do you not have ears? You didn't even knock." With that, her anger flaring, she bent down and seized Lu Yuan by the collar, lifting him as one might a small chick, and marched him towards the door. This time, rather than panic, Lu Yuan sensed that her fury was different, more instinctual, as if she were instinctively protecting herself. It was akin to how some people, unsure of how to express their emotions, would resort to shouting. Moreover, and importantly, Zhao Qiao's danger level had stabilized at a mere 2 stars. Truth be told, 2 stars felt exceedingly low. Lu Yuan mused that even a biological parent would likely have a danger level of at least 1 star. If one were to encounter reckless or unscrupulous parents, wouldn't he that put the child at risk? Thus, 2 stars was indeed acceptable. At that moment, Zhao Qiao reached the door and, without a word, flung Lu Yuan outside. With a resounding bang, she slammed the side door shut. Lu Yuan hadn't fully grasped the situation when he heard Zhao Qiao's voice from inside, sharply rebuking him. "Get lost. I don't want to see you." Sitting on the ground, Lu Yuan clutched his neck, filled with frustration. What the hell was going on? He had nearly lost his life during this visit. Yet, he had gained something. Zhao Qiao's danger level had significantly decreased. After taking a moment to recover, he rose with a scowl and headed down the mountain. With all the commotion, it was just about mealtime. Zhao Qiao had indeed been serious about her murderous intent. Employing some technique, his neck still ached from her grip. As he exited the cave, he noticed the onlooking instructors and the red-clad disciples staring at him in astonishment. How could he emerge looking so disheveled after merely a brief encounter? Had he truly angered the gentle goddess? If so, Lu Yuan had proven to be a master at provoking ire. He ignored the curious gazes of the instructors and disciples, making his way down the mountain. Halfway down, 3 figures suddenly emerged from the side. They were Li Dahu and his companions. As soon as they saw him, Li Dahu smirked, teasingly saying, "Oh, isn't this the beloved Lu Yuan of the goddess? What happened to you? Did someone beat you up? Go tell the goddess so she can defend you." Seeing the expressions on Li Dahu's face and hearing his words, Lu Yuan wasn't foolish enough to remain oblivious. He immediately discerned that Li Dahu was behind this. The order to go to the cave had undoubtedly originated from him. Thinking of how Li Dahu had nearly cost him his life, Lu Yuan could no longer contain his anger and charged forward, cursing, "Damn your mother." Chapter 10. You just wait. As Lu Yuan and Li Dahu engaged in a fierce struggle, Zhao Qiao sat quietly by the bedside in a side chamber of the mine. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow upon her extraordinarily enchanting visage. Zhao Qiao wore a cold expression, perhaps reflecting her true nature. However, the subtle tremor in her icy eyes betrayed the turmoil within. She was far from the calm exterior she presented. Her mind was a whirlwind, filled with memories from the past. Zhao Qiao was once the cherished daughter of a prominent family, with a father renowned for his benevolence and a mother who was gentle, beautiful, and kind-hearted. Her life should have been one of happiness and comfort. Yet, at the tender age of 3, Zhao Qiao experienced a transformation, her lower body becoming that of a serpent. During those tumultuous times, the government had failed to enact any protective measures for half-demons, and the populace exhibited little tolerance for such beings. From that moment on, her life took a drastic turn. The townsfolk deemed Zhao Qiao a harbinger of misfortune, and the family business plummeted. Her mother wept daily, while her father sighed in despair. Matters worsened when, at the age of 5, a catastrophic fire swept through the town, claiming numerous lives and homes. The villagers blamed Zhao Qiao for this calamity and sought to exorcise the supposed evil she brought upon them. They summoned so-called monks, who were nothing more than greedy charlatans, insisting that Zhao Qiao and her mother must be sacrificed to appease the spirits. That fateful night, Zhao Qiao witnessed the guards of her home opening the gates to allow the townspeople inside. She saw them mercilessly beat her father to death. In the end, it was her mother who, clutching Zhao Qiao, attempted to flee through the back door. But a woman carrying a child could not outrun the angry mob. Ultimately, her mother hid Zhao Qiao among a pile of firewood just as the villagers closed in, and from her hiding place, Zhao Qiao watched in horror as they surrounded her mother, setting her ablaze. Naturally, a 5-year-old child stood little chance of survival. Yet fate had other plans for Zhao Qiao. As the villagers searched for her, she was rescued by the illustrious Huafan Nyongyang of Lingyun Temple. With Huafan Nyongyang vouching for her innocence, the villagers spared Zhao Qiao. Huafan Nyongyang treated her as if she were her own daughter, never once looking down upon her serpentine form, often praising her beautiful tail. However, life is seldom devoid of trials. During the harsh winter months, they subjected Zhao Qiao to cruel treatment, dragging her by her serpent tail as if she were no more than a mop. At that time, Zhao Qiao endured the bullying without complaint, for all she needed was Huafan Nyongyang by her side. Even when her cultivation resources were withheld, it mattered little as long as she had Huafan Nyongyang, her only kin. Yet, to Zhao Qiao's dismay, they did not spare Huafan Nyongyang either. Despite her superior qualifications, Huafan Nyongyang lost the opportunity to become the new head of the temple due to Zhao Qiao's presence. As more disciples left to follow others, Huafan Nyongyang remained devoted to Zhao Qiao, showing no intention of abandoning her. Nevertheless, those within the temple claimed Huafan Nyongyang had lost her sanity, and they began to cut her monthly provisions and spread malicious gossip. Eventually, the elderly woman succumbed to despair one fateful night. Thus, the Zhao Qiao who had been tenderly nurtured for a decade erupted in fury. That night, armed with Huafan Nyongyang's relics and bolstered by her half-demon bloodline, Zhao Qiao, whose prodigious talent had allowed her to ascend to the rank of celestial master by the age of 15, exacted her vengeance upon the 163 inhabitants of Lingyun Temple. As for the greedy monk from her past, he had already met his demise 3 years prior, perhaps due to the weight of his sins. Yet, Zhao Qiao was relentless. She exhumed his grave, pulverized his remains, and crafted a set of prayer beads from his skull, imprisoning his soul within to torment it endlessly. The subsequent events led her to flee beyond the borders. Now, as Zhao Qiao languished on the bed, she sighed deeply. Her gaze fell upon her silvery serpent tail, and her thoughts drifted back to Lu Yuan's words. Setting aside the peculiar notion of affection, she recalled the absence of disdain or revulsion in his eyes. Suddenly, another thought struck her. Her instinctive display of power, albeit fleeting, was surely beyond what Lu Yuan could endure. Snapping back to reality, Zhao Qiao rose and grasped a porcelain vial from the table. In a flash of silver light, her serpentine tail transformed into a pair of exquisitely delicate legs. Meanwhile, in the grand residence at the foot of the mountain, Lu Yuan had removed his upper garments and was examining his injuries in a basin of water. His wounds were unrelated to the altercation with Li Dahu and his companions. Although he felt sore from Zhao Qiao's earlier grip, it was the debilitating energy from the past week of training with her that truly afflicted him. Despite this, Lu Yuan was still capable of besting 3 opponents. The skirmish had been brief, as the overseers soon intervened. Initially, the overseers had threatened expulsion for any further disturbances. Yet they dared not act against Lu Yuan and his companions, who had been training under Zhao Qiao. Instead, they administered a light punishment and issued stern warnings. Upon returning, Lu Yuan inspected himself in the basin and noted with dismay the extensive bruising around his neck. With gritted teeth, he muttered, "So what if I wanted to touch her tail?" If she didn't want it touched, she could have just said so instead of resorting to violence. It was her tail that was exposed first. Just wait. Once I become stronger, not only will I touch it, but I'll also lick and nibble on it. We'll have a night of fun. Outside the door, Zhao Qiao, momentarily at a loss on how to confront Lu Yuan, stood in a daze. Upon hearing his words, her captivating eyes widened in shock, and in an instant, her stunningly beautiful face flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 11. Is there such affection? At this moment, Zhao Qiao stood at the doorway, her cheeks flushed to the point of feeling like they might ignite. She found herself at a standstill, neither able to enter nor retreat. Truly, she felt as though she might swoon from the embarrassment brought on by Lu Yuan's frivolous remarks. In truth, having escaped from within the borders at the tender age of 15, and later experienced the extravagant gatherings at the Yanhua Society, Zhao Qiao was no stranger to such frivolous talk. Frankly speaking, she had heard far worse. What storms had she not weathered? Yet, despite her immunity to such words in the past, hearing them from Lu Yuan's lips inexplicably made her feel shy, particularly when she heard him speak of his own peculiarities. She felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. Three, miss? Just as Zhao Qiao stood blushing at the door, unsure of how to proceed, an incredulous voice called from behind her. Turning her head, she saw Su Erlei and Lin Wensu standing behind her. Su Erlei recognized Zhao Qiao, having met her on her very first day. Now, he stared at her in astonishment, seemingly taken aback that such a noble figure as the three miss would be standing alone at his door. Was she seeking Lu Yuan? Could it be that Lu Yuan had gained such prominence? Upon seeing her visitors, Zhao Qiao quickly composed herself. Su Erlei hastily raised a bundle of flatbreads he held, while Lin Wensu lifted 2 jars containing today's boiled cabbage. Zhao Qiao paused at the sight of Lin Wensu, then arched an eyebrow and asked, "Are you friends of Lu Yuan?" Su Erlei, startled, nodded vigorously. "I am Yuan's best friend. We hail from the same village." Zhao Qiao nodded slightly and turned her gaze to Lin Wensu. He, unable to meet her eyes, lowered his head and cautiously replied, "Brother Yuan helped me. He is my benefactor." "Helped? In what way?" Zhao Qiao inquired, her expression curious. Sensing an opportunity to complain, Su Erlei chimed in, "Three miss. There is a fellow named Li Dahu in this courtyard who practices alongside you. He is quite troublesome. When you were away, he acted arrogantly in our courtyard and bullied others daily. Wensu was often a target, and it was Brother Yuan who couldn't stand it and invited Wensu to stay with us. Yet, Li Dahu still boasts that he will deal with us after you leave." Su Erlei was quite adept at reporting grievances. When he did, it was as if he had 2 voices. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was hurriedly dressing in his room. Having heard the commotion outside and knowing that Zhao Qiao had arrived, a cold sweat broke out on him. This could not be good. Surely, his earlier careless remarks had not been overheard. Just as he finished dressing and prepared to step out, he heard the system's cool voice. Random event completed. Zhao Qiao's danger level reduced. Congratulations, host. The danger level of the alluring yet treacherous Zhao Qiao has been completely neutralized. Your bond with Zhao Qiao has reached a perfect conclusion. Ding. Reward Celestial Master has been issued to the host system space. Please check. These prompts left Lu Yuan momentarily stunned. Hey, here it comes. The danger level has indeed been cleared, resulting in a reward. Moreover, it was precisely the reward Lu Yuan had long desired. No longer was it some trivial task such as cooking or farming. This was a genuine reward tailored for this bizarre world. Celestial Master. Although Lu Yuan had yet to open it, the title alone was enough for him to grasp its significance. Reflecting on how powerful the previous auxiliary tomes had made him, he could only imagine the might bestowed by Celestial Master. Nonetheless, as excited as he was, now was not the time to dwell on the reward. He needed to exit swiftly. After all, it took considerable effort to lower that danger level, and he mustn't allow it to rise again due to his earlier words. Upon stepping outside, however, Zhao Qiao had vanished. He only saw Su Erlei and Lin Wensu remaining. "Where's the 3 miss?" Lu Yuan inquired of Su Erlei. Su Erlei, taken aback, quickly replied, "She left. It seems 3 miss has fallen ill. Her face is quite red." Lu Yuan responded, Su Early continued, "She left this for you, saying you were injured and should apply it morning, noon, and night." Lu Yuan received the small porcelain bottle, staring at it in bewilderment, and remained silent. Curious, he asked what Zhao Chao had said earlier. After Su Early and Lin Winter recounted the conversation, Lu Yuan seemed to grasp the situation. The system had functioned correctly, and he had indeed completed the random event. However, Zhao Chao was unaware, thus the rewards remained unclaimed. Once she became aware, the event would be entirely complete. Lu Yuan speculated that perhaps Zhao Chao regarded him differently because he had assisted Lin Winsu, who was similarly a half-demon. Regardless of the reasoning, it was evident that Zhao Chao posed no danger to him. Yet, the meaning of the perfect conclusion of their bond remained a mystery. Perhaps it was a matter to ponder another time. After dinner, Su Early and Lin Winsu departed hastily, while Lu Yuan reclined on the warm kong, engrossed in the newly acquired Celestial Master. At first glance, he found it somewhat challenging, as many of the terms were unfamiliar to him. After all, he had never previously engaged in cultivation. He resolved to take it slowly, just as he had with the earlier books he had explored at his own pace. He was utterly captivated. With such a treasure in his possession, sleep eluded Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, Zhao Chao, lying on her bed, also found herself unable to slumber. Her face remained flushed and enchanting, while a silvery serpent tail peeked out from beneath the covers, swaying gently. Lying on her side, Zhao Chao gazed at her shimmering tail, blinked her beautiful eyes, and murmured softly, "Is there truly such affection?" Chapter 12. What? Doesn't seem quite right. The next day, at dawn, Lu Yuan awoke early, dressed, and made his way to the mine. As for the medicine Zhao Chao had given him, Lu Yuan had forgotten to apply it, primarily because it was unnecessary. Blessed with an exceptional physique, he could easily recover from minor ailments after a good night's sleep. Of course, recovery couldn't be too swift, after all. Such severe bruising typically took about 10 days to 2 weeks to fade. If he were to heal overnight, it would raise suspicions. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had control over his remarkable recovery abilities. As Lu Yuan ascended the mountain, Li Dahu and his 2 companions followed closely behind, each nursing a bruise on their faces. They harbored a deep resentment toward Lu Yuan. How could this fellow be so formidable? None of them could even match his strength. One of them, glancing at Lu Yuan's retreating figure, muttered bitterly. Li Dahu, with a hint of jealousy, chimed in, "Of course. Just look at how much favor this kid received from San Yang. He dined on high-grade spirit food, and occasionally even indulged in spirit stone powder. Naturally, he would be powerful." Upon hearing Li Dahu's words, the other 2 nodded in agreement. Indeed, during their previous confrontation, they had felt inexplicably weaker compared to before. But now, reflecting on it, they realized that Lu Yuan was daily treated to the finest provisions by San Yang, which undoubtedly contributed to his prowess. At that moment, Li Dahu's tone shifted to one of smugness. However, those days are long gone. Just look at his neck. It must have been pinched by San Yang. She is such a gentle person, yet she resorted to violence, which speaks volumes about her anger at the time. Once San Yang ceases to favor him, his strength will certainly diminish. The other 2, who had been sulking, nodded vigorously, affirming what our big brother said is true. Before long, they arrived at the Grand Mining Cave. As before, the group took their seats. Shortly after settling in, Zhao Chao emerged from a side chamber. Her first glance was directed at Lu Yuan's spot. Upon noticing he had already taken his seat, she momentarily froze before glaring at him with her beautiful eyes, scolding, "Isn't it what I said? Get lost. I don't want to see you." No one had anticipated Zhao Chao's attitude would be so severe. Others were bewildered, wondering why the typically gentle San Yang was so harsh today. It was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor, especially towards Lu Yuan, who was her favorite disciple. Her favoritism was such that anyone who witnessed it would feel envious. However, the others were unaware of the events that transpired between Lu Yuan and Zhao Chao the previous day, leaving them perplexed. Meanwhile, Li Dahu and his companions, understanding the situation, were barely able to suppress their laughter. Yes, that's the way to go. Who would have thought San Yang was so angry that she forbade Lu Yuan from training? Lu Yuan, on his part, was equally bewildered. This didn't make sense. Wasn't the danger level completely eliminated? Hadn't he previously mentioned that even biological parents should carry at least a low level of danger? Yet Zhao Chao exhibited none, which should imply they had a superlative relationship. It dawned on Lu Yuan that assisting Zhao Chao with her training was indeed dangerous. Her decision to prevent him from aiding her suggested that she felt entirely safe around him. However, Zhao Qiao's demeanor. Was it still because of his earlier comment about wanting to touch her tail? Was she being petty over a casual remark he made? Even though he hadn't actually touched it? With that thought, Lu Yuan rose from his seat and looked at Zhao Qiao, bewildered. She, however, ignored him and walked straight towards the central seat, lightly huffing. Just sit over there and rest. Zhao Qiao's refusal to let Lu Yuan approach only made him more inclined to stay put. Who would want to go mine stones? Moreover, Lu Yuan was no longer intimidated by Zhao Qiao. In the past, Zhao Qiao had sweetly complimented him, saying, "Oh, Lu Yuan, you are so talented. You are amazing." Each time, he felt anxious and uneasy, as if she had 1,000 ulterior motives. Yet now, her cold demeanor and occasional reprimands brought him a strange sense of comfort. It wasn't he that Lu Yuan derived pleasure from being scolded. Rather, he sensed that this was Zhao Qiao's genuine self. And he felt more at ease in their interactions. Of course, the fundamental reason for his newfound confidence stemmed from the absence of any perceived danger from her. Speaking of this system's danger level, Lu Yuan suddenly recalled something and glanced up at Zhao Qiao. Hey, where did that line of text go? It was gone? At that moment, he remembered the system had previously indicated, your bond with Zhao Qiao has reached a perfect conclusion. Suddenly, everything clicked. Upon completely eliminating Zhao Qiao's danger level and receiving rewards, that line of text had vanished. It was understandable. Perhaps it was a safeguard against potential bugs. After all, Zhao Qiao was a living person, not a mere NPC from a game. Just because she posed no danger now didn't mean the future would remain the same. If he were to approach her and give her a slap, would the danger level not spike immediately? And then, as he sought ways to reduce it again, could he exploit the system to continue earning rewards? That was how Lu Yuan perceived it. Naturally, the reasons behind the disappearance of the danger level were inconsequential. He had resolved never to intentionally provoke Zhao Qiao in the future. If it was gone, then so be it. At that moment, Zhao Qiao also noticed something was amiss. Where had that line of text gone? It had been there just yesterday, and her affinity for him had even risen, unlocking 2 new tags, top-tier medical skills and top-tier culinary skills. How could it have vanished completely? Could it be that after striking him yesterday, Lu Yuan had become so angry that he lost all affection for her, causing that line of text to disappear? Zhao Qiao felt a wave of panic. Logically, she shouldn't have been flustered. After all, what were their respective statuses? Why should she care about Lu Yuan's feelings towards her? Why would she even want his affection? How ridiculous. Yet, in that moment, she found herself unnerved. Gazing at Lu Yuan, who was now seated nearby, she suddenly asked, "Have you had breakfast yet?" Huh? Lu Yuan was taken aback and shook his head. "No, I thought we weren't allowed to eat during morning training. I didn't know I wouldn't be participating today." Zhao Qiao blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, "I have some pastries in my room. You can go and help yourself." Upon hearing Zhao Qiao's words, regardless of how others reacted, Li Dahu and his companions, who had been on the verge of laughter, abruptly fell silent, their faces filled with confusion. Wait, what's going on? Chapter 13. You are not human. You are simply unbelievable. After a brief pause, Lu Yuan emerged from the side room, cradling an exquisite food box, adorned with the elegantly engraved words Yu Zhai. This establishment is the most renowned restaurant in Taining City, the largest city beyond the frontier, accessible only to those with considerable power and influence. Take it aside to eat, but do not make a sound, Zhao Qiao instructed, dismissing Lu Yuan and turning her attention to the others to begin their cultivation. At that moment, the group was filled with confusion. Wasn't it a fact that no one else could enter the side chamber of the third lady? How had Lu Yuan managed to enter? Moreover, what right did he have to enjoy delicacies from Yu Zhai? The group was at a loss, unable to ponder further as the cultivation commenced. The subsequent events unfolded simply. The mine remained unchanged from its previous state, with one notable addition, a hamster. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on a mat beside the mine, the food box placed in front of him. It must be said, the reputation of Yu Zhai was well-deserved. The chef was truly remarkable, and the food was delectable. Each piece of delicately crafted pastry resembled a work of art, and savoring them was sheer delight. Since Lu Yuan had entered the mine, his culinary experiences had been quite dismal. Day after day, he was served either stewed potatoes or boiled cabbage, with a large barrel of vegetables devoid of any meat. In truth, Lu Yuan did possess the means to purchase meat, but the strict rules of the mine forbade him from venturing outside. He was confined to consuming those bland offerings. Although Lu Yuan had once been a resident of Earth, accustomed to a variety of flavors, he found his palate utterly starved here. longing for something more flavorful. Now, however, he was indulging in a feast. Zhao Qiao barely had a few pieces of the pastries before Lu Yuan consumed the entirety, his cheeks stuffed to the brim, resembling a large hamster. Suddenly, as he was eating, Lu Yuan's expression shifted, and he began to pound on his chest. The commotion drew the attention of the cultivators, who opened their eyes to witness Lu Yuan's distress. They quickly glanced at Zhao Qiao, who looked at Lu Yuan with a bemused expression, rolling her eyes before gently saying, "Look at your anxious demeanor. No one is competing with you. There's water in the room. Go fetch it." Without hesitation, Lu Yuan complied, knowing that the Shennong physique was impervious to poison but not to choking. He promptly rose to retrieve water from Zhao Qiao's room. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiao addressed the others. Continue. The rest of the group was left dumbfounded, especially Li Dehu and his companions. What on earth was happening? If the third lady had an affection for Lu Yuan, she was unusually indifferent towards him now. Moreover, she had even prohibited him from cultivating. Yet, if she did not care for him, why was she allowing him in her chamber when no one else was permitted? Observing the situation, it was evident to everyone that although the third lady was gentle and accommodating, she placed great importance on cultivation. If anyone else were to disrupt the process, she would undoubtedly become genuinely upset. However, with Lu Yuan, she merely expressed mild discontent, not out of anger at his disturbance, but rather for his gluttony. A hint of affection tinged in her reproach. As noon arrived, as was customary, the cultivation concluded, leaving everyone exhausted and sprawled on their mats. Zhao Qiao's attendants entered with spiritual food. Although this food was deemed nutritious due to its cultivation with spiritual stones, its taste was far from delightful. The flavors were often altered, especially for plants nurtured by spiritual stones, which varied in quality. Typically, the less palatable the plant was for humans, the more refined the resulting spiritual food. Thus, the mind's offerings consisted of wild greens, bitter herbs, and medicinal plants, truly unappetizing fare. Lu Yuan had opted out of cultivation today, and thus had no intention of eating. As usual, a portion of premium spiritual food had been brought in for him alone. However, seeing this, the others were filled with envy, casting furtive glances at one another, contemplating seizing Lu Yuan's share. At that moment, Zhao Qiao turned to Lu Yuan and asked, "Why aren't you getting your spiritual food?" Lu Yuan, taken aback, replied, "I didn't cultivate today, so I thought I would skip it." Zhao Qiao retorted, "That is excellent nourishment. Even if you haven't cultivated, it's still beneficial for your body. Go get it." Lu Yuan countered, "But it's too bitter." However, Zhao Qiao shot him a stern look, exclaiming, "How can you not recognize what is good for you? Hurry." Lu Yuan was not oblivious to the benefits of the food. Rather, he was simply overwhelmed. His body was already saturated with the nutrients from the previous meals. After all, Zhao Qiao had been feeding him to aid his swift recovery. Yet, as a Shennong, the daily cultivation had not adversely affected him. The beneficial substances had merely accumulated within him, rendering them unnecessary at this point. Thus, eating more would simply be wasteful, especially given the unpalatable taste of the food. Naturally, Lu Yuan wished to avoid it. This situation left the others in the mind exasperated. Was Lu Yuan even human? How could he refuse such an exquisite offering of spiritual food? What pretense was he putting on with that disdainful expression? Ultimately, amid the collective frustration and Lu Yuan's resigned demeanor, he took the premium spiritual food and began to eat voraciously. Typically at this hour, Zhao Qiao would retreat to her side chamber to cultivate alone. However, this time she remained, silently observing Lu Yuan until he finished his meal. Then, she stated, "Apply the medicine." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback and then reached into his pocket, blinking as he realized, "I forgot to bring the medicine." Zhao Qiao sighed, slightly pouting her enticing red lips, before standing and saying, "Come with me into the room." Chapter 14. Why is your face so red? In the brightly lit side chamber, expensive spiritual lamps illuminated the space. Crafted from spirit stones, these lamps radiated a brightness comparable to that of earthly electric lights. Having entered several times before, the chamber had always appeared dark and indistinct. Now, with the spiritual lamps aglow, Lu Yuan finally discerned the true nature of this side chamber. It was originally a small mine, but it had been meticulously cleaned. Lavish furniture made of precious Wang Wali would adorn the room, and the once uneven floor was now covered with a thick carpet, suggesting that these items had been transported from Tianing City. Zhao Qiao had always possessed an impeccable aesthetic sense, evident not only in her attire, but also in the elegance of the furnishings. with his torso bare. Lu Yuan tended to the dark purplish bruises on his neck, while Zhao Qiaoer sat behind him, assisting in the care of the bruises at the back of his neck. The sharpness of her crimson-painted nails pricked at his skin, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from Lu Yuan. He was acutely aware of pain. Despite being of the Shennong physique, it did not render him immune to sensations of discomfort or cold. He could feel everything that a normal person would, albeit with a unique resilience. For instance, in the depths of winter, while an ordinary person might succumb to the cold after a night outdoors, Lu Yuan, though shivering and uncomfortable, would not perish. This peculiarity of the Shennong physique seemingly bore flaws, but in truth, it was a form of perfection. After all, if the Shennong physique were to attain absolute perfection by being devoid of sensation, it would render intimate experiences utterly devoid of feeling, akin to being a eunuch. Yet, recalling how he had merely poked Lu Yuan earlier, Zhao Qiaoer could not help but exclaim, "Serves you right. Who told you to wander into someone else's room?" Though her words were sharp, her touch softened, as if she feared causing him further pain. Lu Yuan, sensing her concern, replied with a hint of exasperation, "My lady, this is truly unfair. We had just risen to eat when someone in the courtyard claimed you were looking for me. I thought there was urgency, so I hastily came without a second thought." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiaoer narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and inquired, "Who conveyed that message?" Logically, Lu Yuan should not disclose Li Dehu's name, for he had no evidence. Nevertheless, he knew it was Li Dehu, who had been waiting with his companions to witness his embarrassment. It was definitely Li Dehu, Lu Yuan stated directly. Zhao Qiaoer nodded subtly, remaining silent. Uncertain of her thoughts, Lu Yuan pondered how to deal with Li Dehu in the future. Suddenly, Zhao Qiaoer asked, "Are you upset?" Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Not really. I don't have any issues with that guy." Before he could finish, Zhao Qiaoer interrupted, "I wasn't referring to him, but to me." Eventually, Zhao Qiaoer voiced her concern. Despite their previous conversation indicating that he was not angry with her, she had come to understand that Lu Yuan was quite adept at feigning emotions. Lu Yuan was taken aback, then earnestly replied, "How could I be? This matter is Li Dehu's fault. It has nothing to do with us. How could I possibly be upset with you, my lady?" Hearing this, Zhao Qiaoer exhaled softly, relieved to sense that he indeed bore no resentment towards her. Yet, she could not fathom the inexplicable disappearance of certain words. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that it was good that Lu Yuan did not hold any grudges against her due to this incident. However, Lu Yuan could not contain his feelings of dissatisfaction, "But there is still a bit of resentment in my heart." What do you mean?" Zhao Qiaoer felt elated that Lu Yuan was willing to speak more openly with her, especially about his innermost feelings. With a frown, Lu Yuan declared, at that moment, "I was indeed captivated by your charm and spoke a thoughtless truth, but I didn't actually touch anything. If I had, then perhaps it would have been worth the consequences, but this." Before he could finish, Zhao Qiaoer, with her delicate fingers stained with crimson polish, pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Her exquisite face flushed a deep crimson, nearly radiating steam. Lu Yuan's words had utterly mortified her. The notion of being enchanted by her tale, of speaking innermost thoughts, and the implication of touch were all too much, especially since just the night before she had overheard him mention things like licking and nibbling for an entire night. After struggling to forget those words, Lu Yuan had suddenly brought them up again in her presence. "All right, enough of that. Let us not discuss this any further." Lu Yuan shrugged, choosing to let it go. What was past was past. What mattered was that they were on good terms now. A moment of silence enveloped them, the side chamber settling into a tranquil atmosphere. To be honest, it felt somewhat awkward, and Lu Yuan, unable to endure the tension any longer, sought to change the subject. I truly regret delaying your cultivation." Zhao Qiaoer, attentively applying the ointment to Lu Yuan's injuries, casually responded, "It's nothing. It's not of much use anyway." Reflecting on Zhao Qiaoer's somewhat disheartened words, Lu Yuan recalled the pain sounds he had heard upon entering the side chamber and the state in which he first encountered her. Zhao Qiaoer's body had transformed into a figure of stunning beauty through her cultivation, reminiscent of how mountain spirits would take on human forms through their own practices. The serpent's tail was an inherent part of her being. Given that half-demons typically despise their true nature, they would rarely reveal their true selves. If that were the case, "My lady, do you have an ailment? Shall we take a look?" My lady, are you truly unwell? Why is your face so red?" Chapter 15. Why panic? It can be cured. Zhao Qiaoer felt her cheeks flush for no particular reason. She was still reeling from the remarks made by Lu Yuan moments ago. She quickly said, "It's hot." "Hot?" Lu Yuan replied, bemused. It was nearly winter. And while the mine was indeed warmer than the outside, it hardly warranted the description of hot. However, Lu Yuan was not foolish. After some contemplation, he understood. He chuckled lightly and decided to change the subject. "Your Highness, shall we take a look?" Zhao Qiao slightly shook her head. "It's not an illness." She was aware of Lu Yuan's medical expertise, having seen the accolades above his head. Yet, she understood her own condition well. It was not an ailment. Lu Yuan, however, waved his hand dismissively. "Whether it is or not, let us examine it. It is no trouble at all." "Examine? How do we do that?" Zhao Qiao inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Lu Yuan had already turned around, instructing her to place her wrist on the table. He then began to feel her pulse with 2 fingers. Zhao Qiao found his method of examination rather peculiar, having never witnessed such a practice before. At that moment, some might interject, "Oh, this is nothing unusual. It's traditional Chinese medicine." Indeed, Lu Yuan employed the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. However, it must be noted that despite its ancient roots, this world lacked the foundations of such a practice. So, what methods were employed here in the absence of traditional Chinese medicine? The approach resembled Western medicine, where patients would describe their ailments and treatments would be prescribed based on their descriptions. It must be said that the medical practices in this world left much to be desired. Yet, this was not due to a lack of intelligence among the populace. It was a matter of supply and demand. The wealthy did not seek medical attention, nor did they resort to common herbal remedies. They directly consumed spiritual foods for their nourishment. Such spiritual foods were extraordinarily effective. Conversely, it was the impoverished who sought medical assistance. If they developed strange maladies or suffered from inadequately skilled physicians, their fate was often sealed. The wealthy relied on spiritual foods. Thus there was little demand for ordinary medical practices, leading to stagnation in medical advancement. Consequently, one could describe the medical knowledge here as rudimentary. While spiritual foods could remedy many ailments, the lack of advanced medical practices meant that some complex conditions remained untreatable. Medical knowledge acted like a foundation, without a solid base. No matter how opulent the materials, one could not construct a towering edifice. "What is this?" Zhao Qiao gazed at Lu Yuan with curiosity. Lu Yuan looked up, raising an eyebrow. "Shoo, do not speak while I take your pulse." Zhao Qiao blinked, choosing silence. Regarding Lu Yuan's medical skills, Zhao Qiao had not only gleaned information from the accolades above him, but had also sent someone to investigate him shortly after they met. After all, having someone with such impressive credentials before her warranted thorough inquiry. Yet, Zhao Qiao had explained that her condition was not an illness, but rather an injury sustained over half a year ago in the Taiyuan Mountains, where she encountered a formidable ghostly being. Despite the ghost's formidable powers, Zhao Qiao, having attained the strength of a celestial master by the age of 15, was ultimately superior. However, she had not anticipated the ghost's poison to be so potent, as it had spread from her palm to her entire arm over 6 months. Now, her left arm had begun to lose mobility. If it spread to her heart in a few months, she would be in grave danger. Thus, Zhao Qiao was anxious to use the spiritual power of the blood spirit stone to eliminate the poison. However, she was sorely disappointed to find it utterly ineffective. Would she die? Not immediately, as the poison had only spread to her arm. After a few days of trying, if there was still no improvement, she would be forced to seek help from her elder sister, with whom she had a strained relationship. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's expression turned grave after examining one wrist. He withdrew his hand and said, "Now, let us check the other hand." Zhao Qiao did not protest and promptly switched to her other hand. Since Lu Yuan was so eager, she did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm, treating him as a child. "This method of examination is something I have never..." Zhao Qiao began, but was abruptly silenced by Lu Yuan's stern gaze and a sharp hush. Taken aback, she immediately fell silent. This young man, though not much older, had quite the temper. Thus, Zhao Qiao remained quiet, while Lu Yuan continued to examine her pulse diligently. This was indeed the most severe case Lu Yuan had encountered. In the past, his patients had mostly suffered from minor ailments. It was not that the severity of the illness was insignificant. In his village, anyone with the slightest headache or fever would come directly to him without delay. This situation was rather serious. The poison had already begun to affect her heart. If left unattended for another month or two, it could very well be fatal. Initially, Zhao Qiao nodded, impressed that Lu Yuan could detect the poison within her body. However, upon reflection, she thought, Poison affecting the heart? How is that possible? It is merely contained in my left arm. Zhao Qiaoer gazed at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Lu Yuan confirmed, indeed. He then grasped her arm and pressed on several acupoints. At that moment, Zhao Qiaoer felt a sharp pain in her heart. Yet, she was so overwhelmed that she failed to register the pain, her body drenched in cold sweat. This cannot be happening, she thought. The poison was only supposed to be along one pathway. When had another hidden line reached her heart? Had Lu Yuan not pressed the acupoints, she would have remained oblivious. In a rush of panic, Zhao Qiaoer thought, am I truly going to die? As Zhao Qiaoer spiraled into fear, Lu Yuan's calm voice cut through. Why panic? It can be cured. Chapter 16. You restore the serpent's tail. At that moment, Zhao Qiaoer gazed in astonishment at Lu Yuan, who was already beginning to dress beside her. Can it really be healed? She questioned. Lu Yuan nodded as he rose, fastening the buttons of his clothing, and replied, Tools? What tools? With that, Lu Yuan vanished without a trace, leaving Zhao Qiaoer in a state of bewilderment. Is this a joke? This can really save me? It can't be possible. All of Lu Yuan's belongings were stored within the confines of the system's space. Nevertheless, he decided to follow the necessary procedures. Otherwise, explaining himself if discovered would be cumbersome. The item Lu Yuan needed was a medical kit awarded by the system, containing various traditional Chinese medical instruments. This reward was granted after Lu Yuan had mastered all the books provided by the system. Such rewards were not arbitrary, but tailored to the specific knowledge acquired. For instance, after comprehensively understanding Shennong, the system gifted him with tools like hoes and shovels. Similarly, upon mastering Food God, he received items such as iron pots and spatulas. After lingering at the foot of the mountain for a moment and ensuring no one was around, Lu Yuan retrieved the medical kit from the system's space and ascended the mountain once more. It remained unclear what Lu Yuan was up to. Naturally, he had little to say to the group, and he promptly entered the side room by pushing open the door. In truth, his actions could be deemed a salvation for this group of individuals. Greatness requires no further elaboration. Upon entering, Lu Yuan wasted no time and placed the medical kit directly on the ground. Then, under Zhao Qiaoer's perplexed gaze, he unfolded a rolled cloth package from the wooden box onto the table. Indeed, it was acupuncture. Zhao Qiaoer's affliction was deeply entrenched. However, regarding acupuncture, Lu Yuan pinched a silver needle between his fingers and looked towards Zhao Qiaoer. She was completely unfamiliar with the concept of pulse diagnosis, let alone acupuncture. Many people find the latter difficult to accept. Not only in this realm but even on Earth, it is often met with skepticism. While it does not hurt, the sight of a glimmering needle poised to pierce the flesh can be unsettling. This is even more pronounced for the inhabitants of this world. When Lu Yuan previously presented silver needles to villagers for treatment, he was met with outright refusals. If they rejected his offer, so be it. He would not force them to accept his help. If they chose to forego their lives, that was their decision. With the silver needle now in hand, Lu Yuan waved it in front of the bewildered Zhao Qiaoer. Under normal circumstances, she would undoubtedly reject such a procedure. What is this? You intend to stab me with that? Zhao Qiaoer thought of dark sorcery, curses, bloodletting, and various malicious practices, things she was all too familiar with. However, after a brief contemplation, she lightly nodded her head, stating, I can accept it. This was partly due to an inexplicable trust in Lu Yuan, and also because, given her current predicament, what choice did she have? It appeared that she had at most a month or two left to live, unable even to survive through the year. Thus, acceptance was her only recourse. Seeing Zhao Qiaoer acquiesce, Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Had she refused, he would have simply gathered his belongings and departed. He was not one to impose himself on others. With that, Lu Yuan addressed Zhao Qiaoer, please sit still. While I administer the needles, you must not move or speak. We will only conclude when I remove the silver needle. Zhao Qiaoer earnestly nodded, adjusting her previously crossed legs to sit properly. Lu Yuan then grew serious. Now, remove the clothing from your left side. He spoke earnestly, and after a brief pause, Zhao Qiaoer complied without hesitation. She was not one to shy away easily, and had no inclination for pretense. Soon, her left shoulder was exposed, revealing a crimson undergarment and her fair, smooth skin before Lu Yuan. He gulped, unable to suppress his reaction, as Zhao Qiaoer's feminine features were quite pronounced. Though she was typically unembarrassed, Lu Yuan's reaction made her slightly turn her face away, a hint of shyness gracing her otherwise exquisite visage. Lu Yuan steadied himself before beginning the acupuncture. His movements were swift and steady. Within approximately half a minute, He had completed 7 or 8 needles. After finishing, he sat beside her, observing the expressions that flitted across Zhao Qiao's face. Initially marked by shyness, her expression morphed into skepticism, then astonishment, and finally culminated in elation. It works. It truly works. In reality, from the moment Lu Yuan inserted the first needle, Zhao Qiao felt the extraordinary effects taking hold. The discomfort that had plagued her arm was alleviated. The first needle had already made a difference. With the subsequent 6 or 7 needles, the relief became increasingly pronounced. By the time the final needle was placed, she sensed the toxins within her body, especially around her heart, being effectively regulated. It was crucial to note that controlling these toxins had previously seemed impossible, making expulsion from her body equally unattainable. Now that Lu Yuan could manage the toxins, she was confident he could indeed detoxify her. Zhao Qiao turned to Lu Yuan, wishing to express her thoughts, yet she recalled his earlier instruction to remain still and silent. Just then, with a series of swift motions, Lu Yuan removed all the silver needles from her body. Huh? Zhao Qiao, caught in the throes of feeling the toxins being controlled and directed, was momentarily bewildered. She looked at Lu Yuan, who stood beside her holding the silver needles, and asked, "Is it done? It seems like it hasn't worked yet, and you've already taken out the needles. Is there a problem?" For a moment, anxiety washed over her. Lu Yuan shook his head and reassured her, "Of course not. This was merely to give you a taste of the results. How does it feel? I told you it could be healed, and now you see it is indeed effective." Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Zhao Qiao was filled with excitement, nodding vigorously. "Lu Yuan, you are truly amazing." Her exhilaration was palpable, yet before she could continue, Lu Yuan interjected, "Hold on. Let us skip the pleasantries. To be honest, we aren't that familiar with each other, and since I'm helping you, it is only fair to discuss some form of compensation." At this, Zhao Qiao felt a twinge of disappointment. While she was not the type to expect others to provide assistance without recompense, Lu Yuan's remark about their lack of familiarity struck a chord with her. However, his point was valid. They were indeed not well acquainted, especially considering how she had previously treated him. It was only natural that she would not take advantage of someone without cause. "You have saved the life of Her Highness. Speak your desires, and I shall fulfill them, for I am capable of granting any request." Zhao Qiao's words, though seemingly brazen, carry a weight of audacity in this frontier territory, where she indeed possesses the means to be so bold. However, what Zhao Qiao did not anticipate was that, upon uttering her proclamation, the usually solemn Lu Yuan would reveal a hint of a mischievous grin. Before Zhao Qiao could even comprehend the implications, Lu Yuan, with a sly smile, remarked, "Or perhaps, you could eliminate me, but rest assured, I would not come to your aid." Zhao Qiao. Chapter 17. Lu Yuan's words rendered Zhao Qiao momentarily speechless. The exquisite blush that had rarely faded from her beautiful face deepened to a vivid scarlet in an instant. Regaining her composure, Zhao Qiao turned her gaze aside, her voice trembling as she stammered, "And no, that's not possible. How about something else? The Empress can give you silver, or grant you a residence, or anything else you desire." To be honest, regarding the matter of exposing her tail, there was nothing inherently wrong with it. After all, it was merely allowing him to touch a part of her being. How significant could that be? It was a trivial request. This part of her was not particularly private, truth be told. Zhao Qiao had unknowingly caused the demise of numerous individuals with her tail in the past, yet for reasons she could not articulate. She found herself unwilling to comply with Lu Yuan's sudden request to touch her tail. Though it should have been an uncomplicated matter, Zhao Qiao simply refused. In response to her hesitations, Lu Yuan shot her a stern glare and firmly stated, "No, I have no need for money. Honestly speaking, if I truly desired wealth, I possess the capability to earn it. Besides, if I wanted to make money, I wouldn't be here." Zhao Qiao blinked in surprise at his words and then replied, "Then, the Empress can teach you powerful techniques, exceptional skills. They're truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan outright rejected her offer. Had it been 2 days prior, before he had acquired the teachings of the Celestial Master, he might have considered it. After all, touching a great serpent's tail was not as enticing as learning powerful skills from Zhao Qiao, who was undoubtedly a significant figure in Taining City. Being one of the top 3 presidents of a prominent trading association, her techniques were bound to be formidable. However, Lu Yuan now possessed the knowledge of the Celestial Master. Although he had not yet fully explored its depths, his understanding of the system's texts led him to believe that they were extraordinarily potent. Therefore, Zhao Qiaoer's teachings held little appeal for him, and he declined once more. Seeing Zhao Qiaoer steadfastly refuse, Lu Yuan grew impatient and exclaimed, "Will you just agree already? It's merely a touch of the tail. Is that so difficult? If you continue to refuse, I might just leave. You would truly lose out." His exasperation made Zhao Qiaoer want to laugh. He was so eager. Here was an opportunity for wealth, yet he rejected it. A chance to learn powerful techniques, also dismissed. He insisted solely on touching her tail. Zhao Qiaoer couldn't fathom his reasoning. Did he genuinely desire it this much? She herself found it rather unappealing. Observing Lu Yuan's impatient demeanor, Zhao Qiaoer, sitting gracefully in her chair, finally blushed and said, If you heal me, then I will allow you to touch it." Lu Yuan blinked, contemplated for a moment, and then shook his head resolutely. "No. What if you change your mind? Once I heal you, and you feel better, you might just deny me and cast me aside. Who would I turn to for justice? No, it must be now. I have already shown you my abilities. Now it's your turn." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's insistence, Zhao Qiaoer felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. What was there to reconsider? Only you find this appealing. Divine gold. Ultimately, feeling both exasperated and bashful, Zhao Qiaoer shot Lu Yuan a significant glare and scolded him. "You foolish man, truly unable to discern right from wrong. Do not regret this." With that, a flash of silver light enveloped her, and Zhao Qiaoer transformed. The Zhao Qiaoer after her ancestral return was markedly different from her previous self, as had been previously discussed. However, Lu Yuan had not observed it closely yesterday. The room had been dimly lit by merely 2 candles, making it difficult to see. Moreover, before he could take a proper look, Zhao Qiaoer had seized him, leaving him unable to fully appreciate her transformation. Now, with several spiritual lights illuminating the room, it was bright and clear, revealing her true form. As previously mentioned, the most striking difference in Zhao Qiaoer after her transformation was her aura. She had shifted from a gentle and enchanting noblewoman to a bewitchingly alluring figure, accentuated by her slightly pointed ears and vertical pupils, exuding a chilling queenly presence. This image felt utterly fitting. It was as if a man lay at her feet, calling her empress. Of course, Zhao Qiaoer now possessed a shimmering, silvery serpent tail instead of feet. This tail was truly exquisite, glimmering as if adorned with countless jewels. Whether it was the glow of the surrounding spiritual lights or an inherent quality, it radiated brilliance. From the moment Lu Yuan first encountered Zhao Qiaoer in this form, he could not help but think how much she resembled Medusa from the anime Dopar. However, unlike the anime's Medusa, who always appeared commanding and confident, Zhao Qiaoer now exhibited a striking contrast. Despite her icy demeanor, she dared not meet Lu Yuan's gaze, instead turning her profile away. Her regal expression tinged with a hint of crimson. This juxtaposition was truly remarkable. She was an exalted queen, yet displayed a bashful countenance, especially as her serpent tail anxiously swept across the luxurious beast skin carpet beneath her. Unable to contain himself, Lu Yuan approached Zhao Qiaoer, crouching down to reach out and caress the scales of her magnificent tail. The moment his hand made contact, Zhao Qiaoer emitted a soft, bashful sound, which only heightened her embarrassment as she instinctively recoiled slightly. "It's so smooth," Lu Yuan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had anticipated that the scales would be rigid and cold, yet they felt as smooth as jade, providing a most delightful sensation. Hearing Lu Yuan's praise, Zhao Qiaoer turned her exquisitely beautiful face slightly toward him, frowning in embarrassment as she retorted, "No talking." "Fine, no talking." Lu Yuan focused intently on stroking her tail, reveling in the exquisite sensation. After a few minutes, Zhao Qiaoer could no longer bear it. Why was he pressing his face so close? Flushed with embarrassment, she gently pushed at his head with her delicate hand and urged, Okay. Lu Yuan looked up to meet her gaze, captivated by her beauty, and earnestly asked, "Can I have a taste?" Zhao Qiaoer gasped, "Huh?" Chapter 18. The Peasant's Abode. Cultivating the land inside the side chamber, tranquility enveloped the space. Lu Yuan was bent over the table, wielding a self-crafted pencil, diligently inscribing words onto the paper. Zhao Qiaoer sat quietly beside him, observing intently. The left side of Zhao Qiaoer's body was adorned with silver needles. In about 7 or 8 days, the toxins within the lady's body would be completely eradicated. While Lu Yuan continued to write, he remarked, "Since we are capable of curing the lady's ailment, there is no need to inflict harm upon those individuals. Their parents are counting on them to succeed and support them in their old age." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Zhao Qiaoer felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Indeed, Lu Yuan was aware. Initially, she bore no burden regarding such matters, but his revelation sparked an unprecedented sense of guilt within her, akin to being caught in wrongdoing. Let's also prepare some herbal remedies for them. During these days of treating you, I can ensure they have some to help them recover. Lu Yuan suggested, proceeding to write down the names of the herbs on a fresh piece of paper. Zhao Qiao gazed at him in astonishment. Could he truly dispel the malevolent forces that had entered their bodies? Lu Yuan. How remarkably capable he was. Such skills seemed far beyond those of a mere 15 or 16-year-old youth, particularly since Zhao Qiao had previously investigated Lu Yuan and found no evidence of formal medical training. He had spent all these years in the village, never venturing far. So, was he self-taught? A prodigy? After completing the 2 lists, Lu Yuan exited the side chamber, only to be met by eager gazes from the onlookers. Yet, no one dared to inquire when they would resume their training, as the usual afternoon practice had been conspicuously absent. It felt akin to a classroom where the teacher had yet to announce the lesson. And no one was foolish enough to prompt the teacher. Lu Yuan approached the entrance of the mine, surveying the surroundings before calling out, "Sister Lu Yu." Immediately, a maidservant, Zhao Qiao's personal attendant, stepped forward. Lu Yuan handed her the 2 lists, stating, "Sister Lu Yu, these are the medicinal herbs the lady requires. Please ensure you procure them before nightfall." Without hesitation, Lu Yu instructed those nearby to descend to Qinghe town for the purchase. She did not engage with the eager onlookers and promptly re-entered the side chamber. Subsequently, Lu Yuan prepared a small iron basin and retrieved a sharp knife from the medical kit. Once everything was in place, he squatted beside Zhao Qiao's delicate and alluring legs, steadying the blade against her slender wrist and making a precise incision. Instantly, a viscous stream of foul-smelling, dark red toxic blood flowed from the wound, dripping into the basin Lu Yuan had prepared. After approximately 3 to 5 minutes, the toxic blood had been fully drained. Lu Yuan then took out a piece of homemade gauze to bandage Zhao Qiao's wrist, followed by the removal of the silver needles. Next, Lu Yuan meticulously tidied his instruments. Once Zhao Qiao had dressed, she tilted her head slightly and playfully asked, "Are you angry?" "Oh dear, I didn't mean to. It just happened so suddenly." Lu Yuan continued to focus on his task, remaining silent. Observing his demeanor, Zhao Qiao found it difficult to suppress her laughter. She approached Lu Yuan, gently tugging at his sleeve, and sweetly implored, "Oh dear, I realized my mistake. Please forgive me this once." Such a captivatingly beautiful and elegantly refined woman, resembling a mischievous bride, was difficult for anyone to resist, especially with her soft and melodious tone of apology. "What are you doing? We aren't married yet. And I have yet to experience the pleasures of a woman," Lu Yuan exclaimed, turning to her with a faint scowl. His thigh still burned from her earlier antics. Hearing his words, Zhao Qiao blushed, then playfully retorted, "Who told you to be so forward? It was merely a reflex." All right. Why are you so temperamental?" "I acknowledge my mistake," she continued, her tone softening. With the moment passed, Lu Yuan chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and said, "An apology suffices, but if apologies were truly effective, what need would there be for officials? You've now incurred a debt to me. The next time I wish to touch or kiss you, you must transform into something more enticing." Zhao Qiao, upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, felt her stunning visage turn crimson once more. How could this young man speak so provocatively? Ultimately, she shot him a flirtatious glare, exclaiming, "You little rascal." Zhao Qiao neither agreed nor refused. Instead, she playfully poked Lu Yuan's forehead with her elegantly manicured finger before striding towards the door. Upon stepping outside, Lu Yuan heard her icy reprimand. "What is all this commotion? Have you no sense of decorum?" Inside, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow at Zhao Qiao's unusually cold scolding. It seemed she had dropped her facade. The following morning, the weather was splendid, with clear skies and brilliant sunshine. In the open space outside the mine, a large iron pot simmered with a concoction of bitter herbs. Indeed, the taste was unbearably acrid, and each person held a bowl filled with the dark brown medicinal liquid, forced to take a sip that contorted their faces in disgust. Each individual was required to consume 3 large bowls, with even a single drop less deemed unacceptable. Lu Yu, Zhao Qiao's maid, stood by, supervising the consumption. Zhao Qiao lounged nearby, reclining elegantly in a mahogany chair, her long legs crossed. One foot adorned with a black velvet high heel, swaying gently to reveal her delicate ankle. "Wang Yong, report to Wang Lin village in a month," Zhao Qiao stated coldly as she glanced at her booklet. As soon as her words fell, a 17 or 18-year-old boy, squatting beside the pot, nearly leaped with excitement. What did going to the village imply? In simple terms, it meant becoming a disciple of the Yinxiang Society's Black Door, the fabled wanderers. He would soon bear two swords, one made of wood and the other of iron. The iron sword to slay men, the wooden sword to vanquish spirits. Li Dahu. Zhao Qiao's icy voice resonated once again. At this, Li Dahu, who was crouching by the pot, perked up, eager to listen. If Wang Yong had become a disciple of the Black Door, did that not mean he himself would be a disciple of the Red Door? In the next moment, Zhao Qiao set aside her booklet, her beautiful gaze fixated coldly on Li Dahu, declaring, "The peasant's abode, cultivate the land." Chapter 19. Are you polite? Not only Li Dahu, but also two other individuals shared this sentiment. Moreover, these three were not the only ones. They were merely the ones who had been training under Zhao Qiao. There were others as well, such as those who, on Zhao Qiao's first day here, were seen fighting with Lu Yuan. Zhao Qiao had directly expelled these individuals from the Yinxiang Society. Although these individuals appeared to be stronger than Li Dahu, after all, those who do not remain as guests will surely find their own place. The reality was quite different. As one of the top guilds in Taining City, those expelled by the Yinxiang Society would never find refuge in other guilds. It is important to note that these individuals were not particularly exceptional talents worth the Yinxiang Society's attention. Each year, countless individuals sought to join such guilds. Li Dahu and his companions were utterly bewildered. However, they soon directed their gaze towards Lu Yuan, who was distilling medicine at another small stove in the distance. The resentment in their eyes was nearly overflowing. It must be Lu Yuan. After all, the change in San Yang's demeanor yesterday was nothing short of dramatic. She was cold and stern towards everyone else, no longer the gentle figure she once was. Yet, with Lu Yuan, her demeanor remained unchanged, perhaps even more tender than before. Given the history between Lu Yuan and themselves, it was clear that they had shifted their ire towards him. "Where shall I go?" Lu Yuan asked, holding a small bowl of medicinal soup as he approached Zhao Qiao. Upon seeing him, Zhao Qiao's frosty gaze softened considerably. A beautiful smile graced her lips as she responded to his inquiry. Then, amid the envious gazes of the onlookers, Zhao Qiao tenderly pinched Lu Yuan's cheek and affectionately said, "Where else could you possibly go?" Witnessing this scene, the onlookers felt a pang of envy, sighing in admiration. Such is life, they mused. The fortunes of people differ greatly. This young man truly had good fortune. All of them had to toil in the mines for 3 years before being assigned to the estate. To be frank, Zhao Qiao's influence on this situation was minimal. After all, those fortunate enough to train alongside her were already individuals of considerable prowess from the mines. Even without Zhao Qiao, they would likely have been assigned to one of the Yinxiang Society's estates. They had not gained any advantage from her. However, Lu Yuan's situation was entirely different. He had only recently arrived at the mines. Now, he had effectively bypassed 3 years of hardship. Furthermore, he was a favored disciple of the guild. Most significantly, he was particularly cherished by Zhao Qiao. Such favored disciples were the closest confidants of powerful figures and held the highest status among their peers. If they were to meet again, others would likely address Lu Yuan with great respect. This was truly enviable. However, much to their surprise, Lu Yuan shook his head and said, "I've thought about this all night. I cannot remain with Zhao Qiao. Staying with her will not make me stronger. To be precise, it wouldn't allow him to become exceptionally powerful." Lu Yuan understood that to grow stronger, he needed to rely on the system and trigger various events. What kind of events could he trigger while following Zhao Qiao? Given her status, she was often engaged in strategizing within the confines of her estate and seldom ventured out. If Lu Yuan were to remain there daily, not only would he miss the opportunity to trigger the system's events, but it would also become exceedingly dull. Thus, he resolved to go to the estate. The estate was bustling with life, with individuals from all walks of life to be encountered. Most importantly, Lu Yuan believed that one must maintain a certain sense of dignity. What was his relationship with Zhao Qiao now? To put it unreservedly, it was incredibly good. Indeed, if Lu Yuan expressed a desire to curry favor, Zhao Qiao would immediately oblige. However, that was the present. Who could guarantee what the future held? Romantic relationships can falter, and even marriages can dissolve. Lu Yuan understood why Zhao Qiao treated him so kindly. Firstly, he had indeed saved her life. Secondly, and perhaps most importantly, his peculiar preferences aligned perfectly with Zhao Qiao's. After all, being a half-demon, he did not perceive himself as inferior in any way. Instead, he found it fascinating and delightful to witness something that could only be seen in anime or cinematic effects in real life. This coincidence fostered a strong bond between them. Yet, the greatest challenge in relationships is maintaining balance. Today may be harmonious, but what of tomorrow? In daily life, conflicts are inevitable, especially with someone as deeply introspective as Zhao Qiao. Lu Yuan could not confidently assert that he would always know what was in her heart. It was certain that spending every day together would lead to moments of discontent. If she were overly kind, he might take it for granted. A few instances of this may be inconsequential, but repeated occurrences could be detrimental. This is why couples should avoid working together or being employed by relatives. The principle remains the same. Once tensions rise, it can jeopardize even the most fundamental relationships. Maintaining some distance is often prudent. Lu Yuan had many thoughts. Yet it was evident that Zhao Qiao was not as contemplative. Upon hearing that Lu Yuan intended to leave, she appeared anxious and said, "How could I harm you? Just stay by my side. Why must you pursue being a wanderer?" Lu Yuan replied with a playful grin, "Others covet the favor of favored disciples. But I genuinely do not. In essence, they are merely high-ranking servants. I am not cut out for serving others." What he said held a kernel of truth. In the guild, favored disciples were essentially servants of the powerful, tasked with attending to their needs. If they were merely servants, why did everyone regard the favored disciples as superior to others? It was because they served the powerful. It was akin to how a seventh-rank official would appear at the gates of a prime minister. Additionally, if they performed well, the powerful figures would casually reward them with gifts sufficient to sustain the lower-ranking disciples for an entire year. Their daily lives did not require them to engage in the same struggles as lower-ranking disciples, who must constantly contend with malevolent forces. Instead, they simply served tea and water. Furthermore, when conducting business, people would naturally afford them some deference due to their status. However, Lu Yuan's remarks left others speechless. "You think you are on the same level as those ordinary favored disciples?" Zhao Qiao exclaimed, furrowing her delicate brows and addressing him in a gentle voice. "You speak nonsense. The princess cherishes you immensely. How could she possibly make you serve her? Once you enter the estate, she will treat you like a beloved nephew." Her words evoked envy among those present. Yet, Lu Yuan remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively and stating, "I still refuse. Being a favored disciple lacks prestige. It is merely a fade of power. I aspire to be a wanderer, relying on my own abilities. That is the true measure of success." To those around him, Lu Yuan's declaration seemed somewhat irrational. Nevertheless, for a passionate youth of 15 or 16, such sentiments were not entirely unexpected. Lu Yuan's defiance only served to further infuriate Zhao Qiao. Stepping into her high heels, she rose and looked at him, exclaiming, "What do you know about prestige? You think being a wanderer is easy? For those who aspire to become wanderers, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune if merely a third of them were to survive after 7 or 8 years. Moreover, these wanderers are essentially nothing more than individuals skilled in the art of escorting goods, mere foot soldiers of the trade. They merely intimidate the unseasoned farmers, boasting of their prowess and significance. Yet what true merit do they possess?" At this moment, the group, who had been eagerly anticipating their journey to the village while squatting by the large iron pot, were initially filled with joy. However, upon hearing Zhao Qiao's words, perplexity began to cloud their expressions. "Is this polite of you?" Chapter 20. Only graves faced south as evening descended upon the grand estate at the foot of the mountain. A crowd gathered, their curiosity piqued. Inside, Lu Yuan was busy organizing his belongings alongside Su Erliai and Lin Wenxui. Lu Yuan was bound for Taning City, and naturally, he would not abandon Su Erliai and Lin Wenxui. He had already made arrangements with Zhao Qiao, ensuring that the two would reside in her mansion henceforth. Whether it involved cleaning or tending to the flowers, these two would officially become members of the esteemed Red Door. As for Lu Yuan, Zhao Qiao reluctantly acquiesced to his desire to go to the farm. After all, she had no means to prevent him. Locking him away was not an option. Thus, despite her deep reluctance, she ultimately gave her consent. Furthermore, the farm Lu Yuan would attend needed careful selection. It must be one in close proximity to Taning City. And the steward there ought to be capable of imparting knowledge to him, primarily to administer medicine to those in need. Zhao Qiao granted ample time for these individuals, with their reporting scheduled for a month later. Traveling northward from the Divine Ling Empire for a distance of 1,800 miles, one reaches the borders of the empire. Beyond these borders lies the bitterly cold land of September snow. As deep winter sets in, a frigid current can freeze miles of terrain overnight. Fish leaping from the water become instantly encased in ice. Though harsh, this land is vast and rich, with celestial flowers and spiritual herbs hidden within the mountains, and rare beasts roaming the forests. A century-old mountain ginseng or a piece of flowing ink fox fur could fetch hundreds of taels of silver within the empire. On days devoid of snow, the fertile black soil can yield precious cold region rice, regarded as the finest tribute to the royal court. However, much of this wealth is typically siphoned off by unscrupulous middlemen, leaving the common folk with scant returns. Yet, as the saying goes, there are exceptions to every rule. Amidst this bitterly cold expanse, there exists an oasis, Taining City, the foremost city of the Divine Ling Empire outside its borders. Situated beneath the sprawling Tine mountain range, which stretches 1,400 miles, Taining City is shielded from the frigid gales that sweep down from the far north. The biting winds that linger in winter here are nowhere near as severe as those beyond its gates. The mines of the Yinxiang Association lie a mere few leagues from Taining City. Around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, the caravan arrived at the city gates. It was Lu Yuan's first visit to Taining City. Passing through the imposing gates, the vibrant life within the city unfolded before him. The streets were ablaze with light, each shop adorned with crimson lanterns. Through the windows, one could glimpse esteemed officials and nobles engaging in lively toasts. Occasionally, men and women emerged from the shops, men impeccably groomed, sporting single-lensed spectacles, while women dazzled in gold and silver, clad in resplendent kipeos and high heels, their movements captivatingly graceful. Although the city appeared to thrive in opulence, many ordinary people clad in tattered garments walked the streets, heads bowed, cautious and timid, fearful of drawing attention. A careless glance at a noblewoman could lead to a harsh reprimand. It was Lu Yuan's first foray into the city, and he pressed his face against the window, marveling at the sights before him. "Is this your first time in the city?" Zhao Qiao asked gently, observing Lu Yuan's curious demeanor. "Indeed," he replied. A smile graced Zhao Qiao's lips, tinged with a hint of allure. "It is far more lively here than in the town, isn't it? The city is brimming with delightful sights and experiences. Tonight, I shall take you to Yushizhai for a meal, and afterward." Before she could finish, Lu Yuan interrupted earnestly, "There is no need. With so many captivating experiences at hand, I would rather not become a mere wanderer on the farm." Despite Taining City's grandeur and vibrancy, Lu Yuan found it rather unremarkable. Having seen numerous international metropolises, he saw Taining City as a far cry from those grand urban landscapes. Having spent several years in the town, the sudden transition to the city sparked his curiosity, yet he felt little desire for entertainment. Listening to music or watching a play seemed lackluster compared to the pursuit of learning and mastering skills, ultimately leading him on the path to immortality. Of course, such aspirations felt somewhat distant, given how far he still had to go. Yet, every journey begins with a single step, and one cannot traverse 1,000 miles without accumulating small strides. Zhao Qiao, listening to Lu Yuan's words, rolled her eyes playfully. "Oh, you and your stubbornness." Lu Yuan's insistence on going to the farm left Zhao Qiao exasperated. He seemed impervious to her counsel. Yet, beneath her frustrations, she held a deep fondness for Lu Yuan. Who wouldn't admire a young man so driven and optimistic? Despite the opportunities that came his way, he remained committed to striving for success. Such character was endearing. Perhaps it was precisely this determination that enabled him to achieve such remarkable medical skills at such a young age. Had she forcibly kept Lu Yuan by her side, it might have hindered his growth. Before long, the caravan arrived at a brilliantly illuminated estate. This street housed but a single mansion, its cobbled path meticulously paved with bluish stones, exuding an air of cleanliness and order. Upon disembarking, Zhao Qiao led Lu Yuan toward the inner courtyard. Su Erlei and Lin Wensui would reside in the outer courtyard, attending to various tasks. They would undergo training, learning the nuances of social etiquette before being assigned elsewhere. Lu Yuan paid little mind to them, following Zhao Qiao inside. Truthfully, from the moment they arrived, Lu Yuan had felt something amiss. As they fully entered the estate, he realized what it was. This grand residence faced south to the north. Typically, whether on Earth or within the Divine Ling Empire, homes were oriented north to south, with the main entrance pointing southward. While there were exceptions due to geographical peculiarities, generally, houses did not face south to the north. Did this mean that such orientations were non-existent? Not at all. There were indeed many such homes in this world, but they were primarily reserved for the deceased, for only graves truly face south. Chapter 21. It seems I might perish here in a dimly lit room, enveloped in swirling smoke. It was said that a lad named Lu Yuan had managed to extract the corpse poison from Zhao Qiao. From this point onwards, It would solely rely on leeching Yuan to revive Zhao Qiaoer. Alas, it was truly regrettable. Zhao Qiaoer's stubbornness delayed the critical moment, and the dark poison was destined to bring about her demise. Who exactly is Lu Yuan? How could he, under the assault of corpse poison, manage to extract it? Investigate this lad named Lu Yuan who seems reluctant to remain by Zhao Qiaoer's side and wishes to go to the manor. This could be an opportunity. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan followed Zhao Qiaoer towards the heart of the grand estate. Zhao Qiaoer had already dismissed her attendants, leaving only the two of them. They soon arrived at a certain place within the mansion. A shrine? It certainly seemed to be a place for offering tablets. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Yuan was immediately struck by a strong scent of incense, and a thin veil of blue smoke wafted through the air, reminiscent of entering a Taoist temple or a monastery. What caught Lu Yuan's attention even more was that this building faced south while being situated to the north. How intriguing! A residence for the living faces south, while a grave follows the opposite layout. Yet, this shrine, a dwelling for the deceased, adheres to the pattern of a living space. Do not speak or be afraid once we enter. Zhao Qiaoer's gentle voice broke through Lu Yuan's contemplation. Zhao Qiaoer did not elaborate further. In that moment, Lu Yuan understood that this was not merely a shrine. It was a place of veneration for something. As for what that was, he had a fairly good idea in his mind. It was a veneration of the celestial beings of the Yinxiang society. Do celestial beings truly exist in this world? Certainly. There are all manner of demons and spirits. Why would celestial beings be absent? Moreover, any guild would certainly require the presence of celestial beings. Without them, a business could never flourish. In essence, a guild operates like a mercantile association, and the practitioners are akin to couriers. For instance, the premier guild in Taining City conducts substantial business. With such extensive trade routes, could it rely solely on a team of practitioners? One must understand that the goods transported by the guild attract not only human interest, but also the attention of spirits and demons. If solely relying on a team of practitioners, it would be exceedingly challenging. Thus, one must depend on the celestial beings revered by the guild for assistance. This practice is quite normal in this world, and there exist many similar forms. It can be said that it is precisely because of this that, despite the numerous demons and spirits, even the existence of celestial beings, humanity still predominates in this realm. After all, human life is fleeting. How could one hope to contend with malevolent entities that have cultivated their powers over hundreds or even thousands of years through mere decades of personal training? For example, monks and Taoist priests in temples can utilize ancient artifacts passed down over centuries to exorcise demons and vanquish evil. When all else fails, there is the classic plea for ancestral intervention. Even a frail scholar, upon attaining academic distinction, can invoke the words of the sages to pin malevolent spirits against the wall. A high-ranking official in the court can navigate the waters alone, using their authority to intimidate demons within a vast radius. Even if an ordinary person were to be paralyzed with fear by a malevolent spirit today, should they become a mere officer in the yamen tomorrow, they could wield their official blade to sever the spirit in two, regardless of their lack of magical ability or combat skills. This is because the officers belong to the empire's law enforcement, possessing the legitimacy of imperial law. Ordinary spirits, upon encountering law enforcement, would typically flee. In this world, it can be said that power and influence are paramount. Without a formidable background, one is but a small fry. Temples and Taoist establishments rely on their ancestors. Scholars, once they gain recognition, acquire the faith of the learned, with humanity as sages as their backing. High officials and constables represent the might of the empire. For ordinary individuals, lacking such powerful backgrounds, they may still beseech celestial beings for protection. Yet, these celestial beings are not aloof deities shrouded in ethereal mist. In truth, they often comprise sentient spirits or even flora. For instance, atop the 5 great mountains within the borders, there stands an ordinary pine tree. When Emperor Qin Shi Huang sought refuge beneath it during a rainstorm while offering sacrifices at Mount Tai, it was honored for its service and has since been venerated at a Taoist temple, continuously receiving offerings. Similarly, in the regions beyond the borders, the renowned Chumasien serves as a household guardian spirit. Among the 7 leading guilds in Taining City, 2 maintain the patronage of Chumasien. So, what kind of celestial beings does the Yinxiang society revere? The celestial being of the Yinxiang society is formidable, indeed, extraordinarily powerful. The rapid ascent of the Yinxiang society from obscurity to one of the 7 premier guilds in Taining City within a mere 15 years is owed to this celestial being as support. Otherwise, with just the 3 guild leaders' levels of cultivation, such swift advancement would have been nearly impossible. However, the celestial being revered by the Yinxiang society is, without a doubt, a malevolent spirit, a great malevolent spirit. The entire Taining city has been ravaged by this spirit, known as Hongfen Yangyang. For 3 centuries, the 7 grandmasters from beyond the borders jointly vanquished this evil, incurring 3 deaths and 4 severe injuries in the process. Since then, there has been no further disturbance for 300 years. Yet, Hongfen Yangyang has re-emerged in the present day. This raises a question. How could such a fearsome malevolent spirit now be openly worshipped as a celestial being? This necessitates a discussion about the changes that have transpired over the past 3 centuries. The Hongfen Yangyang of today does not wreak havoc as she once did, and thus no one seeks to trouble such a fierce entity. Does this imply that Hongfen Yangyang has reformed after 3 centuries? Not at all. Hongfen Yangyang remains exceedingly domineering. Once she descends, her adversaries meet with a grisly fate. It is exactly because of her tyrannical nature that the Yinxiang society has prospered, compelling other guilds to harbor resentment without daring to voice it, while Hongfen Yangyang continues to inflict harm. Why do no reports reach the authorities calling for the Demon Subjugation Bureau or border troops to eradicate her? Certainly, there are attempts, but they are futile, as these matters are merely grievances between guilds. Moreover, more importantly, Hongfen Yangyang is a great malevolent spirit. Wherever the Yinxiang society's estate is located, there exists her tablet. In places where her tablet is found, no other malevolent spirits would dare to act with impunity. From the perspective of the court, while Hongfen Yangyang might slay a few practitioners, she simultaneously safeguards the safety of countless villagers. In comparison to her contributions, what does it matter if a few individuals perish? After all, who asked you to provoke the wrath of Hongfen Yangyang? This is akin to a learned sage justifying in my defense. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan and Zhao Qiaoer had arrived at the hall dedicated to the veneration of Hongfen Yangyang. When you sense her presence, do not panic. She will surely protect you and ensure your safety, Zhao Qiaoer remarked, casting a glance at Lu Yuan. Upon hearing Zhao Qiaoer's words, Lu Yuan felt a wave of exasperation. Wait, what are you saying? It seems I might actually perish here? Chapter 22, Name, Li Qingwan. Lu Yuan felt a chill in his heart, while Zhao Qiaoer offered no further explanation. With a gentle wave of her jade hand, the doors of the grand hall closed tightly. Subsequently, Zhao Qiaoer knelt before the divine plaque, which was adorned with pink satin, devoid of words but intricately carved with the likeness of a stunning woman. After kneeling, Zhao Qiaoer turned her gaze towards Lu Yuan, and in that moment, he comprehended her intentions. She sought to introduce him to the enchanting goddess. If he could earn the goddess's favor, he would thereafter be under her protection. For all disciples of the Black Gate, upon entering and becoming practitioners, the first order of business was to pay homage to the immortal being. Gaining the recognition of their family's deity could prove invaluable in times of peril, allowing one to summon the goddess for protection. However, such divine intervention came with stipulations. One could not simply request the goddess's assistance from distant lands. The vast distances rendered such calls futile. Even if the goddess sensed the plea, it would take days for her to arrive, by which time it might be too late. Moreover, each region had its own deities. A foreign malevolent spirit intruding unannounced into another territory would surely anger the local deity. Thus, the goddess's intervention was confined to the borderlands. Yet, even within those confines, success was not guaranteed, as the goddess might choose to disregard the invocation altogether. If she was pleased, she might grace the supplicant with her presence. If not, the appeal would be in vain, leaving the supplicant to their fate. Nevertheless, obtaining recognition from the family's deity was undoubtedly a positive outcome. In reality, however, most individuals found it exceedingly challenging to gain such acknowledgement. It was considered remarkable if even 1 in 1,000 succeeded. If recognition were common, the goddess would be overwhelmed, inundated with pleas from every corner. Oh, goddess, I am in trouble in the east. Please help. But what if one failed to gain the deity's recognition? In that case, one could take a pinch of incense ash from the altar and place it in their pouch. In moments of dire danger, by infusing the ash with their own blood, they could temporarily access a fraction of the deity's power. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan mirrored Zhao Qiaoer, kneeling before the divine plaque, ready to invoke the divine. Zhao Qiaoer then picked up a bamboo tube from the incense altar, which contained several wooden sticks. With her eyes gently closed, she shook the tube while reciting incantations akin to those used in supplications. She first introduced herself as Zhao Qiaoer, followed by an introduction of Lu Yuan, recounting how he had saved her and his medical prowess, along with recent events. Lu Yuan listened with only half an ear. As Zhao Chao shook the bamboo tube, the scene before Lu Yuan began to shift. It was already evening, yet only a few candles illuminated the hall. As she shook the tube, a chilling breeze swept through, raising the hairs on his neck and extinguishing the candles. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Lu Yuan, obscuring even the moonlight that had previously filtered through the windows. He could no longer hear Zhao Chao's recitations or the crisp sound of the bamboo sticks. The silence was unnerving. In that moment, Lu Yuan felt a pair of sinister eyes scrutinizing him from the abyss. The overwhelming sense of malevolence sent chills down his spine, akin to the sensation one might experience after watching a horror film in the dark and needing to venture to the restroom. Then, he sensed breath upon his back, something brushing against his body. Panic surged within him. Just then, a pair of delicate hands grasped his wrist, and though he could not discern his surroundings, he immediately recognized it was Zhao Chao's touch. She had a penchant for holding his hand throughout the day, which provided some measure of comfort in that eerie moment. This strange occurrence lasted for about half a minute. Lu Yuan then heard Zhao Chao's voice again, along with the familiar sound of the bamboo sticks. With a whoosh, the candles on the incense altar reignited. Subsequently, a sharp sound echoed, signaling the end of the bamboo tube's shaking. Lu Yuan turned to see that Zhao Chao had set the tube down, and a wooden stick lay on the ground. She did not pick it up, but instead gestured for Lu Yuan to do so. Without hesitation, he bent down to retrieve it, glancing at it before quickly showing it to Zhao Chao. Upon seeing the characters inscribed on the stick, her face brightened, and she parted her lips, though no sound emerged. Lu Yuan recognized her lip movements and boldly proclaimed towards the divine plaque, "Auspicious." Even with the goddess's recognition, one must not act carelessly. All deities possess a lofty demeanor, and the goddess even more so, often remaining elusive despite numerous appeals. One must not rely on this as a guaranteed means of salvation. In the corridor of the estate, Zhao Chao held Lu Yuan's hand as they made their way towards the inner courtyard, offering him words of caution. Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly, glancing at the piece of pink jade in his hand, the instrument that could summon the goddess. As they traversed the corridor, they arrived at the inner courtyard, which was brightly lit and bustling with people. Upon entering, Zhao Chao paused, her expression momentarily frozen, and she grasped Lu Yuan's hand tighter. A piercingly cold voice resonated through the courtyard. "Have you completed your prayers?" Following the voice, Lu Yuan beheld a strikingly beautiful woman standing at the entrance of the main hall. She appeared to be of similar age and beauty to Zhao Chao, both embodying the essence of exquisite femininity. However, this woman radiated an air of nobility and coldness that starkly contrasted with Zhao Chao's warm yet seductive demeanor, which was only a facade. This woman's attire and demeanor exuded an unparalleled elegance. Her countenance, characterized by an icy beauty, could be aptly described as divine. She resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, exuding an aura of sanctity that rendered all in her presence feeling insignificant. Yet, Lu Yuan felt no inferiority. He felt exceptionally confident. What truly captivated Lu Yuan was the inscription above her head. Name, Li Qingwan, favorability. Chapter 23. Surely, this cannot escalate into a direct confrontation. What exactly is this favorability? What purpose does it serve? Why does this absurd system indulge in such nonsensical matters? While Lu Yuan was still in a daze, Li Qingwan approached him and Zhao Chao. As Lu Yuan stood there lost in thought, Li Qingwan's delicate hand grasped his chin and forcefully lifted it. Although Li Qingwan was slightly shorter than Zhao Chao, standing at about 1.8 meters, her height was accentuated by a pair of 6 to 7 centimeter white high heels. While her stature was not as exaggerated as Zhao Chao's, Lu Yuan found himself half a head shorter than Li Qingwan. He couldn't help but wonder what these two women had consumed to grow so tall. At just over 1.7 meters, Lu Yuan felt like a goblin between them. However, he remained unperturbed, as he was only 16 and still had room to grow. Li Qingwan's beautifully shaped phoenix eyes fixed on Lu Yuan, her gaze icy and devoid of emotion. "You aren't particularly impressive in appearance, but your abilities are noteworthy," she remarked expressionlessly. Lu Yuan was taken aback, feeling as though he had been insulted. The attendants, keenly aware of the situation, promptly exited the inner courtyard at Li Qingwan's glance, leaving only the three of them behind. In the main hall, Zhao Chao and Li Qingwan took their seats on either side. Although Zhao Chao invited Lu Yuan to sit, he chose to pour tea for both women before dutifully taking a seat beside Zhao Chao. Well-mannered, Li Qingwan stated flatly as she lifted her teacup. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smirk, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Was he attempting to curry favor with Li Qingwan by pouring her tea? Not at all. It was solely for Zhao Chao's sake. Despite the favorability indicator hovering above Li Qingwan, and with the semblance of a system he had previously encountered, Lu Yuan could vaguely discern its implications. The essence of it was to elevate Li Qingwan's favorability towards him to receive rewards from the system. However, judging by the current circumstances, he realized that gaining her favor was far from a simple task that could be achieved through trivial gestures or flattery. In truth, the challenges posed by the system were exceedingly formidable. Even reducing Zhao Qiao's danger level had been an arduous feat, one that Lu Yuan had only accomplished through sheer luck. Had it not been for that fortunate moment, he felt he might never have managed to diminish Zhao Qiao's danger level. The same difficulty applied to Li Qingwan's favorability. Even after a brief encounter of just a few minutes, Lu Yuan was certain that this woman possessed a demeanor of extreme coldness and arrogance. Frankly speaking, he had little desire to pursue her favor. The endeavor seemed excessively taxing and a mere waste of time. Moreover, if increasing favorability required him to debase himself, such efforts were hardly worthwhile. After all, Lu Yuan had already attained the status of celestial master and did not wish to overextend himself. In pouring tea, Lu Yuan adhered to the principle of maintaining propriety. He understood that he could not take advantage of Zhao Qiao's affection and act recklessly. With two elders present, it would be inappropriate for him, as a junior, to swagger in and claim a seat. If he behaved in such a manner, even Zhao Qiao's affection would soon wane. At that moment, Zhao Qiao cast an affectionate gaze at Lu Yuan that seemed to overflow with warmth. In stark contrast, her demeanor towards Li Qingwan remained markedly frigid. If your purpose here is solely to convey such news, you may leave now, she stated bluntly. Li Qingwan placed her teacup down with an unyielding expression and continued, upon your arrival in the city, the Li He family was annihilated. I presume his son, Li Dao, has also met his end at the mines. Zhao Qiao remained impassive, taking a sip of her tea before responding with a casual nod. Not just Li Dao, but 5 others, along with a supervisor, have likely been reduced to pulp to feed the dogs. Lu Yuan felt a jolt of alarm. Had Li Dao and the others already perished? They had been alive and well just that morning. He had never considered sparing them. As if not for his fortunate remark about enjoying the snake's tail, he might have already been killed himself. He had come perilously close to being suffocated by Zhao Qiao. A thought that now sent shivers down his spine. He had never contemplated sparing those 3. Of course, given his close relationship with Zhao Qiao, he knew that she would assist him if he requested help. Yet the issue was that he had only been cultivating this relationship for a mere 3 days. In fact, today marked the 3rd day. Having just gotten to know Zhao Qiao, he had portrayed himself as an ambitious and spirited youth. Now, however, he was expected to turn around and suggest that she eliminate Li Dao and his companions. Was that appropriate? Additionally, that very morning, Li Dao and his cohorts had been dispatched to the guild's farmlands, effectively rendering them incapacitated for life. Lu Yuan felt no urgency to eliminate them within the next few days. It would be more satisfying to bide his time and wait for an opportunity to take matters into his own hands in 10 days to half a month. Yet, he was taken aback to learn that Zhao Qiao had already taken action against them. Zhao Qiao's candid acknowledgement elicited no reaction from Li Qingwan, who merely sighed softly and remarked, weren't they all sent to the farmlands? Why, then, the sudden decision to execute them? Zhao Qiao replied without hesitation, it was not sudden. They were never meant to live. Listening to Zhao Qiao, Li Qingwan sighed softly. It was not Li He who should have been killed. It was his son's misdeeds that brought about this consequence. For personal reasons, Li He was among the first practitioners of the Yanchuang society, having been with us from the beginning, thus establishing a bond. On a public level, with the heavy snow sealing the mountains, the guild must venture into the Taiyuan mountain range to procure royal tributes. The extermination of a highly esteemed practitioner's family will undoubtedly incite turmoil within the guild. Zhao Qiao, however, responded with a derisive snort. How can the sins of a father not implicate the son, even if only his son is slain? Would Li He not seek vengeance upon learning of his child's death? Despite Zhao Qiao's scornful tone, Li Qingwan remained impassive, stating, even if he raised such a son, he is not deserving of death. The potential consequences of his revenge upon learning of his son's fate are merely hypothetical. In actuality, before his demise today, he had done nothing. Li Qingwan was like an iceberg, emanating an unyielding chill. Yet Zhao Qiao's temper flared. The teacup in her hand shattered, splattering tea everywhere. With furrowed brows and an expression of fury, she exclaimed, "Why must one endure harm before retaliating? Do you not often proclaim that people are ranked in social strata? You have also asserted that a lowly person who offends a superior deserves death." Lu Yuan, seated nearby, dared not make a sound, swallowing hard as he observed the escalating tension between the two women. Surely, this cannot devolve into a physical altercation. Chapter 24. Who cares about your things? I don't want it. Li Qingwan felt a sense of helplessness in response to Zhao Chao's sudden outburst. Beneath her ethereal beauty lay a hint of exhaustion. I did not come here to quarrel with you. I merely wish to convey that one must be prudent and follow the rules when undertaking any endeavor. If he truly harbors the thoughts you suggest, it would not be too late to act. Your manner of doing things lacks discipline, which will prevent you from achieving anything substantial. Do you truly wish to spend your life under the influence of a nefarious entity, serving as the leader of a guild? Li Qingwan's words sent a shiver through Lu Yuan. Could it be that she was referring to the Red Powder Empress? The impression Lu Yuan had previously held was rather positive, but he now noted Li Qingwan's haughty demeanor and disdainful attitude. The Red Powder Empress was indeed a celestial figure within the Fragrant Guild, yet Li Qingwan spoke of her with evident contempt. Nevertheless, despite her arrogance and condescension, Li Qingwan had consistently shown deference to Zhao Qiao. Whether in her current remarks or earlier, Li Qingwan had been yielding. After Zhao Qiao vented her anger, she appeared somewhat calmer. In response to Li Qingwan's words, Zhao Qiao coolly replied, "What is so wrong with being the leader of a guild? It allows one the freedom to act as one desires." Li Qingwan sighed softly before rising, revealing a vial in her hand. As she placed the vial on the table beside Zhao Qiao, she added, "I regret that my earlier words did not consider your feelings and were rather harsh. However, those sentiments never included you. In my heart, you are like a younger sister to me, distinctly different from all others." Zhao Qiao paused for a moment, her lips parting as if to speak, but Li Qingwan interjected, "Had I not learned today that Lu Yuan exposed you to the poison, I would still be unaware of your affliction." Lu Yuan, seated nearby, blinked in surprise. It seemed Li Qingwan was oblivious to Zhao Qiao's condition. Of course, he had no intention of revealing this information, as it would be overly conspicuous. Li Qingwan sighed again, stating, "No matter our disagreements, you should not jest with your own life. Regardless, I will always be your sister." With that, Li Qingwan turned her attention to the composed Lu Yuan, beckoning him with a casual wave of her hand. "Come with me to the courtyard. Speak of your matters in my presence." Observing Zhao Qiao's protective demeanor, Li Qingwan could not help but smirk slightly. "It is merely a conversation." Just as Zhao Qiao was about to retort, Lu Yuan calmly stood and addressed her, "Your Highness, it is fine. The elder sister would not harm me." Under the moonlight, in the opulent courtyard, Li Qingwan appeared even more ethereal, embodying a mysterious, celestial presence. Noble and pure, her attire, unlike Zhao Qiao's seductive garments, consisted of a blue floral robe that accentuated her elegance amidst the flowers, exuding a refined grace. "She holds you in great affection," Li Qingwan remarked quietly, gazing at Lu Yuan. He bowed slightly, replying, "Perhaps it is because I saved the third princess that she treats me so kindly." Li Qingwan's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. "She would not act so merely for that. You, young man, seem to possess a cunning nature. I cannot fathom how you have managed to elicit such affection from Zhao Qiao." Lu Yuan retorted, "What have I done to deserve such remarks? At first, I may not have been impressive, but now you imply I am full of guile." As Lu Yuan pondered her words, Li Qingwan continued with a huff, "Since you are so favored by Zhao Qiao, I shall refrain from further admonishments. However, I must warn you, do not take advantage of her affection to act recklessly or to intimidate others, tarnishing the reputation of the Fragrant Guild. Keep your cunning in check. Should I discover you inciting her to commit wrongful deeds enough?" Lu Yuan interjected, his face stern. "What are you implying? You are painting me as a mere schemer, someone who manipulates from the shadows." Li Qingwan raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback by Lu Yuan's boldness. Standing tall and meeting her gaze, he declared, "I do not understand why you insist on judging others by your own standards of morality. I may be clever, but who isn't? Your words imply that we seek to gain something from the third princess, yet we have received nothing from her. Furthermore, I have never intended to remain by her side. I have always expressed my desire to venture to the estate and hone my skills. The third princess is already assisting me in finding such a place. You may inquire if you wish." Li Qingwan was momentarily stunned, not only by Lu Yuan's assertions but also by his demeanor. Apart from Zhao Qiaoer and her younger sister, no outsider had ever dared to speak so boldly before her. Lu Yuan's words astonished her. Was there truly such a person? Despite Zhao Qiaoer's affection, he chose not to linger by her side and instead sought independence. Yet, deep down, Li Qingwan harbored skepticism, dismissing his claims as mere tactics of seduction. At that moment, Lu Yuan raised his voice once more. As for your insinuations of incitement and manipulation, you need not worry. The third princess is no ordinary individual. She cannot be easily swayed or deceived. Moreover, I have made it abundantly clear to her that I do not believe she has acted wrongly. Lu Yuan's words caused Li Qingwan's brow to furrow as she scrutinized him closely. Unfazed, he continued, perhaps I am young, but I believe one should embody the qualities of the third princess. She has eliminated several individuals, some due to their half-demon lineage, while others were simply avenging me. Zhao Qiaoer dealt with 6 disciples and a supervisor, 3 of whom were the notoriously Dehu's lackeys. They deserved their fate. Even if it were not for my grievances, those who bullied half-demon Lin Wensu could not escape her wrath. The remaining 3 were the ones who fought with me on the day Zhao Qiaoer arrived. Her actions were purely in my defense. Lu Yuan did not afford Li Qingwan an opportunity to interrupt, asserting, I must be candid. I am genuinely touched by this. When I become formidable, anyone who dares to bully my friends or the third princess will certainly face my wrath. Lu Yuan's bold declarations left Li Qingwan utterly astonished at his audacity. After several moments of cold scrutiny, she conjured a radiant sword, though it was not aimed at Lu Yuan but instead offered to him. With an impassive expression, she said, You are quite the silver-tongued charmer. No wonder you have won Zhao Qiaoer's favor. Since you have called me elder sister, I shall not treat you unfairly. Consider this sword a gift. Li Qingwan's demeanor left Lu Yuan somewhat bewildered, as he had not anticipated such behavior from her. However, what Li Qingwan did not foresee was that Lu Yuan would not extend a hand for assistance. Instead, he stated with an impassive expression, We address you as aunt solely in regard to the third mistress. We have no connection with you, nor with the Yinxiang society. Our ties are exclusively with the third mistress. If we are to collect anything, it will be from the third mistress, and there is no reason for us to seek anything from you. As we are not related in any way, Lu Yuan's sentiment was quite clear. Who would covet your possessions? I have no need for them. Chapter 25. The castrated man truly has many flaws. Lu Yuan's words were undeniably audacious. Were you not concerned about tarnishing the reputation of the Yinxiang society and making all sorts of accusations? Very well. Let us speak plainly. I have no desire to be part of your so-called Yinxiang society. Do not mistake yourself for a grand figure. You are merely a sweet morsel. I have no obligation to engage with you, so do not presume to involve yourself with me. Lu Yuan's statements were clearly laden with intense emotion. It was difficult not to be emotional, especially after hearing Li Qingwan's earlier remarks, which were quite repugnant, and Lu Yuan could hardly contain himself. To be frank, he felt somewhat intoxicated by the moment. However, Lu Yuan was not a fool. He was quite composed. Had this been the previous Zhao Qiaoer, even with tenfold courage, he would not have dared to speak so directly. After all, Zhao Qiaoer was a person who, while appearing gentle and smiling, could swiftly turn lethal if you made the slightest misstep. The likes of Li Dahu's group were a testament to that. But Li Qingwan was not of that ilk. Despite their recent acquaintance, the nature of their dialogue revealed that Li Qingwan was a completely different character from Zhao Qiaoer. This woman was exceedingly proud and disdainful of such behavior. The clues to this disposition could be gleaned from the system's descriptions. Initially, upon meeting Zhao Qiaoer, the atmosphere was fraught with danger, whereas with Li Qingwan, it was one of goodwill. Of course, given Lu Yuan's recent actions, that goodwill was likely extinguished. Yet, if it was lost, so be it. It was of little consequence. Lu Yuan had never held any significant regard for Li Qingwan's favor. Observing how difficult she was to deal with, he realized that attempting to win her favor would require years of servitude, which was entirely unnecessary. Li Qingwan's goodwill was akin to the sword she had just offered him. He had no use for it. Lu Yuan's demeanor left Li Qingwan somewhat perplexed. Observing the obstinate and resentful expression on Lu Yuan's face, she slightly arched her elegantly shaped brows. To be frank, Li Qingwan was somewhat incensed. Lu Yuan's earlier remarks meant little to her. She found no offense in them. Li Qingwan was not one to seek validation from others. Besides, she was indifferent to the opinions of those around her, viewing everyone except her 2 younger sisters as mere animals, whose thoughts she dismissed entirely. Thus, Lu Yuan's contradictory statements did not provoke her anger. In fact, She found this young rascal somewhat amusing. It was precisely for this reason that she did not mind offering him a sword. However, when Lu Yuan ultimately refused her gift, Li Qingwan was genuinely irked. Other matters were inconsequential, but this was unacceptable. Who did Lu Yuan think he was to decline her offering? Had it been anyone else, she would not have let it slide. Glancing at the closed door of the main room, she turned back to Lu Yuan with a frosty expression, muttering disdainfully, "Ungrateful wretch." With that, Li Qingwan coldly uttered her final words and departed. Once she turned away, Lu Yuan felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Though he had spoken boldly, he had felt a pang of anxiety. After all, even if Li Qingwan did not share Zhao Qiao's temperament, he had indeed overstepped his bounds. Watching her retreating figure, he instinctively glanced at the top of her head. Name: Li Qingwan. Favorability: none. Ah, the last half-star has vanished, hasn't it? In the main room, Lu Yuan was engrossed in devouring rice from a gilded bowl. It was utterly delectable. The rice in his bowl was the finest, a tribute to the royal family, accompanied by an array of meats and, most importantly, exquisite spiritual food. Slow down, no one is competing with you, Zhao Qiao chided playfully. Her eyes filled with affection as she served him more dishes. How is it? The cook at home does a good job, right? Once you go to the estate, you want to eat this well, you may not even get to eat meat. Zhao Qiao began to tempt him. Although she had consented to Lu Yuan going to the estate, she was still quite reluctant about it. To her words, Lu Yuan replied with a mouthful of lion's head meat, muttering, "Mediocre, not as good as what I can make. When I get the chance, I'll cook for the lady." Lu Yuan's remark made Zhao Qiao blink her beautiful eyes in surprise. She recalled seeing top culinary skills in his attributes. However, she did not place much significance on it. In response to Lu Yuan's words, Zhao Qiao smiled gently. One meal won't suffice, it will take several. Lu Yuan grinned and continued to eat, while Zhao Qiao slightly tempered her smile and suddenly asked, "What did the lady say to you? It must have been about rules and what you can and cannot do, right?" Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. That's about the gist of it. He felt there was no need to divulge the specifics of his encounter with Li Qingwan to Zhao Qiao, as that would only serve to sow discord. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Zhao Qiao immediately became serious. Do not heed her words. Never wait until the other party strikes before you retaliate. You must act decisively as soon as they raise their hand. Above all, never allow yourself to be wronged. After all, the lady will protect you if anything goes awry. Lu Yuan could not deny that Zhao Qiao's words touched him profoundly. In the 5 years since his arrival in this world, he had never experienced such care from an elder. While he had parents in his previous life, he was not lacking in love. Yet, who could resist the feeling of being cherished? Although deeply moved by Zhao Qiao's sentiments, Lu Yuan's personality made it difficult for him to express his emotions. He could only smile and say, "Rest assured, my lady, I am not one to suffer in silence. Besides, you witnessed my character from the very first day you met me." Zhao Qiao remembered how Lu Yuan had decisively dealt with 3 aggressors, and a smile crept onto her face. Looking at Lu Yuan, her affection for him was undeniable. Unable to resist, she reached out to pinch his cheek, then sighed. If only I had your disposition back in my day. Zhao Qiao reflected on the past with a tinge of regret. Had she possessed Lu Yuan's character, perhaps her master would not have met a dismal end. In contrast to the warmth shared between Zhao Qiao and Lu Yuan, Li Qingwan was seething with anger. What a wretched individual! Merely skilled in medicine, yet he carried himself with such arrogance. As Li Qingwan's mood fluctuated, the sound of galloping horses suddenly echoed from outside. Soon, a voice, slightly breathless, called out from the carriage window, "Your Grace, Lord Lu from the Guanglu Temple, responsible for this year's tributes, has emerged from seclusion and will arrive in Taining City in 7 days. All matters concerning the tributes remain unchanged from previous years. But Lord Lu expressed his desire to taste the 6 delicacies on the first day of his arrival." 6 delicacies? The words from outside caused Li Qingwan within the carriage to furrow her brows. This insufferable eunuch truly has an abundance of demands. Winter has only just begun, and 2 of the 6 precious ingredients cannot mature until heavy snow blankets the mountains. Where on earth am I to procure them now? Chapter 26. Zhuangzi the following day. At dawn, Lu Yuan sat in an ordinary horse-drawn carriage. Originally, due to the poison from Zhao Qiao's corpse, Lu Yuan was supposed to stay at the Zhao residence for 6 or 7 days. However, since Li Qingwan delivered medicine yesterday, Lu Yuan was no longer needed. Today, he was heading to a village located 30 miles from Taining City. Zhao Qiao had made all the arrangements, so Lu Yuan simply needed to go. Zhao Qiao had expressed this intention both last night and this morning. Yet, Lu Yuan pondered that it was unnecessary. At his current level of understanding, he was akin to a blank slate, much like a newly enrolled primary school student learning basic arithmetic. The knowledge he was acquiring was such that there would be no difference if a professor from a prestigious university like Tsinghua or Peking University taught it instead of an ordinary primary school teacher. Moreover, it would be more beneficial to venture out early, to broaden his horizons. After all, even the children of billionaires on Earth still attend school. They do not simply have professors summoned to their homes for private lessons. He recalled the box containing delicacies made from blood spirit stones, which he savored daily. Zhao Qiao stood outside the carriage window, looking in at Lu Yuan, and reminded him, blood spirit stones are among the finest spirit stones. Known for nourishing one's qi and blood, enhancing physical constitution, and greatly benefiting cultivation. A piece the size of a fingernail could cost several taels of silver, equivalent to the yearly expenses of an average family of 3 in the city. Zhao Qiao's generosity towards Lu Yuan was commendable. Not only did she provide him with blood spirit stones, but she also prepared various magical artifacts for him. Although Lu Yuan did not recognize the artifacts, he could tell they were formidable. Rest assured, my lady, I will certainly cultivate diligently and will not disappoint you, Lu Yuan assured her from within the carriage. Zhao Qiao, however, could not help but roll her eyes playfully in response, saying, what do you mean by disappointing? Having one more cultivator or one less makes no difference in our household. You are under my care, and we are not lacking for your presence. It was evident that Zhao Qiao was still reluctant to let Lu Yuan go. Despite feeling touched by her words, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Hey, saying that really makes me sound like a kept man, he joked. Immediately, Lu Yuan added with a grin, that won't do. I am a man and must bear responsibilities. His demeanor amused Zhao Qiao, who couldn't help but laugh and playfully pinch his cheek, saying, if that's the case, then this lady will have to rely on you. The man, from now on. Lu Yuan nodded earnestly, replying, all right, but I have one request. You must listen to what I say. If I want to see something, you must show it to me. Initially, Zhao Qiao thought he was just joking, but as she looked at him with a mischievous grin, she suddenly felt shy and scolded him. You little rascal, you are becoming increasingly cheeky. Now hurry along. By noon, Lu Yuan arrived at Maya Town, the site of the Yinxiang Association's village. As mentioned before, this association essentially functions as a merchant guild, while the cultivators serve as bodyguards. The village serves as a relay station, as merchant caravans always require a resting place. As a premier guild beyond the borders, the Yinxiang Association possesses its own villages in various towns and rural areas. These villages enshrine the deity of the Red Powder Lady, with her divine presence. No malevolent spirits dare to disturb this territory, allowing weary travelers to rest peacefully and enjoy fine wine. This is the primary purpose of the village, serving essentially as a relay station. However, to say the village is merely a relay station would be an oversimplification from Lu Yuan's perspective as an earthling. The village also plays a crucial role in protecting the surrounding townsfolk. In this strange world, where demons and malevolent spirits abound, larger cities like Taining are relatively safe due to their official presence, guards, and nearby temples. Especially in bustling areas, ordinary malevolent spirits would not dare to enter. But what about the villagers who suffer from such disturbances? Should they seek help from the city's officials? Yes, the city's officials do address these matters. But the problem lies in the lack of sufficient guards. Moreover, some villages are simply too far from Taining City. Without swift horses, it would be a long journey from a village to the city, and what if the officials were slow to respond? This is where the cultivators in the village come into play. The cultivators are responsible for dealing with the malevolent spirits troubling the nearby towns. If a household is disturbed or afflicted by misfortune, they come to the village to seek the cultivators' assistance. This not only earns goodwill for the guild, but also enhances their reputation. More importantly, by helping the local populace, they receive offerings and expressions of gratitude, which can aid in the cultivation of the celestial beings associated with the guild. It is precisely because of such offerings that these celestial beings offer their protection. Otherwise, why would they help you? Lu Yuan's task upon entering the village was straightforward. As he currently possessed no skills, his intentions were twofold. First, to learn the techniques and methods from the village's steward. Second, to cook and serve the visiting merchant caravans. Eventually, once he had acquired some skills, he would be able to help the local populace combat malevolent spirits. Only when he had sufficiently learned would he be ready to escort merchant caravans. akin to a comedic apprentice who spends the first 2 years performing menial tasks, cleaning tables, and honing basic skills before being allowed to take the stage. Upon reaching Maya town, he quickly arrived at the village, which was a standard courtyard layout with 3 entrances and exits. The inner courtyard housed the steward and the enshrined celestial being. The middle courtyard was home to the disciples of the Black Door sect. Typically, a village would have a dozen or more disciples, while some might have 8 or 9. The front courtyard served as a place for merchant caravans to store goods and for the cultivators to reside and dine. As Lu Yuan's carriage arrived at the village's entrance, he noticed the still-burning incense and various offerings such as cakes and apples displayed at the entrance. The gate of the village was tightly shut. After disembarking, Lu Yuan shouldered a package and carried 2 large wooden boxes, all of which were prepared by Zhao Qiaoer. With his belongings in hand, Lu Yuan approached the gate and knocked. Did Lu Yuan truly go to the village in Maya town? In an opulent room, Li Qingwan sat in the center, holding a teacup with a hint of surprise. The person opposite her, bowing respectfully, reported, "He left early this morning. He should have arrived by now. I also checked, and it was Lu Yuan's own request during our time at the mine yesterday. When Sanyang wanted him to stay, he insisted on going to the village. Sanyang had no choice but to permit him to go to Maya town." Hearing this, Li Qingwan let out a softly dismissive hum, choosing not to respond. This young man seemed to possess some ambition. Last night, when Lu Yuan spoke, Li Qingwan initially thought he was merely stirred by her words. However, it now appeared that he was not the type to be easily swayed. With this understanding, Li Qingwan felt a bit more at ease. What progress has been made in locating the 6 treasures, the pure white truffle and the cloud sea ginseng? Li Qingwan inquired further. The individual immediately clasped his hands and remarked, "It is only after a month or 2 of heavy snow that we shall have fresh supplies. For now, we can only procure dried goods." Upon hearing his words, Li Qingwan nodded slightly and replied, "Dried goods will suffice." Chef Du Ming of Yusha Restaurant is adept at transforming such ingredients into delectable and savory soups. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qingwan added, "Currently, in Taining City, the only one with such culinary prowess is Chef Du Ming. We must ensure that nothing unfortunate befalls him." The Yinxiang Society has established its position in Taining City not only due to the formidable presence of the Pink Maiden, but also because of its status as a royal merchant capable of providing tribute to the imperial family. If that eunuch Lu were to miss out on the 6 great delicacies, it might incite his displeasure. Should he assign the task of tribute to another guild, it would be most detrimental. As evening approached, a figure rushed to the front hall of Li Qingwan, flustered, and exclaimed, "Your Grace, Du Ming has died." Chapter 27. A heavy burden 6 days later. Early morning. Yusha Restaurant. How could such a significant event transpire without informing me? In a guest room, Zhao Qiaoer gazed at Li Qingwan in the center, her delicate brows knitting in discontent. Li Qingwan, with her jade-like hands gently massaging her smooth forehead, replied wearily, "You were recuperating, so I chose not to burden you with this. I must take the blame. I was aware that other guilds have been restless these past few years and did not remain vigilant enough. Ultimately, they exploited this oversight." Leaning against her chair, Zhao Qiaoer frowned. "This is not the time for such discussions. We can settle accounts later. The immediate concern is that the eunuch from the Guanglu Temple shall arrive by noon today. How prepared are we with the 6 delicacies?" Li Qingwan shook her head, letting out a soft sigh. "It is futile. We have searched high and low for both the chefs and the 2 ingredients. We cannot find them anywhere outside the pass. For now, we must resort to using dried goods and hope that the old eunuch cannot discern the difference." At Li Qingwan's words, Zhao Qiaoer pursed her lips, her brows furrowing further. "How can that be? The old eunuch is from Guanglu Temple, and moreover, he is an outsider. How could he possibly not notice?" Li Qingwan lifted a nearby teacup and shook her head. "Not necessarily. I have investigated the eunuch's background. His family was impoverished, which is precisely why he became a eunuch at the palace. He likely has not experienced the true 6 delicacies and will have to be appeased for now. The few chefs we found have managed to create a decent flavor with the dried goods. If one does not consume it regularly, they may not detect the difference." Listening to Li Qingwan's words, Zhao Qiaoer let out a slight sigh. Given the current predicament, it seemed they had no choice but to gamble on this. After all, there were no other alternatives. The room fell silent for a moment before a sudden clatter interrupted them. Zhao Qiaoer tossed her teacup onto the table and stood abruptly. "Lu Yu." Around 10 o'clock in the morning, 2 swift horses galloped into Taining City, carrying Lu Yuan and a disciple from the Red Gate beside Zhao Qiaoer. Lu Yuan wore a puzzled expression, having been informed by the Red Gate disciple that Zhao Qiao urgently sought him. When he inquired about the matter, the disciple could only respond with uncertainty, causing Lu Yuan to feel a growing sense of unease. Could it be that Zhao Qiao's old ailment had recurred? That should not be the case. During his 6 days at the estate, Lu Yuan had adapted quite well. Compared to his time on the mining site, he found the single rooms here much more comfortable. The meals were satisfactory, with meat served at every meal, and everyone received a monthly allowance. Of course, as apprentices, their allowances were not as substantial as those of seasoned practitioners, but even so, they earned 6 coins a month. In contrast, a laborer in Taining City would toil for a month for merely 3 coins. Life was quite pleasant for everyone. As for bullying, it was non-existent at the estate. The disciples there were considerably older than those at the mines. For instance, Lu Yuan's senior brother was already 22 and soon to join a merchant caravan. Everyone was quite mature, so there were no instances of the bullying prevalent at the mine. However, while there was no bullying, there were certainly schemes and machinations among the disciples. Each one seemed to be calculating, even when sharing a meal. If one were to take a larger piece of fatty meat, others would resent it. Overall, Lu Yuan had enjoyed his 6 days at the estate. However, he had yet to see the steward even once. Typically, his senior brother would lead the group in their training. The techniques they practiced were the most basic taught within the Yin-Wei Association, accessible to every disciple. Should anyone wish to become more powerful, they would have to rely on the steward's favor. Yet, as the saying goes, to teach a disciple is to starve the master. The steward would surely not impart any of his secret skills. At most, if he took a liking to someone, he might teach them a move or two, leaving the rest for them to comprehend on their own. This was inconsequential to Lu Yuan, as he was determined to learn his own Celestial Master techniques. His progress in mastering Celestial Master had been rapid. Initially, he found certain terms in the text incomprehensible, but as he began practicing and listening to others converse, everything became clear. Now, Lu Yuan had reached a significant level in his understanding of Celestial Master. His swift progress was not only due to his own diligence, but also due to the exquisite spiritual food made from blood spirit stones. Having not practiced before, he had no idea of the depth of this substance. It was only after beginning his training that he realized how exceptional it truly was. After 6 days, he increasingly appreciated Zhao Qiao's kindness. While others toiled for a mere portion of spiritual food made from plants, he dined on the finest spiritual food crafted from powdered spirit stones, particularly the premium blood spirit stones. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Yusha restaurant, Li Qingwan leaned closer to Zhao Qiao and whispered, "The area around Yusha restaurant has been cordoned off. Members of the Yin-Wei Association and guards from Guanglu Temple are present. Eunuch Lu has arrived and is currently refreshing himself after a dusty journey from the imperial city to Taining. Naturally, the priority is to wash away his fatigue and savor the 6 delicacies he desires." No one knew why Eunuch Lu had such a penchant for these dishes. While the 6 delicacies were renowned in Taining City, Eunuch Lu, serving at Guanglu Temple, had likely tasted far superior delicacies. Was he longing for a taste of home? Hardly. Eunuch Lu had come from a family so impoverished that he couldn't afford the luxury of the 6 delicacies. If he could have indulged in such delicacies, he would not have had to become a eunuch. At that moment, Zhao Qiao stood on tiptoe, gazing toward the southern street. Feeling somewhat awkward in response to Li Qingwan's words, she replied, Lu Yuan is quite skilled in cooking. Perhaps he could. Zhao Qiao recognized the absurdity of her suggestion but found herself at a loss for a better explanation. How could she articulate that the dish required top culinary skills? Upon hearing Zhao Qiao's reasoning, Li Qingwan was rendered speechless. After questioning for so long, Zhao Qiao had stammered without clarity. Li Qingwan had anticipated a brilliant idea, only to find it a monumental folly. 6 delicacies. What are you saying? Let Lu Yuan come and try, you say? This Lu Yuan, a wild child without parents. How could he possibly know how to prepare the 6 delicacies? He likely doesn't even know what 6 ingredients comprise them. What utter nonsense. Are you out of your mind? What has possessed you to keep mentioning Lu Yuan? Just because he can cook, does that mean he can master the 6 delicacies? What kind of delusion is this? Li Qingwan gritted her teeth in frustration. Zhao Qiao, taken aback by Li Qingwan's words, could only respond with a resigned expression. Oh, enough of that. He should be arriving soon. We can ask Lu Yuan when he gets here. Li Qingwan could hardly tolerate Zhao Qiao's behavior, feeling as though she had succumbed to some kind of hysteria. Once this matter concluded, Li Qingwan vowed to have a serious talk with her sister. Was she possessed? As Li Qingluan prepared to turn and re-enter Yusher restaurant to assess how the chefs were faring with the 6 delicacies, a voice interjected from nearby. Surely, the 2 ladies do not intend to serve the 6 delicacies made from dried goods and hope Eunuch Lu will not notice? At the sound of this remark, both Li Qingluan and Zhao Qiao felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Trouble was brewing. Chapter 28. Are you 2 here to show off your affection? In the Yusher Zhai, within a guest room, President Zhu of the Yuma Association lounges with one leg crossed, a cigarette dangling from his lips. On the table lie 2 boxes, one containing neatly rolled cigarettes, resembling a cigar box, with no fewer than 100 sticks inside. The cigarette he smokes is from this very box. Beside it, a larger wooden box holds 2 sparkling, exquisite ingredients, pristine white truffles and cloud sea snow ginseng. The box emits a chilling aura, intensified by the presence of numerous top-tier snow spirit stones nestled within, which radiate a frosty energy. Let us get straight to the point. The former eunuch responsible for tribute, Eunuch Wang, has retired, and now it falls to Eunuch Lu. Should you attempt to deceive Eunuch Lu with inferior goods, his discerning palate will not be fooled, and the consequences will be painfully clear. President Zhu takes a drag from his cigarette, reclining in his chair, his eyes squinting as he speaks. This does not require reiteration. With the transition from Eunuch Wang to Eunuch Lu, it is a new era, and past dealings hold no weight. Eunuch Lu is likely to assert his authority as a new appointee. If he discovers any deception, it is quite possible he would seek to reassign the responsibility of tribute to a different guild. Let us discuss the price. President Zhu is succinct, as is Li Qingluan. After such discourse and the display of these fresh ingredients, the intentions of President Zhu are unmistakable. He grins widely and states, "Let us be forthright. We appreciate the straightforwardness of the great lady." With a snap of his fingers, an envelope materializes in his hand, a premeditated gesture. Confident that the Yinxiong Guild would yield for these 2 ingredients. Upon receiving the envelope and perusing its contents, Li Qingluan's expression darkens with each passing moment. She realizes that today's dealings will indeed be costly. If Zhu Dequan does not demand an exorbitant price today, it would be uncharacteristic of him. As Li Qingluan reads the envelope, her countenance shifts to one of dismay. The terms laid out imply a demand that could very well consume half of the Yinxiong Guild. This is utterly unrealistic. She discards the envelope onto the table as if it were refused and turns her gaze towards President Zhu. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiao, upon glancing at the contents of the letter, also wears a grim expression. This is nothing short of absurd. Should they concede to the conditions stated, the Yinxiong Guild would plummet from its esteemed status among the top guilds. Yet, Zhu Dequan remains unperturbed, smiling at Li Qingluan as he remarks, "Dear lady, please do not rush. Consider whether this is indeed a mere pipe dream. The Yinxiong Guild has come this far over the past 15 years, offending countless individuals and seizing the benefits of other guilds. You are well aware of this. The resentment has been simmering. The only reason for the lack of retaliation is twofold: the Yinxiong Guild's formidable reputation and its status as a royal merchant. Without that royal merchant title, other guilds would have acted long ago. Ultimately, it is the whims of humanity that dictate the world. Zhu Dequan's assertions are not without merit, and it is precisely for this reason that the Yinxiong Guild regards Eunuch Lu with such gravity. Without the royal merchant designation, the guild would become a prime target for its rivals. After all, the profits the Yinxiong Guild earns are drawn from the coffers of the other 6 top guilds. Dear lady, the 3rd lady, one must learn to be content," he continues. Each of the top guilds has labored for over a century to achieve their current standing. The Yinxiong Guild has reached this point in a mere 15 years. Who wouldn't covet that? By offering these items to the Yuma Association, the Yinxiong Guild could alleviate much animosity while preserving its royal merchant status, allowing for a fresh start. President Zhu speaks with a disarming smile, causing the listener's blood pressure to rise. His assertions seem deceptively simple. Maintaining the royal merchant status could indeed allow for a new beginning. Yet, the Yinxiong Guild has navigated countless trials, employing intricate schemes over the years to reach their position today. Each misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. The past 15 years have seen the Yinxiong Guild confront numerous life and death moments. It is far from a trivial matter. Can those strategies be employed again? People are not fools. Should they concede now, it would be nearly impossible to recover. As the weight of the situation settles upon Li Qingluan, a sense of dread envelopes her. This predicament may prove insurmountable. Zhu Dequan has effectively cornered the Yinxiong Guild. Moreover, his reasoning holds substantial truth. Without the royal merchant title, the guild would be akin to a plump lamb, ripe for the slaughter by wolves. At this moment, within the room, Zhu Dequan appears at ease, while Li Qingluan is on edge, and Zhao Qiaoer anxiously glances out the window. Suddenly, a knock sounds at the door. Zhao Qiaoer promptly rises and calls, "Enter." The door swings open, revealing a familiar face. Lu Yuan stands at the threshold, looking at Zhao Qiaoer with a warm smile, and Qiaoer. This marks the first instance Lu Yuan addresses her so intimately, having previously referred to her as lady. The reason for this familiarity lies in the fact that Lu Yuan has been unable to contain himself. After 6 days apart, Zhao Qiaoer had provided him with an array of items, from top-tier spirit food to fresh clothing, even slipping him 1,000 taels and silver notes. Each gesture made Lu Yuan feel thoroughly cared for. Previously, while spending every day with Zhao Qiaoer, he had not fully appreciated her kindness. Much like a child who has never been apart from their parents and is oblivious to their care. Now, he recognizes just how fortunate he is. Moreover, this extended separation has allowed their feelings to deepen and develop in ways that are undeniably different from before. Zhao Qiaoer, initially eager to inquire about the 6 treasures, momentarily forgets her intentions upon hearing Lu Yuan call her Aunt Qiaoer. Her heart swells with joy, and she responds sweetly, "Oh, you've gotten a bit darker in these few days, haven't you?" Lu Yuan grins in return, "I've been practicing in the courtyard daily. It's not like being cooped up in a mine without seeing the sun." Zhao Qiaoer, adorned in a form-fitting brown dress complemented by a black fur shrug, radiates allure. Her figure, accentuated by the attire, is breathtaking, with her long hair elegantly styled and her captivating eyes framed by luscious red lips. She is truly a vision of beauty, a rare gem among women. If one could embrace Zhao Qiaoer, it would be an experience beyond compare. Of course, within the room is another remarkable woman, Li Qingluan, who is equally stunning today, though her appearance pales in comparison to Zhao Qiaoer's allure. Zhao Qiaoer was utterly enamored by Lu Yuan's words. While playfully chiding him to amuse herself, she hastened towards him. Ultimately, Lu Yuan's desires were fulfilled as Zhao Qiaoer embraced him. In that moment, enveloped in her unique feminine fragrance and relishing her exquisite form, Lu Yuan felt as though he were soaring. Meanwhile, the other 2 individuals in the room, Li Qingluan and Zhu Dequan, exchanged bewildered glances. "Are you 2 really displaying your affection here?" they seemed to ask. Chapter 29. Exceedingly simple. The intimacy between the 2 was undoubtedly ill-timed in the tense atmosphere of the guest room. Originally, Zhao Qiaoer intended to inquire about something else. Immediately, she released Lu Yuan, slightly bent her legs, and aligned her exquisite, radiant face with his before hastily asking, "Yuaner, are you capable of preparing the 6 great delicacies?" Upon hearing Zhao Qiaoer's question, Li Qingluan helplessly placed her delicate hand on her forehead. She indeed asked that. What was there to ask? Everyone was aware of Lu Yuan's background. He was merely a wild child who grew up eating from various households in a small town, later working in a mine. And now here he was. He likely had no idea what the 6 great delicacies even tasted like. Meanwhile, the president of the Jade Horse Society was lost in contemplation. "Yuaner, is it that Lu Yuan, the wild child who suddenly appeared and saved Zhao Qiaoer? Recently, I've been investigating this Lu Yuan. Wait, isn't this wild child skilled in healing? How did he end up inquiring about cooking?" At that moment, Lu Yuan glanced at the expectant and anxious Zhao Qiaoer and blinked. The 6 great delicacies. Of course, he was familiar with them. How could he not know? These dishes were local specialties, arguably the most renowned culinary treasures beyond the borders. On Earth, it would be akin to how mentioning Sichuan conjures images of hot pot or how one thinks of Shaanxi when mentioning Rujiamo. Having lived beyond the borders for 5 years, Lu Yuan was certainly aware of this. However, knowing did not equate to experience. He had never prepared them. After all, the 6 great delicacies comprised bear paws, deer tendons, leopard fetuses, fish maw, along with a type of fungus and ginseng. It was reminiscent of Buddha jumps over the wall. Each ingredient was exceedingly expensive, not to mention scarce. This was not Earth, where one could simply place an online order. In the small town where Lu Yuan resided, none of these ingredients were available. Nonetheless, the absence of these items did not imply that Lu Yuan lacked the skill. His culinary prowess had long reached a distinguished level. Techniques such as frying, braising, stewing, and more were ingrained in him. Specifically, the compendium of the world's greatest cuisines was documented within his culinary deity knowledge, and naturally, the 6 great delicacies held a prominent place therein. Although he had never attempted to prepare them, Lu Yuan was confident in his ability to execute the dish and to do so exceptionally well. After all, in a certain sense, he was akin to a culinary deity. Yet, Lu Yuan found himself uncertain about whether he should admit this. After all, Zhao Qiao was well aware of his past identity. How could he possibly know how to prepare them? A wild child who was oblivious to the simplest of things could not possibly know the ingredients of the 6 great delicacies. If he claimed he could prepare them, how would he explain it later? Moreover, Lu Yuan was increasingly curious as to why Zhao Qiao would ask him such a question. It was, in fact, quite illogical. As Lu Yuan remained in a daze, Zhao Qiao, noticing his silence, quickly interjected, "Yuaner, didn't you say you were an excellent cook?" Lu Yuan? Was it merely because of this one statement that Zhao Qiao assumed he could prepare the 6 great delicacies, and had sought him out from afar for this? Meanwhile, Li Qingwan could no longer bear to watch and remarked to Zhao Qiao with a hint of exasperation, "Please, stop this nonsense." However, Zhao Qiao paid no heed. Her captivating eyes fixed on Lu Yuan, unwavering. Her gaze brimmed with anticipation and hope, as if she awaited his affirmative nod. After a brief pause, Lu Yuan, with utmost seriousness and determination, nodded and replied, "I can make them." Despite the many aspects he found perplexing, and the inability to comprehend why such a situation arose today, he could discern the atmosphere in the room and Zhao Qiao's expression. She had treated him with great kindness over the past 6 days, and he had genuinely felt it. Though he had previously claimed he lacked love, this sincere concern was something no one could refuse. Lu Yuan was not someone who would only take without giving back. Zhao Qiao treated him like family, and naturally, he wished to reciprocate her affection. Thus, some matters could be pondered later. For now, it was best to act. As Lu Yuan made his resolute declaration, an excited Zhao Qiao immediately embraced him. She was confident in Lu Yuan's ability to prepare the 6 great delicacies. Although she could not fathom how he could do so, she knew that the written words never lied. Whether it was his initial supreme physique or later supreme medical skill, they had all proven true. Yet, knowing was one thing. The crucial matter was whether Lu Yuan would admit to it. His straightforward acknowledgement filled Zhao Qiao not only with relief but also with joy that Lu Yuan truly considered her family. However, this little one was quite the actor. As Zhao Qiao had learned previously, Lu Yuan's candid admission left Li Qingwan and Zhu Dequan momentarily stunned. Can he really? Initially, both thought Lu Yuan was boasting, but upon reconsideration, they felt it unlikely. Why? After all, what purpose would there be in lying? If he were to feign knowledge, he would be immediately exposed. Of course, even if he could indeed prepare the 6 great delicacies, that was still relatively common. Many chefs could make the first-rate dish. The challenge lay not in the preparation, but in the ingredients. Presently, the most significant issue was, all right, but 2 of the ingredients, the Qingling white truffle and the Yunhai snow ginseng, are not fresh, they are dried goods. Can Yuan replicate the flavor of fresh ingredients using dried ones? Excitedly, Zhao Qiao grasped Lu Yuan's shoulders and inquired hastily, "Not fresh? Am I blind?" Lu Yuan turned to the large wooden box on the nearby table, which he had noticed upon entering. The box was visibly emanating cold air, making it impossible not to see. "That belongs to someone else, not us." In an instant, Lu Yuan seemed to grasp something. Meanwhile, all eyes in the room were fixed upon him. In Zhao Qiao's hopeful gaze, Lu Yuan calmly nodded and responded, "Certainly. I can use broth to enhance the flavor. It's exceedingly simple." Chapter 30. Are you two not done yet? Lu Yuan's words fell like thunder, startling both Li Qingwan and Zhu Dequan, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiao, already filled with joy, immediately grasped Lu Yuan's hand and led him toward the door. At this moment, only Li Qingwan and Zhu Dequan remained in the room. The Empress would hardly believe that a child from the countryside could create the 6 great delicacies, would she? What he claimed to be able to prepare was likely just tossing everything into a pot to boil. In truth, Li Qingwan shared this skepticism. However, given the circumstances, she had no choice but to trust Lu Yuan. After all, Zhu Dequan's demands were simply excessive. Nevertheless, Li Qingwan couldn't help but furrow her beautifully arched brows at Zhu Dequan's words. How did he know that Lu Yuan was from the countryside? Had he been keeping an eye on him? Why? A multitude of questions swirled in Li Qingwan's mind, yet she maintained her composure, tilting her head slightly to Zhu Dequan and asking, "Why not?" In the next moment, Li Qingwan stood up and, while making her way toward the exit, remarked, "Since President Zhu desires so many items from the Yinxiang society, waiting here a little longer to discuss shouldn't be an issue, right?" Zhu Dequan certainly understood that Li Qingwan wanted to see if Lu Yuan could indeed create the 6 great delicacies. However, Zhu Dequan was unconvinced. It was simply impossible. Extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, he lit another and reclined in his chair, crossing his legs. Li Qingwan said nothing. After exiting the room, she hurried briskly toward the kitchen downstairs. In the bustling kitchen of Yushizhai, it was already packed with people. A dozen large stoves blazed with fire, each manned by a chef. Were all these individuals preparing the 6 great delicacies? Upon entering, Lu Yuan was taken aback by the scene before him. Zhao Qiaoer, standing beside him, gently explained, "Since the 6 great delicacies are made from dried ingredients, we cannot guarantee their quality, so we must prepare several portions at once. The Empress will sample them and decide which one resembles the fresh version most closely." Lu Yuan approached the cutting board, donning a chef's hat, while Zhao Qiaoer stood behind him, tying his apron and helping him with his sleeves. In that moment, she resembled a devoted wife attending to her husband. Lu Yuan, feeling quite at ease, enjoyed Zhao Qiaoer's attentiveness while glancing around, pondering, are the guests truly that significant? And what was the meaning behind the man smoking earlier? The Yinxiang Society is a top-tier guild beyond the borders. For such a prestigious organization to treat someone with such caution, that individual must be quite remarkable. As Zhao Qiaoer tied his apron, she briefly recounted the events to Lu Yuan. Upon hearing this, he grasped the situation. While they conversed, Li Qingwan entered the kitchen and, noticing their leisurely demeanor, grew anxious, exclaiming, "Why are you still chatting? The eunuch will emerge in half an hour. Will we be ready in time?" Half an hour? There was no way they would be ready in time. Preparing the 6 great delicacies would take at least 2 hours. Lu Yuan had no intention of engaging with Li Qingwan. She was beautiful, but spoke in an infuriating manner. The eunuch's timely emergence was not his problem. "You're the one seeking our assistance. Why this attitude?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "If we won't be ready in time, perhaps I should leave?" Lu Yuan's nonchalance irked Li Qingwan, who glared at him with her enchanting phoenix eyes, exclaiming, "You!" Fortunately, Zhao Qiaoer quickly interjected, stepping between them and gently patting Lu Yuan's back, soothingly saying, "Oh, come now. Can we think of a way to expedite things?" With such a stunning mature woman behaving like a young girl in front of him, it was a contrast that few could withstand. Moreover, Lu Yuan, who was not particularly taken with Zhao Qiaoer, pondered her words and replied, "However, the quickest we can manage is still an hour. I need to prepare the broth for the 2 types of dried ingredients." "An hour? That might work. After all, the eunuch will be dining and doesn't need to be served immediately. We can start with some appetizers, enjoy a drink, have a chat, and then serve the 6 great delicacies." Hearing this, Li Qingwan's expression softened somewhat. However, gazing at Lu Yuan, especially at her dear sister Zhao Qiaoer and the way she had been speaking to him, Li Qingwan felt a wave of nausea rise within her. "How old are you, Lu Yuan? Must you be coaxed like a child? And my sister, what on earth is she doing? Calling Lu Yuan sweetie. It's truly revolting. Broth. We have some here. Go find some ghost grass and tiger stripes flower for me." Lu Yuan surveyed the surroundings and suddenly spoke up. The kitchen of Yushizhai, being the finest establishment in Taining City, lacked nothing. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's request for those 2 items, Li Qingwan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows in confusion. "What do you need those for? They aren't ingredients or medicinal herbs, just wildflowers and grasses." With a loud clang, Lu Yuan interrupted her unfinished sentence by tossing the kitchen knife onto the cutting board. He raised an eyebrow at Li Qingwan, speaking without reservation. "Why don't you do it then?" Li Qingwan. "Qiaoer, why didn't you wear high heels today?" Lu Yuan asked as he and Zhao Qiaoer sat around the stove, chatting casually. The 6 great delicacies were stews, requiring precision in timing and heat once the ingredients were placed in the pot. Thus, the process appeared quite relaxed. The kitchen was warm, and sitting together at the stove, they found a certain comfort in their conversation. "What's wrong? Do you prefer when I wear high heels? You don't like these?" Zhao Qiaoer shot him a playful glare. Today, she wore a pair of low-cut boots made from top-quality leather, adorned with a trim of fur, which looked quite attractive. Lu Yuan, being candid, nodded and replied, "This pair looks good, but you look best in high heels." Zhao Qiaoer smiled softly at him, while behind them, Li Qingwan crossed her arms with a resentful expression. "Are you 2 not done yet?" Chapter 31. The increase in favorability is quite remarkable. It seems that this esteemed eunuch Lu longs for the flavors of his hometown. Earlier, Zhao Qiaoer had merely recounted the general circumstances, but now she elaborated in detail. Zhao Qiaoer nodded slightly and remarked, "I suppose that must be the case." Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Then a thought struck him, prompting his curiosity. "May I inquire about eunuch Lu's age?" Naturally, Zhao Qiaoer was unaware of this, as she had only learned of eunuch Lu's situation that very morning. However, at that moment, Li Qingwan, who stood behind them, interjected, "He is 47 years old, born in the year of the tiger." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan turned to Li Qingwan and asked, "When did this eunuch Lu enter the palace?" Li Qingwan felt a twinge of impatience at Lu Yuan's probing questions. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she feared that if Lu Yuan were to abandon the kitchen knife in frustration, it would spell disaster. Ultimately, she pursed her lips and replied, "Around the age of 10. Reflecting on this, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. His murmurs piqued Li Qingwan's curiosity, causing her to furrow her brow in inquiry. However, she quickly reconsidered, realizing that Lu Yuan would likely not respond amicably. With a roll of her eyes, she dismissed the thought. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiao gently clasped Lu Yuan's arm and asked, "Is something the matter?" Lu Yuan flashed a smile and replied, "Not at all. By the way, Aunt Qiao, it's quite late. You haven't eaten yet, have you?" It was nearly 1 in the afternoon, and Zhao Qiao had hastily come without having breakfast. She was indeed feeling quite famished. Lu Yuan then stood up and declared, "I am hungry as well. I shall prepare something for us to share." Zhao Qiao quickly urged him, "Oh, there are plenty of chefs here. Just tell them what you'd like to eat." Lu Yuan grinned and responded, "Surely we cannot have such a multitude of chefs and allow them to cook for us. Allow me to showcase my skills first, lest some doubt our culinary prowess." Li Qingwan, standing behind, couldn't help but smirk. It seemed he was poking fun at her. After glancing at the sulking Li Qingwan, Zhao Qiao could not help but chuckle and said, "Aunt will assist you." Thus began Lu Yuan's performance. As previously mentioned, the 6 delicacies were stews. Even an expert might struggle to discern the techniques involved. However, when it came to other aspects, the difference was stark. Whether it was chopping vegetables or seasoning, Lu Yuan's remarkably deft movements made the kitchen knife appear as if it were gliding through the air. The chefs in the Yushizhai kitchen turned to observe in astonishment. Of course, these chefs were capable of similar feats. But to see a mere 15 or 16-year-old boy accomplish such was truly a rarity. The subsequent stir-frying and pan-frying revealed the chef's foundational skills. Ultimately, with an impressive flourish, Lu Yuan utilized 3 burners to prepare 3 hearty dishes in half an hour: crab with hibiscus, crisp and tender duo, and sweet and sour carp. These dishes were not from the frontier, but rather from Shandong cuisine on Earth. Although Lu Yuan had traversed into this peculiar world for 5 years, his essence remained that of a native with a strong preference for the flavors of his homeland. He was also keen on perfecting the dishes from his origin. Moreover, the preparation of the crisp and tender duo displayed a certain flair. The authentic method was notoriously challenging, demanding precise timing. 1 second too long left it uncooked, while 1 second too short rendered it soggy. It was one of the most difficult dishes in Chinese cuisine. This endeavor was also a means to demonstrate his abilities to Li Qingwan, to counter her incessant teasing. Lu Yuan, with a knife in one hand and a spatula in the other, captivated everyone around him. He also prepared 3 bowls of glistening white rice. "Care to taste?" Lu Yuan turned to Li Qingwan, raising an eyebrow, a hint of pride in his tone. Li Qingwan regarded Lu Yuan with a dismissive snort. "It appears impressive, but who knows how it tastes?" Before she could finish, Lu Yuan took a seat and quipped, "If you don't want to eat, then don't." In Lu Yuan's presence, Li Qingwan had never managed to articulate a complete sentence. In a moment of frustration, she contemplated giving him a good smack. Who raises a child to be this infuriating? If you don't want it, then fine. Who cares if you eat? At that moment, Zhao Qiao sighed, glancing at Li Qingwan. All right, let us sit down and eat. When that old fellow comes out, you'll have to join him for drinks anyway." Li Qingwan considered Zhao Qiao's words. It was true that today's gathering was not just for the fragrant banquet with eunuch Lu. Prominent figures from Taining City had come to welcome him. When the drinking began, it would be in rounds. If she didn't eat something now, she would surely feel discomfort when it was time to drink. Additionally, Li Qingwan was indeed hungry, so they sat down to eat. Lu Yuan's culinary skills were beyond reproach, even for Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao, who were accustomed to the top-tier delicacies of Yushizhai. The dishes Lu Yuan prepared were extraordinarily delicious. They were so engrossed in their meal that they scarcely had time to converse. Li Qingwan had initially intended to critique something, but found herself too engrossed in eating to care, bowing her head to devour her food. Of course, she noticed the somewhat smug glances Lu Yuan cast her way. Regarding his demeanor, she simply shot him a glare before returning her focus to her meal. Li Qingwan savored the food, not only because it was delectable, but also because Lu Yuan had genuine talent. He was not boasting. The 6 delicacies had indeed turned out splendidly. With no lingering grievances, her meal was all the more enjoyable. However, their dining experience was soon interrupted as someone descended from the upper floor. The attendant beside Li Qingwan hurried into the kitchen and approached the trio, saying, "Your Highness, it is time to take your seats. What's the rush? Can't they hurry up? That old fellow is pressing us." Li Qingwan leaned closer to Lu Yuan and Zhao Qiao, her voice tinged with urgency. Her words startled both Lu Yuan and Zhao Qiao furrowed her brows. "What? Aren't we supposed to drink a few rounds first, and then discuss the offerings? Why the haste?" Li Qingwan, clearly exasperated, clicked her tongue. "Exactly. That old fellow is demanding to see the 6 delicacies right away and refuses to discuss anything else until he does." Having said that, Li Qingwan glanced at Lu Yuan, preparing to ask him the time, when she noticed another pot of 6 delicacies simmering on a different stove. A sudden jolt of concern filled her. What is going on? Why is there another pot? Was there something wrong with the first one? If the flavor was off in the first batch, using a second pot would take even longer. Fortunately, her worries were unfounded as Lu Yuan waved his hand and reassured her. "No worries, the other pot is for my own meal. This one will be ready in about 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Shortly thereafter, approximately 10 minutes later, the 6 exquisite delicacies emerged from the pot. However, there was no rush to serve them. After their preparation, Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao each took a small bowl and ladled a spoonful of soup. Both women cautiously raised their bowls, gently parting their lips to savor a taste. Initially taken aback, they exchanged glances. Li Qingwan's eyes sparkled with delight, while Zhao Qiao's gaze radiated a blend of joy and pride, as if to convey, "See, our choice was indeed correct." Observing their expressions, Lu Yuan understood that success had been achieved. What captured Lu Yuan's attention even more, however, was the top of Li Qingwan's head. Name: Li Qingwan. Affection level: Oh, the increase in affection is quite substantial. Chapter 32. Are you really trying to fool us? In a sudden turn of events, the rating surged by 2 stars, an impressive feat indeed. However, upon deeper reflection, this outcome seemed rather normal. After all, if Zhao Qiao's earlier remarks were to be believed, this upcoming banquet would spell disaster. The wealth accumulated over 15 years could be drastically diminished, with more than half potentially lost. In Lu Yuan's view, losing half would be a conservative estimate. People often relish the opportunity to kick a man when he is down. And should the banquet truly face such a calamity, the remaining fraction would be far from secure. 15 years of hard work could vanish in an instant. Hence, Lu Yuan's assertion that running a business is no easy task rings true, even for a formidable top-tier guild like the Yinxiang Guild. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences, making it exceedingly difficult for an individual to navigate such treacherous waters alone. At that moment, Li Qingwan found Lu Yuan exceedingly pleasing to her eyes, as she hurried to cover the pot containing the 6 delicacies. She cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yuan and remarked, "Previously, I may have spoken too harshly on behalf of Her Highness. Today, you have rendered a great service, and naturally, Her Highness will treat you as one of her own." Li Qingwan was elated. She had grasped a lifeline amidst the chaos and felt rejuvenated. The thrill of surviving such a precarious situation made her indifferent to past grievances. However, Zhao Qiao, standing beside Lu Yuan, couldn't help but frown and express her displeasure. "What nonsense are you telling Yuan again?" Li Qingwan chose not to respond further, instead taking the tray with the 6 delicacies and turning to leave. After her departure, Zhao Qiao hastily turned to Lu Yuan and inquired, "What did she say that day?" Lu Yuan was taken aback that the usually haughty Li Qingwan would speak so kindly. Regaining his composure, he waved dismissively, "It's nothing. The past is the past. There is no need to dwell on it, especially since I have more pressing matters at hand." He then took Zhao Qiao's soft hand, adorned with bright red nail polish, and urged, "Let us go see if Master Lu is satisfied." Zhao Qiao allowed herself to be led by Lu Yuan but, with a teasing smile, replied, "Oh, is this a lack of confidence? Rest assured, Master Lu will surely be pleased. The flavor is undoubtedly superior to that produced by Du Ming, the most renowned chef of the 6 delicacies." Indeed, the 6 delicacies were famed dishes from the outskirts, exceptionally expensive, yet for elite ladies like Zhao Qiao and Li Qingwan, they were no different from ordinary fare. It was customary to order them when hosting distinguished guests at the Jade Cuisine Pavilion. Both women were intimately familiar with the flavor, and there was no room for error. Otherwise, her elder sister wouldn't have been so overjoyed after merely tasting a bite before taking the 6 delicacies away. Let us go take a look. Zhao Qiao acquiesced with a smile, surrendering to Lu Yuan's insistence, feeling powerless against his enthusiasm. At the Jade Cuisine Pavilion. On the 3rd floor in the largest private room, Li Qingyuan personally carried the 6 delicacies inside. She felt it was imperative to serve them herself, as she had no trust in others when it came to this delicate matter. Upon her entrance, all eyes in the room were drawn to her. The space was bustling with over 20 individuals seated at a large round table, and 3 such tables filled the expansive private room. These guests were all prominent figures in Taining City, presidents of various guilds both large and small. The Guanglu Temple had business interests in the outskirts. And aside from the obligatory annual tributes, there were also procurement dealings. This was a lucrative opportunity, and anyone fortunate enough to gain favor with the royal court stood to profit immensely. Thus, both heads of top-tier guilds and smaller ones were eager to join this gathering. The whispers of Master Lu's desire for the 6 delicacies had circulated widely, and everyone was aware that genuine 6 delicacies were no longer attainable. Especially after Du Ming's demise. Curiosity abounded regarding how the Yinxiang Guild would fare. Many were keen to witness the spectacle, particularly as the guild had elbowed its way in over the past 15 years, undoubtedly claiming a portion of others' profits. The collective resentment was palpable, and everyone was eager to see how the Yinxiang Guild would navigate this predicament, especially in light of Master Lu's notoriously difficult temperament. Yet, perhaps it was simply a case of a new official wanting to make a strong impression, disregarding previous arrangements made with Lord Wang. If the Yinxiang Guild failed to impress, their royal merchant status, granted by Lord Wang, could very well be revoked. After all, tributes could be produced by any guild, not solely the Yinxiang Guild. Still, Li Qingyuan's confident demeanor as she presented the 6 delicacies instilled a sense of trepidation among the onlookers. Could it be that they had indeed sourced fresh ingredients? Among the attendees, Zhou Dequan was the most astonished. While others might be oblivious to the Yinxiang Guild's potential success, he was acutely aware that they lacked fresh produce, relying solely on dried goods. Could that lad named Lu Yuan have truly pulled it off? Zhou Dequan found it hard to believe. However, he also knew that prior to serving, Li Qingyuan must have tasted the dish herself, for her confidence was unmistakable, especially when she presented the 6 delicacies before Master Lu. Casting a glance towards Zhou Dequan that brimmed with pride and mockery, it was real. Lu Yuan had indeed managed to create something extraordinary. In that moment, regret washed over Zhou Dequan. He lamented not having eliminated Lu Yuan sooner. He had only known of Lu Yuan's exceptional medical skills and had been contemplating an opportunity to eliminate him, but had yet to find the right moment. Now, he was faced with the unforeseen prowess of this unexpected rival. As Li Qingyuan lifted the lid of the pot containing the 6 delicacies, an intoxicating aroma filled the room. This fragrance was something even Du Ming, the most skilled chef of the 6 delicacies, could not replicate. The guests, all of whom had tasted Du Ming's creations, were qualified to judge the quality of the dish. Where had the Yinxiang Guild found such a remarkable chef? In that moment, holding a ladle, Li Qingyuan personally served Master Lu a small bowl of the fragrant, golden, and richly gelatinous 6 delicacies. Master Lu wasted no time. He scooped up a spoonful, unbothered by the heat, and promptly tasted it. The room held its breath in anticipation, curious to see if Master Lu would be pleased. After savoring the dish, Master Lu smacked his lips and looked up at Li Qingyuan, questioning incredulously, "Are you really trying to fool us?" Chapter 33. The flavor. This sudden turn of events left everyone in the room utterly bewildered. To be honest, when Li Qingyuan entered just moments ago, everyone believed that the Yinxiang society would surely succeed. They had all mentally prepared their congratulatory remarks, eagerly waiting for the esteemed eunuch Lu to finish a sip of the 6 delicacies, flash a satisfied smile, and then utter a few auspicious words. However, eunuch Lu's demeanor was quite the opposite. If anyone in the room was the most confounded, it was undoubtedly Li Qingyuan. After all, she had personally tasted the 6 delicacies before presenting them. There was absolutely no doubt about their quality. Otherwise, she would not have brought them forth with such enthusiasm. Yet, eunuch Lu's reaction after sampling them left her utterly flabbergasted. This was impossible. This was authentic fresh produce, the genuine taste of 6 delicacies, flawless in every regard. In an instant, countless unpleasant thoughts flickered through Li Qingyuan's mind. Was eunuch Lu perhaps looking to pick a fight? This was something Li Qingyuan could understand. After all, The Yinxiang society had secured its status as a royal merchant by negotiating favorable terms with the previous eunuch Yuan. With eunuch Lu's arrival, those agreements were rendered void, necessitating fresh negotiations. The Yinxiang society had certainly prepared for this, but the problem lay in the fact that upon meeting eunuch Lu today, Li Qingwan's first instinct was to address this matter. Whether it was during their first encounter, when she went out of Taining City to welcome him, or just moments ago at the banquet, she had wished to discuss it. However, eunuch Lu was entirely disinclined to engage in conversation. He simply kept demanding the 6 delicacies, like a simpleton drooling over food. If he truly wished to renegotiate terms, there was no need for such theatrics. Everyone was well aware of the situation, and there was no need for unnecessary complications. If it were not for this, then things would indeed become troublesome. Could it be that eunuch Lu had already reached a private agreement with another top guild, thus harboring no desire to negotiate with the Yinxiang society? Or perhaps he had established connections with other premier guilds or had family members in those guilds, aiming to strip the Yinxiang society of its royal merchant status and bestow it upon another guild? If that were the case, then negotiation would be futile. This would merely be a performance. Yet, upon further reflection, this seemed implausible. Eunuch Lu had been outside the gates for over 30 years, and his family had long since passed away. Therefore, he would have no ties to any guilds outside. The Yinxiang society had already investigated this matter. Moreover, the most crucial point was that if this were indeed the case, then Zhu Dequan would not have sought out the Yinxiang society in the first place. Among the 7 top guilds in Taining City, aside from the Yinxiang society, the other 6 maintained private channels of communication. If eunuch Lu truly intended to bypass negotiations with the Yinxiang society in favor of others, Zhu Dequan would have no reason to specifically discuss this matter with Li Qingwan today. Of course, there remained the possibility that Zhu Dequan had come to deceive them, already aware of the outcome but wishing to intercept and bluff his way through. Regardless, Li Qingwan's mind was a complete tangle. Yet one thing she could ascertain was that the 6 delicacies were undoubtedly flawless. Even if she had previously agreed to Zhu Dequan's terms, exchanging the dried goods for his fresh produce, the outcome would still be the same. For a moment, Li Qingwan stood there, utterly befuddled. Meanwhile, Zhu Dequan, seated nearby, was equally stunned by the unfolding scene. What was going on here? Eunuch, would you care to taste again? This truly is the 6 delicacies, made by the finest chef. Li Qingwan said in a somewhat subdued tone as she gazed at the displeased eunuch Lu. Yet, eunuch Lu remained unmoved, his spoon resting untouched. With an arched eyebrow and a sharp voice, he addressed Li Qingwan with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, does President Li imply that I am being unreasonable? Li Qingwan was taken aback and quickly bowed. I dare not suggest that. But this 6 delicacies. She pondered. Could it be that this old fellow had never tasted authentic 6 delicacies before? Could it be that his previous encounters were with subpar versions of the dish? After mulling it over, Li Qingwan felt it was unlikely. In all of Taining City, aside from the personal chefs of affluent families, the only establishments serving the 6 delicacies were the top-tier restaurants, with Yushi Shai leading the pack. These premier establishments would never resort to using substandard ingredients, as it would tarnish their reputation. At that moment, Li Qingwan was truly at a loss, unable to discern the cause of this dissonance. Meanwhile, Zhu Dequan began to stir the pot. Clearly, there has been a lack of effort. It is common knowledge that eunuch Lu adores the 6 delicacies, and we were aware of this 6 or 7 days ago. How could the lady of the house prepare it in such a manner? It appears as though she is trying to pass off inferior goods. Zhu Dequan was uncertain of the situation, logically. This should indeed be the authentic flavor of the 6 delicacies. However, given the circumstances, regardless, he decided to adopt a mocking tone for the time being. After all, he was not wrong in his assertion. While others may have been oblivious, Zhu Dequan was fully aware that they had prepared subpar ingredients. Upon hearing Zhu Dequan's remarks, Li Qingwan shot him a fierce glare, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike him for his insolence. Naturally, she could never concede to Zhu Dequan's accusations. Immediately, she turned to eunuch Lu with unwavering conviction. Eunuch, that is absolutely not the case. The 6 delicacies were prepared by the Yinxiang Society's finest chefs, using only the freshest ingredients, all freshly slaughtered and harvested. Li Qingwan lied with a calm demeanor, her heart steady. However, eunuch Lu's eyes widened at her words, and just as he was about to respond, the door was knocked twice. Moments later, it swung open to reveal Zhao Chao, with Lu Yuan standing at the threshold, carrying a large tray. On the tray sat a big clay pot, identical to the one before eunuch Lu. With a curious gaze from the onlookers, Lu Yuan swiftly approached eunuch Lu. Another 6 delicacies? As he reached Eunuch Lu, he uncovered the pot. Upon seeing the contents, Li Qinghuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Wasn't this the pot of 6 delicacies that Lu Yuan had prepared later? The very one he claimed to have eaten? It was evident to her that, among the many pots simmering away in the kitchen of Yushizhai, Lu Yuan's later concoction contained 2 dried jujubes, making it quite distinctive and easy to recognize. As Lu Yuan unveiled the pot, he immediately donned a charming smile, saying, "Eunuch, you have truly misunderstood my lady. She has put forth great effort. Please, sample this authentic 6 delicacies and see if it matches your desired flavor." Authentic 6 delicacies? What do you mean by that? The room filled with confusion, though some appeared to be pondering the implications of his words. As Lu Yuan lifted the pot's lid, Eunuch Lu leaned in to catch a whiff. In an instant, his eyes lit up, and an expression of excitement crossed his face. With a delicate hand, he pointed at the pot of 6 delicacies Lu Yuan had just brought forth, exclaiming, "This is the flavor. This is the flavor." Chapter 34. Is this possible? At this moment, Lu Gonggong was utterly delighted, immediately using a ladle to scoop a spoonful into his mouth. Lo and behold, his eyes sparkled with joy. He exclaimed repeatedly, "This is the flavor. Just like the old days." Everyone present was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. Li Qinghuan glanced at the applauding Lu Gonggong and then at Lu Yuan, standing beside her, her beautiful eyes gleaming with admiration. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Li Qinghuan's favorability has reached a new level. Reward: pharmaceutical creation. Reward has been issued to the host system space. Please check it promptly." Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned by the crisp, cold notification from the system. He quickly turned to observe Li Qinghuan once more. As expected, her favorability rating was noteworthy. Name: Li Qinghuan, favorability. Ah, so it appears that even a 3-star favorability rating comes with rewards. At that moment, Li Qinghuan looked at Lu Yuan with delight and joy. However, Lu Yuan chose to disregard her gaze, instead bowing respectfully towards the ecstatically eating Lu Gonggong, saying, "This dish was specially prepared by our esteemed empress for you. She has taken great care in this matter. What others might overlook, our empress has considered." Thus, 2 portions were prepared. The first portion consists of the current 6 great delicacies, intended for you to experience the evolution of flavors over the years. The second portion is the version you savored long ago. Cuisine evolves with society, adapting rapidly to changing times. This wisdom was gleaned by Lu Yuan after cultivating the essence of the food god. Just as the older generations on Earth preferred robust, savory dishes that were easy to eat, they believed such foods provided strength and energy for labor. Take, for example, how Chinese cuisine transforms when it reaches foreign lands, becoming oddly unrecognizable. Many people would scoff, questioning whether these dishes could still be considered Chinese cuisine. Yet, surprisingly, these modified dishes often sell quite well abroad, as foreigners tend to enjoy them. Those witnessing this phenomenon would disdainfully remark that foreigners truly lack culinary appreciation. They should visit our homeland and try authentic dishes. But isn't it arrogant to assume that when Chinese cuisine ventured abroad, it maintained its original form? After all, where on earth do you not find people of Chinese descent? Where are there no Chinatowns? Authentic Chinese cuisine is everywhere, so why has it morphed into these peculiar iterations? The truth is, the original flavors do not appeal to foreigners, necessitating adjustments to cater to their tastes, ultimately for profit. What you deem authentic might hold no value in their eyes. When you see videos of foreigners enjoying Chinese cuisine, praising its deliciousness, it might seem as though they have never encountered fine food before. One possibility is that these foreigners are like na-ve creatures, finding everything delectable. After all, even locals do not think that every dish in their homeland is exquisite. Alternatively, it could be a ruse for views and profit, requiring pandering to current taste and trends. This old eunuch had left home over 30 years ago, and the flavors of the 6 great delicacies from Taining City back then differ significantly from those today. Lu Yuan's food god recipe also chronicled the evolution of these delicacies over the past 3 decades. Thus, Lu Yuan hurriedly prepared a version of the old 6 great delicacies. It wasn't a hassle, just a few adjustments in the ingredients to create a slight variation in taste. Yet the changes would be perceptible to someone who had cherished these flavors for decades. Lu Yuan's words left Li Qinghuan somewhat dazed. Ah, this clever boy knows how to articulate his thoughts. How could she have ever contemplated such nuances? After all, she had only arrived in Taining City 15 years ago and had never considered the flavors of 30 years ago. As Lu Yuan concluded his explanation, the old eunuch paused, his delicate fingers gesturing to Li Qinghuan in acknowledgement. President Li, you are thoughtful. Li Qingwan quickly responded, it is my duty to serve the eunuch. The eunuch then turned to Lu Yuan with curiosity. Did you create this dish, young one? How do you know the taste of the 6 great delicacies from 30 years ago? Lu Yuan promptly bowed. It is because my grandfather was a chef, specializing in the 6 great delicacies. I witnessed him cook as a child, and he left behind a recipe. I must express my gratitude to the empress and to you. Esteemed eunuch. Li Qingwan blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. Thanking herself? For what? Lu Gonggong appeared equally perplexed. In the next moment, Lu Yuan's eyes glistened with tears, and he began to weep. Before my grandfather passed, he wished for me to inherit his culinary skills and perfect the 6 great delicacies. However, the ingredients are too precious, and our family is too poor to practice. Thanks to your remembrance of this dish, when the empress sent for me, she provided all the ingredients, allowing me to practice day and night. Finally, I have succeeded, and my grandfather can rest in peace. I owe it all to you, esteemed eunuch and the empress. Lu Yuan's heartfelt words left even Li Qingwan, who had previously investigated him, momentarily unsure of reality. She realized that Lu Yuan had lost his parents and had no family, but had once had a grandfather who was a chef. However, Lu Yuan waved away any reward, continuing to wipe his tears. Esteemed eunuch, I cannot accept your money. You have helped me fulfill my grandfather's wish. How could I take your money? Moreover, the empress has been so kind to me, knowing my family struggles. My parents fell ill and could not afford medicine, and my younger brother starved to death during a famine a few years ago. The empress has shown compassion and provided me with generous rewards, so I cannot accept your money. Li Qingwan, Zhu Dequan, and Zhao Qiao at the entrance were all taken aback. Wait, where did this brother come from? What do you mean your parents could not afford medicine? Hold on, why does this sound so familiar? Oh right, this was precisely the situation of Lu Gonggong 30 years ago. His parents could not afford medicine and died, and there was supposedly a sister who starved to death. Wait, this lad has merely swapped Lu Gonggong's sister for a brother and is weaving a tale of his own? Is this truly possible? Chapter 35. How did this come upon me? This Lu Yuan is merely spouting nonsense. It is evident that he possesses no siblings, nor did his parents perish from illness. This lad is truly adept at fabricating tales. Moreover, Li Qingwan and her companions have now comprehended the situation. Earlier, Lu Yuan claimed that his grandfather was once a chef for the 6 delicacies, and then spoke of a difficult family background. Initially, Li Qingwan and the others were somewhat skeptical, wondering if perhaps Lu Yuan truly had such a grandfather. After all, at such a tender age, he demonstrated knowledge of recipes from over 30 years ago, showcasing remarkable skill. It seemed plausible that he hailed from a family of chefs. Otherwise, how could he be so extraordinary? However, upon closer examination, it became clear that he was merely spinning yarns. This boy is a master of fabrication. As for why Lu Yuan concocted these tales, even a fool could discern that he was not merely trying to impress Li Qingwan. Rather, he aimed to curry favor with the Yinxiang society. As anticipated, once Lu Yuan concluded his remarks, eunuch Lu was momentarily taken aback. The words uttered by Lu Yuan resonated deeply with him, evoking a sense of familiarity. How could it not be familiar? Lu Yuan had merely echoed what the old eunuch had expressed. It was not as if Lu Yuan's words were particularly enchanting or captivating. Otherwise, how could he have persistently clamored for the 6 delicacies? After a moment of contemplation, eunuch Lu sighed and gazed at Lu Yuan, saying, My boy, do you understand why I am so fixated on the 6 delicacies? Lu Yuan hurriedly bowed and replied, I am unaware. Subsequently, eunuch Lu turned his attention to the others in the room, raising his voice. I recall it was during the coldest days of winter, when I was merely 8 years old, and my mother was ill, yearning to borrow medicine from the apothecary. The narrative took a somewhat cliché turn. It detailed how he failed to procure the medicine, while simultaneously experiencing intense hunger, squatting by the roadside, no better off than a stray dog. Coincidentally, there was a tavern nearby. Inside, a few wealthy young men, perhaps intoxicated or simply moved by the sight of a small child, offered him a bowl of the 6 delicacies. At that moment, he squatted by the roadside, eating and weeping, questioning why those fortunate individuals had everything while he could not even afford medicine for his parents. From that day forth, he vowed to become a person of wealth and influence, to rise to the highest echelons of society. As he concluded his impassioned account, the pallor of his face transformed into a vibrant hue. Upon finishing, the individuals in the room were astutely aware of the situation. Everyone was flushed with excitement, applauding and cheering. Lu Yuan stood aside, reflecting, well then, this indeed resembles a performance by Zhao Gao. Once the old eunuch finished speaking, Lu Yuan promptly bowed and said, I humbly heed your counsel, eunuch. He feared that if he delayed his response, the old eunuch would become increasingly fervent and drag him into his narrative. The old eunuch, quite pleased with Lu Yuan's demeanor, nodded in approval. Although his words stemmed from genuine emotion, they had been brewing in his heart for decades, awaiting the day he could express them boldly. Finally, eunuch Lu turned to Li Qingwan, expressing his satisfaction. President Li is indeed a paragon among the leaders of Taining City. Had I encountered someone as benevolent as President Li in my youth, my parents would not have succumbed to illness without the means for medicine. What followed was yet another monologue from eunuch Lu, extolling the virtues of benevolence among the wealthy and the responsibilities they hold towards the nation and its people. His words were both commendable and sincere. Lu Yuan listened for a while before contemplating an escape. However, such a gathering was not one where he could linger. Following eunuch Lu's remarks, a few more polite exchanges ensued, and he insisted on rewarding Lu Yuan. Despite Lu Yuan's protests, he stepped forward to accept the reward before making his way towards the exit. Meanwhile, Li Qingwan, who had been standing to the side, took a seat beside eunuch Lu. Her gaze towards Lu Yuan filled with admiration. As Li Qingwan and the majority of those present watched Lu Yuan depart, he suddenly halted, turning back. With a look of trepidation, he addressed eunuch Lu. I beseech your forgiveness. Lu Yuan's demeanor left the room in a state of bewilderment. Is this not over? What more is there? They wondered what trickery he was up to now. Upon entering, all had been his performance. What could he possibly want now? Observers perceived Lu Yuan's antics with clarity, recognizing his penchant for theatrics. Eunuch Lu, however, remained amiable towards him, especially after the sentiments Lu Yuan had just shared, which resonated deeply with the old eunuch. Before eunuch Lu could inquire further, Lu Yuan, with a face full of concern, declared, Eunuch Lu, your teachings are indeed correct. One must be sincere and cannot engage in deceit. Moreover, having accepted your reward, I cannot deceive you. At this juncture, the audience was left in a state of confusion. Did eunuch Lu just say that one must be sincere and cannot engage in deceit? They found themselves perplexed, particularly since eunuch Lu had indeed delivered many platitudes earlier. Amidst discussions of patriotism and philanthropy, it was unclear whether he had genuinely stated such things or if Lu Yuan was fabricating. Without allowing others a moment to react, Lu Yuan continued, among the 6 delicacies you enjoyed, 2 of the ingredients were dried goods, not fresh. This statement sent the room into an uproar. What? He can say that? Wasn't he supposed to have no involvement? Why is he revealing this? Li Qingwan grew anxious, thinking, what is he doing? Yet, in the next moment, Lu Yuan, tears streaming down his face, lamented, but please do not blame my lady. She has been diligent, sacrificing sleep and food, striving to prepare the finest 6 delicacies for you, eunuch. However, as a resident of Taining City, you are aware that the Qingling white truffle and the Yunhai snow ginseng are only available during heavy snow. My lady searched far and wide, eventually locating 2 fresh specimens from President Zhu at the Yuhui Association. However, upon learning that these were intended for you, President Zhu imposed exorbitant demands, nearly requiring half of the Yinxiang Society's assets, which my lady could not acquiesce to. Thus, she directed me to create the taste of fresh goods using dried ingredients. Fortunately, I was able to replicate the flavor with a family recipe. Yet, in essence, this remains a deception, and I implore your forgiveness. At this moment, the room fell silent, with only Lu Yuan's sobs echoing. The collective gaze of the assembly shifted from Lu Yuan to Zhu Dequan, who was now utterly bewildered. What? How did this come upon me? Chapter 36. Tonight at Zhuangzi's house as nightfall descended upon Taining City, the Zhao family residence lay in serene stillness within its inner courtyard, illuminated solely by the warm glow of an orange-hued spirit lamp in the east wing. Delicate snowflakes danced through the air, as a gentle snowfall had persisted since dawn, blanketing the courtyard in a soft layer of white. In stark contrast to the chill outside, the east wing exuded a cozy warmth akin to spring. Within this chamber stood a fire spirit stone, towering to half a person's height, radiating warmth throughout the room. Lu Yuan reclined upon the bed, clad in a simple undershirt, lost in a deep slumber. Beside him, Zhao Qiaoer, adorned in a delicate red silk nightgown that cascaded to her thighs, languidly leaned against a chair, exuding an alluring charm. Although the gown was not overly revealing, it clung to her form in a manner that was undeniably enticing. The striking contrast between her fair complexion and the vibrant red silk was simply captivating. Zhao Qiaoer lounged with her long, shapely legs crossed, one foot adorned with striking purple nail polish, playfully swaying in her sandals. Her delicate, pale heels seemed to invite admiration. In her hand, she held a round fan, crafted from the fire spirit stone, which she gently waved towards the slumbering Lu Yuan, releasing a warm breeze with each delicate motion. The room was enveloped in tranquility, the only sound being the gentle rhythm of Lu Yuan's breathing. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed until the sharp sound of high heels clicking against the stone floor echoed from outside. As the footsteps approached the east wing, their volume softened deliberately. Then, a soft creak announced the entrance of Li Qingwan. Upon closing the door, she cast a glance at the sleeping Lu Yuan before her eyes fell upon Zhao Qiao, who remained turned away. Li Qingwan delicately removed her slender high-heeled shoes. Her bare feet, encased in sheer, glossy black stockings, making contact with the plush carpet. With a graceful movement, she tiptoed towards Lu Yuan's bedside. Her presence as quiet as the falling snow. Zhao Qiao spoke in a soft voice, averting her gaze from Li Qingwan. She maintained her previous posture, her alluring, elongated eyes tenderly fixed on Lu Yuan. Li Qingwan, seated nearby, raised her perfectly glossy, voluptuous legs that drove countless admirers of silk stockings into a frenzy, and softly remarked, "It's concluded. He is not a commendable individual. He speaks of loyalty and virtue, but his heart is darker than anyone else's. His demands far exceed those of the previous Lord Wang." Upon hearing Li Qingwan's words, Zhao Qiao exhibited no change in expression, merely nodding gently as she replied, "Where in this world is there a wolf that does not feast on flesh?" As this matter was discussed, Li Qingwan's sensual lips involuntarily curved into a smile. And she then softly added, "However, compared to this, the herbal business of the Yuhui Club has been halted and reassigned to us by Lord Lu. Although we still incur losses overall, it is manageable. It is merely a matter of financial gain, whether more or less. The Yuhui Club must be feeling quite uncomfortable." Li Qingwan's tone was remarkably cheerful, indicating that this development brought her considerable joy. The cessation of the herbal trade between the Yuhui Club and the Guanglu Temple, along with its transfer to the Yinxiang Society, was understood by both esteemed ladies in the room. All of this stemmed from Lu Yuan's sudden remark at the end. Reflecting on Lu Yuan's feigned sorrowful demeanor and the bewildered expression of Zhu Duquan, they could not help but share a knowing smile. "Why are you retiring so early? As more content continues to load, please hold on." Unlike in the past, Li Qingwan has always regarded Lu Yuan with a frigid disdain. However, at present, her tone has softened considerably, resembling that of a mother gently inquiring after her child. As for Zhao Qiao, there exists no profound enmity between her and Li Qingwan. If there were, the current fragrant gathering would scarcely exist. Their discord merely stems from a minor conflict between sisters, both of whom possess rather assertive personalities. In the heat of the moment, neither was willing to concede, resulting in a standoff. Yet, ever since Li Qingwan left that medicinal ointment and offered some conciliatory words, a bridge was built. Naturally, Zhao Qiao has long since quelled her anger. However, she hesitated to accept the olive branch at that time. Now, she intends to do so. Zhao Qiao softly elaborates, 5 o'clock? Li Qingwan glanced outside at the enveloping darkness of the night. She then retrieved her pocket watch, opening it to check the time. It was already 7 o'clock. Li Qingwan found it somewhat peculiar as she observed Zhao Qiao. At that moment, Zhao Qiao finally shifted her gaze away from Lu Yuan, turning to face the curiously expression Li Qingwan. Her stunningly beautiful face, unmatched in its allure, revealed a hint of a mischievous smile. In an instant, Zhao Qiao seemed less like an exquisite mature woman and more akin to a playful young lady from next door. Deliberate, of course, Zhao Qiao remarked. Unable to suppress her laughter, her jade-like hand adorned with bright red nail polish lightly covering her alluring crimson lips. Her elongated, beautiful eyes curved into crescent shapes, smiling like a little fox. The resplendent femininity of her form swayed enticingly. Li Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, her dignified and pure visage breaking into a radiant smile. However, at that very moment, a soft sound broke the atmosphere. Lu Yuan had awakened. Just as Zhao Qiao was about to lean closer, she watched Lu Yuan suddenly sit up from the bed, his expression one of bewilderment as he stared out at the pitch-black window. "Why is it so dark? What time is it?" Zhao Qiao was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, she hastily rose with a look of urgency, exclaiming, "Oh dear, the Empress has lost track of time." With that, Zhao Qiao quickly leaned to one side to glance at the grand clock in the main hall, and then, with a face full of panic, she exclaimed, "Oh my, how is it already 7 o'clock? It's all the Empress's fault. Just a moment ago, She dozed off and completely forgot about the time. Li Qingyuan sat beside her, utterly bewildered, observing this scene. Goodness, these two. Each one outshining the other in their performance. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan hurriedly donned his clothes and remarked anxiously. Zhao Qiao, listening to Lu Yuan's words, promptly replied in a delicate voice, "It's so dark outside. It's quite unsafe." Lu Yuan repeatedly waved his hands, rising from the bed and declaring, "No, no. It cannot be done. Tonight, we shall capture the rogue at the manor." Chapter 37. Has the villain from Qinjiadan violated the heavens? What villain? Zhao Qiao hurriedly assisted Lu Yuan in searching for his trousers, still bewildered. Lu Yuan looked up at Zhao Qiao and smiled. There is a village next to Majiakin, and recently, several graves have been disturbed. The investigation suggests that an old woman has been digging them up and consuming the corpses, claiming she is a villain. Today, we are going to capture her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiao was taken aback, and her assistance in finding Lu Yuan's trousers ceased. She paused, her expression turning displeased. "I thought it was something significant. Why are you in such a hurry for this? It's rather ominous. You're not allowed to leave tonight. Stay at home." Lu Yuan, however, waved his hand dismissively. "That won't do. We have been practicing in the village for several days, and we are looking forward to testing our skills on this villain. I've mastered the Tianxia techniques recently, and naturally, I want to showcase them." It was not that Lu Yuan was eager for trouble. Rather, he needed to ascertain his true capabilities and see what power his Tianxia held in this peculiar world. After all, merely practicing in isolation would not suffice. Zhao Qiao rolled her eyes. "You've only been in the village for a few days. You haven't even grasped the techniques yet." In response to her comment, Lu Yuan smiled with a hint of pride. "Aunt Qiao, do not underestimate me. Although it has only been a few days, I have made significant progress." Lu Yuan had no intention of concealing his strength from Zhao Qiao. He regarded her as family. While it was acceptable to keep certain matters from outsiders, there was no point in hiding things from loved ones. Ultimately, the truth would come to light. So why bother with secrecy? Zhao Qiao looked at Lu Yuan with curiosity, recalling his medical skills and culinary talents. Now, he claimed to be powerful. She blinked her beautiful eyes and asked earnestly, "How powerful?" In response, Lu Yuan felt compelled to impress Zhao Qiao. He extended his hand, palm facing upward, and a rumble of thunder echoed as a spark of electricity manifested in his palm. The manifestation of the palm thunder was a hallmark of the Tianxia technique. As it appeared, both Zhao Qiao and Li Qingyuan felt their eyelids twitch in astonishment. The palm thunder was one of the foundational techniques that many practitioners learned at the outset. Basic skills like the blood yang arrow and the clear heart spell were easier to master and effective against malevolent spirits. The blood yang arrow involved silently reciting a spell, biting one's tongue to draw blood, and if it hit the target, even a malevolent spirit with a century of experience would suffer immensely. Similarly, the palm thunder was known for its extraordinary effectiveness against evil entities. Generally, mastering the palm thunder took at least 6 months to produce a thunderous sound in the palm, let alone condensing actual thunder. For someone like Lu Yuan, it would typically require a year of practice. Yet, here he was, after just 6 days? Moreover, what astonished Zhao Qiao and Li Qingyuan was the purity of Lu Yuan's thunder. Ordinary practitioners' thunder, while still thunder, lacked the same essence and sensation. Lu Yuan's thunder, however, elicited a profound sense of awe, akin to true heavenly thunder. The two women felt an indescribable thrill in their hearts. As they stood in astonishment, Lu Yuan flashed a grin at Zhao Qiao and said with a hint of pride, "So, Aunt Qiao, do you believe me now?" Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Zhao Qiao asked, "Yuana, where did you learn all this? It doesn't seem like something you picked up recently, not just the palm thunder, but also his medical knowledge and culinary skills had been well thought out." Lu Yuan, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, "While foraging for herbs in the mountains, I stumbled upon a cave containing several ancient texts. I learned from these books, including my knowledge of medicine and cooking, which I studied for several years." After Lu Yuan spoke, both Zhao Qiao and Li Qingyuan blinked, rendered speechless. Did they believe his words? Perhaps half believed. They were well aware of Lu Yuan's background. Aside from such an extraordinary circumstance, they could not conceive any other explanation. Yet, if they were to doubt him, it seemed too coincidental. However, being astute women, they refrained from pressing further. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and Lu Yuan was no different. In any case, he was no outsider. He was truly one of them. And they would wait for him to share when he was ready. At that moment, Lu Yuan sat on the bed, putting on his trousers while exclaiming, "Aunt Qiao, please arrange for a swift horse. We need to leave as soon as I'm dressed. Zhao Qiaoer, who indulged Lu Yuan to a fault, was inclined to agree with whatever he said, although she personally preferred him not to leave. Seeing his urgency prompted her to summon someone to prepare a horse for him. Yet, just then, Li Qingwan interjected, "You cannot leave, and not just today, but from now on, you must stay here. You can no longer go to the village." Li Qingwan's sudden declaration startled Lu Yuan. He hadn't realized there was a third person in the room. As for Li Qingwan's words, Lu Yuan was perplexed. What did she mean he couldn't go to the village anymore? Zhao Qiaoer, too, was taken aback, looking at Li Qingwan for clarification. Li Qingwan continued without mystery. "Let us not mention this morning's words from Zhu Dequan. Other top-tier organizations have already set their sights on you. Just consider today's events. Do you think other factions will let you off easily? If you go to the village now without protection, isn't that courting disaster?" Her words struck Zhao Qiaoer like a bolt of lightning, and she exclaimed, "How could I forget that? Yuan, you truly cannot go to the village. You must stay at home from now on." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Yuan shifted from his previous urgency to a contemplative stillness on the bed. He inhaled sharply, recalling that this was not Earth, where threats could be taken lightly. However, determining his capabilities in capturing villains was equally significant. Lu Yuan pondered and turned to Zhao Qiaoer. "Even if Zhu Dequan wishes to harm me, he wouldn't act so swiftly." Zhao Qiaoer, exasperated, rolled her eyes and playfully chided, "You little rascal, why are you so fixated on a villain?" Upon hearing Zhao Qiaoer's words, she glanced at Lu Yuan, who sat on the edge of the bed looking utterly dejected, and her heart ached with compassion. Ultimately, with a slight pout and a playful reprimand, she conceded, All right. Tonight Aunt Qiaoer shall accompany you. Is that agreeable?" With that, Zhao Qiaoer prepared to change her attire. Meanwhile, Li Qingwan looked on in bewilderment at her sister. Could it be that her younger sibling truly indulged Lu Yuan to such an extent? In the depths of winter, with snow cascading ever more fervently, she was willing to accompany him merely because he wished to go? As the clock approached 9 or 10 in the evening, the gates of the Yinxiang Society in Majiabao swung wide open. A group of travelers, clad in formal attire and bearing twin swords, emerged from the courtyard. At that moment, a rapid clattering of hooves surged from afar, drawing near. Eventually, a mounted traveler appeared before the group, galloping briskly, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Yet, he called out to the travelers emerging from the courtyard, "You need not proceed any further. The affairs of Qinjiatin this night will be personally managed by the revered lady and the third lady." The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. The revered lady and the third lady themselves are coming? Has the situation in Qinjiatin truly breached the celestial laws? Chapter 38. He still wants to lick. The poison of death has been extracted. Is Lu Yuan really that remarkable? In the night, along the rural path from Tianing City to Qinjiatin, a lavish carriage held a stunned Li Qingwan. Zhao Qiaoer nodded slightly, remarking, in retrospect, "It is truly astonishing." Yuan merely used a few silver needles to expel the corpse poison from the heart. Li Qingwan gasped in realization. No wonder that Zhu Dequan had previously fixated on Lu Yuan. I had thought that merely expelling the poison would not lead to such. Wait. No, that is not right. I am utterly oblivious to the fact that your malevolence has penetrated my very being. How could they possibly be aware of it? Li Qingwan was struck with a sudden realization, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon Zhao Qiaoer. Zhao Qiaoer, too, was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed quite astonishing. Could it be that the demon in disguise from earlier was, in fact, affiliated with another guild? In that instant, both Zhao Qiaoer and Li Qingwan grasped the implications of the matter. However, their reactions were not particularly pronounced. Over the years, countless clandestine dealings had transpired between various guilds and the Yinxiang Guild. Similarly, the Yinxiang Guild had engaged in its share of underhanded tactics against others. It was unexpected, indeed, that their focus had now shifted to Zhao Qiaoer. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed only reasonable. The Yinxiang Guild had been expanding its influence significantly. If this continued for a few more years, it could potentially monopolize the resources of the other guilds. Thus, it was only natural for rivals to resort to desperate measures, targeting prominent figures within the Yinxiang Guild. At that moment, Lu Yuan was not in the carriage, but rather riding a magnificent steed ahead, leading the members of the Yinxiang Guild. Clad in a dogskin hat and a thick leather coat, he held a book in his hands, the system's reward for the day, titled Alchemy. The moon was resplendent and full, and the snowfall had ceased just as they departed the city. The pristine moonlight illuminated the blanket of snow, creating a brilliant glow across the countryside. Indeed, it was a fortuitous day for ghost hunting. "Young master, what captivates your attention so?" inquired a fellow guild member, smiling sweetly at Lu Yuan. The newcomers were not yet well acquainted with this young man, but they understood his significance in the eyes of the third mistress. Just moments ago, while waiting outside the estate, they had witnessed the third mistress personally adorning him with a hat and proper attire, her expression radiating affection as if he were her own kin. Lu Yuan looked up, offering a warm smile and raising the book in his hand. "I am perusing a tome on healing." His amiable demeanor delighted the guild member, who was relieved to encounter such a pleasant disposition, fearing the possibility of dealing with someone temperamental in the future. With a respectful nod, the guild member refrained from interrupting Lu Yuan's reading. Lu Yuan, meanwhile, delved deeper into the pages of alchemy. The contents of the book piqued his interest significantly, akin to the mechanics of certain online games. It described the process of refining low-tier potions into more potent ones. For instance, 3 Buddha's hands could be transformed into a feng shui, primordial pill, or a 9-turn resurrection pill. The efficacy of the resulting potions would be greatly enhanced, with some even imparting unique effects, similar to the game Zelda. Combining a fire lizard with other ingredients could yield increased heat resistance. Lu Yuan skimmed through the descriptions of various potions, noting that any formidable concoction required spiritual stones, echoing the realities of his world where quality often correlated with the presence of such stones. The complexities of alchemy lay primarily in the intricacies of its processes. Certain potions needed precise temperature and timing to maximize their effects. Some required 3 minutes of roasting, others 5, and some even 7. Furthermore, advanced potions necessitated different roasting durations while simultaneously merging with spiritual stones to unleash their utmost potential. A mere second's deviation could compromise the quality. To the untrained eye, this knowledge could be overwhelmingly daunting. Yet for Lu Yuan, it was manageable, particularly since he possessed a foundational understanding. The Shennong had endowed him with the ability to identify hundreds of herbs, comprehending their properties and effects thoroughly. For him, mastering the timing in alchemy was the final piece of the puzzle. Serendipitously, Gourmet God had honed Lu Yuan's control over heat to an extraordinary level, elevating his skills to an unparalleled degree. This synergy made his foray into alchemy feel almost divinely inspired. In truth, many aspects of life mirror one another. For instance, Lu Yuan's remarkable ability to cultivate the Tianshi to such heights in a mere 6 days was largely aided by the generous supply of top-tier spiritual food provided by Aunt Shower, while the remainder relied on Lu Yuan's own merit. What was it that propelled Lu Yuan? Was it sheer talent? It is not merely by chance. It is through the wisdom of Lu Yuan's medical heart. This profound knowledge enables Lu Yuan to comprehend the intricate pathways of the human body, discerning the unique characteristics of various acupoints and understanding how to optimize the body's latent potential. Thus, Lu Yuan is able to cultivate the celestial master to such an advanced level in a remarkably short time. Within the carriage at the rear, do you truly hold Lu Yuan in such high regard? Is it genuine affection that you feel? He is merely a child. A little coaxing will suffice. Must we truly cater to his every whim? Li Qingwan gazed at Zhao Qiaoer, who was seated opposite her, and suddenly spoke. Zhao Qiaoer slightly lifted her gaze to glance at Li Qingwan and inquired, "What is it? Do you not like it?" Li Qingwan blinked, then slightly nodded and remarked, "This little creature is indeed clever and astute, a rarity to be cherished. Yet, based on my understanding of you, even if you were to save your life, you would not be so affected." Li Qingwan possessed a profound insight into her sister's character. Cold and venomous at heart, it was exceedingly difficult to penetrate her emotional barriers. Furthermore, today's incident was utterly preposterous. That Lu Yuan was clamoring about some sort of capture. In Li Qingwan's view, such matters were largely the result of indulgence toward children. In this frigid weather, rather than staying home, he chose to venture out in the dead of night. A good thrashing would surely dissuade him from such antics. After all, he was merely a child. A little coaxing would suffice. If that failed, a good beating would do. Yet, her sister had truly been spoiled to such an extent. Witnessing Lu Yuan's distress stirred her heart, prompting her to voice her support. Thus, Li Qingwan genuinely wished to know if there was anything more between these two, aside from the matter of the corpse poison. Otherwise, it would not be so. Contemplating the words of Li Qingwan, Zhao Qiaoer felt a faint blush akin to that of a young maiden bloom upon her enchanting visage. Zhao Qiaoer remained silent. Meanwhile, Li Qingwan did not cast a glance at Zhao Qiaoer but was lost in thought. As she pondered, Li Qingwan suddenly spoke again. Is it because he has discerned your true identity that he does not harbor the same disdain as others? Li Qingwan pondered deeply and concluded that this matter might be the only one. He truly adores. Truly adores? Li Qingwan instinctively raised an eyebrow and remarked, is this merely an act? After all, for an ordinary person, finding such matters not repulsive is exceedingly rare, let alone actually enjoying them. Li Qingwan harbored no desire to maliciously speculate about others, however, regarding this matter. She instinctively felt that Lu Yuan was merely putting on an act. After all, she had witnessed his remarkable talent for theatrics earlier that afternoon. She surmised that, in a desperate bid for survival, he was likely feigning affection. One can indeed comprehend the sentiment. However, no sooner had Li Qingwan finished speaking than Zhao Qiaoer interjected with a frosty expression, exclaiming, that's not true at all. He was about to continue. At this point, Zhao Qiaoer seemed to wilt. In an instant, her enchanting and beautiful face flushed with embarrassment. The words she intended to say momentarily eluded her. Even shyly averting her gaze from Li Qingwan, Zhao Qiaoer turned her attention towards the window. This scene left Li Qingwan momentarily astonished. Could it be that her sister was capable of displaying such bashfulness? Was she truly capable of feeling shy? Driven by curiosity, Li Qingwan hastily inquired, what do you want? Zhao Qiaoer remained silent, gazing out the window without uttering a word, yet her exquisitely enchanting face grew increasingly flushed, nearly reaching her ears. The more Zhao Qiaoer reacted this way, the more Li Qingwan's curiosity intensified, prompting her to persist in her questioning. As the inquiries continued, perhaps feeling cornered, Zhao Qiaoer buried her face into the fabric of her black fox cloak and murmured, he wants to lick. Li Qingwan. What? Chapter 39, The Femme Fatale, Jean Maging. What is there to lick? For a moment, Li Qingwan felt her mind go blank. Staring in bewilderment at Zhao Qiaoer. Initially, it was merely shyness, a shyness so profound that it rendered her speechless. However, once the words were on the verge of being spoken, it did not seem so daunting after all. In an instant, Zhao Qiaoer turned her head, blushing fiercely, and glared at Li Qingwan, exclaiming, where else could it be? Upon hearing Zhao Qiaoer's words, Li Qingwan could not help but purse her lips. In truth, Li Qingwan was well aware of the matter. She simply dared not entertain such thoughts moments ago. With Zhao Qiaoer reiterating her statement, Li Qingwan naturally comprehended the implications. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words, stammering, Is this a fabrication? Indeed, it was not only Li Qingwan who found this situation absurd. Zhao Qiaoer herself felt a profound sense of incredulity. Had it not been for the affection initially harbored, signified by the words above Lu Yuan's head, Zhao Qiaoer would have found it utterly inconceivable. Yet, this matter is indeed true, devoid of any semblance of falsehood. At that time, Lu Yuan's peculiar fondness was surging forth unabated. In response to Li Qingwan's remarks, Zhao Qiaoer merely huffed, of course it is true. I wouldn't have transformed if he hadn't been so insistent. Li Qingwan? For a fleeting moment, Li Qingwan pondered whether she had grown too old, struggling to keep pace with the thoughts of the younger generation. Was there truly a need for such haste? Li Qingwan found herself utterly bewildered, yet profoundly shaken. Ultimately, she could not suppress a slight twitch at the corners of her mouth, murmuring, as long as it brings you joy. As long as it brings you joy. More content is loading. Please hold on. The truth of the matter is, regardless of whether Lu Yuan's affections were genuine or feigned at that moment, it held little significance. What truly matters now is that Lu Yuan is indeed fond of her. Li Qingwan, not being blind to their circumstances, could discern the nature of their relationship. It was quite satisfactory indeed, though their manner of interaction was somewhat difficult for Li Qingwan to accept. Today, fortune smiled upon them. Since leaving the city, the snow had ceased to fall. They meandered along, arriving near Qinjiatin in the latter half of the night. It was not excessively late. According to the villagers' earlier accounts, the grave robbers emerged only around 2 or 3 o'clock in the early hours. The timing was just right. Upon reaching the outskirts of Qinjiatin, the horse-drawn carriage could no longer proceed further into the village. Being a rural area, the roads were quite rough and primarily unpaved. Additionally, today marked the first snowfall of the season beyond the borders, and typically, the initial flakes do not settle directly on the ground. The earth retains residual warmth, causing the snow to largely melt upon contact. Unlike the picturesque scenes portrayed in films or television shows, where the landscape is blanketed in pristine white, it is only when winter firmly establishes its grip, freezing the ground thoroughly, that such a sight becomes possible. In the current conditions, however, The snowflakes quickly melted upon touching the ground, rendering the country lanes a quagmire. The large carriage would easily become ensnared. Nonetheless, for Lu Yuan, this posed no concern. After all, Zhao Qiaoer and Li Qingwan need not enter. Lu Yuan could proceed with the other travelers while allowing Zhao Qiaoer and Li Qingwan to wait here. Lu Yuan felt that Zhao Qiaoer was somewhat overreacting to the situation. As he had previously stated, even if Zhu Dequan intended to eliminate him, it would not be executed so swiftly. There would first need to be arrangements made and discussions held regarding how to achieve his demise. At the earliest, this would require 2 or 3 days, wouldn't it? Thus, it is best to go alone. However, Zhao Qiaoer was certainly opposed to Lu Yuan's idea. Riding up to the carriage, Lu Yuan called out a couple of times, prompting Zhao Qiaoer to emerge from within, grasping Lu Yuan's hand and insisting, "No, I must accompany you. What if something happens?" Faced with Zhao Qiaoer's insistence, Lu Yuan found himself at a loss for words, merely raising an eyebrow and replying, "In that case, I shall take care of it myself. You must not intervene. Otherwise, venturing out here at night would be utterly meaningless." At this moment, in the city of Taining, within a dimly lit chamber enveloped in swirling smoke, a long table was occupied by wealthy gentlemen adorned in gold and silver finery. Yet, the thick haze rendered their faces indistinguishable. It was presumed that Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiaoer, those two wretched women, had already arrived at Chenjiadan with Lu Yuan. It was anticipated that within the hour, favorable news would soon follow. After this rather self-satisfied remark, the room fell into a brief silence until someone broke it by questioning, "Is that Goryeo woman truly so formidable?" "Indeed, this is personally safeguarded by Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiaoer. It is said that Li Qingwan's strength had already approached that of a grandmaster 3 years ago. This audacious woman has no idea how she cultivated her power. The youngest grandmaster beyond the borders was already over 60, yet she is merely in her mid-30s. In an instant, the room was filled with a cacophony of voices, particularly when the name Li Qingwan was mentioned, brimming with resentment. At last, one individual struck the table and declared, "Enough, enough. We all know the hardships we have endured due to Li Qingwan, but today's endeavor shall surely succeed. After all, although they remain vigilant, they would never anticipate that we could act with such swiftness. Even more so, they would never suspect that the individual we sought was none other than Jean Meijing." In the stillness of the late night, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. On the ridge behind Chenjiadan, unsettling creaks echoed through the air. In the graveyard, a tomb had been unearthed, fresh soil scattered about. Bathed in moonlight, within the pit, a disheveled old woman was laboriously feasting upon putrid flesh. Though she savored her meal, her hands moved with an unsettling urgency. Suddenly, in an unexpected burst of speed, the old woman sprang from the pit, her manner of movement defying human capability. Instead of walking, she scuttled on all fours with an uncanny swiftness, reminiscent of a large spider. The scene was both bizarre and sinister. Just as she fled towards the trees atop the ridge, a shadowy figure leapt forth. In his hand coalesced a silver lightning, reverberating with a thunderous roar that instilled fear in the hearts of malevolent beings. Before the old woman could muster any response, the figure had already approached with great swiftness. Boom! A silver lightning bolt appeared before the old woman, and then it erupted explosively. "Wow, Yuan, how impressive!" After the old woman was propelled into the air, a group of individuals emerged from the forest. Zhao Qiaoer continued to evoke a profound emotional resonance, approaching Lu Yuan while applauding him, her face radiating joy for his triumph. Meanwhile, Li Qingwan observed the malevolent spirit, enveloped in smoke and seemingly oblivious to its fate, feeling a surge of trepidation. Indeed, Lu Yuan's palm thunder was unlike anything ordinary. Its power was astonishingly formidable. "Ah, this little thing possesses extraordinary potential." At this moment, Lu Yuan gazed at his palm and then at the elderly woman who had been sent sprawling on the ground by his explosive force. A wave of joy surged within him. Indeed, the palm thunder from Heavenly Master was truly formidable. In an instant, it seemed that the situation had taken a dire turn for the unfortunate fellow. Just as Lu Yuan was about to approach and assess the circumstances, his footsteps abruptly halted. Beneath the ridge, a line of striking words vividly materialized before Lu Yuan. "Venomous beauty. Jean Meijing, danger level. Chapter 40. I have long set my sights on you." What does this mean? Lu Yuan paused in his tracks. Gazing down at the ridge below, he discerned no figures, for it was nighttime. Even with the moonlight, the distance obscured clarity. Moreover, there were indeed many individuals gathered beneath the ridge. The townsfolk of Qinjiadan were well aware of the events concerning the itinerants today. Given the tumult stirred by these wanderers lately, the residents had long anticipated the arrival of someone to address the situation. Thus, they remained awake, waiting in anticipation. Yet, none dared to approach closely, choosing instead to observe from afar. Among this crowd was a woman named Jean Mei Jing, leaving Lu Yuan somewhat bewildered. How could such a perilous woman exist in a place like this? Moreover, logically speaking, there should not be such a high level of peril. Why is that? Because I have Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao by my side. These two women, Lu Yuan, had not entered the Yinchang society, yet during their time in the village, they were already well known. As for Zhao Qiao, there is no need to elaborate. However, Li Qingwan is truly formidable. It is said that she is on the verge of attaining the strength of a grandmaster. With such incredibly powerful women around, what threat could anyone else possibly pose? Had it not been for strength, one might consider power and influence. However, it is hard to believe that Yinxiang could be regarded as a premier guild beyond the borders. The level of danger is indeed perplexing for Lu Yuan, leaving him with a myriad of questions. After some contemplation, Lu Yuan decided to approach the figure he had previously obliterated. At this moment, the figure had been turned over by other adventurers. Beneath the disheveled white hair lay an exceedingly ghastly and malevolent visage of an elderly woman, her lips adorned with decaying remnants of flesh. The sight was enough to send a chill down one's spine. More content is loading. Please hold on. What might this entity truly be? Lu Yuan gazed curiously at the traveler beside him and inquired. Upon hearing this, he felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that it was merely a minor practitioner. However, this was rather understandable. If it were a formidable figure, one of great renown, it would not be someone from the village who handled such matters. Indeed, a significant figure would likely be dispatched from the guild headquarters in the city. Regrettably, he had been abruptly taken down by his own silver thunder, leaving Lu Yuan somewhat bewildered about his own capabilities. Nevertheless, after some estimation, he felt confident that he could manage practitioners with a cultivation level of 50 or 60 years. This was quite impressive, placing him on par with the senior disciple from the village, which pleased Lu Yuan immensely. Well, now you must feel at ease, Zhao Qiao remarked, having approached Lu Yuan without him noticing. At ease indeed, Lu Yuan replied. Zhao Qiao, unable to suppress a playful eye roll, teasingly scolded him. You little rascal. You truly know how to stir things up, staying awake at this late hour just for this? With that, she wrapped her arms around Lu Yuan and led him down the hill. Meanwhile, Li Qingwan, observing her dear sister's playful banter, felt a shiver run down her spine. Her sister usually spoke with a gentle demeanor to outsiders, but this sugary, flirtatious tone was something Li Qingwan had never encountered before, and it was somewhat overwhelming. As Zhao Qiao embraced Lu Yuan and descended the hill, he remained transfixed on the bright characters before him. After nearly being crushed by Zhao Qiao in their previous encounter, he felt a lingering trepidation towards such perilous individuals. Regarding Jean Mei Jing, Lu Yuan could surmise the situation. She was likely sent by Zhu Dequan to eliminate him. A wave of dread washed over him as he pondered. Was this speed truly so astonishing? Originally, I believed that those individuals would not act so swiftly. However, that very evening, I found myself apprehended. I must express my gratitude that Zhao Qiao accompanied me. Otherwise, I would have truly been in peril. Now, Lu Yuan was contemplating how to capture this woman. After all, he could not directly inform Zhao Qiao that he perceived the imminent danger looming over her, suggesting that this woman intended to take his life. However, what took Lu Yuan by surprise was that he had yet to concoct a suitable response. A throng of individuals emerged from beneath the ridge, bustling upward. As they ascended, they vociferously expressed their gratitude. Indeed, these were the residents of Qinjiadan, who had endured considerable tribulations at the hands of the ruffians in recent days. Naturally, they sought to convey their appreciation in person. Amongst this gathering was Jean Mei Jing. Drawing ever closer, momentarily Lu Yuan found himself feeling somewhat anxious. Before long, the village head of Qinjiadan, accompanied by villagers of all ages, approached. Zhao Qiao, however, exhibited no interest in their expressions of gratitude. She promptly declared, "Look at that ruffian. Do you recognize him? If not, burn him on the spot." As Zhao Qiao's words resonated, a traveler seized the ruffian by the neck with a wooden sword and hurled him forward. The villagers of Qinjiadan gathered around, and the village head gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, isn't this the sister-in-law of Chun Guangfu?" As more content is loading, please hold on. Upon the village chief's conclusion, an elderly man hastily emerged from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, he clapped his hands in delight and exclaimed, "Indeed, It is none other than my dear old sister. In that year of famine, many perished from starvation upon their beds. Suddenly, the old man began to wail and lament. Oh, my dear sister-in-law, if you are hungry, send me a dream, deliver a message. What purpose did you have in tormenting the people of our village? To this lamentation, Yuan, standing nearby, replied with a cold expression. Surely, it was not you who caused their deaths back then. As soon as Yuan uttered her words, the old man ceased his weeping and fell silent. He turned to glance at the villagers behind him. Among these villagers, the elder ones hung their heads in silence. Yuan had no intention of involving herself in their petty affairs. After all, it had been so many years, and what connection did it hold for her? Stifling a yawn, she began to walk down the slope, remarking, enough with the pretense, there is. Yet, before Yuan could finish her sentence, she abruptly halted and turned to the side. A glimmering, cold hairpin had already reached her brow, and behind it loomed a chilling visage. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of emotions surged within Yuan, astonishment, bewilderment, dread. Amidst this whirlwind of feelings, the predominant sensation was a grim realization that her life was in peril. However, in that split second, while no one else seemed to react, just as the icy hairpin was poised to pierce her skull, a bolt of silver lightning suddenly descended, followed by a thunderous explosion that obliterated the scene. Yuan's voice echoed simultaneously. I have had my eyes on you for quite some time. Chapter 41, Name, Yuan, Affection Level. The exchange of blows between masters often results in a victor within a mere moment. Yuan's palm thundered against Jin Meijing, delaying her by perhaps less than a second. Yet, for someone of Yuan's caliber, even that fleeting instant was sufficient. Almost instantaneously, Yuan withdrew, her entire being suffused with a cerulean glow. Likewise, Jin Meijing understood that once an attack failed, there would be no further opportunities. The moment she landed, she attempted to escape, casting a cold glance at Yuan as she did so. However, Jin Meijing's escape was far from simple. Had it been just Yuan present, she might have eluded capture, but one must not forget the presence of Zhao Qiao, whose strength was only slightly inferior to Yuan's. In that electric moment, the villagers of Qinjiatin had no time to utter a gasp. With a swift motion, Zhao Qiao seized Jin Meijing by the throat, pressing her firmly into the snow. Jin Meijing, half her face buried in the snow, displayed no emotion whatsoever. Even in capture, her expression remained unchanged, her icy gaze fixated on Yuan. The chilling, emotionless eyes unnerved Yuan. At that moment, he observed that Jin Meijing's danger level had plummeted from 5 stars to 3. Indeed, an assassin poses the greatest threat when remaining idle. Once they act, their exposure diminishes their peril. From the outset, Yuan had been vigilant of Jin Meijing. Clad in the garb of a village woman, she blended seamlessly among the villagers of Qinjiatin. Initially, Yuan had presumed Jin Meijing's target was himself and had remained on high alert. To his surprise, she had not even glanced his way. Instead, she had aimed for Yuan. It made sense. As a top-tier assassin with a lethal strike, if her intent was to kill but one person, targeting Yuan was undoubtedly the most logical choice. Targeting himself would be a considerable waste of her talents. The Jin Meijing, firmly held down by Zhao Qiao, cast a cold glance at Yuan before closing her eyes. The next moment, he noticed her mouth moving, and then she appeared to swallow something. She had ingested poison. He urgently pointed at her mouth, calling out a warning. Zhao Qiao froze momentarily before hastily pulling Jin Meijing closer, gripping her jaw to force her mouth open. Alas, it was too late. Jin Meijing had already swallowed the toxin. As Zhao Qiao pried her mouth open, a stream of dark crimson blood spewed forth. At that moment, Jin Meijing's life force was swiftly waning. Yuan acted with remarkable speed, stepping forward to apply precise pressure points, reminiscent of Bai Zhantong from the Wuling Weizwen. Executing his moves swiftly and effectively, he then looked up at Zhao Qiao and instructed, "And head to the estate in Majiakin. All my supplies are there." In truth, Yuan's belongings were stored within the system's space, but retrieving silver needles from thin air would be quite alarming. Thus, it was better to go to the estate. Moreover, if Jin Meijing was to be saved, a tranquil environment was essential, as this desolate wilderness was hardly suitable. Stripping her of her garments here would only risk her freezing to death. Zhao Qiao had no objections to Yuan's suggestion. Jin Meijing must survive. At the very least, they needed to extract some information before her demise. As dawn broke, illuminating the room in Taining City, all present were anxious, awaiting news. Where could it be? A sense of foreboding hung in the air. Do not worry, nothing will go awry. After all, it is Jean Meijing. A voice suddenly rang out, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the crowd. This was indeed true. The Koreans were ruthless. It was said they were trained from childhood to become assassins, devoid of the sentiments of ordinary humans. If a mission failed, they would simply commit suicide without hesitation, never betraying their employers. However, given the current situation, whether Jean Meijing would betray her employer held little significance. The two women of the Yinxiang society were astute enough to deduce who had hired Jean Meijing. Yet, even if they knew, it was already too late to change the game. Jean Meijing's refusal to betray her employer ensured that no evidence would be left behind. Otherwise, being dragged to the authorities would pose considerable trouble. A wave of helpless thoughts swept through the crowd as they pondered whether Li Qingwan was truly so formidable. After all the time spent preparing, even summoning Jean Meijing, they still faced failure? Indeed, this matter had been in the works for far too long. At the estate in Majiakan, within a single room, 4 individuals were present: Lu Yuan, Zhao Qiaoer, Li Qingwan, and Jean Meijing. Everyone else remained outside. Lu Yuan was preparing to insert silver needles into the unconscious Jean Meijing. One could not deny, Jean Meijing was indeed quite beautiful. Previously, amidst the chaos on the ridge, her appearance was obscured, compounded by her deliberate disguise as a village woman. Now, under the glow of the spirit lamp, her beauty was unmistakable, reminiscent of the girl group aesthetics prevalent in South Korea. Compared to the strikingly beautiful, traditional women like Zhao Qiaoer and Li Qingwan, she represented an entirely different allure. Lu Yuan pondered whether his system required the other party to be aesthetically pleasing in order to receive favorable text. Otherwise, how could he encounter 3 women, each more exquisite than the last, adorned with text above their heads, while Lu Yuan administered the silver needles to Jean Meijing? Zhao Qiaoer and Li Qingwan stood nearby, their expressions grim as they discussed the events of the day. They were no fools. It was clear that the attack was not aimed at Lu Yuan, but rather targeted at Li Qingwan. It had been a narrow escape. Li Qingwan traced her finger across her brow, observing the blood on her fingertip as she coldly remarked. Her tone remained composed. Yet only she understood the perilous nature of the moment. It had been a close call. If Lu Yuan had not utilized his palm thunder to disrupt the Korean woman, it would have been her lying there now. Do not move too much around the wound, Lu Yuan cautioned while tending to Jean Meijing. As his words echoed, Li Qingwan's gaze shifted to Lu Yuan. He returned her look with a playful blink, saying, "A scar would be unsightly. Once I've finished with this Korean woman, I'll provide you with a special ointment I concocted. It will ensure no scar remains." As Lu Yuan finished speaking, he noticed Li Qingwan's affection level rise once more. Name: Li Qingwan. Affection level. Chapter 42. Oh, Lu Yuan, are you still dissatisfied with me? Upon observing the increase in favorability, Lu Yuan was not surprised, for he had saved Li Qingwan's life. His efforts were indeed commendable. How did you, little one, realize it at that moment? Zhao Qiaoer, who still felt a lingering fear, inquired. In recounting the event, Lu Yuan did not need to fabricate a story. He replied candidly, "I noticed something amiss with that woman right away. She was beautiful, unlike anyone from the village. Moreover, I distinctly saw the exquisite golden hairpin atop her head. Villagers would never possess such a fine ornament." Lu Yuan's words prompted Zhao Qiaoer to roll her eyes in mock annoyance. So, it was merely because of the woman's beauty that so many people noticed. After finishing his explanation, Lu Yuan began to administer acupuncture to Jean Meijing. Unlike Zhao Qiaoer's case, where the poison had entered through her arm and reached her heart, requiring only half of her body to be treated, Jean Meijing had ingested poison through her mouth. Although Lu Yuan had swiftly sealed her acupoints, cleansing the poison now necessitated exposing her entire upper body. Had Lu Yuan been alone, he might have felt a twinge of embarrassment. Outsiders could easily misinterpret his actions as inappropriate or invasive. However, with 2 women present, he proceeded without hesitation, removing Jean Meijing's clothing entirely. As he did so, Lu Yuan couldn't suppress a gasp. Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiaoer exchanged concerned glances. Jean Meijing bore numerous scars, resembling those inflicted by a whip, and they appeared to be quite old, at least 20 years past. It was evident that she had endured abuse since childhood. Li Qingwan, her expression cold, observed the scene and remarked, "I have heard that these Koreans are treated like livestock from a young age. Today, I bear witness to this reality." Lu Yuan refrained from further comment as he grasped the silver needles and began his work. "Wow, these are even larger than Aunt Xiao's," he joked. "Aunt, could you lend me a hand?" Otherwise, I may struggle to insert the needles. Zhao Qiao was taken aback, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she scolded him. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? With a serious demeanor, Lu Yuan responded, Hey, I'm merely complimenting you. I wouldn't hesitate to praise someone like the Empress. Li Qingwan was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling an urge to strike Lu Yuan. What is wrong with me? I'm perfectly fine. I have one that is just as large as yours, she retorted, flustered. For a moment, Li Qingwan was so incensed by Lu Yuan's remarks that she could hardly contain her frustration. Fortunately, he was focused on treating Jean Meijing. Otherwise, she might have lost her composure entirely. With Zhao Qiao's assistance, Lu Yuan worked swiftly. Eventually, he completed the acupuncture treatment for Jean Meijing's upper body, and she began to show signs of response. Her fair skin, tinged with pink, started to redden. Is that all it takes? Li Qingwan mused. Her curiosity piqued as it was her first encounter with acupuncture. Lu Yuan nodded at her, saying, Yes. But we must wait for about 10 minutes for the poison to accumulate before we can use a small knife to make an incision and release the toxic blood. Li Qingwan listened in amazement, unable to contain her curiosity any longer as she asked, Is this also written in those medical texts? Lu Yuan affirmed, Of course. Otherwise, how would I know? Hearing his response, Li Qingwan couldn't help but exclaim, Lu Yuan, you truly are a genius. Lu Yuan chuckled at her compliment. This is the first time you've praised me. Aware that Lu Yuan still held a slight grudge regarding her previous comments, she pursed her lips and rolled her eyes, saying, You little rascal, why are you so petty? Fine, it was my fault. I apologize. Is that sufficient? Finding a place to sit, Lu Yuan laughed. I didn't pressure you, you know. Having long since moved past any irritation, Lu Yuan had a reasonable understanding of Li Qingwan's character. She was tough on the outside yet tender-hearted. Her insistence on not coming along today was contradicted by her evident concern, as she followed him anyway. Li Qingwan, noticing that Lu Yuan had let go of his resentment, tilted her head and suggested, If you feel my verbal apology lacks sincerity, then how about this? I shall personally teach you how to cultivate and the techniques involved. Li Qingwan anticipated that Lu Yuan would eagerly agree, given her esteemed status as Li Qingwan, the most likely candidate to achieve the title of Grand Master before the age of 40. Surely, he would be keen to accept her offer. The thought of Lu Yuan becoming her disciple and having to heed her instructions brought an uncontainable joy to her heart. After all, this little rascal had often ignored her, which was quite infuriating. However, to her astonishment, Lu Yuan promptly declined. No need, I'll just ask Aunt Xiao. At this point, Lu Yuan believed he had grasped the fundamental aspects of cultivation during his 6 or 7 days at the village. He could fully comprehend the Grand Master text, and thus, he felt confident in learning independently. The techniques of others did not pique his interest, as he sensed they could not match the strength found within the Grand Master teachings. Even if he encountered something incomprehensible in the future, he could always consult Aunt Xiao, who was formidable in her own right. Even if not quite on par with Li Qingwan, Lu Yuan preferred to spend time with Aunt Xiao without any particular reason. She genuinely cared for him. Lu Yuan's direct refusal left Li Qingwan nearly breathless with disbelief. Oh, Lu Yuan, are you truly dismissing me? Chapter 43. Rabbit. Rabbit? For a moment, Li Qingwan felt a surge of frustration. Do you comprehend the value of being the foremost genius beyond the borders? Do you understand the significance of attaining the Grand Master level before the age of 40? Do you truly grasp it, you little rascal? In that instant, Li Qingwan was indeed quite irate. She felt an overwhelming urge to seize Lu Yuan by the ears and loudly proclaim her extraordinary prowess. Lu Yuan, observing the flustered expression on Li Qingwan's face, could somewhat infer the turmoil within her heart. However, he paid it no heed. What was so impressive about her? Were it not for him, she would have long since met her demise. Lu Yuan held no interest in Li Qingwan's accomplishments. It was his own title of Grand Master that was truly formidable. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiao, witnessing the scene unfold, nearly burst into laughter. Her sister was not only extraordinarily proud but also exceptionally forceful. Despite the previous incident where Li Qingwan had graciously offered her a way out and spoken kind words, it was, in truth, the first time in 15 years that such a thing had occurred. It was only because Zhao Qiao had genuinely become angry that Li Qingwan had come to her. Previously, Zhao Qiao had been the one to silently endure. Now, seeing her dear sister at Lu Yuan's mercy, Zhao Qiao couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. Just as Li Qingwan was about to lose her composure, Lu Yuan, sensing the impending storm, promptly stated, All right, enough of that. This Jin Meijing is nearly ready. It's time to extract the poison. With that, Lu Yuan squatted in the corner to rummage through his small wooden box, avoiding eye contact with Li Qingwan, lest she find a reason to create trouble for him. Li Qingwan, gazing at the corner where Lu Yuan had turned his back, felt a mix of anger and amusement. Ah, you little rascal. You know that saying such things and performing these actions would irk me, yet you continue to do so intentionally. Though infuriated, Li Qingwan found herself unable to retaliate against Lu Yuan, nor did she wish to. After a few minutes, a small golden bag was tossed from behind her, landing directly in Lu Yuan's wooden box. Before Lu Yuan could fully comprehend the situation, he heard Li Qingwan's voice from behind. This is a Sumi bag made from top-grade spatial spirit stones, a splendid item. Though it's the size of a palm, it has the capacity of half a room. Simply place all your assorted items into this little bag. It will save you the trouble of searching everywhere in the future. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan felt a jolt of excitement. This was indeed a marvelous treasure. A space bag akin to those found in fantasy novels? For someone like Lu Yuan, who possessed a system space, this was an exceedingly advantageous item. Previously, he had to conceal his belongings, but with this spatial bag, he could retrieve items seamlessly from the system space without any pretense. Such a marvelous item surely commanded a hefty price. No, to be precise, this was beyond mere expense. It was a rarity, priceless and unattainable, especially since even Li Qingwan hailed it as an exceptional item. Though Lu Yuan had previously harbored some grievances against Li Qingwan, those feelings evaporated in an instant. You are truly like a mother to me, he exclaimed, holding the spatial bag in his hands and turning to face Li Qingwan. Hearing Lu Yuan's words and witnessing his antics, Li Qingwan couldn't help but chuckle, rolling her eyes in jest. You little rascal. You truly believe that whoever provides you with something is your closest ally? What about Aunt Shower? This situation was reminiscent of childhood, when elders would ask whether one preferred their grandmother or maternal grandmother. Lu Yuan would typically declare his maternal grandmother as his favorite in her presence, and vice versa. However, if both grandmothers were present, he would tactfully navigate the situation. Holding a small knife, Lu Yuan approached Jin Meijing with utmost seriousness. It's time to extract the poison. Please remain quiet, as it may disrupt my process. Having said that, he commenced his task. Zhao Qiaoer and Li Qingwan exchanged glances and stifled their laughter, amused by Lu Yuan's antics. With the small knife, Lu Yuan carefully made an incision at the center of Jin Meijing's chest. Immediately, a surge of foul, black poisonous blood gushed forth. Lu Yuan quickly grabbed a towel to wipe away the mess. After about 3 to 5 minutes, the last of the poisonous blood was cleaned away. Following this procedure, Jin Meijing began to respond, her breathing gradually becoming more stable. Within mere seconds, she opened her eyes, first spotting Lu Yuan beside her, then noticing the two alluring women seated elegantly on either side, legs crossed. Initially, Jin Meijing's instinct was to rise and flee or resist. However, with spirit-binding rings on her wrists and ankles, her ability to utilize any techniques was severely hampered. Furthermore, her injuries rendered her devoid of strength. After a futile attempt to escape, she resigned herself to lying still on the bed, coldly shutting her eyes. I have nothing to say. You may proceed with your methods, she uttered in a somewhat stilted dialect, referring to what was likely torture implements. Jin Meijing had evidently resolved to resist to the bitter end. As for Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiaoer, were they so lenient as to indulge her? Frankly, even if she chose silence now, they would still employ torture later to ascertain the truth of any information she might provide. Human nature is such that without coercion, one cannot discern the veracity of one's words. Thus, with a cold smirk, Li Qingwan coldly addressed the window, prepare 3 flower ropes and 6 incense burners. Immediately, someone outside responded promptly to her command. Lu Yuan, uncertain of Li Qingwan's intentions for these items, noticed that Jin Meijing's body trembled slightly at the mention of them. It seemed that whatever Li Qingwan planned was quite terrifying, instilling fear in Jin Meijing. Yet, even in her fear, Jin Meijing remained resolute in her silence. Lu Yuan, observing the danger level indicated above Jin Meijing's head, spoke up, to be honest, I don't quite understand the need for such harsh measures. Just tell us what we want to know, and we will grant you a chance at survival. Do you not wish to live? Or do you doubt our willingness to spare you? With no response from Jin Meijing, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and continued, very well. If you are indifferent to life and death, then what is there that cannot be said? You bear no grudge against us. It is clear you were sent by someone else. So why not tell us who it is and what the situation entails? Who knows, we might just let you go. With her eyes tightly shut, Jean Meijing slightly opened them. After gazing at Lu Yuan, who was still immersed in washing the toxic bloodstained towel, she closed her eyes once more and stated, "The rabbit will die." Lu Yuan? Rabbit? Chapter 44. It is only natural for men to take charge of women. Rabbit? What is that? Lu Yuan was aware of a dialect term for rabbit, referring to, well, you understand. The male, the one being poked. Such beings are colloquially referred to as rabbits. What does it mean? While Lu Yuan wore a perplexed expression, Zhao Qiao, who sat behind him, quietly remarked, "Rabbits will inevitably meet their end. You may choose not to speak, but if you fail your task, your rabbit will also suffer its demise." Li Qingwan, who was nearby, coldly interjected, "Why waste words with her? Tie her up with a 3-flower cord and light 6 incense sticks. Whether she speaks or not will no longer be her choice." Li Qingwan harbored no fondness for Jean Meijing. Had it not been for Lu Yuan's intervention, she would have been pierced by Jean Meijing's hairpin. Thus, she was prepared to take action immediately. However, to Li Qingwan's surprise, Zhao Qiao suddenly said, "No rush, let her ponder her choices." With that, Zhao Qiao arose, one hand grasping Lu Yuan and the other holding Li Qingwan as they made their way outside. Lu Yuan remained unfazed by Zhao Qiao's actions. Yet Li Qingwan was left astonished by her sister's demeanor. It was well known that her sister was infamous for her ruthlessness. In previous encounters, it had always been her sister who acted first. What had changed today? Once the trio exited the room, Li Qingwan furrowed her brow and remarked, "What is going on?" Zhao Qiao stretched gracefully, gazing at the morning light spilling from the eaves, and replied, "Nothing much. I once raised a little rabbit." "Really?" Li Qingwan raised an eyebrow. Zhao Qiao continued, "But it was ultimately killed, skinned, and turned into soup, and I was deceived into eating it." She added, "It was a gift from my master, who said the little rabbit would accompany me joyfully as I grew up, but I only cared for it for 3 months. Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan fell silent. After finding a comfortable chair, she stated, "Then let her have an hour." Lu Yuan blinked in confusion. So, Jean Meijing was indeed referring to a rabbit. He had thought it was something strange. But what did it have to do with rabbits? As Lu Yuan pondered, Zhao Qiao led him to a nearby bench, gently explaining, "Every orphan has a small pet, be it a kitten, puppy, or rabbit. The guild gives them to care for. If they misbehave, the guild threatens to harm their pets. Hence, they obediently comply." Listening to Zhao Qiao, Lu Yuan began to comprehend. The rabbits held special significance for Jean Meijing. However, he still found it hard to accept. After all, such threats might work in intimidating someone. But now, it was Jean Meijing's own life at stake. What could be more significant than one's own existence? It seemed Zhao Qiao saw through Lu Yuan's thoughts, as she sighed softly and said, "They are not normal individuals. One cannot view them through the lens of normalcy. They lack many of the fundamental things that people should possess." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan blinked and exclaimed, "Wait, this Jean Meijing looks to be around 30. Can a rabbit, raised alongside her since childhood, live that long?" While Lu Yuan wasn't particularly knowledgeable about rabbits, he understood that, under normal circumstances, even with advanced medical conditions on Earth, pets generally lived no more than 20 years. What could possibly live for such an extended period? In response to Lu Yuan's query, Zhao Qiao chuckled softly, gently patting his forehead and cooing, "You clever little thing usually seems wise, yet now you appear quite foolish. That yellow weasel can survive in the depths of the forest for 70 or 80 years to seek a human form. How can you question the longevity of the rabbits? Just feed them some spiritual food, and they will thrive." Realizing his oversight, Lu Yuan smacked his forehead. Of course, this was not Earth. With Zhao Qiao's playful laughter, Lu Yuan remained silent, feeling somewhat foolish. For the next 2 hours, conversation dwindled. Zhao Qiao spoke even less. At one point, she suddenly produced a jade-tipped smoking pipe. Observing this, Lu Yuan promptly took the pipe from her and said, "You should refrain from such things. They offer no benefits. The more you smoke, the more you will cough as you age." Zhao Qiao smiled brightly at his words. "Not at all. This pipe is made of spiritual stone. It doesn't tea irritate, and 1 tea stain my teeth." Disregarding her response, Lu Yuan insisted, "That may be so, but smoking too much will leave a taste in your mouth. What if you end up kissing someone? That wouldn't be pleasant." Zhao Qiao paused, her beautiful face flushing slightly, before playfully chiding, "You little rascal, now you're concerned about me?" Lu Yuan shook his head solemnly. "What is wrong with that? Have you forgotten what we discussed when we arrived at this estate? I am a man, and you are a woman. It is only natural for a man to take charge." He continued with jest, "Women should let us men handle things. If I am taking charge, then it's up to you to comply. Lu Yuan was merely joking, trying to lighten the mood. He had noticed a shift in Zhao Qiao's demeanor when the subject of rabbits arose. Although she maintained her usual gentle tone when speaking to him, he could sense her underlying discomfort. Given that she rarely smoked, this was the first time in many days. Clearly, something weighed heavily on her heart. Thus, he sought to amuse her. At that moment, Zhao Qiao gazed at Lu Yuan in astonishment. She recognized that he was trying to make her laugh. Yet, she did not find it amusing, as she understood his intentions. With her enchanting eyes locked on him, she blinked, and ultimately a tender smile graced her lips. She intertwined her arm with his, leaning against him, her soft form pressing closer. Her alluring red lips brushed against Lu Yuan's ear, sweetly whispering, "Then I shall comply." Chapter 45. Can one be saved even in death? Lu Yuan, are you out of your mind? An hour later, dawn had fully arrived. At this moment, Jean Meijing lay quietly on the bed, her eyes open, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. When Lu Yuan and the others entered, before they could utter a word, Jean Meijing expressionlessly rose from the bed. "Do you want to say something?" Zhao Qiao broke the silence, looking at Jean Meijing. Jean Meijing remained silent, slowly getting off the bed. Observing this scene, Lu Yuan and his companions understood she did not wish to speak. Consequently, Zhao Qiao chose to remain silent as well. What could Lu Yuan possibly say? Gazing at Jean Meijing's somewhat dazed expression, Lu Yuan found himself agreeing with Zhao Qiao. These individuals were not like normal people. They lacked many attributes that one would consider fundamental to humanity. At the very least, emotions such as shyness seemed foreign to them. Jean Meijing had not donned any clothing. After administering the toxin removal process earlier, Lu Yuan had merely wrapped her wounds with minimal care and had done nothing further. Now, as Jean Meijing stood up, her body swayed, and Lu Yuan found it difficult to avert his gaze. If she were a typical woman, even knowing she was on the brink of death, she would still be aware of the presence of a man in the room and might hastily cover herself before leaving. Yet Jean Meijing simply descended from the bed without a second thought. Perhaps it was true, having been treated as less than human throughout her life. She had not learned to regard herself as one. She was oblivious to the concepts of shame, embarrassment, or anger. Perhaps she had once felt them as a child. But now they were extinguished. As Jean Meijing made her way towards the door, passing Lu Yuan, he could no longer bear to watch, and said, "Wait." He then hurried to the bedside, retrieving the clothing he had earlier removed from her. Approaching Jean Meijing, he said nothing, but gently helped her dress. Zhao Qiao observed this tender moment, sporting a gentle smile as she affectionately ruffled Lu Yuan's hair. Jean Meijing watched Lu Yuan silently, complying with his request to raise her arms and lower them without protest. Once Lu Yuan had finished dressing her and fastened her buttons, he stepped aside. Li Qingwan, however, showed no mercy towards Jean Meijing. Despite the apparent sympathy of the situation, she felt no inclination to spare Jean Meijing. After all, the opportunity had been granted, but she had chosen to reject it. This matter involved even the Koreans. It was imperative to clarify and investigate it thoroughly. With that, Li Qingwan grasped Jean Meijing by the neck and began to push her towards the exit. Just as they had taken a few steps, Lu Yuan suddenly interjected. "What if I could bring your rabbit back to life?" Huh. The three women in the room paused, turning their attention to Lu Yuan. The crux of the matter was the danger level system. Jean Meijing clearly cared for nothing but that little rabbit. If he could resolve the issue with the rabbit, it would mean completing the system's task. Well, that was not the main point. The main point was that Lu Yuan inexplicably felt a pang of sympathy for Jean Meijing. Even without the system's influence, he felt compelled to help. Lu Yuan was a rather simple individual, much like any ordinary person. Despite having traversed realms and possessing various skills, he always considered himself an average human being. He would tear up during a touching movie or wish he could leap into a war film to confront the villains. If someone bullied him, he would retaliate. If treated kindly, he would reciprocate. Lu Yuan was, in essence, a straightforward, emotional person. He lacked the cold, decisive qualities associated with a top-tier protagonist. Jean Meijing's demeanor evoked an inexplicable sense of compassion. There was a palpable sense of fragility about her. Without elaborating further, Lu Yuan resolved to assist her. Noticing the bewildered expressions of the three women, he shrugged lightly and said, "That rabbit might not necessarily be dead. It's merely a tool to frighten Jean Meijing. If she truly perished, the rabbit would serve no purpose anymore. They might just keep it around." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, both Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao breathed sighs of relief. Initially, they had thought Lu Yuan was suggesting he could revive something that was already dead. which would have been terrifying. However, as they listened to Lu Yuan's current thoughts, Zhao Qiao shook her head and replied, "No, that rabbit will undoubtedly be killed. Although it can no longer intimidate Jin Meijing, it can still frighten others." Huh? Lu Yuan was somewhat perplexed by her statement. Zhao Qiao elaborated. "It will gather the young girls still in training within the guild, and then, in front of them, announce Jin Meijing's failure. They will proceed to brutally kill the rabbit before their eyes." Hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. That was indeed rather inhumane. However, in this world, such inhumane acts were far too commonplace. Promptly, Lu Yuan continued, "And what will happen to the dead rabbit? Will they consume it?" His question seemed odd, yet Zhao Qiao patiently responded, "I doubt it. After being raised for decades, the meat would be tough. Moreover, a single rabbit yields little meat. They might simply discard it." She could not guarantee this, as her knowledge was based on hearsay and speculation. Ultimately, the fate of the rabbit would depend on the whims of those who had killed it. If they were hungry, they might eat it. If not, they could just throw it away. At that moment, the silent Jin Meijing suddenly spoke, "They will throw it away. They won't eat it because it's poisoned." Huh. After Jin Meijing's revelation, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment and then replied earnestly, "Then there is hope. As long as the rabbit is not dead for more than 2 days and remains uneaten, I can save it, even if its organs are crushed. As long as they are within the body." Calculating the time, he concluded, "It takes about 3 days by fast horse from here to Korea. With your skills, stealing an unwanted rabbit corpse shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Having said this in rapid succession, the room fell into an eerie silence. Li Qingyuan and Zhao Qiao exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions questioning, "Can one really be saved even in death? Lu Yuan, have you lost your mind?" Chapter 46. The only man at home. Speak up. Lu Yuan's words left everyone present in a state of shock. Even Jin Meijing, whose expression rarely changed, displayed a look of astonishment. Regarding this matter, how should one articulate it? Previously, if Lu Yuan solely relied on his medical skills, it would have been inadequate. Death is irrevocable. It is akin to a brain that has been shattered into a pulp, beyond repair. However, the situation has transformed. Lu Yuan now possesses the ability to refine medicine. Among these, there exists a pill known as the 9-turn soul-returning pill. As long as this pill is available, what Lu Yuan just asserted can indeed become a reality. Even if the internal organs have been pulverized, as long as this pill exists, salvation is possible. Lu Yuan's confidence surged, leaving Zhao Qiao and Li Qingyuan utterly confounded. They certainly acknowledged Lu Yuan's medical prowess. They were aware of his remarkable skills. Yet, the notion that death could be reversed was astonishingly unfathomable. It seemed too outrageous to be true. For a moment, even Zhao Qiao, who trusted Lu Yuan the most, found it hard to believe him. After all, this is common knowledge, akin to the certainty that 1 + 1 = 2, no matter how much one believes in another. If that person claims that 1 + 1 does not equal 2, it is impossible to accept without skepticism, leading one to think they are jesting. Zhao Qiao felt that Lu Yuan must be deceiving Jin Meijing, attempting to persuade her with such implausible claims. If Lu Yuan truly possessed such extraordinary abilities, it would not only shake the outer territories but the entire Divine Ling Empire. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiao found herself in a perplexing situation, as Jin Meijing seemed distinctly different from an ordinary person. However, it is essential to note that she was not foolish. She merely lacked the emotional depth that most individuals possess since childhood. Yet, this does not imply a lack of intellect. How could she possibly believe such a thing? Li Qingyuan, standing nearby, wore an expression of exasperation. This situation was spiraling into chaos. Why complicate matters with elaborate plans? Initially, her sister intended to grant Jin Meijing an hour of opportunity, and now Lu Yuan was adding to the confusion. It seemed unnecessary. She could simply extract Jin Meijing's soul and torment it directly, ensuring a straightforward inquiry. After all, some truths might elude her memory, but if approached in her manner, everything within her mind would be revealed. Furthermore, Lu Yuan's method seemed rather juvenile. It was improbable that it would compel Jin Meijing to speak. Frustration mounting, Li Qingyuan prepared to drag Jin Meijing out. After all, while they might not be fatigued, she was utterly exhausted. She had not enjoyed a decent night's sleep in days, enduring the chaos stirred by the old eunuch's 6 treasures. Now, having spent an entire night awake, she could hardly keep her eyes open, with no time to indulge in these games. Yet, Lu Yuan gazed at Jin Meijing with utmost sincerity. The absurdity of the situation weighed heavily on him. Even he found it hard to believe his own assertions. Were it not for his system, he would dismiss such claims as fantastical. Now, he could only await Jean Meijing's response, unsure whether she would believe him. However, Lu Yuan felt that disbelief was inconsequential at this moment. Suddenly, an idea struck him. How about we first rescue your rabbit? Once it is alive and in your possession, then you can tell us everything. Would that work? Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan rolled her eyes and began to pull Jean Meijing towards the exit. A flicker of emotion appeared in her icy gaze. At that moment, Lu Yuan noticed a drastic decrease in the danger level associated with Jean Meijing. Venomous beauty. Jean Meijing, danger level. Hiss? It has dropped to half a star? Lu Yuan had previously deciphered the significance of this danger level. Even one's biological parents might struggle to maintain a full star level, considering the possibility of gambling tendencies or other vices. But half a star? As Lu Yuan pondered this, Jean Meijing suddenly broke free from Li Qingwan's grasp, pausing to gaze at Lu Yuan. No need. We can proceed now. Ask whatever you wish. Once your inquiries are concluded, we can save my rabbit. The response from Jean Meijing left the three individuals in the room momentarily speechless. Did she genuinely believe him? How could this be? Perhaps Zhao Qiao was correct. Jean Meijing was indeed different from ordinary people. While normal individuals would dismiss such claims, she accepted them. After all, even Lu Yuan himself found his prior assertions hard to believe. At this juncture, Li Qingwan exchanged bewildered glances with Jean Meijing, then turned her gaze towards Zhao Qiao. Both women, renowned for their beauty, shared a moment of mutual confusion before simultaneously looking back at Jean Meijing. Did she truly agree? Should they proceed to inquire? An hour later, the dialogue concluded. Li Qingwan received satisfactory answers. All pertinent questions had been clarified. However, whether Jean Meijing's statements held authenticity remained uncertain. Nevertheless, both Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao felt an inexplicable certainty. Every word Jean Meijing uttered was true. She had indeed revealed everything. As for Lu Yuan, he was oblivious to these thoughts. The moment the conversation began, he felt himself drifting towards slumber, a state he had long desired. With the discussion complete, it was time to depart swiftly towards Goryeo. There would be little opportunity for rest along the way, especially after a night devoid of sleep. It was more accurate to describe it as an all-nighter. Therefore, he needed to rest beforehand to avoid fatigue during the journey. After the inquiries, Li Qingwan remained in her seat, pursing her lips as she observed the slumbering Lu Yuan, then glanced at Zhao Qiao. An awkward silence enveloped the room. Ordinarily, they would have compelled Jean Meijing to undergo further interrogation. However, it seemed unnecessary at this juncture, as both Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao had come to trust her words. Most importantly, Jean Meijing's unexpected cooperation left Li Qingwan at a loss for how to proceed. In the past, Zhao Qiao would have insisted on further questioning regardless of cooperation. Yet, due to the matter concerning the rabbit, she felt a twinge of compassion. After exchanging glances, both women turned their gaze towards the drowsy Lu Yuan. What should they do? The only man at home. It was time for him to speak up. Chapter 47. The sheep dung pill. Are you tired? If so, you should take a nap, Lu Yuan remarked as he awakened to find the discussion concluded, gazing at Jean Meijing. She immediately shook her head, declaring, I'm not tired. Let us set off now. Lu Yuan, however, insisted, even if you're not tired, you should rest for a bit. A well-sharpened knife cuts wood more efficiently. And we have 3 days. We must sleep while we can. It's safer here. Besides, I still need to prepare some items. He then turned to Zhao Qiao beside him, saying, when we arrive, we must be ready for whatever happens with that rabbit. No one knows its situation. Therefore, we should gather materials for various elixirs and adapt accordingly when the time comes. Additionally, I intend to refine some simple potions here first to see how effective they are. Zhao Qiao blinked her beautiful eyes in response. The mines here are certainly abundant, she noted. As the premier guild in Taining City, they owned several mines, with the Yinxiong Guild possessing the most. They had various types of spirit stone mines, but it seemed Lu Yuan was genuinely considering accompanying Jean Meijing to Goryeo. Are you really going? Li Qingwan interjected, casting a stern look at Lu Yuan. You cannot go. What kind of joke is this? At her protest, a chilling glare shot from Jean Meijing, who was unwilling to accept Li Qingwan's objections. What are you staring at? Do you have large eyes or something? Stare at me again, and I'll pluck them out. Eventually, Jean Meijing averted her gaze from Li Qingwan and focused on Lu Yuan instead. Lu Yuan stood up, affirming, We've come to a decision. There is no issue. Just prepare the spirit stones and medicinal materials for us. It's settled. Around noon, the items Lu Yuan requested were swiftly delivered. Once they arrived, He promptly began the process of refining elixirs. In the backyard, Lu Yuan lit a fire to commence his alchemical work, while Zhao Qiao, Li Qingwan, and Jin Meijing observed curiously from around him, uncertain of his intentions. As he began, Lu Yuan, despite it being his first attempt at alchemy, navigated the procedures, albeit with some awkwardness. He was acutely aware of the crucial aspects, such as the timing and efficacy of the herbs, which ultimately determined success or failure. Thus, even though the process had its hiccups, within approximately half an hour, he successfully produced 2 elixirs. However, the appearance of these 2 elixirs was far from appealing. One might say they resembled 2 lumps of sheep dung. By all accounts, they should not have turned out this way. According to the alchemical texts, the elixirs should exude a fragrant aroma, have a smooth, shiny surface, and even glimmer if of exceptional quality. Yet, what Lu Yuan held were merely 2 unsightly lumps that resembled dirt scraped off someone who had bathed in decades. The 3 women exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions questioning Lu Yuan's creation. Although he was unaware of their thoughts, Lu Yuan scrutinized the 2 unsightly elixirs in his hands. True, they did not look appealing, yet he believed they would still prove effective. After all, during the refining process, he was confident that the maturity of the herbs, the timing, and the final amalgamation of the herbal powder with the spirit stones were all executed perfectly. However, as it was his first attempt, he had been somewhat clumsy, resulting in the unsightly appearance. Nonetheless, he was convinced it would not affect the efficacy significantly. Contemplating the 2 elixirs in his hands, Lu Yuan decided to take a bold step and swallowed one of them whole. What was there to fear? He thought. Eating it would yield the answer. After all, Lu Yuan possessed the body of the divine farmer, immune to poison. How could it harm him? This abrupt action startled Zhao Qiao, and Li Qingwan, who assumed it was a sign of failure. Wait, you're putting everything in your mouth, Zhao Qiao exclaimed, aghast. But it was too late. Lu Yuan had already swallowed it. Miraculously, he did not choke. After Zhao Qiao pried his mouth open, she discovered it was empty. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, Lu Yuan suddenly froze, exclaiming, "It works. It's incredibly effective." Within seconds of consuming the elixir, he felt a warm current coursing through his body. After circulating for a brief period, it flooded his entire being. The warmth washed away all the fatigue accumulated from a night of toil, riding, and other exertions, leaving him invigorated as if he had just awakened after 3 days of sleep. Moreover, he realized he had been slightly hungry, having not eaten for 15 or 16 hours. Now, however, that hunger vanished as if he had just devoured a Snickers bar. In essence, he felt as if he had emerged brand new from the factory, thanks to the elixir's remarkable restorative properties. Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao stared in astonishment at Lu Yuan's transformation. Subsequently, Lu Yuan, still in their bewildered presence, stood and handed the remaining elixir to Jin Meijing. She glanced at him, and the elixir, then without hesitation, swallowed it whole, just as Lu Yuan had. After a few seconds, her beautiful yet icy eyes trembled visibly, clearly indicating that she too experienced the effects Lu Yuan had just felt. In the next moment, Jin Meijing tore open her clothing, ripping apart the bandages that had been wrapped around her chest. As Zhao Qiao and Li Qingwan watched in disbelief, the wound on Jin Meijing's chest, which had been poisoned and bleeding, healed completely, leaving no trace or scar behind. Chapter 48. Everyone likes it. Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao were utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan grinned, gazing with a hint of pride at the 2 mature and stunningly beautiful women, saying, "What do you think? This creation of mine is quite impressive, isn't it? And this is merely the most ordinary version. I possess even more remarkable ones." Zhao Qiao and the other person gasped in shock. Could it be? Without wasting another moment, Lu Yuan decisively declared, "Prepare 2 swift horses for us immediately. We depart at once." Leave now? Both Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao were reluctant to let Lu Yuan depart. Yet, how could they articulate their desire for him to stay? Should they suggest that he take a moment to rest? Someone has consumed those peculiar pills and is quite spirited. They mention it as dangerous? Lu Yuan remarked that it was merely a matter of stealing a dead rabbit, nothing more. However, both Zhao Qiao and Li Qingwan remained uneasy. Ultimately, Zhao Qiao declared, "Very well, Aunt will accompany you." Yet, Lu Yuan chuckled and shook his head, saying, "This time, let it be, Aunt. This journey is a long-distance trek, lasting 3 days without respite. You, who are accustomed to a life of comfort, would find it quite arduous. Moreover, not only are you strikingly beautiful, but your tall stature would undoubtedly draw attention. it is imperative that shower and does not go. Firstly, as I mentioned, and secondly, and most importantly, this matter concerns myself and Jean Meijing. The banner I have unfurled must be hoisted by my own hands. Meanwhile, Li Qingluan pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Then I shall accompany you both. I am not as tall as she is." Reflecting on Lu Yuan's words, she considered that while beauty may attract attention, one could disguise themselves in ragged clothing and smear their face with dirt. However, possessing a tall and imposing figure was indeed a disadvantage. Upon hearing Li Qingluan's statement, Lu Yuan's expression turned dark as he retorted, "Do you truly believe yourself to be short? You are merely half a head shorter than Aunt Xiao, and you stand at over 1.80 meters, undeniably a towering figure." Li Qingluan and Zhao Qiao? What do you mean by towering figure? Lu Yuan. In any case, it will just be the two of us going. Besides, you all have your own matters to attend to. Not to mention the affairs regarding the Goryeo Guild that still require your attention, don't they? Ultimately, the matter was settled. After all, if Lu Yuan wished to depart, who could possibly impede him? It was initially suggested to assign several protectors to accompany Lu Yuan, yet upon further reflection, it seemed unnecessary. After all, he was accompanied by Jean Meijing. There was no need for anyone else. As evening approached, around 5 o'clock, in a secluded corner of the town, Lu Yuan and his 3 companions stood ready, alongside 2 well-fed horses. For the sake of safety, it was imperative that their plans remained undisclosed. Lu Yuan and Jean Meijing had changed into appropriate attire, donning large scarves and fur hats, disguising themselves completely. Zhao Qiao and Li Qingluan had also prepared provisions, silver coins, and bedding over the past few days, which they hastily packed into Lu Yuan's spatial pouch. Finally, with a flourish of his riding whip, Lu Yuan and Jean Meijing galloped forth towards Goryeo. The ensuing days unfolded without incident as they journeyed. With Jean Meijing leading the way, their path was smooth. Perhaps it was a stroke of fortune, for the skies had spared them snowfall on their route to Goryeo. Otherwise, the journey would have been quite arduous. By the second evening, Lu Yuan and Jean Meijing had arrived in Goryeo. This world was unlike Earth. Here, Goryeo was devoid of generals and fortifications. Thus, they were able to find a small path and entered without hindrance. As night fell, they decided to rest. After 2 days of relentless riding, their bodies ached, and fatigue had set in. The horses, too, were weary from the continuous pace. Upon entering Goryeo, they found themselves amidst mountains, and they sought a sheltered hillside to pause. Lu Yuan set up a pot to prepare a warm meal, craving something hot to stave off the cold, while Jean Meijing busied herself with laying out the bedding. "Do you enjoy spicy food?" As Lu Yuan sliced the meat, he turned to the curious Jean Meijing beside him and posed a question. It was, after all, the first time they had exchanged words in the past 2 days. Previously, they had merely been riding horses, exchanging glances occasionally. Lu Yuan regarded Jean Meijing with a peculiar expression, wondering if this matter truly required further contemplation. It is unnecessary to inquire further. Lu Yuan is not particularly fond of spicy food. As previously mentioned, his palate leans towards Shandong cuisine, favoring savory and salty flavors over the fiery zest of chili peppers. However, he mused that the Koreans, or rather, the Goryeos, are likely quite adept at handling spiciness. Yet, he had heard that their spice tends to be of the sweet variety. Although this place is not Earth, and these are entirely different realms, certain customs do remain consistent. Lu Yuan contemplated that if Jean Meijing enjoyed spicy dishes, he might add a touch of heat to his meal, especially with the cold weather making such fare appealing. Ultimately, Jean Meijing remained silent, not uttering a word. As Lu Yuan sliced through the meat, she unexpectedly spoke up. "Please wait as more content loads. HM? Please bring me the chili." Jean Meijing obediently complied. She selected the chili from the array of seasonings, meat, and vegetables that Lu Yuan had hastily retrieved from the spatial bag. After that, Jean Meijing did not leave. Instead, she squatted beside Lu Yuan, watching him as he sliced the meat. She had already completed her task of spreading the bedding quite swiftly. "Do you enjoy spicy food?" Jean Meijing suddenly posed a question. Lu Yuan glanced at her briefly before returning his attention to slicing the chili peppers, responding, "I don't really enjoy it. I can't handle too much spiciness on a regular basis." Jean Meijing fell silent for a moment, then turned her gaze back to Lu Yuan and inquired, "Then why do you add chili?" Lu Yuan looked up at Jean Meijing, his expression laden with confusion. "Isn't that what you claim to enjoy consuming?" Jean Meijing gazed at Lu Yuan, blinked, and then lowered her head in silence. Lu Yuan continued. In the next moment, he began to stir-fry and prepare the meal. A true culinary master can create delectable dishes even under the most constrained circumstances, much like a genuine swordsman, who can wield a mere twig to carve through the heavens without the need for a sword. Although they were outdoors, in a rather rudimentary setting with no proper stove, Lu Yuan skillfully utilized an earthen oven to conjure several exquisite dishes. As he dished out the last plate, he hurriedly handed Jean Meijing a pair of chopsticks while anxiously exclaiming. Jean Meijing, holding the chopsticks, glanced at the food and then at Lu Yuan. Remarked, "You will like it all. Have you eaten? You will enjoy everything. Hurry, hurry, lest the dishes grow cold in this weather." Chapter 49. This will be yours from now on. The climate in Goryeo is markedly different from that of Taining City. The winters here are slightly more temperate, though still chilly enough, with temperatures dipping to around -7 or 8 degrees in the mountains, even before winter has fully set in. Despite the two of them dining around a campfire, their meal had turned into icy clumps by the time they reached the halfway point. Fortunately, they managed to fill their stomachs. Once sated, people tend to become lethargic. Lu Yuan leaned against the bonfire, loosening his belt, and reclined lazily. "Delicious," he remarked. Jean Meijing, sitting beside him, suddenly said, "You're quite something." Lu Yuan glanced at her, a sense of pride swelling within him. "Of course. Just look at the caliber of chef I am. Everything is served hot. That's what makes it delectable." With a childlike demeanor, Lu Yuan elicited a subtle smile from Jean Meijing. Soon after, she retrieved their bedding. Now that they had finished their meal, it was time to rest. They settled around the bonfire, lying down with the warmth of the flames between them. However, neither could find sleep. It was that they weren't tired, rather. The potent energy from the pills they had taken lingered, leaving them in a state akin to having consumed too much caffeine during a late-night study session, exhausted, yet unable to close their eyes. Both nestled into their respective sleeping bags, gazing up at the starry sky. "What will you do after we catch the rabbit?" Lu Yuan inquired curiously, now that they were unable to sleep. Jean Meijing blinked at the stars, contemplating before responding, "I'm not sure. You're so capable. Why not open a martial arts school?" "Ah, no, that won't do. You should find a place where no one knows you," she added. "Wouldn't that be splendid?" Jean Meijing turned to look at Lu Yuan across the fire, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "A martial arts school?" Lu Yuan nodded. "Indeed. But if you prefer not to engage in combat, you could pursue something else entirely, something you love. After all these years, you must have saved a considerable amount of money, right? Even if you do nothing, you could live comfortably for the rest of your life." Jean Meijing fell silent. Lu Yuan then observed her, a strange expression crossing his face. "You don't have any money, do you?" Jean Meijing replied, "No, they don't pay me." Lu Yuan was taken aback. He understood that the guild was unscrupulous, training killing machines. But he couldn't fathom how they could motivate people like Jean Meijing without offering any rewards for completed tasks. Jean Meijing explained earnestly, "They give my rabbits food." "Huh?" Lu Yuan stared at her, bewildered. Jean Meijing continued, "As long as I excel in my tasks, they reward my rabbits with carrots." Lu Yuan's confusion deepened. "What if you perform merely adequately?" Jean Meijing replied with a serious demeanor, "They get cabbage leaves." "And if you fail?" he asked, still puzzled. Jean Meijing blinked her icy eyes and stated, "If I fail my task and get captured, they throw my rabbits to their deaths." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan shot up, anger flooding his face. What the hell? These people are utterly inhumane. Worse than the likes of Huang Shizhen and Zhou Bapi. Jean Meijing looked at him quizzically. Who are Huang Shizhen and Zhou Bapi? Finally, Lu Yuan lay back down, frustration evident on his face. "It doesn't matter. Soon, you will be free. As long as you don't break the law, you can do whatever you wish." Damn, this is more absurd than capitalism. At least when you work for a capitalist, they still pay you. Lu Yuan seethed inwardly, momentarily channeling all his past grievances from working as a cog in the machine. Meanwhile, Jean Meijing quietly observed him before suddenly asking, "Are you feeling sorry for me?" Lu Yuan, flustered, retorted, "It's sympathy. This is inhumane." Jean Meijing continued to watch him in silence. After an indeterminate time, she broke the stillness. "Lu Yuan?" "Huh?" Lu Yuan turned to her, puzzled. This was the first time she had called him by name. "What's up?" he asked, intrigued. Jean Meijing then inquired earnestly, "What is affection level?" "Affection level?" Lu Yuan was taken aback, recalling the affection levels he had noticed above Li Qinghuan's head. Why was Jean Meijing suddenly asking about this? The term seemed beyond her usual contemplation. "Why do you ask?" he queried, his confusion evident. Jean Meijing blinked her beautiful yet cold eyes. "I'm curious." After a moment's pause, Lu Yuan explained, "Affection level. It's essentially a measure of how good or bad your relationship is with someone. It reflects whether that person likes you. Jean Meijing nodded thoughtfully. If the affection level is high, does that mean the person likes me more? Lu Yuan gazed back at the stars, casually responding, that's roughly the idea. Jean Meijing then asked, how can one increase the affection level? Well, Lu Yuan hesitated. It's about doing things that the other person enjoys, making them happy. If you do things like that, they're bound to like you. However, I'd advise against being overly one-sided. That would make you a mere sycophant. Relationships should be mutual. First, see how they treat you, then decide your course of action. As he rambled on, he mused that the intricacies of interpersonal affection were far from simple. He was merely speaking off the cuff, and he doubted Jean Meijing would grasp the nuances anyway. Lost in his thoughts, he failed to notice a subtle sound nearby. What are you doing? He asked, bewildered. The next moment, in the midst of Lu Yuan's confusion, Jean Meijing unfastened her garment. As Lu Yuan gaped, speechless, Jean Meijing cradled her voluptuous figure, a hint of pink adorning her alabaster skin, and looked at him earnestly. This will be yours from now on. Only for you. Do you like it, Lu Yuan? Chapter 50. It seems to be hinting at something within oneself. Soon, very soon, Lu Yuan suddenly sprang up, sitting upright. He turned to gaze at the solemn Jean Meijing, and he felt a sense of numbness. What on earth was bestowed upon him? What was he supposed to make of this? What the hell was he meant to do? In a moment of bewilderment, Lu Yuan exclaimed, "Who did you learn this from?" Jean Meijing stared at Lu Yuan with a hint of curiosity and blinked, saying, "The brothel." Lu Yuan replied, "Have you been to a brothel? What purpose could you possibly have for going there?" Jean Meijing cradled her alluringly tender flesh and leaned forward slightly, saying, "Killing. I observed that the women inside were all like this. Men seem to adore it. Do you not find me appealing?" Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on the bedding. A look of helplessness etched across his face as he let out a sigh. While assisting Jean Meijing in putting on her clothes, he remarked with resignation, "Do you treat others in the same manner?" Lu Yuan is not Lu Xiaohui, and Jean Meijing is certainly not unattractive. To speak candidly, with just a touch of embellishment and a selection of elegant attire, Jean Meijing could easily stand alongside Li Qingyuan and Zhao Qiao'er as one of the most exquisite beauties. Imagine, for instance, if Qiao'er's aunt were to present herself before Lu Yuan in such a manner. If Lu Yuan were to refrain from expressing his admiration for her throughout the evening, it would be a disservice to his own esteemed character. However, Jean Meijing lacks the requisite understanding. If she were to succumb to her desires at this moment, would she not simply be akin to a mere beast? What significance does size hold in such a context? The elephant is indeed quite large. Why don't you take a few bites? Jean Meijing obediently knelt before Lu Yuan, allowing him to dress her. In response to Lu Yuan's words, Jean Meijing shook her head and said, "No, it's my first time." Lu Yuan nodded and sighed, saying, "Such things are meant only for your man. They should not be shared with others. Those in brothels are courtesans. You are not one of them. So you cannot act in that manner. In the future, you must find someone you truly like, marry him, and only then can you share this with him." After finishing fastening Jean Meijing's clothing, Lu Yuan did not say more. This matter could not be explained in haste, and they would take their time. Jean Meijing blinked and gazed at Lu Yuan earnestly, asking, "Do you not like me?" Lu Yuan blinked and declared resolutely, "I do not like it. Do not show it to me again." With that, Lu Yuan reclined, closed his eyes, and lay still. Jean Meijing knelt beside him, gazing quietly at Lu Yuan. She noticed a line of text above his head. Name, Lu Yuan, affection level, current unlockable traits based on affection, superior physique, masterful medical skills, culinary expertise, exceptional farming, outstanding craftsmanship. As she contemplated this line, Jean Meijing seemed to ponder deeply. If memory serves her right, prior to loosening her clothing moments ago, the affection level was present. Hence, a faint, enigmatic smile graced the corners of Jean Meijing's lips. The subsequent text was somewhat beyond her comprehension, yet she understood the significance of the affection level, particularly after it had just increased. He is fond of Lu Yuan. With that thought, Jean Meijing concealed her enigmatic smile and spoke again. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and gazed at Jean Meijing with a curious expression. Jean Meijing inquired, "Can you remove the scars on my body?" Upon mentioning this, Lu Yuan straightened up and remarked, "I forgot to tell you about this matter. I have a type of ointment." With that, he retrieved a small porcelain bottle from his spatial pouch, extracting it from his system storage. Upon opening the vial, a fragrant aroma wafted out. Lu Yuan handed the small porcelain bottle to Jean Meijing, saying, "Apply it once a day. Within 3 days, the scar will diminish, and In 6 days, it will be completely eliminated, and after 9 days, your skin will return to its former state. Jean Meijing nodded as she accepted the vial. But then she began to unfasten her clothing. However, she suddenly remembered something and turned her back. Lu Yuan, initially about to voice his thoughts upon seeing her intention to undress in front of him, felt satisfied and fell silent when she turned away. Yet, to be honest, the difference between turning around and not was negligible. Jean Meijing's form was comparable to that of Aunt Xiao's, and with her delicate waist, the contours were still quite visible from behind. Lu Yuan contemplated suggesting that Jean Meijing change her location, but then he reconsidered, thinking it was too cold outside and that they might as well stay by the fire. Moreover, he reasoned that the matter primarily concerned him. As long as he maintained his composure, everything would be fine. He decided to let Jean Meijing learn gradually. Thus, Lu Yuan closed his eyes, choosing not to look. However, it wasn't long before Jean Meijing's voice broke the silence again. Lu Yuan. He frowned and opened his eyes, asking, "What now? Why have you turned around again?" This time, the situation was even more exaggerated than before. Initially, there had been just a glimpse, but now everything was in full view. Jean Meijing, however, appeared unperturbed and said, "It's too large. I can't see below. Please help me apply it." Lu Yuan. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Yuan immediately responded, "Did I not just tell you that this object cannot be seen by others? How could I possibly handle it? You need only lift it slightly and apply the ointment. More content is loading. Please wait." However, Jean Meijing solemnly remarked, "Applying it that way is quite wasteful. Since you have already seen it, it makes no difference. Just refrain from showing it to others." Lu Yuan blinked, realizing the validity of her words. Ultimately, it is a matter of personal discretion. As long as one is cautious, it suffices. Moreover, when he administered the injection to Jean Meijing, he had been quite thorough, so this instance was of little concern. With that thought, Lu Yuan smirked and stood up once more, saying, "Hand it over." Jean Meijing straightened up and handed the small porcelain bottle to Lu Yuan. He bent slightly, supporting himself with one hand while applying the ointment with the other. "It was a female nurse who administered it when I was a child," Jean Meijing suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan lifted his gaze to Jean Meijing, perplexed by her sudden remark. Contemplating it, he surmised that Jean Meijing was perhaps attempting to engage in conversation like an ordinary person. He nodded, responding somewhat perfunctorily, "Oh, I see, that matron must be quite strict." Jean Meijing slightly nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, but it wasn't my fault. One of the women in our dormitory accidentally injured herself while sleeping, and the matron discovered it. Consequently, we were all made to remember the lesson, and each of us was punished in turn." Lu Yuan, his expression filled with confusion, looked at Jean Meijing again. Unfazed, she continued, "Because our first experiences are precious, they may prove useful in significant missions, hence they must not be compromised beforehand. However, I have not encountered such missions. I am quite capable and can accomplish tasks without resorting to such actions." Lu Yuan. Jean Meijing suddenly became quite talkative and loquacious. Additionally, Lu Yuan sensed that Jean Meijing seemed to be subtly conveying to him that she had yet to experience that particular something. "Hey, is it just my imagination? Why does it seem like she is subtly hinting at something?" Chapter 51. Why does it feel as though I have been toyed with by Jean Meijing all night? After all, the way she spoke, with her deliberate remarks, seems quite intentional. However, upon further contemplation, Lu Yuan concluded that he was likely overthinking it. What could she possibly be hinting at? What would be her motive? It would appear that he had become quite the coveted prize, with women desiring him. Lu Yuan was not so shameless. Furthermore, Jean Meijing appeared rather simple-minded. Unlike anyone else, surely she could not possess such cunning. Regaining his composure, he nodded and replied, "That's even better. You should find a good family. Your man will treasure you more." After finishing applying the ointment on one side, Lu Yuan moved to the other. However, just then, a soft, fair form suddenly descended upon him, nearly suffocating him. Moments later, Jean Meijing rose from atop him, rubbing her leg while she remarked, "I knelt too long and suddenly cramped up. I must have brushed against your face, so please reapply." Lu Yuan, what? Is this for real? How could he possibly believe it? Confused, he looked up at Jean Meijing. The timing was too coincidental. Yet, gazing at her cold, expressionless face, he pursed his lips, feeling it unwise to dwell on it further. Finally, with a resigned sigh, he lowered his head to reapply. As Lu Yuan focused on his task, a sly smile crept onto Jean Meijing's previously impassive face, reminiscent of a cunning little fox. It had been noted repeatedly that Jean Meijing lacked certain normal emotional responses. But this did not imply a deficiency in intellect. She understood many things very well. After all, she was a top-tier assassin. Would a top-tier assassin merely apply makeup, find a discreet corner, and then suddenly strike? That would not be the hallmark of a true elite. A genuine top-tier assassin must be adept at lurking, disguising themselves, and possessing a detailed understanding of various matters. Otherwise, how could they approach their enemies? Not every adversary is as easily approachable as Li Qingwan had been that night. When masquerading as a villager, one must convincingly portray the modesty and fear of a commoner in the presence of powerful figures. When playing the role of the elite, one must exude an air of superiority, treating those beneath them as mere animals. Jean Meijing was exceptionally skilled in the arts of performance and the manipulation of human emotions. It was evident that her actions stemmed from a genuine fondness for Lu Yuan, with no ulterior motives. Her previous statements were not lies. She was subtly indicating her pristine nature. Jean Meijing recognized Lu Yuan as a good man from the moment he helped her dress when she was on the brink of despair. Even now, after her boldness, he had not reacted aggressively. This was fine. Just as Jean Meijing approached her prey with meticulous understanding of their preferences, she too must discern what Lu Yuan favored. However, this time, she was the prey, willingly presenting herself. At last, after Lu Yuan had completed the application, Jean Meijing turned around and donned her top. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan sought water to cleanse his hands of the ointment and capped the jar, intending to return it to her. Yet, when he turned to face Jean Meijing, he was utterly bewildered. What was happening? At some point, Jean Meijing had turned her back to him, arching her slender waist in an alluring pose, presenting her fair form. What on earth are you doing? Lu Yuan was completely stunned, unable to comprehend. He couldn't see what was happening behind him. Lu Yuan, what? He glanced at Jean Meijing's beautiful face illuminated by the firelight, and then at her curvaceous figure, unable to suppress a gulp. Ding! Congratulations on gaining Lu Yuan's favor. Please choose one reward from the unlocked tags below. Top-tier physique, top-tier medical skills, top-tier culinary skills, top-tier cultivation, top-tier craftsmanship. Two cool voices suddenly echoed in Jean Meijing's mind, startling her to the core. What was this? Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was left in a daze. What on earth was happening? Simultaneously, in the inner courtyard of the Zhao residence in Taining City, Zhao Qiaoer had changed into a fitted camisole, preparing for rest. In recent days, she had scarcely slept well, her heart burdened with worry about Lu Yuan. She was restless, unable to do anything but fret. Ding! A seductive femme fatale has gained Lu Yuan's favor. Please, as a fellow seductive femme fatale with a perfect bond with Lu Yuan, choose one reward from the previously unlocked tags below. Top-tier physique, top-tier medical skills, top-tier culinary skills. Zhao Qiaoer, what is this? The voice in her mind startled her greatly. She had encountered such peculiar events before with Lu Yuan, so she had a mental buffer. Had she suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice in her head, she would have been furious. Quickly, Zhao Qiaoer regained her composure. Before her appeared 3 familiar text options, exactly the same ones she had seen above Lu Yuan's head previously. At that time, Lu Yuan's favorability toward her was limited, so she had only unlocked 3 options. Somehow, those indicators had vanished, yet Lu Yuan's attitude towards her remained unchanged, and their relationship had only grown stronger. He regarded her as family. If those indicators were to reappear, Zhao Qiaoer was confident that Lu Yuan's favor toward her would undoubtedly be at its peak. However, the sudden appearance of these 3 options, Zhao Qiaoer pondered, and suddenly, her expression turned icy as she stood up. Selecting an option was not what mattered now. What was crucial was that someone had gained Lu Yuan's favor. Who could it be? Of course, it was Jean Meijing. Zhao Qiaoer felt an overwhelming surge of anger. She and Lu Yuan had only recently reached this point, yet Jean Meijing had already made her move in just 2 days. What had that brazen woman done to Lu Yuan? Meanwhile, in the mountains of Goryeo, Lu Yuan sat on his bedding with a dark expression. Logically, he should have felt fortunate, yet somehow he felt as though he had been played with by Jean Meijing all night. Chapter 52. Fear of Hunger on the 3rd day. At dawn, Lu Yuan tremblingly rekindled the fire. It was not the chill that caused it, but rather a sensation reminiscent of late-night spin in internet cafes back on Earth, where one would doze off only to awaken shivering. After a brief moment, he felt warmth returning. Before long, the fire blazed, and Lu Yuan began to prepare a simple yet hearty meal to sustain their journey. He had a generous handful of elm mushrooms and a wild dove, quite the impressive find. Seeing the items in Jean Meijing's hands, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up with admiration. Jin Meijing, bending down, picked up a small stone from the ground, intent on continuing her search. However, Lu Yuan quickly intervened, saying, "One will suffice. We need to eat and then be on our way." Jin Meijing nodded seriously, understanding the importance of their mission. After their meal, they resumed their travels. According to Jin Meijing, they were approximately 80 miles from the town where her guild was located. This guild was modest, comprising only a few hundred members. In stark contrast to the vast Yangxiang Guild, which boasted thousands of adventurers. Lu Yuan recalled having seen a caravan from the Yangxiang Guild on their journey. He wondered if there were any Yangxiang outposts within the territory of Goryeo, pondering whether they could seek assistance there in case of trouble. However, he deemed it unlikely that they would encounter any significant danger. If it were perilous, he certainly would not have ventured out alone. After all, when it came to stealing rabbits or similar escapades, Lu Yuan was resolute in his decision not to involve himself. It wasn't that he was unwilling to assist Jin Meijing, but rather that he lacked the capability. His presence would only complicate matters for her. Thus, upon reaching the town, or rather the area surrounding it, Lu Yuan planned to find a discreet spot to hide while Jin Meijing executed her plan. As night fell, within the confines of an abandoned shack, Lu Yuan, illuminated by the moonlight, was engrossed in reading pharmacology. Just as he was lost in thought, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was greeted by Jin Meijing, who wore a faint smile and carried 2 large packages wrapped in oil paper. "How did it go?" Lu Yuan inquired, reaching for the packages in her hands. After a day of relentless travel, they had finally stopped a few miles from the town. Jin Meijing squatted beside him, unwrapping the oil paper. Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. It was only natural given their swift pace over the past 3 days. Certainly faster than those in the guild. While there were carrier pigeons, their reliability was questionable, unlike the precision-guided missiles depicted in television dramas. Real pigeons often deviated from their course. Otherwise, the ancient method of swift horse travel wouldn't have been employed. Lu Yuan blinked at Jin Meijing, then exclaimed, "That's a good sign." He glanced around to see if she had attempted to steal any rabbits, but the situation appeared calm. Upon opening the oil paper, he discovered some flatbreads and still warm pieces of pig's head meat. This led him to suspect that it was currently not the best time for Jin Meijing to act. Is it too crowded in the guild to make a move? He wondered aloud. Jin Meijing picked up a piece of pig's head meat and offered it to Lu Yuan's mouth, declaring, "It's easy to take." Lu Yuan paused, about to speak, but Jin Meijing swiftly placed the piece into his mouth. As he chewed on the bread and meat, he curiously asked, "If it's so easy, why not just steal it and leave?" Once again, Jin Meijing offered him another piece of meat, waiting for him to swallow before presenting it again. Seeing this, Lu Yuan frowned and said, "You can stop feeding me. I'm not a rabbit. I can manage on my own." Jin Meijing blinked, resting her chin on her knees, and replied softly, "I'm just worried you might go hungry." Taken aback by her words, Lu Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. Perhaps his kindness toward Jin Meijing had not gone unnoticed. He promptly offered her a piece of pig's head meat, saying, "You should eat, too." But Jin Meijing shook her head, stating, "I want to eat. I need to be ready for what is to come." Lu Yuan understood that her reluctance stemmed not from a fear of becoming squeamish after taking a life, but rather from the need to avoid any discomfort during potential combat. At 8 o'clock that night, Jin Meijing set off. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan busied himself with the pots and pans, not for cooking, but in preparation for continuing his alchemical pursuits. After all, he aspired to become a renowned alchemist like Guhi. He could not afford to settle for mediocrity. As time ticked by, he lost track of the hours. 6 had slipped away, and it was now past 2 in the morning. In that time, Lu Yuan had successfully concocted a dozen or so potions. Surely, the dim light here would lead even Guhi to produce mediocre concoctions, he mused. After all, a potion is a potion. As long as it works, who cares about its appearance? With a renewed sense of clarity, Lu Yuan began to tidy up his creations, only to be jolted into realization mid-task. Let us not resort to such clichés. Chapter 53. How can this medicine be taken when everything is ruined? To be candid, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, with Jin Meijing's skills, stealing a rabbit should not pose a significant challenge. Even if the live rabbit might have someone guarding it, it shouldn't take this long. Could something truly have gone awry? Surely not. At this moment, there was nothing more to ponder. After hastily stuffing everything into his spatial bag, Lu Yuan exited the dilapidated house and mounted his horse, intent on heading to the town to investigate. However, As he stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of flames rising high in the direction of the town. Indeed, something had gone wrong. With a swift motion, he urged his horse forward. After galloping for approximately 7 or 8 minutes, a group of shadowy figures appeared, approaching him. As they drew closer, he recognized Jean Meijing, accompanied by 7 or 8 others. Some were around 21 or 22 years old, others merely 15 or 16. And even 2 who appeared to be about 7 or 8. All were women, holding either rabbits, cats, or dogs in their arms. Their clothing was tattered, and their faces were smeared with dirt, some bearing the grime of ash from the smoke. In their hurried escape, a few of the younger ones had even lost their shoes. The expressions of these individuals were somewhat vacant as they gazed at Lu Yuan, mirroring the earlier demeanor of Jean Meijing, emotionless, akin to cold automatons. The contrast was stark, for now, Jean Meijing was in tears, her face resembling a weeping pear blossom, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. What could have caused her to cry so desperately? In her hands lay a bloodied, lifeless rabbit. As Lu Yuan observed Jean Meijing's shocked expression without uttering a word, she looked up at him, her tear-streaked eyes releasing yet more glistening drops. "My rabbit is dead." Jean Meijing's words were always succinct, devoid of embellishments. This time was no different, yet Lu Yuan perceived the shattering of her heart within those few words. The pitiful tremor in her voice and the helpless, wronged look she cast upon him resonated deeply. Previously, Lu Yuan had noted a certain fragility in Jean Meijing's essence, evoking sympathy. Now, that fragility was amplified, particularly in her reaction upon seeing him. It was akin to a child who has been bullied outside, only to turn and suddenly spot their parents, prompting an emotional release. Jean Meijing must have already wept profusely, having stifled her sobs, only to succumb to them again upon his arrival. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. He dismounted his horse in a single bound and hurried to Jean Meijing's side. Without unnecessary words, he took the rabbit from her grasp and inquired, "How did it die?" While he posed the question, his hands were busy examining the rabbit. The bones within were shattered, its neck appeared broken, and its innards were a chaotic mess, almost resembling mush. It did not seem consistent with a death by falling. At that moment, Jean Meijing could no longer contain herself, collapsing into his embrace, her tear-streaked, delicate face buried in his neck as she sobbed. It was choked to death, and it was stepped on. Lu Yuan noted that the rabbit's condition did not align with a simple fall. Indeed, as he had examined it, he had discovered remnants of feces, indicating it had been trampled severely. Jean Meijing wept inconsolably in his arms, and within a short span, Lu Yuan felt his collar dampening from her tears. He could empathize. This rabbit was the most significant entity in Jean Meijing's life, perhaps her sole beacon of joy. It was difficult to fathom the psychological turmoil she must have endured upon witnessing the rabbit's tragic fate. In a moment of tenderness, Lu Yuan gently caressed her soft back, whispering, there, do not cry. We will surely find a way to revive it." Although he hesitated to speak with certainty, recognizing that nothing in this world was absolute, he felt compelled to offer her solace in light of her profound sorrow. Upon hearing his words, Jean Meijing lifted her tear-streaked eyes to meet his, hope flickering within her beautiful, yet reddened gaze. "Can you really?" In the next instant, clutching the rabbit in one hand while wrapping the other around Jean Meijing, Lu Yuan swiftly mounted his horse, declaring, "Yes, we can." He recalled that some matters were still left behind in the crumbling house. As Lu Yuan galloped away with Jean Meijing nestled against him, he sensed the presence of the 7 or 8 women trailing swiftly behind. Remarkably, these women possessed extraordinary agility, keeping pace with him even without shoes. Notably, one young girl, merely 7 or 8, was carrying a large dog that stood taller than she did, yet she managed to dash alongside him with remarkable speed. With a single glance, Lu Yuan understood that these individuals were akin to Jean Meijing, members of the guild's trained assassins who had seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Yet, their intentions remained unclear to him. He wished to inquire further, but Jean Meijing was still in his embrace, trembling with grief. However, it appeared that the group meant no harm, so he refrained from pressing the matter. Shortly thereafter, approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, Lu Yuan led this motley crew back to the dilapidated house. The women did not enter, but instead took up positions on the crumbling beams or concealed themselves behind the broken walls, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. They remained on guard, maintaining a cautious distance from one another, even the youngest among them, whose eyes had transformed into sharp, vigilant orbs, devoid of the innocent gleam typical of children. Without uttering a single word, Lu Yuan commenced the process of concocting medicine. After about 30 to 40 minutes, he successfully crafted 2 pills. These were chosen based on his medical knowledge from the alchemical texts. One was a millennium-old heart-preserving pill, and the other a tin-fragrance life-restoring pill. However, as he held the 2 pills in his hand, a grave realization struck him. How could he administer this medicine when the rabbit's intestines had been trampled to ruins? Chapter 54. I won't leave. You help me raise rabbits. Lu Yuan gazed at Jean Meijing, who cradled a soft, noodle-like elderly rabbit in her hands, feeling somewhat bewildered. He glanced at the old rabbit in her embrace, then looked up at Jean Meijing. At that moment, Jean Meijing also realized something, staring blankly at Lu Yuan. The next second, her eyes dimmed slightly, and her alluring, seductive cherry lips pursed. Goodness, it was evident that she was about to unleash a torrent of emotions. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Stop, stop, hold it in, don't cry just yet." Ultimately, after some contemplation, Lu Yuan decided to place a pill into his mouth and chew it. He then proceeded to demonstrate what true facial contortion meant. The intensely bitter pill dissolved in his mouth, causing Lu Yuan's face to contort grotesquely, nearly overwhelming him with its bitterness. Beside him, Jean Meijing could only stare in astonishment. As Jean Meijing stared at Lu Yuan in bewilderment, Lu Yuan glared at her and exclaimed in a muffled voice, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and pry open that rabbit's mouth." Jean Meijing? Upon returning, Jean Meijing hastily pried open the rabbit's mouth and presented it to Lu Yuan. In the next moment, with a sound of disdain, he spat out the crushed elixir into the rabbit's mouth. As he rose to find a water jug, Lu Yuan grimaced, expressing his discomfort, and urged, quickly, guide it down its throat. With that, he hurried off to find water to rinse his mouth. What was the thought process behind Lu Yuan's method? This elixir, he found perplexing. He could not quite grasp the mechanism by which it could be absorbed by living beings, be they human or animal. From a medical perspective, the elixir should enter the stomach, where peristalsis would aid in its digestion and absorption. However, this aged rabbit had neither a stomach nor intestines, both had deteriorated beyond recognition. Thus, the only option was to force it into its mouth and observe if any effect would ensue. Yet, it could not be administered as one would with a human, by simply swallowing it whole. The elixir's outer layer resembled a protective coating akin to that of a capsule. To attempt to shove it in whole would be futile. It would be as ineffective as placing a stone in the rabbit's mouth, as it would not reach the stomach. Hence, he resorted to chewing it into fragments and spitting it into the rabbit's mouth. Admittedly, this approach seemed somewhat foolish, but at this juncture, Lu Yuan could not conceive of a better solution. As he filled his mouth with water to rinse, he was suddenly met with the jubilant voice of Jean Meijing behind him. "Lu Yuan, the rabbit is moving." Before him knelt Jean Meijing, her face radiating joy as she cradled a rabbit in her hands, proudly presenting it to Lu Yuan. To his astonishment, the old rabbit's body appeared to swell and contract, as if something within was writhing and reshaping. Ah, such absurdity, yet she truly managed to conjure it up. In light of this, there lies a second one. Lu Yuan glanced at the remaining sheep dung pellet in his hand. An inexplicable wave of bitterness surged within him. This, indeed. Does it mean he must endure this once more? As Lu Yuan gazed at the final pill in his hand, resembling a sheep's droppings, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Jean Meijing took the initiative to pop the pill into her mouth, mimicking Lu Yuan's earlier actions, and began to chew. Observing her expressionless face as she endured the bitter taste of the pill, Lu Yuan felt a surge of admiration. Indeed, one must commend the Koreans. Their resilience is remarkable. They seem to cherish even the most unpalatable fare as if it were a treasure, revealing a rather peculiar palate. Ultimately, Jean Meijing followed Lu Yuan's lead and, after thoroughly masticating the last morsel, expelled the remnants into the rabbit's mouth. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard. What was he even thinking? Lu Yuan suddenly recalled the bitter taste that had nearly made him faint moments ago. It was not a desire for Jean Meijing's saliva. After Jean Meijing expelled the elixir, the rabbit began to undergo a miraculous transformation. Not only was the rabbit changing, but Jean Meijing's expression also shifted dramatically, transitioning from sorrowful tears to overwhelming joy. The rabbit had returned to life, embracing her beloved pet. Jean Meijing once again burst into tears of happiness. Lu Yuan, taking a generous sip from his water bottle and rinsing his mouth, then looked at Jean Meijing with a raised eyebrow and a smirk, saying, all right, it's the middle of winter. If you go outside now, the wind will chafe your face. However, Jean Meijing gazed at Lu Yuan with gleeful eyes and replied, I am not afraid. You have the elixir. In response to her words, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smirk and retort, Hey, just because we have the elixir, does that mean I must assist you? Chafed skin is not my concern. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Jean Meijing immediately ceased her tears. Lu Yuan then handed her a water flask, implying that she should rinse her mouth. After taking the flask and rinsing her mouth once, Jean Meijing suddenly looked at Lu Yuan and, with her still misty beautiful eyes, asked, However, why don't we simply crush the elixir and toss it in rather than chew it ourselves? Lu Yuan. Oh, how could I forget? Indeed. He crushed it directly and tossed it in. Isn't it the same? Coming to his senses, Lu Yuan immediately glared and exclaimed, What do you know? Am I not as knowledgeable as you? This is referred to as mimicking gastric peristalsis, utilizing the law of triangles for geometric leveling, determined by free fall which governs both revolution and rotation. Hence, such an effect is produced. Do you comprehend anything at all? Lu Yuan remarked that Jean Meijing truly did not understand. However, Jean Meijing was able to comprehend, which caused Lu Yuan to become flustered. In a moment, after rinsing her mouth, she tightly embraced her rabbit, her misty, beautiful eyes slightly curving with delight. She found Lu Yuan, who was blushing and flailing about in a frenzy of nonsensical chatter, quite endearing. This version of Lu Yuan reminded her of her beloved rabbit and its cuteness. Indeed, she felt a deep fondness for him. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, with a final glare, prompted Jean Meijing to elucidate the situation. Essentially, she had initially intended to eliminate the caretaker of the rabbit and take it away. However, she suddenly reconsidered, realizing that such an act would lead to unrest thereafter. More content is loading. Please wait. Subsequently, she fortuitously encountered a malevolent spirit, which she lured into the guild's grand estate. What a coincidence! Can such fortunate occurrences truly exist? Lu Yuan gazed at Jean Meijing with a perplexed expression. In response, Jean Meijing confidently declared, It is merely a fortunate coincidence. In truth, she had traversed approximately 30 to 50 miles in search of a malevolent spirit of comparable strength. At that moment, an observer might have remarked that, in the past, Jean Meijing would have been unable to escape such a predicament, especially given her ample bosom, which hardly seemed conducive to long-distance travel. However, the previous night, Jean Meijing had chosen the top-tier physique attribute. Lu Yuan, not wishing to dwell too much on the matter, accepted that perhaps it was simply coincidence. Jean Meijing continued, explaining that after luring the formidable spirit inside, she waited outside for the ensuing chaos to unfold. When the moment felt right, she ventured in only to discover her rabbit had been throttled by the spirit and carelessly discarded on the ground. The courtyard was in disarray, with chaos reigning as it appeared someone had trampled through. In her desperation, Jean Meijing resorted to violence, eliminating those present. Subsequently, she freed all the captives, over 20 individuals. Some vanished without a trace while others fled in confusion, ultimately following Jean Meijing, including the 7 still outside. By the way, she added, I was so consumed by tears that I forgot everything. Many witnessed my emergence. The other guilds in the town will undoubtedly seek to hunt me down. So you must leave quickly. Jean Meijing suddenly had a revelation and turned her gaze toward Lu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan, taken aback, sprang to his feet exclaiming, Why didn't you say so earlier? Instead of rambling on. In the next moment, he hastily gathered all the items scattered on the ground and attempted to pull Jean Meijing away, but to his surprise, he could not budge her. Lu Yuan was astonished, for he possessed the strength of the Shennong physique, yet he found himself unable to move her. At that moment, Jean Meijing placed the rabbit she had been holding into Lu Yuan's arms, then calmly regarded him and said, Since I have been discovered, I have become quite the burden. I shall not leave. You must help me care for this rabbit. Chapter 55. You both must perish beyond the fortress. Listening to Jean Meijing's words, Lu Yuan appeared utterly bewildered. He furrowed his brow and remarked, Why would members of other guilds pursue you? They are from different guilds and have no connection to you. Jean Meijing, standing resolutely, replied with calm assurance, It is indeed relevant, for these guilds are engaged in this very trade. Consequently, they will unite to hunt us down, sparing no one. You must leave swiftly. I can sense them approaching, she urged. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Yuan countered, Even if they come, they cannot possibly find us all at once. Besides, aren't you formidable? Aren't you a top assassin? If they arrive, you can simply eliminate them all, can't you? These scoundrels are hardly worthy of being called human. I have just concocted a new batch of strength elixirs. If I consume one, I will regain my stamina instantly. Surely, we can escape, he continued. As long as we run now, we will have ample time. Even if several come at once, it will just be a war of attrition, denying us respite. Under normal circumstances, such a scenario would be dire. However, Lu Yuan had recently prepared plenty of strength elixirs, which would be more than sufficient. Moreover, there were not many who could rival Jin Meijing in this town. The elite assassins of Goryeo typically operated outside the boundaries of the Divine Empire, where opportunities abound. There might be a handful of top assassins remaining in the town who could contend with Jin Meijing, but for the others, a mere glance from her would likely spell their end. Furthermore, the remaining elite assassins would not be working together but would be scattered in pursuit. Given this, why worry? It seemed they could leave at any moment. Yet, Jin Meijing shook her head slightly, saying, "It is not that simple. This is the territory of the guild, and they can summon supernatural beings. Even ordinary practitioners, once they call upon such entities, could pose a significant threat to me." Lu Yuan suddenly paused, realizing he had overlooked this critical detail. Moreover, Jin Meijing added, "The guild here is well connected with the authorities. Once the officials are informed, they will dispatch enforcers immediately. If we become entangled, escape will be nearly impossible. In truth, there may be a chance," she continued. "Previously, it would have been impossible, but now it might be feasible. Although I have only recently acquired this top-tier physique, its effects are nothing short of miraculous. Coupled with my inherent abilities, it is as if I have gained wings." Yet, Jin Meijing hesitated to drag Lu Yuan into her troubles. What if they still could not escape? She feared that she might inadvertently endanger him. Even if they could escape, where would they go? Jin Meijing found herself at a loss for options. If given a choice, she would wish to remain by Lu Yuan's side. However, she recognized that she was a considerable burden. Her presence would only attract the relentless assassins seeking her life, thus jeopardizing Lu Yuan's safety. Jin Meijing felt utterly exhausted, overwhelmed by the weight of her situation. Perhaps it would be best to remain concealed like a lone wolf, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. She would face her demise, but vowed to take down as many of the wretched souls as she could before her end. Lu Yuan, absorbed in Jin Meijing's words, fell silent for a moment before regarding her with a peculiar expression. "You don't truly want to leave, do you?" Jin Meijing, taken aback, acknowledged his insight with a nod. "Because this is not a certainty, and there is a high likelihood that I cannot escape, I choose to stay. They seek me. As long as I remain, they will not pursue you." Lu Yuan nodded in understanding, his expression devoid of emotion as he said, "So, I should thank you then?" His tone took on an odd quality, tinged with a hint of mockery. Jin Meijing sensed the shift, but failed to comprehend why Lu Yuan had changed in such a manner. Lacking the nuances of ordinary human emotions, she could not grasp his intentions. Nevertheless, she promptly responded, "No, this trouble is of my making. It is only right that I bear the burden. Besides, I have no regrets. Just take good care of my rabbit and let it live a few more years." Lu Yuan shook his head dismissively, teasingly tugging the rabbit's ears. "I see. So as long as the rabbit lives, you're indifferent, is that it?" Jin Meijing nodded, about to say something further when, crack, a sharp sound echoed through the air. Outside the dilapidated house, 7 female assassins, vigilant and alert, turned their gazes towards the interior upon hearing the noise. "Did you think I came to this forsaken place just to save a rabbitess life? I am here to save you. And now you tell me you don't want to live anymore?" Lu Yuan bellowed at Jin Meijing, who cowered in the corner, her face a mixture of fear and anguish as she gazed up at him, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, making her appear utterly pitiful. In a swift motion, Lu Yuan hurled the old rabbit towards Jin Meijing, who instinctively opened her arms to catch it. She then clutched the rabbit tightly. Trembling as she huddled in the corner of the ruined house, her fearful gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. It was indeed peculiar. This was Jin Meijing, a woman who could command fear and respect from anyone. Even those who dared to strike her or toss her rabbit would find themselves swiftly punished. Such acts would incite her wrath, and even her own guild members would hesitate to provoke her. Yet Lu Yuan had done so, and Jin Meijing offered no resistance. Instead, she seemed terrified of Lu Yuan, fearful that he might strike her again. Curling up in the corner, shaken by his fury, she could barely bring herself to look at him, as if all her formidable skills had vanished into thin air. "Is your life truly meant to revolve around this wretched rabbit? Does your existence hold no significance beyond this? It is merely a relic clinging to life, controlling you. I saved you, and I saved this rabbit as well. You both must perish beyond the fortress. Do you understand?" Outside, weather perched upon rooftops, concealed behind crumbling walls. or hidden within haystacks, the 7 observers silently watched the scene unfold within the decrepit house. Chapter 56. Hey, isn't it said that one is a sage? A rustling sound emerged as Lu Yuan and Jean Meijing stepped out of the house. Lu Yuan tugged at Jean Meijing's collar, pulling her directly towards the horse. Gazing at Jean Meijing, who was cradling a rabbit and lowering her head, he shouted, "Now, I shall ask you once more, will you come or not?" Jean Meijing, clutching the rabbit, dared not meet Lu Yuan's gaze and nodded repeatedly. Her obedient demeanor elicited a flicker of astonishment in the eyes of the 7 individuals surrounding the dilapidated house. After all, who was Jean Meijing? Not only those from the same guild as her, but even other guilds in the town were well aware of her reputation. Now, seeing Jean Meijing in such a submissive state left them utterly perplexed. Lu Yuan pointed at the saddle and declared, "Get on." Jean Meijing promptly complied, climbing onto the horse while still holding the rabbit. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan's expression remained one of anger. She was merely pretending. Initially, he had been genuinely upset. But after Jean Meijing's compliance, he felt some relief. Observing her docility atop the horse, Lu Yuan couldn't help but reflect on the wisdom of the sage Confucius. Women must be disciplined. After all, the sage spoke with reason. In the next moment, Lu Yuan mounted the horse, turned its head, and with a flick of the whip, they galloped away with Jean Meijing in tow. The horse that Jean Meijing had been riding was nowhere to be seen, but it was of little consequence. One horse was as good as another when exhaustion set in. Lu Yuan could simply give the horse a vigor-enhancing pill, and it would regain its strength. As Lu Yuan and Jean Meijing rode furiously, the 7 individuals promptly followed, just as they had when they arrived. Pondering their persistent presence, Lu Yuan speculated that they were perhaps lost and simply followed the only individuals they could. It reminded him of childhood days spent flying kites in open fields. When one used a larger kite, a flock of birds would inevitably follow in its wake. However, he had no particular thoughts about the 7 individuals. He felt a tinge of sympathy for them, yet he was powerless to assist. He was barely managing to survive himself and needed to flee without concern for them. He figured they would likely fall behind soon enough. Just as Lu Yuan was lost in thought, a cool voice echoed in his ear. "Congratulations, host. The danger level of the femme fatale, Jean Meijing, has been completely nullified. Your bond with Jean Meijing has reached a perfect conclusion. Ding. Reward alchemy has been issued and is now in the host's system space. Please check it." What? At this unexpected announcement, Lu Yuan instinctively glanced at Jean Meijing, who was nestled in his arms. The line of text above had vanished. The complete eradication of Jean Meijing's danger level left Lu Yuan in a state of dawning realization. No wonder, he thought. Their relationship had truly blossomed over the past few days. Logically, Jean Meijing posed no threat to him anymore. Yet, there had always lingered a trace of danger. Lu Yuan pondered what this could mean. He now understood that perhaps Jean Meijing had previously harbored dangerous thoughts, but now that she had come to clarity, she would not cause any trouble. With her refraining from mischief, naturally, Lu Yuan was no longer at risk. However, he questioned whether the danger level should not have increased now. Did the system imply that as long as Jean Meijing remained by his side, any threats would be neutralized? Lu Yuan found himself baffled, but it wasn't the time for such contemplation. Regardless, the system's star rating was undoubtedly secure. As for other matters, they could be addressed later. For now, he needed to escape. In the early morning light, amidst a misty mountain gorge, Lu Yuan broke through the ice on a small stream, leading his horse to drink. The horse could be fed vigor pills when it was tired and hungry, but it needed water to quench its thirst. Without it, trouble would ensue. After all, this was not a time when one could run freely without hindrance. Of course, Lu Yuan was unfamiliar with this area, so Jean Meijing was needed for guidance. At that moment, Jean Meijing was studying a map that Qiao Erai had prepared. It was thoughtful of Qiao Erai to have provided the map, especially since Lu Yuan had initially declined it. Now, he found himself in quite a predicament. He realized he missed Qiao Erai, having not seen her for 4 days. With a slight smile, Lu Yuan rummaged through his space pouch and remarked, "I told you not to cry, yet your face is now chapped." After a night of furious galloping through the cold winds, Jean Meijing's delicate visage had become chapped and slightly reddened. Approaching her, Lu Yuan produced a small iron box containing his homemade snow cream. Jean Meijing, hearing his voice, looked up at him with a pitiful expression. This little look was truly heart-wrenching. While Jean Meijing studied the map, Lu Yuan took the opportunity to apply the cream to her face. After all, if he had already applied it to other areas, why not her face as well? Jean Meijing obediently sat still as Lu Yuan gently spread the snow cream on her slightly reddened cheeks, asking, "Does it hurt?" Jean Meijing nodded in response. Lu Yuan shrugged and replied, "You should have wiped your tears." Feeling a bit aggrieved, Jean Meijing said, "It hurts when you hit me." Lu Yuan, contemplating, refused to admit any wrongdoing. A true man never admits fault. After all, what had he done wrong? He raised an eyebrow and said, "Well, who told you to be disobedient and act recklessly? If I hadn't been firm, you would have lingered in that state for much longer." As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, Jean Meijing suddenly embraced him, saying, "Brother, I was wrong. From now on, I will listen only to you. Please don't hit me anymore." Her tone carried a hint of feminine charm, a first for Lu Yuan to hear from Jean Meijing, who was usually so cold. But, brother? Where had she learned that? Was it from that brothel? Jean Meijing's sudden affectionate tone inexplicably delighted Lu Yuan. After all, there was a striking contrast in seeing her, with her refined beauty, behaving so sweetly, while Lu Yuan was momentarily entranced. Jean Meijing leaned closer to his ear and temptingly whispered, "Or, if you prefer to hit your little sister, just do it somewhere else." Lu Yuan. Chapter 57. Hey, have I become useless? Of course, Jean Meijing was not feeling despondent. Rather, she was in a state of panic. After rushing out in the early hours, she abruptly realized a rather grave issue. Lu Yuan's fondness for her had vanished, completely obliterated. Not a single star remained. As for why this had transpired, Jean Meijing speculated it might be due to her earlier misstep. After all, Lu Yuan had been quite furious at that time, and it was evident that his affection had dissipated. Since the early morning, her mind had been consumed with thoughts on how to placate Lu Yuan and restore his good spirits. "Stop dawdling, hurry and sit properly. Is my brother not angry anymore?" Jean Meijing said in a charming tone. Lu Yuan, amused by Jean Meijing's antics, smirked and replied, "All right, enough with the brother nonsense. You've composed yourself, so there is no reason for me to remain angry. Just sit down." Hearing these words, Jean Meijing felt a slight wave of relief wash over her. It seemed Lu Yuan was indeed no longer upset. In truth, from the moment Lu Yuan had offered to wipe her face, Jean Meijing sensed that his anger had subsided. Yet, the matter of his affection, she pondered whether it was merely a fleeting opportunity. Could it really disappear so abruptly after inciting anger? Jean Meijing felt a pang of regret but soon reassured herself that her desire to win Lu Yuan's favor was unrelated to any stars. Ultimately, she obediently settled down, hugging a plush rabbit, waiting for Lu Yuan to wipe her face. The white cream he applied felt oily yet fragrant, much to her delight. Giggle. A cheerful voice rang out from a short distance. Lu Yuan turned to see a little girl, clinging to a large dog, watching the scene with amusement. Unable to stifle her laughter. "Ah, I almost forgot to mention. More details loading, please wait." All 7 of them had followed along. Lu Yuan had initially assumed this group would fall behind, yet unexpectedly, they all kept pace. He wondered where they had found such stamina. At this moment, Jean Meijing tilted her head slightly, casting a cold glance at the 7 or 8-year-old girl. The child immediately covered her mouth, refraining from laughter, clearly intimidated by Jean Meijing. Before Lu Yuan could utter a word, Jean Meijing turned to him and said, "Can we bring them along? They might be able to assist us." Lu Yuan paused. It seemed less about whether he wanted them with him and more about the fact that they were simply impossible to shake off. He nodded without further contemplation. "Since they have been running alongside us, let us take them along, regardless of whether they can help. It seems rather pitiful for such tiny beings to be exposed to this harsh weather barefoot." Seeing Lu Yuan's agreement, Jean Meijing felt a surge of joy. Her intention in bringing these children wasn't for assistance. She didn't require help. Rather, she feared that if the group grew larger, she might not be able to protect Lu Yuan, which would pose a significant problem. With these children safeguarding Lu Yuan, she could engage with the guild members more confidently. As for the potential trouble they might attract once outside the gates, she dismissed the thought. Once they reached the outer regions, she could simply eliminate them if necessary. Unbeknownst to Lu Yuan, Jean Meijing's thoughts were far from his own. He simply called out to the 7 children, who were squatting on a stone, maintaining a safe distance, "Are you hungry?" The 7 children nodded eagerly. This was a rather obvious question. After running all night, who wouldn't be famished? Lu Yuan approached them while rummaging through his spatial pocket. It was unrealistic to prepare a meal here, but he still had some provisions, courtesy of Aunt Xiao. "Oh, how I miss Aunt Xiao. Just hold on for a bit. Once we've moved further, I'll prepare something delicious for you." As he spoke, Lu Yuan reached the children, distributing large flatbreads. This was a moment of satisfying hunger with a mere glimpse, considering these 7 children, since they were to accompany him. Lu Yuan had already devised a plan for their future. Essentially, he would teach them to become self-sufficient, and when the time came, they could pursue their own paths. Naturally, he would bear the expenses. He certainly couldn't lead 7 girls to Aunt Xiao and ask for funds to support them, could he? Lu Yuan was well off enough to purchase a grand residence outside the city and provide for them for several years without difficulty. Oh my. Look at this adorable child with her 2 pigtails. Did you do that yourself? Approaching the little girl with the large dog, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile as he pinched her cheek. She was quite cute. The girl beamed back at him, though her eyes remained glued to the large flatbread in his hand, swallowing her saliva. Not wanting to tease the children, Lu Yuan quickly handed her a flatbread, which was almost as big as her face. Come here, come here. He beckoned to another girl not far away, who was cradling a kitten. Upon her arrival, Lu Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, you 2 are twins. Perfect, you can share this flatbread. The previous night, in the darkness, he hadn't noticed. But now he could see that they were indeed twins, both adorably charming. After distributing the flatbreads, Lu Yuan turned to the other children for their share. However, just as he did, a sharp sound rang out behind him. Whoa! The girl with the dog brandished a sharp knife, aiming it at the eyes of the girl with the cat. Meanwhile, the girl with the cat retaliated with a knife of her own, targeting the throat of the girl with the dog. The sweet and innocent expressions they had displayed moments ago vanished, replaced by cold, ruthless intent. Alarmed, Lu Yuan rushed forward to intervene. The speed at which the 2 girls struck was astonishing, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to how to separate them. More details loading. Please wait. Just then, a graceful figure appeared before Lu Yuan. Jin Meijing, her expression devoid of warmth, coldly grasped each girl by an arm and forcibly pulled them apart. Then, with a swift motion, she delivered 2 crisp slaps. The force was substantial. The girl with the cat and the girl with the dog were both sent sprawling several meters away. Subsequently, Jin Meijing picked up the fallen flatbread from the ground, tearing it in half. She tossed one half in front of the girl with the cat and the other half before the girl with the dog. Now, this was a fitting resolution. The slaps, neither too light nor too heavy, well, perhaps a bit on the heavier side, left clear red marks on both girls' faces. Yet, they remained dazed, not crying, nor feeling wronged, nor continuing the fight. Instead, upon seeing the flatbreads that had fallen to the ground, they eagerly picked them up and began to devour them. Approximately 5 to 10 minutes later, the flatbreads were consumed, and the horses had finished drinking water. It was time to continue their journey. Lu Yuan felt a pang of sympathy for the 2 little girls and decided that perhaps he should run alongside Jin Meijing for a while. With such capable individuals around, Jin Meijing must be even more formidable. As for Lu Yuan, he possessed the Shennong physique, running at speeds comparable to a dog. Make sure you 2 don't fight. If you do, I'll leave you both behind, Lu Yuan warned playfully as he prepared to lift the girl with the dog onto his horse. However, the girl, with her innocent and carefree demeanor, looked up at Lu Yuan and said, Brother, you ride. The horse is too slow. I run faster. Lu Yuan? Hey, so I've become useless? Jin Meijing, standing behind Lu Yuan, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but smile, her eyes curving elegantly, the corners of her lips lifting in amusement. At that moment, among the 7 individuals, the eldest, a woman in her 20s, rose from the ground, brushed the sand and gravel from her ears, and suddenly remarked in a cold tone, Someone is coming. Chapter 58. Lock and load. A series of anguished cries echoed through the mountain gorge. The previously adorable little girl with a dog, who had been playfully interacting with Lu Yuan, was now perched upon a man's shoulders, plunging a dagger into the throat of a burly figure. Meanwhile, the girl with a cat clung to the man's leg, swiftly targeting his femoral artery with a swift, slicing motion. The intruders were few in number, resembling scouts sent to gather intelligence. A total of 7 or 8 emerged, only to be swiftly dispatched by the 7 hidden assailants with remarkable speed, effectively executing them in an instant. Following the swift execution, these 7 individuals exhibited a chilling professionalism, each digging graves to conceal the bodies and meticulously cleaning the bloodstains. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan could not help but turn to Jin Meijing beside him and exclaim, How fierce they are. Then we boldly strode out with great confidence. Yet, Jin Meijing shook her head and remarked, We must hasten our departure, for it is still daylight, and the celestial beings are unable to descend. This is a natural occurrence. We must indeed flee, as Lu Yuan merely spoke in jest. The entire day unfolded in a tumultuous frenzy, far less fortunate than the previous night. The daylight presented a far greater target, and upon being spotted by the local villagers, the opposing guild received word and ceased their scattered pursuit. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that the officials of Goryeo, in conjunction with the border troops, had set up checkpoints to obstruct our passage. It is entirely reasonable that the officials and border troops of Goryeo would collaborate in such a manner. Without connections to the local authorities and military, these guilds would struggle to maintain their standing. Throughout that day, Yuan and his companions endured considerable hardship, primarily at the hands of Goryeo's border forces, humanity's most formidable fighting strength. In a world rife with demons and celestial beings, why is it that humanity remains the predominant force? Has it not become something akin to a celestial dynasty? More content is loading. Please hold on. It is precisely because the soldiers have formed their battle array that even deities would be compelled to steer clear of their palpable aura of slaughter. Not to mention, the military commander possesses the red-robed cannon, a symbol of the human race's dignity, imbued with the essence of bloodshed. When a single shell is fired, whether you are a mountain deity or an ancient malevolent spirit, you are guaranteed to be obliterated. Of course, Yuan and his companions move with remarkable swiftness, thus evading the cannon fire. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that the military commander wields firearms. They have guns. A contingent of 20 to 30 soldiers, armed with firearms, unleashed a volley that rendered Yuan and his companions utterly beleaguered. The prospect of retaliation was utterly unattainable. Their only recourse was evasion and circumvention. Due to the soldiers' strategic blockades, their initially planned escape routes had been altered time and again. At times, they found themselves bereft of choices. With officers and guild members to their left and soldiers ahead, their only option was to veer to the right. Ultimately, under relentless pursuit and obstruction, Yuan and his companions became frantic in their flight. As night descended, around 8 or 9 o'clock, they found refuge in a secluded hollow within the mountains. Surrounding them was a serpentine formation of torches, a fiery dragon engaged in a thorough search. From their vantage point, Yuan could even discern snippets of conversation among the searchers, the peculiar phrase semi-de echoing in the night. After a day of relentless travel, Yuan and his companions were utterly exhausted. The previously defiant young girl who had lamented the slow pace of their steeds had relinquished her bravado by the evening's end. She too mounted a horse. Were they to perish? Had despair truly set in? Indeed, it is not the case. Yuan is currently distributing elixirs to the group. They are now perilously close to the border, merely 20 to 30 li away from freedom. It is but a matter of a single breath. Everyone should consume the elixirs to replenish their strength in preparation for the final sprint. Come, you two, let me handle it. Yuan approached the two young girls, one with a cat and the other with a dog, and divided a pill into 2 halves, handing 1 half to each. These girls remain unnamed. According to Jin Meijing, the assassins cultivated by the guild only receive names upon their first mission. Prior to that, they are merely identified by numbers. Yuan, not wishing to refer to them by their original numerical designations, aptly named them cat and dog. The girls, understanding the gravity of the situation, silently accepted the elixirs and obediently swallowed them, despite the bitterness of the pills, particularly the ones that had been divided. Yet, they merely furrowed their brows and remained silent. Their obedient demeanor genuinely pleased Yuan, who affectionately ruffled their hair before turning his gaze towards Jin Meijing, who was holding the reins of a horse not far away. Observing him, upon receiving a nod from Yuan, Jin Meijing released the reins and struck the horse sharply with her whip. The horse, which Yuan had ridden for 4 days, bolted from the ravine with a loud neigh, galloping away at great speed. As the horse dashed away, a chorus of shouts erupted around them, accompanied by the rapid fire of Korean exclamations. The group moved swiftly, navigating through the ravine with remarkable speed. As Yuan and his companions burst forth from the ravine, they encountered a squad of Korean officials wielding sabers. Upon sighting Yuan's group, the officials, filled with terror, drew their blades and shouted loudly. In the distance, the Korean officials holding torches and pursuing on horseback halted abruptly. As they shouted and turned towards Yuan and his companions, within mere seconds, Jin Meijing and another woman in her 20s swiftly dispatched the squad of officials. Yuan and his group, undeterred, continued their furious dash towards the borders of the divine Ling Empire. The 9 of them sprinted across the frozen fields, occasionally hearing the sharp cracks of bullets whizzing past their ears. They pressed on in a final burst of speed. The world record for a 10-kilometer cross-country run on Earth is approximately 26 to 27 minutes. Yet, Lu Yuan and his companions managed to cover the distance in less than 7 to 8 minutes, arriving at the border between the Divine Ling Empire and the Korean dynasty. In truth, Lu Yuan could have been faster, but he was still gripping the collars of the two little girls, cat and dog, as they sprinted. Notably, one of the girls cradled a hefty dog weighing around 40 to 50 pounds in her arms. Do they not comprehend the value of the Shennong physique? They were close, on the verge of breaching the border. However, just at that moment, when hope was within reach, the 9 abruptly halted. It was over. Suddenly, 3 to 4 dozen guild members appeared before them, brandishing longswords, their faces adorned with sinister smirks. Without uttering a word, 7 of them stepped forward. 2 fingers were raised to their foreheads, followed by a cacophony of rapid Korean speech. In the next instant, each of the 7 bit their middle fingers, while in their other hands, they produced various objects, wooden plaques, strips of cloth, rattles, and dolls. Subsequently, these 7 smeared their blood upon these items. Instantly, an eerie and malevolent aura enveloped the surroundings. Lu Yuan beheld the emergence of indistinct forms from all directions. Malevolent entities. Great malevolent entities. This sensation instills a sense of despair. Ahead lie the members of the guild, surrounded by malevolent spirits, while behind him, the soldiers and officials are swiftly approaching. With a sharp click, the bolt is pulled back and the chamber is loaded. Unbeknownst to him, a bolt-action rifle has materialized in Lu Yuan's hand. It is time to make a stand. Chapter 59. The affection of kin cannot compare to a single hair of Aunt Xiao. Bang! The sharp crack of a rifle shattered the stillness of the night. This sound was more piercing than that of a musket. Where did such a firearm originate? Do not inquire. It is handcrafted. In truth, the construction of a gun is remarkably straightforward. Indeed, it is astonishingly simple. Some may find it hard to believe. But a genuine firearm is often less complex than certain high-end toy guns, such as those powered by gas or electricity. The only intricate aspect of a real gun is the well-known rifling. However, this rifling is challenging only in comparison to the entirety of the firearm. Whether produced through stamping or manual techniques, rifling can be created with relative ease. Rather than the complexity of constructing a firearm, it is the ammunition that poses the greater challenge. Each bullet must adhere to precise specifications, with casing tolerances measured in mere millimeters. Furthermore, the gunpowder within must be neither excessive nor deficient, and the primer component is no larger than a grain of rice. Otherwise, the result could be catastrophic, a ruptured chamber or a jammed firearm. This is precisely why Lu Yuan opted for a manually operated bolt-action rifle rather than an automatic one. While automatic rifles may provide exhilarating rapid-fire capabilities, with hundreds of rounds expended in a minute, any issues with ammunition, such as jamming, could lead to extensive delays in clearing the malfunction. Conversely, a bolt-action rifle simplifies the process of resolution. Of course, the most significant factor is that crafting bullets by hand is laborious. Over the years, Lu Yuan has only produced a few hundred. If he were using an automatic rifle, he could have expended that many rounds in mere minutes, compromising precision. However, with a bolt-action rifle, accuracy is greatly enhanced. Admittedly, given the current circumstances, an automatic rifle would indeed be preferable. Yet, when the firearm was originally crafted, no one anticipated such a predicament. Who could foresee this situation? At this moment, a voice interjected, suggesting that since you can craft ammunition by hand, why not fashion both a bolt-action and an automatic as a backup? This brings us to the matter of time. Over the past 5 years, Lu Yuan has had an overwhelming amount of knowledge to acquire. With 7 or 8 books to study, he barely finishes one before moving on to the next, leaving little room for leisure. Thus, for now, Lu Yuan possesses only a bolt-action rifle, though he may consider creating an automatic in the future. Nevertheless, despite currently wielding a bolt-action rifle, one should not underestimate its rate of fire. In the past, the British employed a shooting technique known as mad minute, allowing a soldier to accurately fire 30 rounds in a minute, not merely firing indiscriminately after loading. This feat is achievable by an ordinary soldier, not just elite marksmen. A record for bolt-action rifles was set by a British shooting instructor in 1914 who managed to fire 38 rounds in 1 minute, all hitting a target 30 centimeters in diameter from a distance of 210 meters. And Lu Yuan surpasses even that. Crack, crack, crack. The 5 shots rang out, and the 5 men in front collapsed in an instant. This transpired in less than 5 seconds. After firing 5 rounds, Lu Yuan swiftly reloaded. placing another 5 bullets into the chamber. He pressed them in and prepared to fire again. The 30 guild members blocking the path were left utterly bewildered. After 5 shots, 5 anguished cries echoed as 5 individuals fell to the ground. Lu Yuan then quickly dispatched 3 more who failed to find cover, all the while urging his companions. "What are you staring at? Hurry and keep running." In the next moment, Jean Meijing and her group surged forward once more. Lu Yuan remained stationary, rifle aimed, vigilant against any guild members daring to reemerge. Sure enough, 2 audacious souls appeared, only to be swiftly taken down by Lu Yuan. At this point, the guild members were thoroughly deterred from revealing themselves, allowing Jean Meijing and her companions to advance. A couple more shots rang out as Lu Yuan targeted 2 cavalrymen who were rushing toward him, before he turned to make his own escape. However, upon turning, he noticed Jean Meijing approaching with a stern expression, while the other 7 had already dashed ahead, nearly out of sight. Unable to contain himself, Lu Yuan called out, "Don't engage in that melodramatic rescue act. It's not like I'm in any danger." Just then, Jean Meijing sped past him, and Lu Yuan heard a chilling scream behind him. A small foe had been pinned to the frozen ground by Jean Meijing's long hairpin. It was only then that Lu Yuan noticed the approaching celestial beings. Bang! Lu Yuan fired again, but the bullet merely passed through the ethereal forms. Ineffective. How could Jean Meijing pin them down? Oh, these celestial beings are manifestations, not corporeal entities. Thus, they can only be dealt with by spiritual means. However, they are not entirely immune to physical confrontation. For instance, the red cloak cannon can disperse them with its tremendous sound and the bloodlust of the army. Lu Yuan's firearm, however, lacks such power. In this moment of delay, the celestial beings had already encircled Lu Yuan. Observing this, Jean Meijing rushed to create an opening for him. However, the sheer number of celestial beings was overwhelming. No matter how formidable Jean Meijing was, she could not eliminate them in an instant. Unfortunately, these pesky entities could harm mortals but seemed impervious to Jean Meijing's efforts, likely due to her lack of mastery in spiritual techniques. She was knocked aside by the celestial beings. But the current situation was no longer just about the celestial beings. They were being surrounded. As Lu Yuan raised his rifle to target the cavalry, he realized they were no longer mere cavalry. Those with legs were nearly upon him. It was over. It seemed truly hopeless, trapped by the celestial beings. But just then, a series of furious shouts erupted from behind. The elegant fragrance society executes justice, slaying all who obstruct. Leading the charge, a figure leapt off their mount as they approached Lu Yuan, drawing a wooden sword that gleamed with golden light, and directed their furious command at the celestial being beside Lu Yuan. Yet Lu Yuan did not regard the imposing figure. Instead, his gaze was fixed on a familiar carriage among the mounted figures. He nearly wept. The affection of kin cannot compare to a single hair of Aunt Xiao. Chapter 60. Those who stand in the way shall be slain. The grand procession of the Yinxiang Society's members brushed past Lu Yuan and his companions, surging towards the oncoming officials and border troops from Goryeo. The cavalry regarded these legged individuals with disdain, deeming them victims of a dimensional strike. Moreover, these Goryeo officials and border soldiers were devoid of even the long spears that could effectively counter cavalry. Of course, though they lacked spears, they were armed with firearms. However, upon their entrance, the members of the Yinxiang Society chose not to attack directly. Instead, they dispersed the crowd. This formidable group of nearly 300 individuals from the Divine Ling Empire instilled fear in the Goryeo officials and border troops, who were hesitant to act, seemingly apprehensive about escalating the conflict and eager to understand the situation. At this moment, Lu Yuan had already stowed away his rifle and was jogging towards the carriage, with Jean Mena and her entourage promptly following suit. As for the immortals, they had long since been intimidated into retreat by the imposing presence of the Yinxiang Society's members. When the carriage came to a halt, a stunningly beautiful and alluring noblewoman descended. Aunt Xiao remained as captivating as ever, her long hair elegantly styled into a sophisticated updo. She donned a luxurious white trench coat, left open to reveal a duck down gown beneath. Completing her ensemble were a pair of high heels, red and slender, elevating her stature and allure to an extraordinary degree. The moment Zhao Qiao stepped out, her gaze fell upon Lu Yuan, who was hastily approaching. The previously cold expression on her exquisite face transformed into one reminiscent of a blooming spring flower. "Oh dear, be gentle, or you might break Annie's waist." Eventually, Lu Yuan reached her, embracing Zhao Qiao tightly, to which she playfully rebuked him with a smile. Her delicate hand, adorned with red nail polish, caressed the back of Lu Yuan's head, her eyes brimming with affection and tenderness. Yet, Lu Yuan kept his head lowered, burying it in the soft embrace of Zhao Qiao, savoring the exquisite beauty of her form. The alluring fragrance that enveloped her was soothing to the senses. As they remained entwined, Zhao Qiao's face flushed with embarrassment, leading her to chide. "You little rascal, what are you doing? Your head is buried in my bosom, and your hands are not behaving either." Initially, they were around her waist, but now they began to wander. Had it not been for her trench coat and the dim surroundings, Zhao Qiao would have been utterly mortified. At last, Lu Yuan lifted his gaze, meeting her enchanting eyes, and remarked, "As long as no one is watching." "Indeed, Aunt Xiao's ample form is undeniably delightful," he added, teasingly. Despite being toyed with, Zhao Qiao found it hard to push him away, instead pulling him closer, her eyes narrowing playfully as she admonished, "You little mischief maker, behave yourself." Curiously, Lu Yuan inquired, "Aunt Xiao, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiao shot him a sharp look, glancing around at the gathering of Jean Mena and her companions. With a huff, she expressed her frustration. "You should have come sooner. If you had delayed any longer, you would have vanished without a trace." Zhao Qiao cast a resentful glance at Jean Mena, inwardly cursing, "You cunning vixen. How could I have been so soft-hearted as to rescue you?" The journey had nearly driven her to despair. Reflecting on her initial relationship with Lu Yuan, which had barely progressed to a mere star, only to be abruptly cut short, she felt a pang of jealousy. After all this time spent caring for Lu Yuan, how could you, Jean Mena, have garnered 3 stars of affection in just 2 days? You shameless hussy, flaunting your charms and leading him on. The very thought of it made Zhao Qiao seethe with anger. As her thoughts spiraled, she opened her mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by a sudden gasp. She glared at Lu Yuan, playfully scolding him. "Be gentle." Lu Yuan, with a cheeky grin, replied, "What's the matter? I wasn't being rough." Zhao Qiao felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. "You little rascal, do you believe you are justified?" With a gentle pinch to his cheek, she continued, "Even if you weren't being rough, it doesn't matter. I've been traveling in that carriage for days just to find you, and my back is aching. You should show some concern for your aunt." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan chuckled. "The next time, don't ride in the carriage. Sit with me instead. I'll be comfortable." Zhao Qiao was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment, ready to reprimand him. However, Lu Yuan quickly withdrew from her warm embrace. And with a more serious demeanor, he confessed, "Aunt, we may have truly stirred up trouble with the Yinxiang society this time." "What kind of trouble?" she asked. Her curiosity piqued. Lu Yuan sighed. "Can't you see? Jean Mena and these 7 others are all involved." He proceeded to recount the entire incident, including how he had unwittingly angered several assassin guilds in a nearby town, foreseeing that trouble would be inevitable. As Zhao Qiao listened, she tenderly brushed away the leaves from his hair and wiped the dirt from his clothes, meticulously cleaning his face with a fragrant handkerchief. After he finished speaking, she raised her beautifully arched eyebrows, teasingly asking, "Are you done?" Lu Yuan nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'm done." Then Zhao Qiao put away the handkerchief, gently poking his forehead while her eyes glinted with a hint of danger. "You really don't understand the significance of the 7 major guilds beyond the border. If the hidden cockroaches in the shadows can cause trouble for the top guilds, then the Yinxiang society shouldn't even be called a top guild." At that moment, the sound of synchronized footsteps and the clanging of armor echoed from a distance. Lu Yuan turned to see a contingent of the Divine Might Empire's border troops, marching in formation, armed with firearms and long spears, entering Goryeo territory. The leading burly man on horseback bellowed, "Goryeo soldiers, lay down your weapons." In compliance, the Goryeo officials and border troops set aside their arms. As they did so, the members of the Yinxiang society, under the crack of a whip, surged forward into Goryeo, heading directly towards the town filled with assassin guilds, their voices ringing out, "The Yinxiang society shall execute those who obstruct our path, be they man or ghost. The Yinxiang society shall execute those who obstruct our path, be they man or ghost. The Yinxiang society shall execute those who obstruct our path, be they man or ghost." Chapter 61. Because I am younger than you in the early morning, at the border town where Shennong passes into Goryeo, 7 individuals sat around a large wooden table, eagerly gazing at a steaming pot nearby. At that moment, Lu Yuan approached with a large bag of pancakes. The eldest among them, a strikingly beautiful woman in her 20s named Li Hame, looked at Lu Yuan earnestly and said, "Li Hame." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan smiled broadly, replying, "Yes, yes. You mentioned it before, but it was rather chaotic at the time, so I didn't remember." Li Himei, witnessing Lu Yuan's smile, managed to muster a faint smile in return. Lu Yuan then handed the bag of pancakes to her, saying, "Please distribute these among your younger sisters, but don't rush to eat. The lamb soup will be here shortly, and it will taste even better when soaked in it." In reality, Lu Yuan was a few years younger than Li Himei, yet he carried himself with the demeanor of an older brother. Li Himei promptly nodded, accepting the pancakes and distributing them to the others. Afterward, Lu Yuan began to walk away, casually stating, "Take care of your sisters. I'll go buy some oranges for you." In the winter of the north, oranges were the only available fruit, and he had noticed several stalls selling them when he had just come from Goryeo. Li Himei watched Lu Yuan's retreating figure and nodded seriously. Lu Yuan felt quite at ease. The troubles from the Goryeo Guild, as Aunt Xiao had mentioned, were not significant for the Yinxiang Guild. According to Aunt Xiao, if the Goryeo Guild had provoked the Yinxiang Guild, that would indeed be a grave issue. It was evident that a colossal entity like the Yinxiang Guild was not something these assassin guilds could recklessly antagonize. Previously, engaging in minor mischief against the Yinxiang Guild's properties could be overlooked, but targeting Li Qingwan, the esteemed lady of the Yinxiang Guild, was akin to courting death. Just as Aunt Xiao had expressed, these cockroaches typically lurked in the shadows, unnoticed, but if they dared to emerge and offend, a thorough cleansing of the premises would ensue. Once the guild was eradicated, the assassins under its banner would naturally disperse. The older members, like Jin Meijing and Li Himei, would seek their own paths, while the younger ones, akin to the little rascals, would naturally be handled by the local authorities. As for whether these individuals would seek revenge against the Yinxiang Guild, that was utterly improbable. After all, they harbored intense resentment towards the guilds that had tormented them. Why would they desire to retaliate against the source of their suffering? Lu Yuan surmised that the most likely outcome for these individuals would be to be absorbed by other assassin guilds in different towns across Goryeo, as such entities had become a staple in Goryeo. However, having learned from past experiences, these new guilds would undoubtedly refrain from confronting a formidable entity like the Yinxiang Guild. While they were pitiable, Lu Yuan felt powerless to intervene, as this was simply the nature of the world. "Where are you going, Yuan?" Aunt Xiao's carriage was parked nearby. Noticing Lu Yuan heading out, she languidly leaned against the carriage window, inquiring gently. Her sweet, soft voice nearly caused the surrounding merchants to falter in surprise. Lu Yuan pointed towards the stall selling oranges and replied, "I'm going to buy some oranges for them." Aunt Xiao nodded and instructed a couple of her companions standing by her carriage to accompany Lu Yuan. After learning about last night's events, Xiao Qiao felt apprehensive. Had she not arrived in time, she might have lost her precious Yuan. As she leaned against the window, watching Lu Yuan's retreating figure, she eventually lowered the carriage curtain, her expression turning cold. Facing her was Jin Meijing, who sat quietly opposite, a white rabbit resting on her elegant, long legs. Zhao Qiao coldly observed Jin Meijing, who, in turn, absent-mindedly stroked the rabbit while maintaining a neutral expression. "The rabbit is alive? Yuan saved it?" Zhao Qiao's voice was icy as she broke the silence. Jin Meijing nodded slightly. Zhao Qiao's beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously. "Do you wish to kill me?" Jin Meijing raised an eyebrow, inquiring calmly. Zhao Qiao glared at her like a venomous serpent, her voice chilling. "If this were to leak out, do you have any idea what would happen to Yuan? He could end up imprisoned in some high official's household, or even sent to the palace to brew elixirs for the old emperor." Jin Meijing nodded seriously, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. However, she then regarded Zhao Qiao with a serious demeanor and said, "But your desire to kill me seems to stem from more than just these concerns. I advise you to reconsider. You absolutely cannot kill me." With the enhancement of her top-tier physique, Jin Meijing felt she had neared the threshold of a grandmaster, perhaps even higher. She could not precisely articulate it, as she had yet to fully unleash her potential since acquiring the top-tier physique. Yet, with the newfound speed, strength, and heightened senses she had gained, Jin Meijing felt she had at least grasped the threshold of a grandmaster. Now, even if Li Qingwan were to appear, Jin Meijing would not be the slightest bit intimidated, let alone Zhao Qiao. As Jin Meijing provoked her, Zhao Qiao's eyes transformed into cold, emotionless serpentine slits. Bang! The entire carriage shook violently, startling the surrounding travelers, who immediately drew their swords. However, Zhao Qiao's icy voice rang out from within the carriage, "It's fine. No matter what happens later, do not come in." Inside the carriage, Zhao Qiao had her hand tightly around Jin Meijing's neck, pinning her against the corner. The two stunningly beautiful faces, each a paragon of grace, were alarmingly close, separated by mere millimeters. Is this confidence due to your top-tier physique? How amusing. I possess a top-tier physique as well. Zhao Qiao hissed through gritted teeth. Jin Meijing was startled by Zhao Qiao's sudden aggression, her pupils dilating in surprise. She had not anticipated Zhao Qiao's speed would surpass that of their previous encounter. Upon hearing Zhao Qiao's words, Jin Meijing relaxed slightly. After being restrained, she blinked and tilted her head slightly. I see. You're jealous, Zhao Qiao. Then, Jin Meijing spoke earnestly. It's because I am younger than you. More tender. You fear that in bed, we might both present ourselves, and Lu Yuan would choose to indulge me, not you. Chapter 62. My soul belongs to him. Zhao Qiao gazed at Jin Meijing, her face a canvas of confusion. Jin Meijing, tilting her head slightly, wore a smug smile and remarked, Moreover, I am still a virgin, tighter than you. Zhao Qiao exclaimed, What do you have to flaunt? I am too. Jin Meijing's expression turned peculiar, bewildering Zhao Qiao to the brink of frustration. What kind of look is that? I merely dressed a bit provocatively. Unable to contain herself any longer, Zhao Qiao retaliated physically. Lu Yuan watched, bemused, as the scene unfolded. What does this mean? Especially since they had taken to tearing the pancake into smaller pieces, soaking them in the lamb soup to eat. Approaching the group, Lu Yuan produced oranges, distributing 5 or 6 to each person. Li Himei was engrossed in devouring the lamb soup, and since Lu Yuan had some free time, he decided to assist in the distribution. It was imperative to ensure they received their share, otherwise, chaos might ensue. After handing out the oranges, Lu Yuan retrieved a bottle of orange soda from a cloth basket and placed it next to Li Himei, who was still focused on her meal. This is delicious. You should try it, he suggested. Unlike Taining City, where everything was available, this remote town lacked variety. There were only 3 bottles of orange soda in total, 1 for Li Himei, and the rest for Aunt Qiao and Jin Meijing. Li Himei looked up at Lu Yuan with her sparkling, enchanting eyes. Nearby, a girl of about 15 or 16 gazed longingly at the bottle of orange soda. I want to drink some too, she said. Lu Yuan replied directly, loading more content. Please wait. The young girl gulped, eyeing Lu Yuan eagerly. Why can she drink it? Lu Yuan, in a serious tone, responded. Because she is your elder sister, and she will take care of you in the future. Sisters have it tough, so she deserves to drink first. You all should listen to her. Some lessons can be imparted, even if just a little. The girl nodded and returned to her lamb soup. At that moment, a little girl named Yumao raised her empty, oversized bowl, bigger than her head, looking at Lu Yuan with pleading eyes. I've finished. Is there more? It must be noted that both Yumao and Yugo were quite adorable. Sitting on the high table, their little heads poked above the edge of the seat. They had to stretch their necks to eat. Unsurprisingly, they were among the first to finish. Yugo imitated Yumao, raising her empty bowl and gazing at Lu Yuan with similar longing. Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Of course there is. That entire pot is yours. Eat as much as you want and just tell the shopkeeper to bring another bowl. Immediately, both girls turned to the shopkeeper in unison, calling out, Shopkeeper, bring us another bowl. Coming. Watching this scene, Lu Yuan smiled and headed toward the swaying carriage with 2 bottles of orange soda in hand. What are those 2 doing? Meanwhile, Li Himei quietly observed Lu Yuan's retreating figure. She then effortlessly twisted open the cap of her orange soda bottle. Gulping down half the bottle, she exclaimed, So sweet. So delicious. Is it good, sister? The earlier young girl asked, eyeing the orange soda in Li Himei's hand, swallowing hard. Li Himei turned to look at the girl expressionlessly before finally offering her the bottle. Qiao. And Qiao. Arriving at the carriage, Lu Yuan, holding 2 bottles of orange soda, called out in bewilderment. At that moment, the carriage fell silent. The next second, Zhao Qiao peeked out from behind the carriage curtains, her beautiful face adorned with a sweet, syrupy smile. Oh, my dear, what is the matter? Lu Yuan was taken aback. Zhao Qiao, previously styled meticulously, now had a few strands of hair loose. Her face flushed, and her breath was slightly labored. Blinking, Lu Yuan lifted the 2 bottles of orange soda and said, I bought 2 bottles of orange soda for you both. He intended to hand them over, but he had encountered the border patrol earlier while purchasing the oranges. They had requested Lu Yuan to visit them. The general from last night wanted to see him. Zhao Qiao glanced at Lu Yuan and then at the orange soda in his hands, her expression turning irresistibly charming. Be a dear and feed Auntie, Lu Yuan exclaimed. Feeding her was no issue, but why did it feel so strange? Ultimately, Lu Yuan popped open the cap of the orange soda and carefully brought the bottle to Aunt Qiao's alluring lips. After taking a small sip, she gestured for Lu Yuan to stop. Lu Yuan then extended both bottles of orange soda toward her, saying, "There's another one for Jean Meijing. Let us take them inside together. I need to visit the border patrol." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiaoer was momentarily taken aback before quickly asking, "What do you need to go there for?" Lu Yuan replied, "They probably just want to inquire about last night's events." Given the uproar, it's necessary to clarify the situation. Zhao Qiaoer nodded, not pressing further. After she nodded, her gaze returned to the 2 bottles of orange soda Lu Yuan held. At that moment, Jean Meijing, resembling Zhao Qiaoer from earlier, appeared flustered. She looked at Lu Yuan with a flirtatious expression. "Brother, will you feed me too?" Lu Yuan responded incredulously. "What on earth? I must see what you two are up to in there." Thus, Lu Yuan made his way to the carriage door. Upon entering, he found both women sitting primly on opposite sides, wearing gentle smiles directed at him. They seemed to be behaving. However, why was Aunt Qiaoer missing a stiletto? This time, she was wearing black stockings, and her foot, resembling a beautiful jade, painted with seductive purple nail polish, rested directly on the floor. "What are you two doing?" Lu Yuan asked, perplexed. Zhao Qiaoer blinked and then smiled tenderly. "Nothing much. Meijing wanted to see the nail polish Annie applied, so I took off my shoe to show her. She wants it too." Jean Meijing nodded vigorously. Sister Qiaoer's purple nail polish is truly beautiful. Lu Yuan sighed, placing the 2 bottles of orange soda at the carriage entrance. "You two, don't start fighting." With that, he turned and left, heading toward the border patrol's camp. Once Lu Yuan departed, the smiles on the faces of the 2 beautiful women vanished instantly. Yet, they did not resort to any physical confrontation. Perhaps it was due to Lu Yuan's words, or perhaps they never intended to truly harm one another. After all, even during their earlier tussle, neither had employed any significant force, otherwise, the carriage would have exploded by now. Your worries will not come to fruition. Ultimately, it was Jean Meijing who first yielded, although it was she who initiated the playful confrontation with Zhao Qiaoer. In response to Jean Meijing's words, Zhao Qiaoer retorted coldly, "What makes you think I would trust you?" The next moment, Jean Meijing tossed a rabbit into Zhao Qiaoer's hands. Surprised, Zhao Qiaoer caught the rabbit. Staring at Jean Meijing in astonishment, Jean Meijing tilted her head slightly, gazing at Zhao Qiaoer, and inquired, "Do you now believe it? Are you satisfied?" Zhao Qiaoer stared at the rabbit in her hands, momentarily at a loss for words, astonished that such a gift was directly bestowed upon her. Jean Meijing, however, regarded Zhao Qiaoer with unwavering calmness and expressed, "I am sincerely grateful to you. Without you, I would not have been granted a second chance at life. As for my willingness to betray Lu Yuan, you need not worry in the slightest. My very soul belongs to him." Chapter 63. Are you here merely to observe the livestock? 5 days later, at dawn. The grand city outside the borders of the Shennong Empire was blanketed in a pristine layer of snow, adorned in a silvery shroud. Within the opulent and warm headquarters of the Yinshang Guild, where the warmth of fire spirit stones flickered, a noble and elegant woman was engaged in her morning preparations. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, akin to the serene and distant moonlight of a late night, cold and pure, yet undeniably unattainable. A series of knocks reverberated through the room. Soon after, a respectful voice called out from outside, "Your Grace, swift news has arrived. The 3rd Madam has entered the territory of Taining City. She will reach the South City Gate in approximately 1 to 2 hours." Li Qingwan, gazing into the mirror, delicately inserted a stunningly exquisite golden hairpin into her coiled hair. She then rose, donned a pair of black gloves made of fine calfskin, and strode towards the door. Upon removing her fur-lined high boots, she replaced them with a pair of delicate white heels reserved for summer. Finally, as she opened the door and stepped into the courtyard, she commanded, "Prepare the carriage. We are heading to the South City Gate." The maid, taken aback by Li Qingwan's readiness, hesitated before softly suggesting, "Your Grace, perhaps you should rest a moment. You haven't closed your eyes in several days. With so many matters to attend to, your presence is not strictly necessary." Li Qingwan, her expression unyielding and icy, coldly replied. Silence. The maid, startled, immediately knelt and began to slap her own frostbitten cheeks, muttering in fear, "I should not have spoken out of turn to your Grace." Meanwhile, Zhao Qiaoer's luxurious carriage dashed along the road. The route to Taining City was significantly better than previous paths, yet being outside the city, the road remained somewhat bumpy. However, Zhao Qiaoer's opulent carriage was not merely aesthetically pleasing. It boasted an exceptional shock absorption system, ensuring a remarkably smooth ride, with not a single drop of tea spilling from the cup despite the speed. "I refuse to wear this outfit." Lu Yuan declared with a hint of exasperation from within the carriage. Zhao Qiao's gentle voice countered. That won't do. Taining City has entered winter, and it's quite cold. Once we arrive, you mustn't catch a chill when you disembark. Inside the carriage, Zhao Qiao insisted on draping a large fur coat over Lu Yuan. While she understood that Lu Yuan possessed an exceptional constitution, impervious to illness, she was concerned about his discomfort in the cold. Finally, Lu Yuan, resigned, replied, Fine, fine. I will wear it once we get out of the carriage. Seeing Lu Yuan's agreement, Zhao Qiao beamed with joy, setting down the large coat and opening her arms, saying, Come sit with me. However, Lu Yuan firmly refused, saying, I've been seated for days, my backside is sore. I need to stretch my legs. Zhao Qiao, pouting, retorted, You little rascal, after sitting on auntie for several days without complaint, you suddenly start to fuss. Such an ungrateful child. Lu Yuan chuckled, replying, If Aunt Xiao were to sit on me for several days, I might just find it delightful. The comfort of Aunt Xiao's presence was unparalleled. Yet, even the most enjoyable experiences should not be prolonged, should they? By the way, what did Wang Yid want with you? Zhao Qiao, accommodating Lu Yuan's desire to stand, adjusted her own posture, feeling the strain in her waist from having held him closely for days. Lu Yuan explained it was about the firearms. I killed a few members of the guild with my gun, and he noticed the bullet, so he inquired. Zhao Qiao, alarmed, responded, You didn't disclose anything, did you? Lu Yuan shook his head. No, I hadn't intended to. You arrived just in time to pull me away. Zhao Qiao nodded. Good. Do not speak of such matters, including the pills. You must never reveal them carelessly. Not only could powerful individuals seek to capture you, but possessing too many skills could also breed resentment. Meanwhile, the carriage did not include Jean Meijing, who was seated with the other 7 individuals in a separate vehicle. Zhao Qiao insisted that Jean Meijing could not join them. This was her carriage, reserved only for her and her beloved. Others could quickly depart. Naturally, even if Jean Meijing were present, Zhao Qiao would adhere to her own rules. Listening to Zhao Qiao, Lu Yuan nodded earnestly, understood, Aunt. However, he continued, I believe firearms can be manufactured. Once I design the machinery, I can provide a gun for each member of the guild. Even the authorities would desire such weapons and would purchase them. Lu Yuan understood the caution regarding the pills, recognizing the potential dangers involved. Beyond the fear of being captured and enslaved by powerful figures, he also feared that individuals might resort to destruction if they could not attain such capabilities. Yet firearms seemed less perilous. They were merely designs. If any officials desired them, they could simply procure them for a price. The arms trade has always been immensely profitable. Zhao Qiao nodded slightly, feeling an inexplicable thrill at the thought. If the Yinchang Guild could truly equip its members with this remarkable repeating rifle, other guilds would pose no threat to them. No, to be precise, Taining City would no longer be able to accommodate them. Around 8 or 9 in the morning, the convoy arrived at the South City gate of Taining City. As the carriage came to a halt, Lu Yuan swiftly leaped out, while Zhao Qiao followed behind, urging him to don the fur coat. The caravan's pause was due to another line of waiting carriages at the South City gate. An enchanting and elegant woman had been waiting expectantly. Upon Lu Yuan's emergence, this exquisite lady briskly approached him in her high heels. Upon reaching Lu Yuan, Li Qingwan bent down to grasp his arm, even crouching to pinch his thigh and calf. Zhao Qiao, holding the fur coat, could not help but roll her eyes, exclaiming, Oh, he is perfectly fine. Li Qingwan, undeterred, scrutinized Lu Yuan, and, upon confirming his well-being, rose and grasped his chin, gazing sternly into his eyes, commanding, Open your mouth. Lu Yuan, bewildered, thought, What are you doing? Examining livestock here? Seeing this, Zhao Qiao could no longer tolerate it and swiftly swatted Li Qingwan's hand away. With a vexed yet affectionate expression, Li Qingwan turned to Lu Yuan, chiding, You little rascal, everything you do is earth-shattering, causing the Empress to worry for several days. Hearing Li Qingwan's reproach laced with concern warmed Lu Yuan's heart. Observing her made-up face, which still revealed traces of weariness, he blinked and remarked, Your Grace, you don't appear to be in the best condition. Please note, a random event has occurred. Completing this event may increase Li Qingwan's favorability rating. Chapter 64. Whose popcorn is this? Is this a gun? It resembles a musket. Within the opulent carriage, Li Qingwan reclined with her shapely legs elegantly crossed, her toes teasingly gripping the delicate white stiletto heels, swaying ever so slightly. Particularly captivating were her long, luscious legs, elegantly adorned in ultra-thin, glossy black stockings. The soft, rosy arch of her foot peeked through the sheer fabric, reminiscent of a large, chocolate milk-flavored alpine candy. Li Qingwan scrutinized the bolt-action rifle crafted by Lu Yuan with utmost focus. Although she appeared to be examining the firearm intently, she was keenly aware of Lu Yuan's gaze and deliberately swung her foot in front of him. A sense of pride swelled within her. It was worth the effort she had put into her appearance. Just look at you, you little rascal, who never so much as glanced my way, always referring to others as Sister San or Aunt Xiao. You can't even see your own madam or Aunt Qingwan, can you? With a single shot, one could sever branches 200 meters away. Zhao Qiao, nestled beside Lu Yuan, chimed in with a triumphant smile. See? Our Yuan, is this remarkable? Upon hearing this astonishing claim, Li Qingwan instinctively lifted the rifle with a look of disbelief, exclaiming, "Is it truly that formidable?" Lu Yuan, noticing the glimmer of admiration above Li Qingwan's head, quickly added, "Madam, the true strength of this weapon lies not just in this, but in." Before he could finish, Li Qingwan shot him a glare, admonishing, "Address me as Aunt." Lu Yuan responded with confusion, "Why is it that all these women want to be called Aunt?" Meanwhile, Zhao Qiao eyed Li Qingwan with a bemused expression. "Oh, Li Qingwan, what does this mean? Weren't you previously averse to being called Aunt?" Previously, when Lu Yuan addressed her as Aunt, Li Qingwan found it distasteful. Now, however, she seemed to relish it. And what else with that display? Swinging your leg as if to flaunt those glossy black stockings? In a moment, Zhao Qiao tugged Lu Yuan closer to herself. Lu Yuan, however, remained unfazed by Qiao's subtle maneuver and turned his attention back to Li Qingwan. "Aunt Qingwan, the firing rate of this weapon is impressive. With just a bit of training, one can fire 30 shots in a minute." 30 shots? Li Qingwan gasped. She was aware of the standards for muskets and knew that typically, an excellent soldier could manage 5 shots in a minute. This weapon, capable of 30 shots and effective at such a distance? Muskets had a range of merely 50 meters, and that was only for lethality. Accuracy was nearly non-existent. This weapon begins at 200 meters and remains precise. As Li Qingwan's exquisite face displayed surprise, Lu Yuan continued, "Even untrained individuals can accurately hit targets within 50 meters using the sights." Instantly intrigued, Li Qingwan inquired, "How does one operate this?" Lu Yuan promptly shifted from Qiao's embrace to sit beside Li Qingwan, causing Zhao Qiao to roll her eyes. All right, you little sneak. Is that glossy black stocking so extraordinary?" Li Qingwan had never had a man sit so close to her before, and Lu Yuan's sudden proximity caught her off guard. Yet, upon seeing Zhao Qiao, who was meticulously grooming her brows, and Jin Meijing, who had recently joined them, Li Qingwan adopted a haughty demeanor and remarked, "Why are you sitting so close?" Lu Yuan, standing in the middle of the carriage, replied with a bemused expression, "Hey, Aunt Qingwan, you're quite the character. When we call you madam, you find us distant and nitpick at our manners. Now that we sit closer, you think I'm trying to take advantage of you. Should I just step out to avoid any accidental hand-holding that might provoke your ire?" Li Qingwan, slightly pouting, retorted, "You little rascal, you've made it all your own logic. Who told you to suddenly come and sit beside me?" With that, she playfully pulled Lu Yuan closer, her delicate hand mirroring Zhao Qiao's earlier gesture, wrapping around Lu Yuan's shoulder and drawing him into her embrace. Not one to resist, Lu Yuan eagerly began explaining the mechanics of the bolt-action rifle, focusing primarily on the ammunition. Li Qingwan's face lit up with delight as she exclaimed, "It's that easy to load? And if that's the case, it can fire regardless of the weather?" The major drawback of military muskets was their operational conditions. In the humid southern regions, gunpowder often dampened and failed to ignite. Furthermore, inclement weather rendered them unusable, especially given the cumbersome loading process. However, Lu Yuan's invention could be fired even from horseback. Lu Yuan nodded enthusiastically, stating, "Surely, our Yanchang Guild will become the most formidable faction." While speaking, he discreetly monitored the admiration levels above Li Qingwan's head and kept an eye on his system for any notifications. As Lu Yuan's words concluded, Li Qingwan's joy was unmistakable. Her affection for him was no longer concealed. With her long, delicate fingers, she playfully pinched his cheek, beaming, "How did you come to know so much?" Lu Yuan, perplexed, pondered inwardly. Something felt off. Hadn't he yet completed the random event? By all accounts, this shouldn't be the case. He believed that human fears and anxieties often stemmed from a lack of firepower. Li Qingwan's recent concerns surely revolved around the guild. After all, She was a woman with a pronounced sense of ambition. Her random event must be related to this. Li Yuan could disregard everything else. But she was undoubtedly invested in the affairs of the guild. The Yincheng Guild had openly challenged other top guilds. With the advent of the bolt-action rifle, their combat prowess would soar. Having resolved such a significant issue for her, why was there no notification of a completed event? As Lu Yuan brooded in confusion, a gunshot suddenly echoed within the carriage. They had now entered the main thoroughfare of Tianning City. The sound startled the surrounding merchants and pedestrians, causing them to flinch. Though it did not incite panic, those startled individuals paused, scanned their surroundings, and resumed walking while muttering, "Whose popcorn is this?" A little warning would have been nice. Chapter 65. Call Aunt. Listen to your Aunt Xiao, and do not wander around, she advised gently. If you truly feel restless, endure it for a few more days until we venture into the mountains to gather herbs. I will take you then. At the entrance of the Zhao residence, Lu Yuan and his companions disembarked. From the carriage, Li Qingwan gazed at Lu Yuan, her eyes betraying her fatigue. It was evident that these past days had been exceedingly taxing for her. Previously, she had the support of Aunt Xiao, yet Li Qingwan, being an ambitious woman, refused to let anything slip through her fingers. Recent events had further burdened her, and Lu Yuan had overheard her discussions with Aunt Xiao regarding the latest developments. With heavy snow now sealing off the mountains, the Yinxiang Society was preparing to enter the Taiyuan mountain range to procure a particular type of spiritual herb, which Li Qingwan referred to as gathering herbs. This herb, known as Tianxian Jinji, was essential for the elderly eunuch who had come from beyond the borders. It was to be offered as tribute, and the Yinxiang Society had achieved its status as a royal merchant by collecting Tianxian Jinji for the imperial family. Rumors suggested that the old emperor relied on this herb, along with the blood of an ancient palace maid, to concoct elixirs. However, the Taiyuan mountain range was fraught with dangers, including malevolent spirits, some of which were over 1,000 years old. Thus, embarking on a quest to harvest herbs there was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. There was much to prepare and many precautions to take. And both Li Qingwan and Aunt Xiao knew they had to be hands-on in this matter. Their involvement was not merely about managing and organizing. It was imperative for them to lead the expedition into the Taiyuan mountain range themselves. The treacherous nature of the area demanded the presence of skilled individuals like Li Qingwan and Aunt Xiao. It was their prowess that had secured this assignment for the Yinxiang Society, alongside the legendary Hongfen Yangyang. This undertaking was among the most critical for the Yinxiang Society. And understands your age, it would be unfair to keep you cooped up at home every day. However, we must tackle these matters one step at a time. The foremost priority is entering the mountains to gather herbs. Once this task is completed and spring arrives, I will personally eliminate those factions that threaten us. I will also teach you the methods of cultivation. By that time, you will have the freedom to wander wherever your heart desires. I shall not hinder you. Seated in the carriage, Li Qingwan, her expression softened by exhaustion, looked at Lu Yuan and spoke tenderly. It was rare to witness such gentleness from her. Perhaps due to her fatigue, Lu Yuan perceived this and felt a wave of relief wash over him. The tension that had gripped him began to ease, and he was overcome by a sense of weariness. Li Qingwan's words resonated with familial warmth, and any previous discord between them had dissipated. Through their time together, Lu Yuan had come to recognize that she was a woman of tough exterior, yet tender heart. Aunt, you ought to rest a little. Your complexion has been well of late, Lu Yuan remarked earnestly, studying her closely. Although there were numerous ways to replenish energy, such as through spirit stones, it was merely a temporary remedy. It would be akin to trying to sustain a dying person with a potion of 1,000-year-old ginseng. While it might prolong life for a few hours, the inevitable would still follow. Even Lu Yuan's elixirs, like the powerful pills, only provided short-lived vigor, akin to an adrenaline shot. Once the effects wore off, one would revert to their original state. Such exhausting practices were detrimental to one's foundation. Li Qingwan, taken aback by Lu Yuan's serious tone, could not help but smile faintly. Very well, she replied. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiao nodded in agreement. Sister, let us stay at home before we embark on our herb-gathering journey, to avoid the hassle of running back and forth. Qiao's affectionate address brought a smile to Li Qingwan's face, a term she had not heard from Zhao Qiao in years. Glancing at Lu Yuan and then at Zhao Qiao, she finally smiled and said, Indeed, it has been quite some time since we lived together. With that, Li Qingwan rose to exit the carriage. Lu Yuan stepped forward to assist her, but she playfully swatted his hand away, chiding, We are not elderly. I do not require your help. Lu Yuan smirked, You truly do not recognize kindness when it stares you in the face. Li Qingwan's beautiful eyes curved into a smile, and ultimately, she grasped Lu Yuan's outstretched arm as she disembarked. As she stepped down, others from the carriage followed suit, including two small creatures, a cat and a dog, eagerly seeking Lu Yuan. During their journey home over the past 5 days, he had grown quite fond of these little ones. Each night, upon reaching a nearby village, Lu Yuan would take them to purchase delectable food and drink, as well as new clothes. He had a soft spot for these young girls, who, despite their fierce demeanor, lacked guile. Aunt Xiao, however, was less fond of their boisterous presence, finding them bothersome. "Lemay, please take the younger ones to the courtyard and report to the steward." Since Aunt Xiao preferred a quieter environment, Lu Yuan decided against bringing the children into the inner courtyard. He had already arranged for their accommodation in a separate house adjacent to the Zhao residence, where they would receive lessons from a teacher. Future matters could be addressed later. Li Mei nodded seriously at Lu Yuan before leading the children away. They were all capable individuals, poised to contribute to the Yinxiang society in the future. As Li Qingwan walked toward the Zhao residence, she glanced back at the departing figures, remarking, "These young ones will be valuable assets for the Yinxiang society." Lu Yuan, unable to suppress a smirk, inhaled sharply as he felt Li Qingwan tugging at his ear, her lovely eyes glaring at him with playful annoyance. Call Aunt. Chapter 66. The fiery smoke of anticipation. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Zhao Qiao and Li Qingwan made their way to the main room. The interior was warm and inviting, having been preheated with fire spirit stones. The thick garments felt stifling. Jin Meijing approached to assist Lu Yuan in shedding his outer layers, hanging them neatly. "Have you decided where you wish to go and what you intend to do?" Lu Yuan suddenly inquired, gazing intently at the demure Jin Meijing who was serving him. Jin Meijing was momentarily taken aback, blinking at Lu Yuan. Eventually, she lowered her gaze, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her ethereal beauty was marred by a pallor, and her voice trembled softly. "You do not want me anymore?" Such words were truly heart-wrenching. Lu Yuan quickly reassured her. "What are you saying? I would never dream of wanting you to leave my side. I merely thought, if you wish to pursue other endeavors, you should not let me hold you back." Hearing Lu Yuan's words brought a smile to Jin Meijing's face. She looked earnestly into his eyes and declared, "I do not wish to go anywhere. I only want to be by your side." At that moment, Lu Yuan had removed his heavy clothing and donned a summer shirt and shorts. He sprawled comfortably on the soft bed, reveling in the luxury of the silk duck down that enveloped him. "Am I to understand that you wish to marry me?" Lu Yuan suddenly turned to face Jin Meijing, delivering his question with unadorned clarity. He believed that such matters should be addressed forthrightly, without unnecessary delay. There was no need for hesitation. If one cherished another, it was simply a matter of stating so. Lu Yuan was perceptive enough to grasp Jin Meijing's feelings. He was not a fool. Hence, it was crucial to discuss their future openly. People often spoke of heartless women manipulating men's affections. Conversely, if Lu Yuan was aware of Jin Meijing's feelings yet remained silent, would he not equally be deemed a heartless man? It was unnecessary, especially considering Jin Meijing was no longer young. According to her recollection, she had reached the age of 30. This was her own admission, as she had been abducted into an assassin's guild at a young age and may not have retained clarity about her years. It was likely that she was already in her early 30s. At this stage in life, time was of the essence. If Lu Yuan cherished Jin Meijing, he ought to express it sooner rather than later, offering her stability. If he did not, he should communicate that as well, rather than allowing her to remain by his side for years without reciprocation. With the gravity of 31 or 32 years, could one afford to waste time? Not only did the passing years affect future prospects of marriage, but delaying could also lead to the unfortunate circumstance of her approaching menopause, thus rendering the possibility of children impossible. Lu Yuan was not without his shortcomings, yet he possessed a commendable trait, responsibility. However, he harbored another significant flaw. Once someone remained by his side for an extended period, he would come to regard that individual as his own. If Jin Meijing were to depart after a year or two, it would be bearable, but if she professed affection for another man, it would be unbearable for him. At this juncture, Lu Yuan had already mentally claimed Jin Meijing. The mere thought of her marrying someone else stirred fierce emotions within him. Therefore, if she were to leave, it should be immediately. He would not obstruct her, but if she chose to stay, she would be his wife. Jin Meijing seemed taken aback by Lu Yuan's directness. The prospect of marrying him was something she had never dared to contemplate. His straightforward declaration hinted at the possibility of a future together. Overcome with excitement, She rushed to the bedside, squatting down to meet Lu Yuan's gaze, her voice quivering with emotion. I want to. I want it so much. Do you truly wish for me? Without mincing words, Lu Yuan nodded affirmatively. Of course, I do. However, before anything else, I must first marry Aunt Chower. Besides his sense of responsibility, Lu Yuan was also characterized by his honesty. He could not easily let go of Jean Meijing. Imagining her marrying another man filled him with discontent. The thought of Aunt Chower becoming someone else's wife was equally unbearable. Jean Meijing crouched beside the bed, absorbing Lu Yuan's words while blinking in surprise. She had no doubt about Lu Yuan's feelings for Aunt Chower. It was evident to her. Their close bond left no room for skepticism. Aunt Chower was undeniably infatuated with Lu Yuan, and even from a distance, Jean Meijing could sense the allure. Nevertheless, Jean Meijing had no objections. Regardless of the dynamics between them, she only cared that Lu Yuan treasured her. This matter seemed straightforward. She nodded vigorously. Very well. Then marry her, and afterward, you shall marry me. Lu Yuan, taken aback by her response, remarked, it is not quite so simple. She is my Aunt Chower, after all. What if she is unwilling? Certainly, Lu Yuan could sense Aunt Chower's feelings toward him, which were undoubtedly affectionate. However, their relationship was peculiar. Moreover, he was still quite young, merely 16, soon to turn 17. Such matters were delicate and could invite gossip if made public. While Lu Yuan remained indifferent to public opinion, he feared Aunt Chower might not be as accepting. Despite her outwardly confident demeanor, she, at times, exhibited a shyness akin to that of a young girl. Their relationship was intricate, unlike the straightforward connection he shared with Jean Meijing. Jean Meijing, listening to Lu Yuan, felt perplexed. How could Aunt Chower possibly be unwilling? The thought was absurd. If Lu Yuan were to express his desires, Aunt Chower would likely respond with eagerness. Just as Jean Meijing was about to voice her thoughts, a revelation struck her. Perhaps Aunt Chower, despite her seemingly flirtatious nature, retained a sense of propriety. After all, at 34 or 35, she too would not be unscathed by the passage of time. Contemplating the situation, Jean Meijing suddenly looked at Lu Yuan with newfound seriousness. I could concoct a potion to slip into her drink. Then I would tie her up, and you could have your way with her. She seems resilient. A few encounters might sway her. Just outside the door, Zhao Chower stood frozen, her cheeks flushed crimson. Her stunning, mature visage radiated warmth akin to a winter hearth. As she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Chapter 67. Do you really treat Zhao Chower as your own aunt? What are these two rascals saying inside? Are they planning to drug themselves again? Or perhaps tie themselves up? In an instant, Zhao Chower felt an overwhelming shyness wash over her. After escorting Li Qingyuan to the main house and tucking her in for the night, Zhao Chower changed into a comfortable outfit and prepared to visit Lu Yuan's room. She intended to review the accounts of the Yinxiang meeting and organize some matters. Since Li Qingyuan was sleeping in her room, it would be inappropriate to conduct her business there, fearing it would disturb Li Qingyuan. Thus, she decided to bring her work to Lu Yuan's quarters. Zhao Chower cherished her dear heart, but upon entering, she was taken aback by the audacious words she overheard. Inside, Lu Yuan gazed at Jean Meijing with a look of incredulity, exclaiming, please don't make a fuss. That is my Aunt Chower, and I genuinely regard her as my own. Hearing Lu Yuan's declaration, Jean Meijing furrowed her elegant brows, struggling to comprehend. Does he truly consider Zhao Chower as a real aunt? If so, why would he have such inappropriate thoughts about her? It seemed contradictory. As Jean Meijing's mind wrestled with the absurdity, Lu Yuan urged her, just let this matter be, please don't meddle. Jean Meijing, left with no choice, nodded in agreement. Her lack of interest in Zhao Chower stemmed primarily from the fact that if Lu Yuan wished to marry her, he would first have to marry Zhao Chower. Moments later, Zhao Chower entered, her face still flushed. She hesitated to meet Lu Yuan and Jean Meijing's gazes, her mind swirling with thoughts of the two plotting to tie her up. Aunt Chower, what brings you here? Lu Yuan inquired, rising with curiosity. At that moment, Zhao Chower, clad in a deep purple home dress and white cotton slippers, held a stack of books and made her way to the table in the east wing. After placing her belongings down, she averted her gaze from Lu Yuan, lowering her head as she began to sort the books, softly murmuring, why you? Aunt Qingyuan is asleep. So I came to check on the recent matters of the guild. Lu Yuan nodded, suddenly invigorated by the topic. The previous uncompleted random event lingered in his mind. And given Li Qingyuan's exhaustion, he hoped to glean some insights from the information. He promptly descended from the bed and sat beside Zhao Chower, startling her. The soft, Fragrant beauty of her form made her blush as she looked at Lu Yuan. "What's wrong, Aunt?" Lu Yuan asked, his expression filled with curiosity. "Is it confidential? Shouldn't we look at it?" Regaining her composure, Zhao Chao shot him a playful glare. "What secrets could there be in our own family matters?" With her words, Lu Yuan felt encouraged to delve into the account books without hesitation. Gradually, Zhao Chao overcame her earlier shyness, though she still feigned annoyance. "What do you want? Do you think I would refuse you anything? What kind of ridiculous ideas are you concocting? Wanting to tie me up? Do you take me for a breeding mare for you?" Zhao Chao thought this way, although it was quite unjust to blame Lu Yuan, as those thoughts were actually Jean Meijing's. Yet in Zhao Chao's eyes, it made no difference who uttered those words. She believed the two were in cahoots. At that moment, Lu Yuan remained oblivious to Zhao Chao's tumultuous thoughts, earnestly examining the account books. After about half an hour, he found nothing amiss. The Yinxiang meeting was thriving, and there was no need for his assistance. This left him puzzled about the nature of the random event. When Lu Yuan looked up, he noticed Zhao Chao intently sketching a map. "Aunt Chao, what is this?" He leaned closer, intrigued. Zhao Chao glanced at him, tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. At home, her demeanor was much more relaxed than when she was outside, and her long hair, casually arranged, enhanced her allure. "This is the route map for gathering herbs in the mountains," she explained, moving the map closer to him, preparing to elaborate. "Aunt, you smell delightful," Lu Yuan remarked, unable to resist commenting on the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her, sweeter than honey. Zhao Chao shot him a mockingly annoyed look. "Are you going to keep ogling, or will you focus on the map?" Lu Yuan grinned and returned his attention to the map, while Zhao Chao couldn't help but smile at his earnestness, leaning in closer to him. Lu Yuan studied the map seriously, despite Zhao Chao's overwhelming charm. "We have to take such a long detour?" he said, astonished by the route she had charted. Zhao Chao nodded gently, her tone soft. "Yes, but this year, the route is particularly treacherous." Lu Yuan blinked, curiosity piqued. "What do you mean?" Zhao Chao pointed to a location on the map. "This mountain path is the only access from Taining City to the Tine Mountains, but it is also the territory of the Black Tiger Society." As she spoke, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Are you worried they might block the road? Is that really a concern? We can just inform the old steward that the tribute can't be gathered. He would be more anxious than us. He can deal with them," Zhao Chao replied, shaking her head. "They wouldn't dare to block the road openly, or the other guilds would be displeased. Taining City relies on the Tine Mountains for sustenance, and this year is different from the past. Previously, they operated in the shadows. This year, they have come with weapons drawn. What if there's a landslide or something?" Lu Yuan pondered, glancing back at the map. "Couldn't we build a bridge here?" Zhao Chao playfully poked Lu Yuan's forehead. "Do you think everyone is foolish? The nearest distance from here to there is over 100 meters, and below is a sheer cliff hundreds of meters high. Even if we could construct a suspension bridge, it would sway dangerously, and any gust of wind would make it precarious. Besides, we need to use horse-drawn carts to gather herbs." Zhao Chao elaborated further, explaining that gathering herbs in the mountains wasn't merely about seeking the Tianshan Jinji. This expedition involved at least 600 participants, including prominent figures like Li Qingwan and Zhao Chao themselves. They would be working in the mountains from the heavy snowfall until the arrival of spring. Such an extended duration, such a multitude of individuals, in such perilous circumstances, if it were merely for offerings, would that not be a grave loss? Upon entering the Tine mountain range, the foremost objective is, of course, to seek the elusive Tianshan gold mushroom. However, should one encounter other valuable spiritual plants, spiritual stones, and various treasures along the way, they are equally desirable. Therefore, constructing a bridge seems futile. Listening to Aunt Chao's words, Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Yet, he did not entirely concur. Is it truly impossible to build a bridge that would accommodate horse-drawn carriages in this place? Not necessarily. What fuels Lu Yuan's confidence? This brings to mind one of the 7 or 8 books he initially acquired, entitled Civil Engineering. Chapter 68. They simply resided in the East Wing, however. Lu Yuan did not immediately voice this matter. The field of civil engineering is not akin to the culinary arts or alchemy. It does not simply require sufficient materials for success. Constructing a bridge necessitates not only adequate supplies but also an on-site assessment of the terrain. After surveying the landscape, one must contemplate the design of the bridge. Moreover, Lu Yuan had heard Zhao Chao's remarks regarding the current conditions. The span was approximately 100 or 200 meters, with a height of several hundred meters beneath. Under such circumstances, even if one were to construct a large bridge, The availability of materials, such as steel, is but one concern. The most pressing issue is the lack of time. In just a few days, they would be entering the mountains to gather spiritual resources. Erecting a substantial bridge, even on Earth, in a nation renowned for its infrastructure, would take at least a year or more. The situation here is even more dire. Therefore, the specifics must await Lu Yuan's first-hand examination. Lu Yuan fell silent, lost in contemplation. Zhao Qiaoer tilted her head slightly, gazing at him with a smile. Surely you have a brilliant idea? Lu Yuan chuckled and shook his head. Not at all. One must be honest in life. Boasting is not an option. Particularly as a man, one must adhere to their word. Until I have conducted a thorough investigation, I cannot offer you, and Xiao, any false hope. Should there be complications with the terrain, even my expertise in civil engineering would struggle in the current conditions, especially given the stringent time constraints. Zhao Qiaoer was not surprised by Lu Yuan's candidness. It would be abnormal not to feel anxious about such matters. Furthermore, one cannot place all expectations on their own heart. Subsequently, she continued to study the map, preparing for contingencies. The original route was unsafe. A second route needed to be established. However, this was no simple task. It was not as if Zhao Qiaoer could merely lower her head and study the map for a moment to discover an alternative path. If it were that easy, the numerous skills that had ventured into Tying Mountain over the years would not have relied solely on this route. Let us take a moment to hydrate. Earlier, Jean Meijing had been tidying the room, but she could not remain idle and had taken the time to wipe everything down once more. Finally, she finished her tasks. Lu Yuan accepted the tea she offered without hesitation, drinking deeply. The fire spirit stones rendered the air as dry as the northern heating systems on Earth. Spending too much time indoors without replenishing moisture would be uncomfortable. As Zhao Qiaoer looked at the cup of water she had been offered, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, she shyly glanced at Lu Yuan and ultimately took a sip. Lunch was enjoyed in Lu Yuan's East Wing room, and Li Qingwan was not called upon, as she was sound asleep. The three in the room had a modest meal before Lu Yuan donned his attire and ventured to the front courtyard to check on Su Erliai and Lin Wensu. Curious about their activities. Upon arrival, he found that one tended to the flowers in the courtyard while the other managed procurement. Both were engaged in rather leisurely pursuits, undoubtedly benefiting from Lu Yuan's influence. After chatting with them for a while and reminiscing until mid-afternoon, Lu Yuan made his way to Li Hemei's quarters, which were located adjacent to the Zhao residence, accessible via a small corridor. Upon entering, Lu Yuan observed Li Hemei leading the other 6 individuals in joyful antics within the courtyard. At that moment, she truly embodied the role of an elder sister. Upon noticing Lu Yuan's arrival, she promptly approached him. "This is a banknote." As Lu Yuan produced the note and extended it towards her, he added, "You may enjoy your freedom now. Feel free to explore and purchase whatever you desire, unlike before." Li Hemei accepted the banknote and nodded earnestly at Lu Yuan, expressing her gratitude. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile at her reaction, remarking, "You seem to be adapting quite well." In response to his words and smile, Li Hemei's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze, shyly avoiding direct eye contact. Lu Yuan continued, "In the future, once they become familiar with each other, you need not supervise them constantly. When you have free time, visit your sister Meijing in the inner courtyard for a chat. Aunt Xiao does not appreciate noise, but you have nothing to occupy your time." Lu Yuan considered the age gap between Li Hemei and the other 6. She was notably older than the others, particularly since she was the only one in her 20s, while the others were younger, with some merely 14 or 15 years old. They would be able to bond and play together, but Li Hemei, being alone at 20, might find it rather dull. Fortunately, Jean Meijing also needed to adjust to her new life. They could enjoy each other's company. Li Hemei nodded earnestly in agreement. Lu Yuan then produced another banknote, stating, "This is for you alone. They are young girls, but you are different. You will need money for beautiful clothes, cosmetics, and jewelry. Should you run low? Simply come to the inner courtyard and ask me directly." As Li Hemei stared at the banknote, momentarily taken aback by Lu Yuan's generosity, she eventually lowered her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, Lu Yuan handed the banknote directly into her hand and surveyed the courtyard for any missing items or supplies. Observing the diligent manner in which the Zhao family managed their affairs, he noted that nothing was lacking. Each child had their own bed, complete with new, soft bedding. The room was well equipped with fire spirit stones, ensuring warmth. Yet, it would not do to rely on Li Hemei as a caretaker perpetually. As he stepped into the inner courtyard, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. A group of disciples clad in red were moving a large bed into the east wing. What could this possibly mean? At that moment, Zhao Qiao remained seated at the main table in the east wing, her elegant leg crossed over the other as she leaned over the table, engrossed in the map. She appeared unchanged since Lu Yuan's departure, yet upon observing her profile, he noticed her exquisite face was flushed. It was uncertain whether the heat from the fire spirit stones was the cause. Li Qingluan might not awaken tonight. She had no place to sleep, as the west wing was cluttered with various items. Thus, it seemed they had all settled in the east wing. Chapter 69. Look at you, little one. So domineering as night fell, the warm yellow glow of spiritual lamps illuminated the east wing, creating an inviting atmosphere. Seated at the table were Lu Yuan, and Qiao, and Jin Meijing, while Li Qingluan remained asleep. It was reminiscent of the days when one was perpetually sleep-deprived, only to finally fall into a deep slumber. Waking up late the next morning, after finishing their meal, the group tidied up and prepared to rest. Despite the weariness of recent days, they switched off the lights and settled down for the night. Lu Yuan's large bed was positioned in the southern part of the room, while Jin Meijing and Zhao Qiao's beds were in the north, separated by two heavy curtains and a main hall, ensuring they were not too close. Once the lights were extinguished, Zhao Qiao lay on her bed, covered by a delicate silk quilt, feeling quite anxious. Though her eyes were tightly shut, sleep eluded her. Suddenly, she sensed movement at the foot of her bed, causing her heart to race. Could it be that person was really here? As she oscillated between nervousness and anticipation, she opened her eyes, only to find her excitement dashed. Jin Meijing had climbed onto the bed and lay beside Zhao Qiao. With a soft huff, Zhao Qiao turned to Jin Meijing and exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" Jin Meijing, with a serious expression, replied, "You are quite peculiar. You clearly have feelings, yet you do not express them. You heard what we discussed in our room at noon, didn't you? Even with you wearing cotton slippers at the time, I could still hear you clearly." Zhao Qiao trembled at Jin Meijing's words and turned away, retorting coldly, "I heard. So what? Are you so eager that you can't wait?" In response to Zhao Qiao's aggressive demeanor, Jin Meijing remained calm, saying, "Yes, I am quite eager. But what I said was for your benefit. I understand your embarrassment, so I wish to assist you. However, Lu Yuan respects you and does not wish to act inappropriately. You need not harbor such hostility towards me. I have expressed my gratitude to you. In my heart, Lu Yuan comes first, and you are second. To me, you are like a sister. How can you say this is for my own good? To be good for oneself means to bind oneself and administer medicine to oneself." Hearing Jin Meijing's explanation and the term sister softened Zhao Qiao's previously firm stance. With a resigned sigh, she spoke softly, "Some things you do not understand. In this world, one cannot simply do as they wish. You are not alone in this world. You must consider how others perceive you. Li Qingluan has spoken some truths. There are consequences to certain actions. Lu Yuan was still quite young, merely 16. Not to mention, if we were to truly become involved, how many would be gossiping about us behind our backs? What if he were to regret it later and accuse me of being shameless for pursuing him?" Jin Meijing, lying behind Zhao Qiao, observed her with sincerity and said, "Perhaps I truly do not understand. But what I do know is that you cannot please everyone in this world. If that is the case, one must first find satisfaction in oneself." Zhao Qiao fell into contemplation, remaining silent. After a few moments, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Bolting upright and covering her backside with her hand, her face flushed as she glared at Jin Meijing, whispering indignantly, "What are you doing?" Jin Meijing raised an eyebrow and playfully gestured with her fingers, illuminated by the moonlight outside, forming a peace sign. "Just thinking about Lu Yuan makes you blush like that. And yet you can still maintain your composure?" As she spoke, she brought her fingers to her nose, inhaling deeply, and exclaimed, "Sister, you even wear makeup here?" Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Zhao Qiao could no longer contain herself and pounced on Jin Meijing, playfully scolding, "You mischievous girl, I'll get you for this." The following morning, Lu Yuan awoke at 6, feeling quite refreshed despite having gone to bed around 6 the previous evening. He had indeed slept deeply. Upon rising, he noticed Aunt Qiao and Jin Meijing had already dressed in their outdoor attire. "Aunt Qiao, are you going out?" he asked curiously. Zhao Qiao replied tenderly, "I'm taking Meijing out to buy some beautiful clothes. When your Aunt Qingwan wakes up, tell her to rest at home today and not to go anywhere." Lu Yuan was taken aback by Zhao Qiao's words. Wow, it seems like Aunt Qiao and Jin Meijing have become close over the night. While Lu Yuan was lost in thought, Zhao Qiao turned around with a smile and asked, "And don't you think this outfit looks good today?" Aunt Xiao was wearing a stunning long black qipao adorned with golden floral patterns, exuding elegance and grace while still maintaining a sense of solemnity. However, what truly captivated Lu Yuan were the sheer black stockings revealed by the side slit of the qipao, complemented by a pair of white high-heeled shoes with red soles. "You're wearing high heels in this cold weather?" Lu Yuan looked at Aunt Xiao in bewilderment. Zhao Qiao rolled her eyes playfully at Lu Yuan's question. "Who do you think I'm dressing up for?" "Isn't it because you said I look good in high heels?" Raising an eyebrow, Lu Yuan responded, "Well, if you're not going out with us today, who are you dressing up for?" "No way, you need to change." Zhao Qiao was initially taken aback by Lu Yuan's words, but then her cheeks flushed with shyness. The way he spoke made it seem as if she were already his woman. Embarrassed, she sat beside him, pouting playfully. "Look at you, little one, so domineering. Why must you dictate what I wear?" Aunt Xiao's demeanor, so contrary to her age and status, left Lu Yuan utterly mesmerized. The striking contrast between her appearance and her authoritative attitude was truly captivating. Then, with a graceful kick, Aunt Xiao removed her high heels and, blushing, looked at Lu Yuan, teasingly asking, "What should I wear today?" "You choose from my shoe rack. This way, I can avoid your picky preferences. If I choose one pair, you'll complain. If I choose another, you'll be unhappy." Observing Zhao Qiao, Jean Meijing couldn't help but snicker. "Look at you, so infatuated, acting like a lovesick fool." Chapter 70. You certainly have your fair share of flaws. In the end, Lu Yuan selected a pair of high-top leather shoes for Qiao. Upon seeing the shoes chosen by Lu Yuan, Zhao Qiao cast him a charming glance, her eyes filled with playful reproach. She had worn these shoes before, and yet this little fellow dared to say they were unappealing. Originally, Zhao Qiao intended to wear them herself. However, Lu Yuan, grinning widely, squatted before her and unzipped the side of the shoes, gently cradling her delicate, almost ethereal foot. Ah, how soft and tender it was. Observing the sheer tips of her socks revealing alluring purple nail polish, Lu Yuan could not resist the temptation to pinch her exquisite foot, eliciting a soft gasp from Zhao Qiao, who slumped onto the bed, her face flushed with a beguiling blush as she glared at him. After uttering those words, Zhao Qiao seemed to recall something, and a delicate crimson hue crept across her stunningly beautiful face. Lu Yuan, still grinning, looked up at her and said, "That statement is quite erroneous. It's not that we harbor a fondness for the peculiar, but rather, we treasure Aunt Xiao." Listening to Lu Yuan's words, and feeling his playful touch on her foot, Zhao Qiao's gaze turned seductive as she lightly pressed her foot against his hand, playfully retorting, "All right, you sweet talker. Just help me put them on. I'm quite busy today. Did you not notice I skipped breakfast at home? With important matters at hand." Aunt Xiao could not afford to be delayed. After teasing her foot again, which drew forth a series of shy gasps, Lu Yuan finally helped her into the shoes. After Zhao Qiao, blushing profusely, stood up, she playfully pinched Lu Yuan's waist before hastily departing with Jean Meijing. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, savoring the lingering softness of Aunt Xiao's foot in his hands, turned his attention to more serious matters, retrieving his book on civil engineering to study. Speaking of which, Lu Yuan had recently acquired a fresh volume on alchemy. He had skimmed through it previously, and in simple terms, it pertained to the creation of new materials entirely compatible with this world. For instance, everyone knows that plastics and rubber for tires on Earth are derived from petroleum. These are byproducts of oil refinement. Lu Yuan was uncertain whether oil existed in this era, but if one wished to obtain plastics or rubber, they could synthesize them using spirit stones along with other materials. At this point, some might be intrigued, thinking that if the materials were adequate, one could create anything. Theoretically, this holds true. Hadn't it been stated before that with sufficient materials, Lu Yuan could craft an airplane by hand? Yet the issue arises, where do the materials come from? Without them, even Lu Yuan's prowess would not allow him to conjure an airplane from thin air. Even a steam engine remains unattainable for him. Why? Because of components like rubber valves and various intricate instruments that require precision machinery for manufacture. However, with alchemy, such possibilities become feasible. Nonetheless, it is essential to note that while alchemy can produce advanced materials, it does not allow for the spontaneous generation of new substances. Various rare spirit stones and materials must be combined. Lu Yuan decided to set the alchemy aside for now, prioritizing the other two newly acquired books, Talisman Mastery and Pharmacology. The Talisman Mastery book is crucial for Lu Yuan's own survival, being his sole means of enhancing his capabilities, thus it holds the highest priority. Meanwhile, Pharmacology is vital for the well-being of those around him. In a world fraught with danger, should someone like Aunt Xiao Air or Jean Meijing sustain injuries, he would need to rely on his knowledge of pharmacology. Thus, these two subjects take precedence over alchemy for the time being. Moreover, the pressing concern remains the bridge construction. At this juncture, some might suggest that Lu Yuan could utilize alchemy to produce super steel and directly construct the bridge. However, he had already analyzed the matter. While alchemy can indeed generate superior materials, it does not operate as mere magic. It requires preparation akin to steelmaking on Earth, involving a substantial time investment. Constructing such a large bridge would necessitate at least half a year just for the production of the super steel, and the actual assembly would take much longer. Therefore, in Lu Yuan's view, alchemy was not applicable for this task. As Lu Yuan immersed himself in his studies, the door swung open. He looked up to see Li Qingyuan, clad in a black lace nightgown, sauntering in with a languid expression. It must be said, the allure of the exquisite women surrounding Lu Yuan was unparalleled, their figures captivating enough to elevate even the simplest of nightgowns into a luxurious ensemble. Li Qingyuan, appearing somewhat sleep-deprived, approached Lu Yuan and inquired, "Where's Xiao Air? And what about that Korean girl? Why is everyone absent?" After putting away his book on civil engineering, Lu Yuan rose to pour her a cup of tea, replying, "Aunt Xiao Air has gone out to handle guild matters. She mentioned that you should stay home and rest today." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's change in address, a gentle smile graced Li Qingyuan's lips, and she nodded appreciatively, taking the teacup from him. "It's been quite a while since I've had such restful sleep. The longer I sleep, the more dizzy I feel." After serving her tea, Lu Yuan sat down, frowning slightly. "You must have been overworked lately. Let me take a look. Extend your wrist." Li Qingyuan initially intended to decline, knowing her own health status, but realizing she would soon venture into the mountains to gather spirit herbs, she needed to be in optimal condition. Moreover, cultivating a good relationship with Lu Yuan seemed prudent. Zhao Xiao Air's emotional manipulation tactics were something Li Qingyuan had always disdained, but now she found herself reconsidering. Having repeatedly rejected Lu Yuan's advances, she could hardly blame him for not being kind to her. It was time to play along. Thus, Li Qingyuan extended her delicate wrist. Lu Yuan gently pressed his fingers to check her pulse. "This explains why, despite sleeping for so long, you still feel unwell. It's not a serious issue. I will prepare some medicine for you today, and you should feel better afterward." Li Qingyuan had no objections. With a little divine physician at her service, it was best to heed his advice. She then stood up and walked toward Lu Yuan's bed, saying, "I will rest a bit more. Call me when you're ready." Lu Yuan nodded in agreement, but just as he was about to step outside, he heard Li Qingyuan, now lying on his bed, remark, "You smell terrible. Haven't you bathed?" Lu Yuan retorted, "What nonsense. I took a bath in the big pool before dinner yesterday. I'm as clean as can be." He added, gritting his teeth, "If you find me so foul, you can go sleep on Aunt Xiao Air's bed. It's fragrant there." With her back turned to him, revealing her enchanting silhouette, Li Qingyuan playfully replied, "She slathers on makeup every day, smelling overly sweet. I want to go there." In that moment, Lu Yuan could not help but exclaim, "You certainly have your fair share of flaws." With that, he turned and exited the room. After Lu Yuan left, with her eyes closed, Li Qingyuan wore a playful smile at the corner of her lips. After all, who was it that had consistently provoked her irritation? This time, she would tease him back. Chapter 71. The affection of heaven and earth cannot compare to a single strand of hair from Aunt Qingyuan in the small courtyard of the inner chamber. Lu Yuan sat upon a modest stool, cradling a book titled Earth and Wood. Before him, a small stove simmered with a bubbling pot of medicinal concoction. As he perused the pages, he gently fanned the stove with a small palm leaf fan. After a while, Lu Yuan decided to place the book into the system's spatial realm. Deeming further reading futile, it was imperative that he conduct a field investigation instead. In the east wing, Lu Yuan roused the slumbering Li Qingyuan, gesturing toward the steaming bowl of herbal soup on the table. However, she remained nestled in bed, clutching the blanket around her, and sweetly implored, "Bring it over." Lu Yuan inhaled sharply, feeling a rush of exasperation. "This is quite the laziness. Yet here I am, attending to your whims. Were it not for the fact that I require your assistance later, I would indeed not be inclined to cater to you, my friend." Immediately, Lu Yuan turned to fetch the bowl of soup. Leaning against the bed, the languidly beautiful Li Qingyuan watched Lu Yuan's actions with amusement in her heart. "Just look at you. Once Annie finishes your medicine, perhaps I should lavish you with compliments." Ultimately, Lu Yuan brought over the medicinal soup, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Shall I feed you?" Listening to Lu Yuan's words filled with resentment, Li Qingwan couldn't help but feel amused. However, on the surface, she playfully glared at Lu Yuan and said, "Look at you. When you were asked to assist your aunt, why are there so many grievances? I have not seen you behave this way with Xiao Chaoer." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "How do you compare to Aunt Xiao? She cares for us so dearly. More content is loading. Please wait." For a moment, Li Qingwan contemplated speaking, but ultimately, she let out a soft huff and declared, "Then I shall cherish you in return." Having said that, Li Qingwan lifted the soup bowl, preparing to drink the concoction in one swift motion. However, upon taking a sip, she immediately set it down. Her stunningly beautiful and mature visage contorted in pain as she gazed at Lu Yuandao, exclaiming, "Why is it so bitter?" Li Qingwan had indeed rehearsed this moment in her mind. After consuming the medicine, she intended to beam at Lu Yuandao, exclaiming, "Wow, it's truly effective. How remarkable." However, with that single sip, Li Qingwan could no longer maintain her composure. As Lu Yuan gazed upon the exquisitely mature and alluring Li Qingwan, especially considering her prior demeanor of aloofness and unattainability, she now resembled a youthful maiden. The stark contrast truly amused Lu Yuan, who couldn't help but break into a grin and remarked, "Anything that is medicinal is seldom palatable. Do drink up. After all, bitter medicine is for the greater good." In response to Lu Yuan's words, Li Qingwan, pursing her crimson lips, gazed at him with reluctance and said, "Are you not intentionally adding something to it to make it taste particularly bitter?" Lu Yuan, momentarily at a loss for words, remarked, "Could I truly be that dull? I assure you, I am not." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's statement, Li Qingwan let out a lengthy sigh. After pinching her nose, she resolutely downed the concoction. The bitterness of the brew was momentarily overshadowed by the invigorating effect it had on her. Previously engulfed in fatigue and lethargy, she now felt remarkably revitalized. In that instant, Li Qingwan couldn't help but marvel at Lu Yuan's remarkable abilities. As Lu Yuan accepted the bowl from her hands, he advised, "Twice a day. Return in the afternoon for another dose, and you shall be entirely well." Listening to his words, Li Qingwan couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth and respond, "Another dose? I feel that everything is fine now. Perhaps it is best to refrain from drinking." To solidify, regarding matters that are non-negotiable for Lu Yuan, Li Qingwan could not help but purse her lips. This situation was indeed quite novel for her. Whether it was managing the Yinxiang Association or overseeing her two younger sisters, Li Qingwan had always been the one in command, the dominant force, guiding and caring for others. This was, however, the first time she found herself under the care of someone else, and notably, a junior at that. The sensation was truly peculiar. Li Qingwan? What manner of conduct is this little one displaying? What does it intend to accomplish? In the next moment, Lu Yuan approached the bedside, wrapping his arms around the slender, alluring legs of Li Qingwan, which were nestled beneath a delicate, thin blanket. "Aunt Qingwan," he said. The sudden movement sent shivers down Li Qingwan's spine, prompting her to adopt a wary expression. "What is going on? This looks ominous." Lu Yuan continued to smile ingratiatingly, saying, "I beg you, just a small favor." He felt disgusted with himself for such behavior, yet he found himself with no alternative. Li Qingwan, a woman of particular disposition, has been thoroughly understood by Lu Yuan. She is the type who only responds to gentleness rather than force. If one were to confront her with harshness, one could expect to endure some hardship. However, if approached with kindness, matters usually resolve favorably. To handle her, one must employ a gentle touch. Observing Lu Yuan's demeanor, Li Qingwan furrowed her delicate brows and remarked, "Speak. What is it you desire? But let me make it clear, we may not be able to acquiesce to your request." In response, Lu Yuan grinned at Li Qingwan and said, "I wish to go out and have some fun." As soon as Lu Yuan expressed this, Li Qingwan's irritation flared, and she glared at him with gritted teeth, saying, "Just yesterday, I advised you to exercise patience." Upon witnessing Li Qingwan's demeanor, Lu Yuan promptly exclaimed, "Is it not the case that today, Aunt Qingwan, you are taking a rest? Aunt Qingwan, your prowess is indeed remarkable. What mischief could possibly befall us in your company? Would you be so kind as to take us out for a bit of fun?" Ever since the incident with Jean Meijing, Lu Yuan has been genuinely terrified. He truly dares not venture out alone. Otherwise, he would have scaled the walls and fled long ago, without needing to wait for Li Qingwan. Therefore, on this outing, I must insist that Li Qingwan accompany me. Although this woman has a rather foul temper, one cannot deny that being in her presence instills a profound sense of security. Lu Yuan's demeanor has, surprisingly, brought a hint of joy to Li Qingwan. This little one had previously regarded me with disdain, yet now she seeks my company. As a faint smile graced the corners of Li Qingwan's lips, Lu Yuan sensed an opportunity. He swiftly seized the moment, saying, "Aunt Qingwan, you are simply the best. Why don't you take us out for a little fun? With you by our side, what could possibly go wrong?" Despite the fact that Li Qingwan's heart was already inclined to agree, she maintained an air of pride, retorting, "Am I the best at this moment? Isn't it your clever Aunt Xiao who holds that title? Seek out your Aunt Xiao, for she is the finest. We certainly do not regard someone like Li Qingwan." Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Ah, such words seem to imply that this woman is feeling a twinge of jealousy, does it not? Regaining his senses, Lu Yuan tightly embraced Li Qingwan's slender, voluptuous legs, nestling his head against her soft abdomen and gently rubbing it. "Not at all," he exclaimed. "Aunt Qingwan is truly the best. The affection of heaven and earth pales in comparison to a single strand of hair from Aunt Qingwan." Chapter 72. A flower of wealth in the human realm. This remark truly amused Li Qingwan, although she was aware that it was merely a jest. A sweet talk from this little one trying to fool her. She couldn't help but feel delighted. The little one was unaware of how precious Zhao Qiao was to her. This was just a ploy to coax her outside for a bit of fun. Nevertheless, it brought joy to Li Qingwan. At this moment, Lu Yuan had buried his face in Li Qingwan's soft abdomen. As he savored her delicate form and inhaled her alluring fragrance, he said, "Let us be honest. Although your temper can be a bit fierce at times, your words are always kind. I'm not someone who is oblivious to kindness. I certainly appreciate your goodwill." Initially, Li Qingwan felt a twinge of peculiarity from Lu Yuan's warm breath against her abdomen. Yet, upon hearing his sincere words, she forgot all about it. Gently stroking Lu Yuan's fluffy head with her jade-like hand, she raised an eyebrow and softly remarked, "Ah, you finally understand your aunt's good intentions. Though I may seem a bit harsh, I harbor no ill will towards you, do I?" Lu Yuan, with his face still nestled in her abdomen, nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes." Li Qingwan continued, her hand weaving through Lu Yuan's hair as she tenderly arranged it. "In both life and work, one must adhere to rules and principles. If everything were to lack order, chaos would ensue, would it not?" Lu Yuan nodded again. "Yes, yes." At this moment, Li Qingwan gently added, "I also wish to be a good person. Who wouldn't he want to? I indulge you. But if I were to continue being a good person while catering to your whims, wouldn't that lead to trouble?" Lu Yuan nodded once more. "Yes, yes." Li Qingwan intended to say more, but suddenly felt something was amiss. Coming back to her senses, she playfully swatted Lu Yuan's head and exclaimed, "What nonsense! Do you understand or not?" Lu Yuan lifted his head, looking at Li Qingwan with a smile and replied, "I truly understand, Aunt. However, let us get up first and discuss it on the way. It's already past 9, and if we keep talking, we might as well wait for the sun to set." Li Qingwan feigned annoyance, glaring at Lu Yuan. You. You're just taking advantage of your aunt's affection. Go, fetch me some clothes." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately got up with a cheerful grin and said, "All right." He then dashed out of the east wing to retrieve some items for Li Qingwan. This prompted her to roll her eyes playfully as she sat on the bed. However, Li Qingwan was reluctant, not because she didn't want to take Lu Yuan out, but because she detested wearing the same outfit she had worn yesterday and felt the need for a fresh change. Lu Yuan suggested she could wear Qiao's clothes since their figures were not vastly different, but Li Qingwan was not pleased with that notion. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan busied himself gathering herbs, a small stove, a clay pot, and soup bowls. "What do you need all these for?" Li Qingwan, who was at the vanity, inquired curiously as she watched Lu Yuan stuff a pile of items into his space. "Isn't it for brewing medicine for you this afternoon?" Lu Yuan replied. Li Qingwan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "What does that mean? Are you planning to play outside until late at night?" She pursed her lips, but chose not to voice any further concerns. Although it seemed a bit risky, as long as he was with her, she believed there wouldn't be any significant issues. "Oh well, let this little one have a day of fun. After all, I have the time today." Soon enough, well, not exactly soon, Li Qingwan had finally finished preparing. It was nearly 11:30. How time dragged on. Lu Yuan, waiting impatiently nearby, was clearly growing restless. Nonetheless, one must admit that the time Li Qingwan spent getting ready was well worth it. She looked stunning, especially considering Lu Yuan had previously remarked that what made her most captivating was her aura of nobility. Dressed in splendor, adorned with golden accessories and a crown of jewels, Li Qingwan exuded an aura of wealth that would leave anyone envious. Unlike ordinary women who might be seen as ostentatious, her elegance was unparalleled. Truly, she was a radiant flower of wealth in the human realm. Let us go. Look at you, so eager, Li Qingwan remarked, stepping gracefully towards Lu Yuan. It seemed her spirits were quite high as she pulled him along outside. Lu Yuan, who had been waiting eagerly, immediately complied. The carriage and attendants had already been arranged while Li Qingwan was preparing her makeup. Exiting through the side door, they climbed into the waiting carriage and set off. The young disciples from the red door followed closely behind. Inside the carriage, Li Qingwan elegantly crossed her beautiful legs and turned to Lu Yuan, raising an eyebrow. It's almost noon. I'll take you to Yushirzhai for a meal. Afternoon. I'll take you. Li Qingwan had already planned their itinerary while getting ready, and she was about to share it with Lu Yuan. Of course. If he preferred to go elsewhere, that was fine too. After all, she was there to entertain this little one, so his wishes mattered most. However, before she could finish, Lu Yuan interrupted. Aunt, we're not staying in the city today. Li Qingwan was taken aback. If we're not going to the city, where are we going? Lu Yuan grinned broadly, looking directly at her, to Hexiong Ridge. Hexiong Ridge? Li Qingwan's expression was one of confusion. That place was at the entrance of the Tyne mountain range, surrounded by nothingness. There wasn't even a single household, let alone any entertainment or dining options. What on earth would they go there for? Lu Yuan merely smiled and replied, I've heard it's a place of stunning scenery, with clear mountains and rivers that soothe the heart. I'd like to see the beauty there. Is that so? Li Qingwan raised her beautifully arched eyebrows, regarding Lu Yuan with suspicion. The scenery there was indeed splendid, and some literati would specifically visit Hexiong Ridge to compose poetry and paint. However, Lu Yuan was still quite young and had never shown an interest in literature. Why the sudden desire to visit such a place? Something felt off. Chapter 73. Sweet Black Bear Ridge. Such a beautiful place. The name seems rather incongruous. Upon arriving at Black Bear Ridge, Lu Yuan could hardly contain his excitement as he leapt from the vehicle. Treading on the soft, powdery snow, he ventured eagerly towards the precipice, a monocular telescope appearing in his hand. He had borrowed it during his visit to Su Erlei the previous day. This item was of no use to that fellow anymore, as he was now tasked with household errands, surrounded by endless distractions. This model of telescope was unfamiliar to Lu Yuan. Was it from the land of Rakshasa? As Lu Yuan scanned the surroundings with the telescope, he was met with the curious voice of Li Qingwan from behind. I crafted it myself. Superior to those sold by the Rakshasa in our region, capable of seeing much farther. Upon receiving the monocular, Li Qingwan began to observe the distant scenery, her surprise evident as she exclaimed, Indeed, this is far better than what the Rakshasa offer. How was it made? A few years prior, such devices had been in high demand within the inner territories. The association had considered creating their own, yet the results were nowhere near as impressive as those manufactured by the beak-nosed artisans. Lu Yuan continued along the edge of the cliff, casually remarking, It's merely a trinket. Hardly worth mentioning, especially with the backing of the illustrious Yinxiang Association. With a little ingenuity, they could sell such goods throughout half the empire. Not to mention, when I decide to create something, it will be of utmost utility. However, that can wait for a more opportune moment. Today is not about profit. At this moment, Li Qingwan, having set the wooden telescope down, wished to engage Lu Yuan in conversation, but soon realized he had strayed a good distance ahead. Wait a moment, dear. It's difficult for me to walk in these high heels. Lu Yuan, engrossed in his exploration, paid her little mind, continuing to stride forward while glancing across the ravine. Meanwhile, Li Qingwan followed closely, stumbling slightly, muttering, You could have mentioned we were coming to such a place. At least I could have changed my shoes. Unbeknownst to Lu Yuan, he was not here merely for leisure. Who ventures to such a locale for mere sightseeing? And who walks so hastily to behold the views? Eventually, Li Qingwan quickened her pace, catching up to Lu Yuan, grasping his hand with a raised brow. You must tell me truthfully, what is your purpose here? Recognizing the futility of concealment, Lu Yuan decided to be forthright. He had gleaned a modicum of understanding from their surroundings, but required further observation. Your shoes are unsuitable. You should stay here and wait while I investigate ahead. Li Qingwan's heart tightened at his words, her delicate hand gripping him tightly as she glared. You're not planning to wander off again, are you? Not at all, Lu Yuan replied with a grin. I shall remain within sight at Black Bear Ridge. If you feel uneasy, you may send someone to accompany me. Reassured by his words, Li Qingwan relaxed slightly. After Lu Yuan spoke, he took his time, lighting a small stove to brew medicine before others brought her several large mats to place on the snowy ground beside the cliff. She settled onto the exquisite mats, removing her high heels and letting her delicate feet dangle over the edge, swaying gently, her demeanor seemingly tranquil. Once Lu Yuan had prepared everything, he resumed his exploration. Li Qingwan, swinging her feet, turned to him with a playful tone. Don't wander too far. Understood. Black Bear Ridge was not expansive, and Li Qingwan found herself positioned centrally. Observing that Lu Yuan was not straying elsewhere, she felt a modicum of relief. She then shifted her focus to the snowy forest across the ravine. Gently closing her eyes and raising her chin to embrace the cold wind, Li Qingwan was not heavily clad, her long, slender legs bare of stockings. Yet the biting breeze that ascended from the cliff did not discomfort her. Rather, she seemed to revel in it. Perhaps she was savoring this rare moment of ease. It had been many years since she felt such a freedom, a sensation that had eluded her since founding the Yinxiang Association 15 years ago. This feeling was intoxicating. Time slipped away, and soon the sun was nearing the horizon. They had departed from the north gate of Tianing City around noon, reaching Black Bear Ridge by mid-afternoon. In winter, the days are short, and by 4 or 5 o'clock, dusk began to descend. An unpleasant odor suddenly wafted to Li Qingwan's nose. When she opened her eyes, a steaming bowl of dark brown medicinal soup appeared before her. Glancing at the concoction, she scrunched her brows in mild distaste. Annie truly feels unwell. Lu Yuan, standing nearby, responded firmly, that is not an option. With no alternatives left, and noting it was the last bowl, Li Qingwan pinched her nose and drank it down. The bitterness overwhelmed her, shattering her earlier good spirits. After finishing, she tossed the bowl aside in a huff, resembling a petulant child. Before she could voice her displeasure, a string of candied hawthorn skewers, glistening with sugar, appeared before her. Her eyes brightened at the sight, and she eagerly grasped the treat. When she turned, she found Lu Yuan seated beside her. With a radiant smile, Li Qingwan looked at him like a delighted young girl, exclaiming, "Where did you get these?" Lu Yuan, still gazing towards the snowy forest with his monocular, replied, "I spotted a hawthorn tree over there and picked them fresh." "Try them. Are they good?" Li Qingwan blinked her beautiful eyes at him, then, with a soft smile, took a bite. The crisp sound of the sugar shattering echoed as she savored the sweetness, her expression brightening as she gazed at Lu Yuan, softly murmuring, "Delicious. Congratulations, host." Li Qingwan's affection has reached a new level. Reward, Beast Tamer. Chapter 74. Is it fine if no one else is around? 5 stars. Is this truly 5 stars? But that fellow's random event hasn't even concluded yet. How did it suddenly increase by a star? Lu Yuan gazed in bewilderment at the radiant scene above Li Qingwan's head, illuminated by the achievement of 5 stars. At that moment, the system once again notified him that the relationship between Lu Yuan and Li Qingwan had reached a perfect conclusion, the same old routine as before. While Lu Yuan was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a gentle weight on his shoulder. Li Qingwan leaned in, savoring the ice gourd in her hand. She truly relished this serene feeling. It had been 15 years since she had experienced such tranquility. In fact, Li Qingwan had scarcely tasted this sense of ease since childhood. Her parents were both formidable demon kings of the Taiying Mountains. Indeed, Li Qingwan was not human. She had no connection to humanity whatsoever. She was a demon. And with both parents being demon kings, her status was inherently exalted from birth. Even more remarkably, she awakened the bloodline of the divine bird, the Qingyuan, at birth. People regarded the crimson ones as phoenixes, while those of azure hue were seen as luans, akin to legendary divine birds resembling phoenixes. By the age of 3, without needing to practice any techniques, she could effortlessly transform into human form merely by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through her demon body. From a young age, she was burdened with her parents' high expectations. Naturally, Li Qingwan lived up to them, excelling in both techniques and skills, a prodigy of unrivaled talent. For instance, Zhao Chao became a celestial master at 15. Li Qingwan achieved that at merely 8 years old. This prodigious speed was indeed unparalleled. However, despite becoming a celestial master at 8, she was now 36 and still had not reached the great celestial master level. Li Qingwan herself could not fathom why. In fact, by the age of 26, she had vaguely touched the threshold of the great celestial master. Yet, a decade had passed, and she had made little progress. As if she were stuck in place. Did she not exert effort over these 10 years? Or had she become complacent due to managing the Yinhua Association? Absolutely not. Li Qingwan had been diligently cultivating, not daring to relax for even a moment, for she bore the weight of her parents' expectations. Yet, the more she strained, the more elusive the great celestial master realm became. Each time, she felt as though one foot had stepped into the domain of the great celestial master, while the other remained firmly planted, as if something was obstructing her. To that end, Li Qingyuan was unaware of how many methods she had employed. Her expression perpetually tense since the day she could remember. Her parents were strict with her, and she was equally harsh on herself, never experiencing such leisure and freedom. Even though she realized that perhaps her inability to break through to the great celestial master was due to her excessive tension, she longed to learn to relax. Yet, it was simply unattainable. Thoughts of her parents' expectations before their passing and the perils of the Yinhua Association weighed heavily on her. With so many relying on her as the president, she found it impossible to let her guard down. However, just a moment ago, with Lu Yuan's simple offering of gourd, she seemed to rediscover the joy of her childhood buried deep within her memories. She recalled how her father had been exceedingly strict, pushing her to cultivate diligently every day without a moment's respite, while her mother was also stern. She would secretly take Li Qingyuan to the human town for a bit of fun when her father was not watching. Those moments were among the few joys of Li Qingyuan's childhood. Unfortunately, such joyful times came to a sudden halt when she turned 10. A certain red-robed official fell gravely ill, and it was rumored that only the blood of a demon king could cure him. The Demon Suppression Bureau was dispatched to the Taiyuan Mountains to hunt down demon kings. Today, Li Qingyuan found herself reminiscing about those cherished moments when her mother would sneak her into the human town to experience happiness. Back then, her mother would always buy her a string of ice gourd. Regardless of whether Lu Yuan enjoyed their trip to the Black Bear Ridge today, Li Qingyuan felt genuinely content. She leaned against Lu Yuan, her delicate foot playfully swinging over the precipice, reminiscent of a child resting in her mother's embrace after a long day of play. By the way, whose land is Black Bear Ridge? Lu Yuan inquired, glancing through binoculars at the distant sea of trees and snowfields as twilight approached. Although Li Qingyuan had already achieved 5-star favorability without the need for further random events, he felt compelled to see this through. After all, completing the random event might yield rewards. However, as soon as Lu Yuan posed his question, Li Qingyuan playfully smacked his thigh in mock annoyance. How bothersome. I was enjoying this delightful atmosphere. She found his interruption quite disruptive. Rising from Lu Yuan's side, she pouted slightly and said, "It's no one's land, it's wasteland." Lu Yuan nodded, then remarked, "That's even better. If it's wasteland, we could buy it directly from the government, right? Just pay the money. And it should be fine, shouldn't it?" Li Qingyuan, somewhat puzzled, nodded in agreement. "Yes, but what would we buy it for? There's nothing here. And it's not even a necessary route into the Taiyuan Mountains. We can't farm here, and there are no spirit stone mines. Aside from the occasional literary wanderers who come here to chat, there's hardly anyone around." Lu Yuan turned to Li Qingyuan, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. "Building a bridge?" Li Qingyuan was taken aback, then couldn't help but poke Lu Yuan's forehead in playful reproach. "You clever little thing. If this place could support a bridge, someone would have built one already. It's impossible. We've tried a few hanging bridges before, but even the slightest wind makes it unstable. Though it may allow pedestrians to pass at times, it holds little value. To enter the Taiyuan Mountains, one must travel by horse-drawn carriage. Otherwise, if you enter the Taiyuan Mountains, you won't be able to transport anything back out. What good would that do?" Li Qingyuan's words echoed precisely what Xiaoer had said the previous afternoon. Lu Yuan did not dispute this. It was indeed accurate. However, if Lu Yuan intended to spend an entire afternoon here constructing a hanging bridge, it would be a waste of his skills. As for what Lu Yuan planned to do, it was something he could not convey through mere words. The next moment, a triumphant smile spread across his face as he puffed out his chest and began to unfasten his belt. Li Qingyuan was left speechless, her face flushing crimson. "What are you doing?" "No, there are so many people around." Li Qingyuan's disciples were still on guard near the carriages in the distance. However, Lu Yuan's reaction to her words left her utterly flustered. Chapter 75, Congratulations on acquiring supreme insight. At last, Lu Yuan unfastened his belt. He grasped one end firmly, while placing the other end into Li Qingyuan's hand. With one hand clutching a gourd and the other holding Lu Yuan's belt, her face was a canvas of perplexity. "And observe this cord. If we pull it naturally, it shall dangle, correct?" Lu Yuan gazed at Li Qingyuan with utmost seriousness. Li Qingyuan, appearing bewildered, nodded in response, "Indeed." In the next moment, Lu Yuan looked at Li Qingyuan and playfully blinked, asking, "So, how can we prevent this rope from sagging?" Li Qingyuan pouted slightly and playfully chided. "Silly, of course, You must pull it tight with force. As Li Qingyuan spoke, she exerted force, causing Lu Yuan's belt to be instantly pulled tight. Lu Yuan, akin to soothing a young girl, nodded repeatedly and exclaimed, "Auntie, you are truly brilliant." Li Qingyuan, divine gold. Before Li Qingyuan could utter a word, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and remarked, "However, what if a heavy object were to press down upon this rope, causing it to bend?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan raised her brow slightly and remarked, "Then let us pull the rope with even greater force. If one person cannot manage, we shall enlist 2 others to assist." Lu Yuan gazed at Li Qingyuan with admiration, exclaiming, "Aunt, you are truly brilliant. Indeed, as long as we exert sufficient strength, the rope will inevitably straighten. However, there lies a dilemma. What if 4 individuals pull the rope together, yet the rope itself is not sturdy?" With a sudden snap, it broke. Li Qingyuan blinked and prepared to suggest, perhaps using an iron chain or embedding iron spirit stones into the rope. However, it seems that Lu Yuan's words do not pertain to this issue. Loading more content. Please hold on. And, being as astute as you are, you must have considered that we could simply add a few more ropes. By incorporating 5, 6, 7, or even 8 additional ropes, wouldn't they then be able to support the heavy load? It is akin to the ease with which one can snap a single chopstick. Yet a bundle of them remains unbroken. This phenomenon is known as the amplification of stress. Li Qingyuan stared blankly at Lu Yuan, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan continued to shake his head, stating, "At this moment, the astute Aunt Qingyuan must surely have considered this. If we liken it to a bridge. Although this bridge addresses the issue of sagging in a suspension bridge, it fails to resolve the swaying caused by the wind." Li Qingyuan. Subsequently, Lu Yuan produced 2 additional ropes and remarked, at this juncture, "The astute Aunt Qingyuan would naturally consider whether we could augment the main rope by affixing 2 more ropes on either side to secure its center. When the main rope sways to the left, the rope on the right is pulled taut. Conversely, when it sways to the right, the rope on the left becomes taut. However, this arrangement only allows one side to stabilize the main rope, rendering the structure neither economical nor practical." Li Qingyuan? Lu Yuan continued, stating, "If a wooden rod were to be inserted at the midpoint of the main rope, connecting all the strands of rope, it would allow the stabilizing rope on the left to run parallel to the main rope. When the rope sways to the left, both the left and right strands would be equally taut. By employing the same principle, the right strand could also be aligned parallel to the main rope. Moreover, by adding several wooden rods to interconnect these ropes, one could ensure a certain degree of stability, preventing sagging and the chaotic sway induced by the wind." Li Qingyuan swallowed hard, staring blankly at Lu Yuan, feeling as though her mind was about to erupt in a cloud of white smoke. At this moment, Lu Yuan earnestly continued, "Surely, at this juncture, the astute Aunt Qingyuan would have envisioned that should this be implemented, the introduction of a heavy object upon the rope would result in a significant tilt and deviation." At that moment, the astute Qingyuan Ani undoubtedly conceived yet another brilliant idea. "Let us concentrate solely on the main rope, laying wooden planks exclusively upon it, allowing both the carriage and pedestrians to traverse only along the central line." As he spoke, Lu Yuan leaned closer, mere centimeters away from Li Qingyuan's unparalleled and stunningly beautiful visage. With a broad smile, Lu Yuan remarked, "Ani Qingyuan, congratulations. You have invented the cable-stayed bridge." Li Qingyuan. Did she comprehend? It is evident that it is not the case. Although every single word spoken by Lu Yuan is comprehensible, the entirety eludes understanding. However, to claim complete incomprehensibility would not be entirely accurate. There is a semblance of clarity. One might grasp certain elements, as if they are understood, yet simultaneously, a veil of confusion persists. It is a paradox of understanding. This sensation is quite familiar to Li Qingyuan. She experiences a similar feeling regarding the realm of the Grandmaster, as if she is on the verge of grasping it, yet simultaneously eluding her comprehension. At this moment, Li Qingyuan finds herself utterly bewildered. Lu Yuan, however, has no intention of elucidating matters for her. Such concepts, even for modern individuals, require visual aids. Mere verbal explanations fall short of enabling them to construct a 3D model in their minds, let alone calculate the necessary materials. Once this was settled, Lu Yuan stood up, fastening his belt as he said, "Let us go, Aunt." With that, he made his way towards the carriage, which was warmed by the fire spirit stones inside. Sitting still, with a gourd in hand, Li Qingyuan blinked her enchanting eyes and, in the next moment, sprang to her feet. Without donning her shoes, she hooked her slender high heels with 2 fingers and hastily followed Lu Yuan, promptly inquiring, "If we wish to build a bridge, should we not promptly send someone to the opposite shore?" Although Li Qingwan has not fully comprehended everything yet, what she does understand is that she should trust Lu Yuan. Listening to Lu Yuan is undoubtedly the right choice. If Lu Yuan says it is possible, then it is indeed possible. To construct a bridge, one must promptly send individuals to the opposite shore to prepare, as even with swift horses. It would take 5 to 6 days. Lu Yuan immediately nodded and said, "Tomorrow, I will go to the Yamen to purchase the land here and then dispatch someone directly to the other side. We shall determine when to commence, and then we shall begin." Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Li Qingwan gazed at him with curiosity and inquired, "Oh, when will the construction of this aerial cable bridge commence?" "Of course, I will proceed whenever I am ready." Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan fluttered her beautiful eyes in surprise, sensing an oddity in Lu Yuan's words. Simultaneously, a familiar, chilling voice of the system echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. Random event has been completed. In light of the fact that the host has perfectly established a bond with Li Qingwan, no reward is granted. Lu Yuan, what the hell? System. Meanwhile, a chilling voice from the system unexpectedly echoed in Li Qingwan's mind. Ding, congratulations. Your affinity towards Lu Yuan has reached a new level. Please proceed to draw a prize. Ding, the draw is complete. Congratulations. You have obtained supreme insight. Li Qingwan. Chapter 76. Listening to you, this road cannot be destroyed. The entire city of Taining relies on the sustenance provided by Tyne Mountain. Should you destroy this road, the people of Taining will be utterly displeased. Within a familiar room, smoke wafted through the air. The insects of Taining were convening once more. However, unlike their previous united front, the atmosphere was now filled with clamor and discord regarding the question of whether to destroy the Soul Mountain path. Even among the medium guilds that relied on the top-tier guilds, opinions were divided. The 6 top guilds themselves were split, 3 in favor and 3 against. Those in favor were less reliant on the resources of Tyne Mountain, while those opposed primarily engaged in trade within its bounds. If the path were to be secretly destroyed, resulting in landslides or blockages, who would be able to ascertain that it was an act of sabotage? Moreover, the disruption would not last long. A mere 2-month blockage would prevent Yinshang Guild from entering the mountain for spirit harvesting. Zhu Dequan, the president of Yuma Guild, spoke with a stern countenance. Yuma Guild's main business revolved around horse training and trading. Although they did have profitable dealings within Tyne Mountain, all enterprises in Taining were interconnected with its resources. However, Yuma Guild could bear the losses, particularly since their herbal business had been taken over by the old eunuch and handed to Yinshang Guild. The losses were negligible. If Yinshang Guild failed to collect enough Tianxian gold mushrooms this year, not only would they suffer, but so would that old eunuch. The stakes of the 6 treasures were lost on them. It would be time for the eunuch to be replaced, and a new one would be dispatched to reshuffle the deck. As Zhu Dequan concluded his statement, a frown from a nearby guild leader indicated dissent. They may not have enough time, but we too are pressed for time in our livelihoods. To these uncooperative voices, Zhu Dequan gritted his teeth and retorted, "Why do you all focus solely on your immediate gains? This year is unlike any other. If we sacrifice a little profit to eliminate Yinshang Guild, we won't incur losses." Yet, the others around him wore expressions of disdain, utterly unconvinced. Yes, sacrificing a year's profit could lead to Yinshang Guild's downfall, but without them, other guilds would surely seek to take their place. Who wouldn't he want a greater share? If this plan succeeded, Yinshang Guild would be finished. Among the remaining 6 top guilds, 3 would suffer significant losses. When Yinshang Guild was no more, the 3 guilds that would not incur losses would rise to prominence, while the other 3 would sink. Zhu Dequan's scheming was all too apparent. He envisioned attaining where only his guild had power. The room erupted into chaos once more, with dissenting voices ringing loud. Ultimately, the meeting concluded in disarray, with the 3 leaders opposing the destruction of the road issuing stern warnings to Zhu Dequan, threatening to report him to the old eunuch if he acted recklessly. In the end, only the 3 leaders who proposed the matter remained in the room. President Zhu, it's best to abandon this idea. I have pondered this thoroughly. It is unfeasible. Destroying this road would jeopardize the livelihoods of millions in Taining, essentially taking their lives. We may think to do it covertly, but who is unaware of our dealings with Yinshang Guild? After the commotion just now, all eyes are upon us. We cannot proceed. Think of another way, or we too shall suffer. The remaining 2 leaders contemplated the situation and reached the same conclusion before departing. Soon, Zhu Dequan found himself alone in the quiet room, his face downcast as he pondered his thoughts, undoubtedly troubled. Moments later, a figure emerged from the shadows. Why haven't you eliminated that little bastard yet? A cold female voice inquired. Zhu Dequan turned, raising an eyebrow. Has there been no opportunity at all these past few days? Li Hime stood a few meters behind him, her expression neutral as she replied, none. Jean Meijing is too formidable. She can sense my gaze even if I merely look at Lu Yuan. Zhu Dequan cursed vehemently, damn it. How can the Jean Meijing be with him? What is so special about that brat? Why do women flock to him? Each one more beautiful and powerful than the last. Li Hime responded earnestly, significantly. I estimated his physical attributes based on his outline. His stamina is exceptional. Zhu Dequan's expression turned incredulous. Finally, he scowled. What special spirit stone has he used? Or has he consumed something? Even a donkey shouldn't be this extraordinary. Li Hime stood silently, her composure unyielding. Unable to contain himself, Zhu Dequan exclaimed, is it merely youth? Even youth doesn't account for this absurdity. I was once young too. Damn it, he is like a donkey. After venting his frustrations, Zhu Dequan contemplated further. Since you can remain with Yinshang Guild because of him and have contact with Li Qingwan and Xiao Qiaoer, gather more information about Yinshang Guild. If he dies, you will be expelled as well. Li Hime said nothing as she turned and melded back into the shadows. Hey, Hime, what are you doing here? Lu Yuan, seated in a carriage, munched on a peach crisp he had purchased from the roadside, gazing out at the scenery while lost in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up at the sight of a familiar figure. He quickly signaled for the carriage to halt. At that moment, Li Hime stood by the roadside, somewhat astonished as she looked at Lu Yuan inside the carriage. Coming to her senses, she lifted a few oil paper bags and said, I came out to buy some peach crisps as snacks for them. Lu Yuan, taken aback, urged, quick, hop on. Beside him, Li Qingwan frowned disapprovingly, clearly displeased at the idea of anyone else riding in her carriage. Firstly, she harbored a strong dislike for these women from Goryeo. Secondly, she had a particular aversion to mingling with those of lower status. The last time Jean Meijing had shared her carriage, Li Qingwan had felt greatly unsettled. Upon hearing Li Qingwan's objection, Lu Yuan turned with a frown, his mouth still full of peach crisp, causing crumbs to scatter within the carriage, prompting an eye roll from Li Qingwan. He then called out to Li Hime outside, come on, hurry up. It's freezing out here. Li Hime glanced at the cold-faced Li Qingwan beside her, feeling somewhat awkward. Seeing her hesitance, Lu Yuan's expression shifted to annoyance as he glared at Li Hime. Are you going to listen to me or her? Ultimately, Li Hime averted her gaze, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes as she softly replied, I'll listen to you. At this, Lu Yuan grinned broadly, exactly. Get in quickly, it's warm inside. Chapter 77, after such a long embrace. It's my turn to hold Lu Yuan. Inside the carriage, Lu Yuan handed some snacks he had purchased earlier to Li Hime, saying, you needn't come out for such matters in the future. You can let others do the buying. While we asked you to look after your younger siblings, we never intended for you to take on the role of a mother. It's freezing today. Just look at how cold your hands are. Li Hime sat opposite Lu Yuan, her head bowed as she replied softly, I'm not cold. Lu Yuan, with a raised eyebrow, stuffed the snacks into her hands, insisting, not cold? Look at your little hands. They're bright red. Li Hime fell silent, glancing at the snacks he had handed her before stealing a shy look at Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan placed a small stove filled with fire spirit stones in front of her, encouraging her to warm up. He held a special regard for these 7 individuals, partly due to his sympathy for their circumstances. He continued, the reason I asked you to look after your sister is that, for now, no one else can interact with them. I fear they may inadvertently hurt someone. Once they learn enough from the gentleman, you need to keep an eye on them. By then, you can just chat with your sister Meijing. Li Hime nodded slightly and responded softly, okay. Soon, everyone arrived home in the carriage. Lu Yuan disembarked first, followed by Li Hime. As for Li Qingwan, she noticed some crumbs of peach crisp that had fallen from Lu Yuan's seat, shot him an admonishing glance, and then followed suit. Later that night, around 8 o'clock, Lu Yuan finally sat down to enjoy a warm meal. After soaking in a hot spring, which was essentially a large pool heated by fire spirit stones, he wiped his hair with a towel while surveying the sumptuous spread before him. Eat up. Why has no one touched their chopsticks? He glanced at Xiao Qiaoer, who was dishing out rice for herself, and couldn't help but smile. Aunt Xiaoer is so good to us. You shouldn't have to serve us. I had just said you shouldn't go out for a few days, yet here you are, spending the whole day outside. Lu Yuan turned to Li Qingwan, perplexed. Aunt Yuan, didn't you mention what we were going to do? As she helped him with his vegetables, Li Yuan replied, I did, but you seemed reluctant. You scolded me for it. Watching Zhao Qiao serve herself while feigning annoyance, Lu Yuan felt a surge of emotion. He embraced Aunt Qiao as soft, ample thigh, burying his face in her fragrant belly. Isn't this all for the Yanhua Society? This bold action elicited a soft gasp from Zhao Qiao. Her beautiful face instantly aflame with embarrassment. You little rascal, you're getting bolder. She chided, glancing around at the others, especially with Li Yuan present. Though she wished to push Lu Yuan away, her heart couldn't bear it. She merely stood there, twisting her voluptuous body and playfully admonishing him. All right. Will you let your aunt eat in peace? Li Yuan observed this scene, blinking her lovely eyes but remaining silent. After dinner, Lu Yuan pulled out paper and pencil to begin sketching. The other 3 women gathered around him, their curiosity piqued. As Lu Yuan illustrated a cable-stayed bridge, he explained its significance to the women. In essence, such bridges are ideally suited for locations where traditional piers cannot be erected, particularly between steep cliffs. While cable-stayed bridges may not match the sturdiness of conventional bridges, they are often used as temporary structures for urgent transportation needs, allowing for rapid construction and completion in under a month. On Earth, these bridges are typically made of steel cables, capable of supporting heavy construction vehicles. However, Lu Yuan only needed to accommodate horse-drawn carriages, limiting traffic to 10 vehicles at a time, thus significantly reducing the required material strength for construction. He continued to sketch and explain to the 3 captivating women beside him, making the concept much easier to grasp with visual aids. Once he completed the drawing and set down his pencil, he declared, For now, we'll make do with this. Let us ensure this year's project is completed. Come spring, we will construct a proper steel bridge. By then, we can easily accommodate hundreds of horse-drawn carriages. Lu Yuan's words ignited a spark in the beautiful eyes of both Li Yuan and Zhao Qiao. We can build an even better one, they thought excitedly. If Lu Yuan could truly bring this to fruition, this bridge would not merely facilitate the Yanhua Society's access to Tyne Mountain. It could grant them dominion over the entire guild landscape of Taining City. For years, Li Yuan and Zhao Qiao had envisioned this moment. After countless schemes and machinations, they had only reached this point, perpetually on guard against other guilds' retaliations. The Yanhua Society had always been at odds with 6 other premier merchant associations. The burden had been exhausting, but now, the advent of this bridge could resolve everything. As the saying goes, schemes cannot achieve great things. Only righteous plans can. Indeed, the bridge would stand as a testament to their resolve. You either cross it or you don't. If you choose not to, the treasures of Tyne Mountain will remain forever out of reach. Your guild will be unable to conduct business. If you do cross, what gives you the right? If you have not fostered good relations with the Yanhua Society, why should you be allowed passage? The land of Hexiong Ridge belonged to the Yanhua Society. The bridge would be theirs to build. From this day forward, who would dare oppose the Yanhua Society in Taining City? Suddenly, a sultry voice, dripping with allure, whispered in Lu Yuan's ear, Yuan. Before he could react, Zhao Qiao enveloped him in a warm embrace, her excitement palpable. The joy in her eyes was nearly overwhelming. Li Yuan, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of happiness but couldn't help but huff in mild annoyance. She had intended to pull Lu Yuan into her embrace as well, but was a moment too late, allowing Zhao Qiao to claim him first. As Zhao Qiao held Lu Yuan tightly, he unabashedly rested his hands upon her irresistibly soft curves. The embrace of Aunt Qiao stirred a delightful shyness within her. Yet she did not release Lu Yuan. Instead, she tightened her hold, as if wishing to envelop him entirely within her being. Lu Yuan, nestled in Aunt Qiao's arms, relished the moment, but remained mindful of more pressing matters. Suddenly, he remarked, There is another matter, Aunt Yuan. We must seek out the old eunuch tomorrow. Li Yuan, feeling a pang of disappointment for not being able to claim Lu Yuan's attention, turned to retrieve the design sketches he had placed on the table. As she scrutinized them, she caught wind of Lu Yuan's declaration. Curiosity piqued, she set the sketches aside and inquired, What do we need the old eunuch for? With one side of his head nestled against Aunt Qiao's ample bosom, Lu Yuan replied earnestly, Those merchant guilds have been scheming to ruin us for some time. We cannot allow them to make the first move. The 3 women exchanged looks of surprise and curiosity, while Lu Yuan, undeterred, shifted from his previous seat to perch atop Aunt Qiao's elegant, shapely leg. Fully absorbing her warmth and intoxicating scent, he continued, They surely intend to sabotage the roads. If they succeed, we would be the first to suffer, and the second would undoubtedly be Eunuch Lu. We should inform him of this situation beforehand. Won't he be furious? Listening to Lu Yuan, the three women nodded slightly in agreement. This was, of course, reasonable. However, Li Qingwan furrowed her brow and remarked, "While it is natural for him to be angry, we have no concrete evidence. It is merely hearsay, and the roads remain intact. The most he can do is warn them against any destruction or else. If that is the case, then we cannot approach the old eunuch. How vexing. Be gentler with Auntie." Zhao Qiao's words were interrupted by a sultry sigh that escaped her lips. She looked reproachfully at Lu Yuan, who seemed to underestimate her feelings, treating her like a mere beast of burden. Yet Lu Yuan, undeterred, shook his head and insisted, "No, we must seek him out. Once we do, the old eunuch will be frantic and will undoubtedly summon these individuals for a discussion. At that point, he will threaten them fiercely, forbidding any destruction of the roads. Moreover, with his limited manpower, he will surely require our assistance in guarding that route. We can feign a lack of personnel, claiming everyone is busy searching for Tianxian gold grass. Ultimately, the responsibility of guarding the road will fall upon those merchant guilds less reliant on the resources of Tyne Mountain. They will have to take it upon themselves to protect the route. At that moment, do you think they would dare to steal from us? I believe that even if given 1,000 chances, they would not risk destroying the road, as that would directly oppose Eunuch Lu. Before his departure, he would ensure that these guilds do not have an easy time." As Lu Yuan spoke, Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao exchanged glances of understanding. "Indeed, if that is the case, we cannot disclose this to Eunuch Lu," they exclaimed in unison. "Moreover, we must devise every possible means to keep this matter from his knowledge. The paramount priority now is to ensure that the cableway bridge remains the sole route to Tyne Mountain. Only by securing this can we solidify the Yinhua Guild's complete control over Taining City. If that previous road still existed, even if it were longer, those guilds with animosity towards us would still choose to take the detour." Loading more content. Please wait. There still exists a second road. However, once that road is destroyed, the cableway bridge becomes the only option, which is of the utmost value. Therefore, how could we seek out Eunuch Lu tomorrow? Not only must we refrain from doing so, but we should also find a way to provide him with a favorable distraction. Unfortunately, being an old eunuch, he is beyond our reach. Otherwise, we could have him ensconced in a brothel, surrounded by courtesans who would attend to him day and night, keeping him oblivious to worldly affairs until that road is obliterated. As Lu Yuan plotted, Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao were left in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Jin Meijing, sitting nearby, blinked in realization. Soon after, Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with understanding. At this moment, Lu Yuan grinned widely. When the time comes, they certainly would not dare to destroy the road. If they did, it would spell their doom at the hands of Eunuch Lu. However, should they refrain from destruction, we can take matters into our own hands. Precisely. Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao grasped the implication. Given their cunning natures, they should have recognized it sooner. Yet, their focus had been solely on the cableway bridge, causing them to overlook this crucial detail. Indeed, now that the cableway bridge exists, it is not a matter of whether the Yuhua Guild wishes to destroy the road. It is a matter of the Yinhua Guild's intent to do so. When they receive their orders, if the road is destroyed under their watch, the old eunuch will certainly hold them accountable. Of course, with the cableway bridge established, it would only be a matter of time before the Yinhua Guild dealt with these individuals. However, this would need to be approached gradually, over the course of a year or two. Yet, this group of people might still cause trouble during that time. If the old eunuch were to intervene, it could be resolved swiftly. As the group contemplated the implications, Li Qingwan suddenly stood up, wrapping her arms around Lu Yuan, and looked at the bemused Zhao Qiao, saying sweetly, "Enough already. You've held him for quite some time. It's my turn to have a moment with Lu Yuan." Chapter 78. Harm Brother? Eliminate him. In the dead of night, within the eastern chamber, the table lamp illuminated Lu Yuan's focused figure. Leaning over the desk, he diligently sketched designs, this time deviating from bridges to machine tools, specifically machinery for manufacturing bolt-action rifles and their ammunition. Lu Yuan remained steadfast in his pursuit of the bolt-action rifle. Why not leap directly to automatic rifles, or perhaps begin with semi-automatic models like the Type 56 or the Garand? After all, Lu Yuan had previously asserted that firearms were relatively simple to construct. The true challenge lay in the ammunition. He pondered, realizing that it was best to release these items gradually. Firearms, by their nature, would eventually draw the attention of the authorities. Ultimately, These would have to be surrendered to the government. However, the government was secondary to the paramount concern, the border troops. The border troops in question were not those from the remote towns of Goryeo, but rather the forces stationed north of Taining City, beyond the Taiyuan Mountains specifically. The Liaodong border troops. This formidable contingent, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, stood sentinel against the northernmost Roshan Empire and the western Timur nomadic dynasty. The Liaodong border troops were among the most elite of the Divine Ling Empire's military, ensuring peace beyond the borders. Lu Yuan's bolt-action rifle represented a significant technological advancement for this era. Would the Liaodong border troops be inclined to procure such weaponry? Certainly. Lu Yuan possessed a sense of patriotic duty and recognized that the tranquility beyond the borders depended heavily on these troops. He would not profit excessively from the border military. Yet their demand would be substantial. Even if not all 100,000 Liaodong border troops were equipped with bolt-action rifles, at the very least. The Liaodong Iron Cavalry, one of the Empire's 3 elite forces, would certainly be fully outfitted. Moreover, ammunition was a consumable necessity. Purchasing rifles without ammunition rendered them mere sticks for kindling. In summary, substantial profits could be gleaned from this venture. However, Lu Yuan contemplated that this business arrangement could not allow him to reap continuous benefits. Typically, the border troops would eventually seek the technology for themselves, establishing production within their own barracks. After all, relying solely on purchases from Lu Yuan offered little opportunity for corruption, as prices were transparent. Conversely, manufacturing in-house would introduce myriad factors such as material and labor costs, creating ample room for exploitation. To safeguard against this, he resolved not to divulge all his technological secrets. Once the border troops had sufficiently developed their bolt-action rifles, Lu Yuan could then introduce semi-automatics. Following that, he would progress to fully automatic weapons and ultimately, light and heavy machine guns. Continuous technological innovation was imperative. Above all, maintaining an ongoing relationship with the border troops was essential. In this frontier region, who held the most power? It was not the local governors or officials, nor the guilds, but rather the border military. Their words carried more weight than those of the emperor himself, representing true authority. This realization struck Lu Yuan as he reflected on the recent conversation regarding the elderly eunuch. This eunuch was merely a procurement officer for the imperial kitchen, a position of modest significance within the grand scheme of the royal household. Yet, in local matters, such a minor procurement officer wielded considerable influence, rendering the most prestigious guilds in the area powerless in comparison. Go to sleep. You need not stay up for me. Lu Yuan softly urged as he glanced at Jean Meijing beside him. She reclined against the desk, one hand cradling her delicate chin while the other fanned Lu Yuan with a fire spirit stone fan. Upon seeing his face turn toward her, Jean Meijing's eyes sparkled with warmth, but she shook her head gently. After all, with Li Qingwan awake today, Aunt Xiao had no reason to remain in the eastern chamber. Lu Yuan had initially intended to retire for the night, but was reminded that he would soon venture into the mountains to gather spiritual materials. He needed to finalize the designs for the machine tools, ensuring that upon their return from the mountains, production could ramp up promptly. As Lu Yuan worked, Jean Meijing remained alert, having moved a small stool closer to keep him company. He couldn't help but find her adorable and playfully pinched her cheek. Surprised at first, Jean Meijing's expression quickly transformed into one of delight at his affectionate gesture, leaning in closer to him, much like a regal Persian cat. "Why are you still awake?" A soft knock announced the entrance of Aunt Xiao, draped in a luxurious fur shawl. "Aunt Xiao, why are you still awake?" Zhao Qiao approached Lu Yuan, her elegantly manicured fingers brushing his neck as she spoke softly. "I had a nap, but upon seeing your light still on, I came to check on you. Regarding the machine tools for the rifles, we are soon to venture into the mountains, and I thought it prudent to prepare ahead of time." Seeing this exchange, Zhao Qiao's heart ached for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan chuckled in response to her concern. "Your words imply that I labor tirelessly every day. I'm merely sketching a design. The concepts are already in my mind. It won't take long to complete, and besides, we're family." Nodding gently at his words, Zhao Qiao found a chair and settled beside him. Lu Yuan was about to suggest she rest, but before he could speak, the door swung open once more. Li Qingwan entered, cradling a steaming bowl of soup. This was freshly made in the kitchen. "You should eat something." Setting the bowl on the desk, it revealed wontons garnished with scallions and seaweed. Lu Yuan blinked in surprise. "I'll eat once I finish. It won't be long." Just a little more before he could finish his sentence, Li Qingwan, holding the bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other, lifted a large wonton to his lips, raising an eyebrow in silent command. "Open your mouth." Lu Yuan, taken aback, blinked in astonishment at this unexpected act of care. The following morning, around 8 or 9 o'clock, it was expected that Li Qingwan would seek out the elderly eunuch. However, during breakfast, they received word that the eunuch had sent someone to summon her. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan naturally accompanied her. Upon arriving at the grand estate of the eunuch, they were met with the sight of carriages nearly blocking the road, each more opulent than the last, each belonging to the leaders of various guilds. After alighting, they inquired about the commotion, learning that someone had alerted the eunuch to the possibility of the only route into the mountains being destroyed. Consequently, she had summoned everyone for a meeting. Clearly, this was not the work of the Yinxiang Guild or any of the smaller guilds reliant on them, as Lu Yuan had only decided to inform the eunuch of this matter the night prior. As for who is responsible, it can only be attributed to the 6 leading guilds. It appears that these individuals are not entirely united. Each guild harbors its own secrets and agendas, and if they were truly cohesive, the Yinxiang Guild would not have systematically encroached upon such vast territories over the past 15 years. Perhaps this is for the best, as it simplifies matters. Ultimately, Lu Yuan carried 2 bags of peach pastries and a packet of red dates while following Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao towards the grand estate. Observing the swaying figures of Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao ahead, Lu Yuan contemplated how to enhance the moment with a touch of flair. At that moment, Jin Meijing walked at the rear of the group, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Occasionally, her gaze fell upon the graceful Li Qingwan striding at the forefront. A sense of unease creeping over her. There was something distinctly different about this woman, an unsettling aura that had previously gone unnoticed. In their past encounters, Jin Meijing had felt no particular trepidation towards Li Qingwan. Even if she was not an equal, she had confidence in her ability to escape. However, the situation had changed drastically. Jin Meijing, having recently acquired a supreme physique from Lu Yuan, felt as if she had ascended to the level of a Grand Master. Such a formidable enhancement led her to perceive Li Qingwan with newfound apprehension. It could only be concluded that Li Qingwan had indeed reached the status of a Grand Master. Jin Meijing found no surprise in this revelation, especially after her previous conversation with Zhao Qiao, who had also attained a supreme physique. Given Li Qingwan's kindness towards Lu Yuan, it was reasonable to assume she, too, had gained something extraordinary. With this newfound power, combined with her already exceptional abilities, Li Qingwan had transformed into a formidable Grandmaster. However, it seemed that her version of Grandmaster was unlike any other. Years prior, Jin Meijing had encountered Grandmasters, yet the pressure exerted by Li Qingwan was utterly distinct, almost terrifying, bordering on despair. It was peculiar. One could surmise that Li Qingwan's Grandmaster status was not of the ordinary kind. Jin Meijing struggled to articulate her thoughts further. Currently, there were only 6 Grand Masters beyond the pass, and the common populace knew little about them. A piercing gaze swept over Jin Meijing, who was momentarily lost in thought, and a flicker of disdain appeared in Li Qingwan's eyes. After all, this individual had nearly taken her life, and Li Qingwan was known for her grudges, which she had not forgotten. "Aunt Qingwan, what does your glare at Meijing signify? We are family now. There is no need for discord among us," Lu Yuan interjected. Glancing at Li Qingwan, snapping back to reality, Li Qingwan shifted her gaze from Jin Meijing to Lu Yuan, rolling her eyes in response. "Look at you, playing the protector. Is it not permissible for an aunt to cast a glance?" Lu Yuan chuckled and remarked, "What you are doing is merely looking. What you are doing is staring. The matters of the past have become mere memories. Let us not trouble Meijing, as we are indeed one family." How ironic it is to call her so endearingly after only a few days together. Subsequently, Li Qingwan abruptly halted her steps, her delicate hand reaching atop her head. A resplendent golden hairpin materialized in her grasp. With an expression devoid of emotion, she extended the exquisite pin towards Jin Meijing, stating, "This is a gift for you." Ever since she attained the supreme insight, yesterday, it felt as though enlightenment had struck her like a thunderbolt. The accumulation of nearly 30 years of cultivation, which began at the age of 8 when she entered the realm of celestial masters, had led to a moment of profound clarity, as if the meridians of her body had been unblocked. In that instant, Li Qingwan's cultivation soared to unimaginable heights, a level of terror that even she struggled to comprehend. Yet, the questions that had been resolved were not merely cast aside, they required further contemplation and deeper understanding. Logically, Li Qingwan should enter seclusion now. to refine her newfound knowledge and elevate her prowess to unprecedented levels. However, with the imminent journey into the mountains to gather spiritual essence, she could not afford to retreat into solitude. Instead, she adopted a semi-secluded approach, engaging in cultivation during her free moments, ready to awaken at the slightest disturbance. Consequently, during their expedition, Yuan could not constantly safeguard Yuan, unless he remained within her line of sight at all times. Yet, given her understanding of Yuan, she knew this was a formidable challenge, as he was not one to be easily restrained. Thus, for Yuan's sake, albeit reluctantly, Yuan chose to yield first. At that moment, Jean Meijing, confronted with the golden hairpin placed before her, glanced away dismissively, asserting, "I do not require your gift. I am not your subordinate. I will certainly protect Yuan, for his life holds greater value than my own." The atmosphere turned somewhat tense, but it did not linger for long. As Yuan promptly seized the hairpin from Yuan's hand, he then turned to Jean Meijing and commanded, "By your head." To Jean Meijing, Yuan's words were akin to a royal decree. She obediently inclined her head, while Yuan proceeded to insert the hairpin into her coiled hair, adding, "And Yuan is simply like this. Her heart is kind, though her words may lack sweetness." Having said this, Yuan took Jean Meijing's hand in one of his, and Yuan's in the other, leading them both forward. Naturally, Jean Meijing felt a surge of joy at being held by Yuan. As for Yuan, she too felt a sense of happiness. However, this woman was inherently proud and aloof. Even though she bore no resistance within, she feigned disdain, lightly huffing. "You just touched the peach pastry, and without washing your hands, you come to hold my hand." As she spoke, she gently shook her delicate hand, as if attempting to dislodge his grip. Yet, Yuan held on firmly, and Yuan had no intention of truly freeing herself. Merely putting on an act, she allowed him to lead her. At that moment, Zhao Qiao stood by, her expression filled with confusion. "What about me? How did you manage to stand out on your own?" In no time, the group arrived at the entrance of the grand estate. There was no need for an announcement. The four of them entered directly. At that moment, the open courtyard was teeming with guests. Rows of chairs had been set up, nearly all occupied, comprising those who had attended the banquet for the venerable eunuch at the Yusher restaurant. Almost everyone was present. The venerable eunuch sat prominently in the center. Yuan quickly took a few steps forward, placing the peach crisps and biscuits he had brought before the venerable eunuch. Was this all he intended to offer? Indeed. This is all that is offered. Hey, who inquired of you? This matter indeed requires some finesse. For an ordinary household visiting friends, it is customary to present modest gifts such as peach crisps or cookies, which convey a sense of intimacy. Moreover, in the eyes of the old eunuch, Yuan is simply a humble and honest impoverished youth. If Yuan were to present something of great value, it would surely undermine his carefully cultivated persona. "Ah, today, you little one have also arrived." The expression of the old eunuch was not particularly pleasant, yet upon seeing Yuan, he raised his voice and inquired. Yuan, with a face full of innocence, repeatedly nodded and replied, "A few days ago, I received the esteemed favor of the master, and thus it is only right that I come to express my gratitude. In the past, there was no opportunity, but today, with the gracious guidance of the esteemed lady, I have come." Listening to Yuan's words, the old eunuch nodded slightly but did not elaborate further. Normally, he would have engaged in a few exchanges with Yuan. But at this moment, the eunuch was not in the mood for such pleasantries. With a gentle gesture, she pointed to the adjacent chair, inviting Yuan and his companions to take their seats. What followed was a period of anticipation, waiting for all the guild leaders from Taining City to arrive. Approximately half an hour later, Jean Meijing, seated beside Yuan, suddenly lowered her head slightly. In her palm lay a jade pendant, emanating a faint blue glow. Upon seeing this pendant, Jean Meijing turned to Yuan and said, "You cat and you dog have already buried the explosives." Hearing her words, Yuan leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs and nodding slightly. To sabotage the road, one must act swiftly to plant the explosives. After all, waiting for the old eunuch to finish his meeting would render the task impossible, as the members of the Yuhui would then be too intimidated to act, and numerous guards would be dispatched to secure the route. This moment presented the perfect opportunity. However, Yuan was reluctant to send the two young girls, "You cat and you dog," to execute this task. Truthfully, he felt uneasy about involving them in such activities, as it seemed akin to exploiting their abilities. Yet this morning, when Xiao Yi and Yuan Yi were preparing to send someone, Jean Meijing unexpectedly suggested that the two girls be the ones to go. Firstly, they would not attract attention due to their innocent appearances. More importantly, these two girls were exceptionally skilled at such undertakings. Entrusting them with this responsibility was indeed a sound decision. As for Lu Yuan's feeling of guilt for using the two girls, Jin Meijing had stated something that resonated with him. Should they truly be destined for a mundane life, marrying ordinary men and raising children, believing that this would guarantee their happiness? Once those words left her lips, Lu Yuan found himself speechless. What kind of world was this? It was a bizarre world. If they possessed such talents, why not continue to hone them? Why impose upon them a conventional upbringing, as he had envisioned for children in his mind? Wasn't that rather peculiar? After all, this was not Earth. His only duty was to cultivate their thinking to be akin to that of ordinary individuals, without subjecting them to the oppressive control of those guilds. Of course, whether this reasoning was merely a justification for utilizing the two girls was subjective. At the very least, Lu Yuan believed that his actions were justified. Now, let us revisit the scene from 2 hours prior. Brother, if we bury the explosives, will you give my big dog some meat? Yu Dog inquired, her innocent gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, Yu Cat tugged at Lu Yuan's pant leg, her eyes wide with longing as she pleaded, Brother, I want my cat to have fish instead. In response to their requests, Lu Yuan assured them with utmost seriousness. Even if you do not bury the explosives, your cats and dogs will still have fish and meat to eat, just the same. The task I set for you is to harm others, but only because those individuals have harmed me first. So, will you help me retaliate? As Lu Yuan finished speaking, Yu Cat and Yu Dog paused momentarily, seemingly processing his words. Soon after, their innocent expressions vanished. Harm, brother? Let us take him down. Their demeanor shifted to one of danger. Observing this transformation, Jin Meijing felt a sense of satisfaction and handed over a space pouch, also known as a shumi bag. And so, the events transpired as follows. The pendant's blue glow signified the successful completion of their task. Meanwhile, in another corner of the courtyard, Zhu Dequan reclined in his chair, legs crossed, puffing on a cigarette. The smoke caused those nearby to cough, but upon realizing it was Zhu Dequan, they dared not voice their discomfort. Soon enough, a figure appeared behind Zhu Dequan, whispering urgently in his ear. I just received word that the two young girls from the Yanhua Guild have entered. However, they are quite vigilant and have vanished without a trace. What shall we do? Should we send people to search thoroughly? Upon hearing this, a smug smile crept across Zhu Dequan's face, and he waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for concern. Withdraw everyone. I have my own plans. The informant nodded and quickly departed. Zhu Dequan, feeling quite pleased with himself, began to swing his crossed legs. He had anticipated this development. Earlier that morning, he received news that a team from the Yanhua Guild had swiftly passed through that route, heading straight for the Tyne Mountain Range. Although he was uncertain of their intentions, he was aware that the Yanhua Guild had purchased land in the Hexiong Ridge area. While he couldn't fathom how the Yanhua Guild could construct a bridge there for cart passage, he recalled that Lu Yuan and Li Qingwan had visited Hexiong Ridge recently. Zhu Dequan harbored a deep-seated wariness of Lu Yuan. Piecing together all this information, Zhu Dequan, not being a fool, began to form a hypothesis. As for why he chose not to intervene with the two young girls, allowing them to plant explosives instead, it was because he wanted the Yanhua Guild to blow up. Once today's meeting concluded, and the Yanhua Guild was obliterated, he would capture the two young girls and present them before the old eunuch. Loading more content. Please wait. At that moment, the Yanhua Guild would be in dire straits. But who would apprehend these two girls? Despite their youth, they were formidable. After all, surviving in such a guild required a certain level of talent. If they were foolish and lacked ability, they would have been discarded long ago by the likes of the Goryeo guilds. Not to mention, the escape and concealment skills of these two girls were exceptional. The area was vast, and even if they couldn't find their way out, they could easily hide anywhere. Where would one even begin to search? Jailing Peak. This was one of the essential routes into the Tyne Mountain Range. Look, this is what Brother Lu Yuan gave me, Yu Cat exclaimed. Seated within a dark cave, a hibernating black bear nearby, its body stained with blood, lying silently. Yu Cat sat atop the massive bear, holding a fruit in her bloodied hands. Dummy, don't talk. We must stay silent from now on, or we'll be discovered, Yu Dog whispered urgently. Upon hearing this, Yu Cat quickly sealed her lips. Then, she jumped down from the bear and stuffed a piece of fruit into her mouth. Moving to Yu Dog's side, she placed another piece into her mouth as well. After a flurry of activity, both girls suddenly fell silent. Yu Cat brandished a dagger, while Yu Dog wielded a short blade, both still stained with the bear's blood. The faint sounds outside grew increasingly close, and the expressions of Yuan and Yu-Dog turned tense as they gripped their weapons tightly. Soon, the subtle noise outside came to a halt, followed by a rustling sound. A gap opened at the cave entrance, light spilling into the darkness. The moment the light shone in, Yuan and Yu-Dog sprang into action, only to suddenly halt mid-motion. Their expressions brightened as they gazed towards the entrance. They sheathed their weapons and joyfully dashed toward the light, and the face that greeted them was none other than. It was indeed the cold and exquisite visage of Li Hame. "Sister, have you come to fulfill a task as well?" The two young girls joyfully dashed toward Li Hame. "Ah, ah." Two cries of pain resounded in succession. Chapter 79. Something seems off. Meanwhile, in the city of Taining, events began to unfold just as Lu Yuan had anticipated. The old eunuch was livid, his face contorted with rage. It was well known that someone harbored ill intentions towards him. Clenching his fingers, he pointed at the gathered crowd, his voice seething with anger. The tremor in his hand was evident as he shattered his teacup on the ground, exclaiming, "Let me be clear. Do not misinterpret my words. If anything happens to me, I will ensure that those responsible are brought to justice. None of you will escape unscathed." In truth, the old eunuch was not a particularly astute individual. His current authority allowed him to shout with such fervor. Soon, the proceedings unfolded much like Lu Yuan had envisioned. The eunuch began selecting guilds to guard the road, and selecting individuals was not a challenging task. It was clear who bore a grudge against the Yinxiang Guild and which families relied on the resources of Tying Mountain. Thus, the three leading guilds were designated for the task. The eunuch's intentions were straightforward. "You go, you guard. If this road is compromised, all three of your guilds will suffer the consequences." As for whether this was too risky, assigning the very guilds that intended to destroy the road to safeguard it, this was not folly. In fact, it was a calculated move to instill fear in those guilds. By sending them, the eunuch demonstrated his awareness of who sought to destroy the road. Failing to involve them would have posed a genuine threat, as they would act without restraint. With all three guilds working together, they could expose one another's misdeeds. This was indeed the optimal strategy. At that moment, the guild leaders bowed their heads in acceptance of the order. The other two leaders harbored deep resentment towards Zhu Dequan. They sensed the peril of the situation. What if outsiders attempted to sabotage their efforts, or if Zhu Dequan had ulterior motives? It could spell disaster for them. After considerable time had passed, the harrowing tirade of the eunuch finally came to an end around 11 or noon. The crowd rose from their seats to bid farewell to the eunuch. For others, this was merely a matter of routine. But for the three guilds chosen to guard the road, it was a significant affair. From this point forward, should anything go amiss, all three guilds would bear the brunt of the fallout. As the leaders exited, one of them turned to Zhu Dequan, barely containing his fury. "You've put us in a dire situation. If anything happens to this road, you know the consequences all too well." To their indignant outcry, Zhu Dequan remained unfazed. What is there to panic about? He glanced at his pocket watch, noting it was 12:15. There's no rush. We have 45 minutes. At 1 o'clock, there will be a resounding explosion from the direction of Tying Mountain. Although the distance from Taining was considerable, the sight of a mountain collapsing would be unmistakable. Once that peak crumbled, access to Tying Mountain would be severed, necessitating months of reconstruction. However, this was inconsequential. The key issue was that the two small-time guild members would be apprehended by Li Hame. A mere inquiry by the eunuch would reveal their affiliation with the Yinxiang Guild. At that juncture, perhaps Lu Yuan, the cunning youth, would find a way to construct a bridge anew. But how long would that take? Surely, a year or two at the very least. Regardless, the eunuch's influence would be diminished, and he would not spare the Yinxiang Guild. Zhu Dequan's smug demeanor caused the other two guild leaders to exchange uneasy glances. What was this sudden shift in his behavior? Yet, Zhu Dequan paid them no heed. In the next moment, he feigned panic and ran toward the courtyard, shouting, "Eunuch, trouble is brewing. A grave crisis has arisen. The Yinxiang Guild has sent assassins to destroy the road." His shrill voice echoed throughout the courtyard, causing the remaining leaders to freeze in shock, observing Zhu Dequan's frantic display. At this time, Lu Yuan and his companions had yet to leave the premises. Zhu Dequan's antics tightened the hearts of Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiaoer. The mansion was in lockdown. Everyone, including Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiaoer, stared in disbelief at Zhu Dequan. Drenched in sweat and panic, he addressed the increasingly alarmed eunuch. "Eunuch, we have just received news that the Yinxiang Guild has dispatched 2 assassins to sabotage the road. It is absolutely true. We have already dispatched personnel to intervene, but I cannot guarantee their arrival in time. Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan's face contorted in anger. Zhu, how far will you go with your lies? Who doesn't he know that the Yinxiang Guild owes its current status to its imperial merchant identity? If we were to destroy the road, we would be sealing our own doom. Zhao Qiaoer chimed in sharply. I suspect it is your Yuhua Guild that seeks to destroy the road. And now you wish to shift the blame onto us. Zhu Dequan, clearly prepared, swiftly retrieved a series of singed documents from his bag. He hastily presented them to the still reeling eunuch, asserting, Eunuch, we speak no falsehoods. These are documents from the Goryeo Wanmin Guild. The operatives dispatched are numbered 263 and 264. This is irrefutable evidence. The Yinxiang Guild still has several female assassins from the Wanmin Guild. We must immediately send someone to Zhao Qiaoer's residence to locate those two missing individuals, including her. With this revelation, Zhu Dequan aimed to compel the eunuch to send agents to Zhao Qiaoer's home to uncover the assassins. This was no secret. Should they proceed, it would quickly become apparent that the two missing individuals were indeed absent. Otherwise, if they denied involvement later, it would lead to complications. Without hesitation, the eunuch gestured for his subordinates to act. He then raised the stack of documents, gazing sternly at Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiaoer, demanding, Speak. There is no need for further explanations from you two. At that moment, Jean Meijing stepped forward to narrate the entire sequence of events, including the initial intent to eliminate Li Qingwan. Naturally, she omitted any mention of Lu Yuan and his exploits, as those details were of no concern to the eunuch. The Yinchuang Association will nurture whatever assassins it desires, and this has nothing to do with the old eunuch. I ask you, where are those two youngest Korean assassins now? Have they gone to destroy the roads? The old eunuch's voice immediately turned furious. This was indeed the matter he cared about most. Jean Meijing shook her head and replied, I do not know. They pursue pleasure at their whims, wandering wherever their hearts desire each day. Just as Jean Meijing finished speaking, Zhu Dequan suddenly sneered, Stop pretending. They have indeed gone to ruin the roads. You're not aware, are you? Li Hame is one of my people. I am fully aware of your every move. It is regrettable, though, that we did not realize your audacity to frame us to the extent of disregarding the eunuch's path of survival. As Zhu Dequan concluded, he displayed an expression of heartfelt sorrow, gazing at the old eunuch with a look of remorse. Oh, esteemed eunuch, this matter is truly unjust to us. Yet we never anticipated that they would dare to be so bold. They have even forsaken their royal merchant status merely to ensnare our guilds. Of course, we can understand their motives. After all, if our guilds were to fall, the Yinchuang Association could easily establish itself in Taining City without the need for royal merchant identity. However, your cruelty is excessive. You may forfeit the royal merchant status, but what of the eunuch? Oh, dear eunuch, we are truly sorry. Should our people fail to arrive in time, please do not hold it against us. It is but a performance, is it not? Who cannot act? Only you, Lu Yuan. Excellent theatrics, correct? Zhu Dequan feigned wiping away tears with his sleeve, casting a smug glance at Lu Yuan. However, upon noticing Lu Yuan, a sudden unease gripped Zhu Dequan. Something feels amiss. At that moment, Zhu Dequan observed Lu Yuan lounging nonchalantly, legs crossed, holding a peach crisp in hand, cheeks bulging like a hamster. It appeared that Lu Yuan was indeed hungry, having been summoned here before he could eat his breakfast. After listening to the old eunuch's tirade for the entire morning, he decided to snack on the peach crisp. Zhu Dequan, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. This does not seem quite right, does it? Lu Yuan had also noticed the gaze Zhu Dequan cast upon him. Blinking, he then extended the peach crisp towards the bewildered Zhu Dequan and asked, Would you like some? Chapter 80. The unforeseen betrayal. Could it be? Could it truly be that Li Hame has betrayed us? Impossible. How could Lu Yuan, in such a brief span, sway her loyalty? Moreover, both Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiaoer displayed unmistakable shock on their faces, clearly indicating their belief that Li Hame was firmly on their side. They were entirely oblivious to the truth. As Zhu Dequan gazed at Lu Yuan in bewilderment, Lu Yuan stood up and, without hesitation, stuffed the remaining half of his peach crisp into Zhu Dequan's mouth, nearly dislodging his front teeth. Subsequently, Lu Yuan approached the furious elderly eunuch, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Your Excellency, the Yinxiang Guild would never sabotage its own path. That is utterly inconceivable. Furthermore, there is no need for alarm. The Empress and the Third Lady have already made contingency plans regarding any potential destruction of the route, anticipating that certain individuals may harbor malicious intentions. While dealing with the Yinxiang Guild is manageable, the same cannot be said for you. Your Excellency, rest assured, even if that singular route were to be destroyed, the Yinxiang Guild possesses the means to access Tyne Mountain. At Lu Yuan's words, the eunuch's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is that so? In that moment, he was unconcerned with the internal squabbles of the guilds. His sole desire was the Tianxian gold mushroom. As for everything else, he was indifferent. Possessing the means to access Tyne Mountain. Upon regaining his composure, the eunuch grasped Lu Yuan's arm with fervor, his fingers turning pale from the intensity of his grip. The three women present couldn't help but furrow their brows at the sight. Lu Yuan, however, smiled at the eunuch and said, Your Excellency, let us discuss this in the inner chamber. Without hesitation, the eunuch pulled Lu Yuan towards the inner room. As they neared the entrance, Lu Yuan glanced back at the bewildered Zhu Dequan. One cannot merely rely on theatrics. One must also possess eloquence. And mere eloquence is insufficient. One must articulate swiftly. Judging by Zhu Dequan's earlier rhetoric, it was evident that he might have been aware of the possibility of bridging the gap. If he had revealed his plan first, the narrative would have shifted entirely, leading the people of Taining City to believe that the Yinxiang Guild was responsible for the destruction of the route. Should the news of the guild's intent to construct a bridge to control access to Tyne Mountain spread, the guild's reputation would suffer immensely. Lu Yuan had originally envisioned a scenario where, around 8 or 9 o'clock tonight, two young girls, Mao and Go, would blow up the route, followed by handling Zhu Dequan and the other two guilds. By the time the tale of the destruction reached the ears of the citizens, the entire city would be in a frenzy, with guilds, common folk, and even officials, along with the elderly eunuch, becoming increasingly anxious. That route? It's vital. It's our lifeline. At that critical moment, Lu Yuan would unveil his bridge proposal, claiming that the Yinxiang Guild, in the interest of the citizens of Taining City, the eunuch, and the officials, had invested heavily to procure a designer from the country of Luocha to construct a bridge, one that would be completed in just half a month. Imagine the all-win. In their most desperate hour, the Yinxiang Guild presented such a solution. What would this be perceived as if not a miraculous salvation? The esteem of the Yinxiang Guild in Taining City would soar to divine heights. The citizens would undoubtedly revere the guild as a deity. As for why Lu Yuan would not claim the design as his own, fearing repercussions from the higher-ups, that was certainly not the case. The guild had invested a considerable sum of silver, over hundreds of thousands, to secure a safe passage for the citizens of Taining City. They could not afford to incur losses. Surely, no one would be so heartless as to let the guild suffer. Hence, the Yinxiang Guild would not only build but also reasonably collect tolls, a perfectly justifiable course of action. This was the best rationale imaginable. Nothing could surpass it. Of course, even without this justification, they could enforce tolls, for it was indeed the only route. Will you come or not? I ask you, do you not hear me? While this course of action was feasible, the potential conflict arose from the juxtaposition of the Yinxiang Guild's noble intentions for the people of Taining City with the subsequent collection of tolls. 1 silver tael per person. No payment? Then leave. Who do you think you are? Such a scenario could prove problematic. However, Lu Yuan had meticulously planned every detail, ensuring that everything was accounted for. Yet, Zhu Dequan's sudden intervention, particularly concerning Li Hemei's allegiance to him, caught Lu Yuan entirely off guard. Indeed, Lu Yuan was unaware. Before Zhu Dequan spoke, Lu Yuan had no inkling whatsoever. Perhaps he had become overly reliant on the system. No danger indicators had appeared concerning Li Hemei, leading Lu Yuan to be entirely unguarded. To be fair, Lu Yuan was merely an ordinary individual, not one possessed of deep cunning. Since Zhu Dequan had broached the topic beforehand, he also informed the elderly eunuch. To placate the eunuch, Lu Yuan had no choice but to mention the bridge project. Given that Li Hemei was under Zhu Dequan's influence, and considering her formidable nature, it was plausible she had already engaged Mao and Go. Would they be in danger? Absolutely not. While Lu Yuan may not be particularly scheming, he was not naive. He had contingencies in place. Mao and Go would face no peril. Fast forward to around 8 or 9 o'clock that morning at Jailing Peak. Wah, it hurts. Woo woo woo. Mao and Go sat on the ground, clutching their right cheeks, weeping profusely. Their sorrow was palpable, tears flowed freely, and their noses were red. It was no wonder the two young girls were so distraught. Just moments ago, Li Hemei had struck them with unrelenting ferocity. As they charged forward, Li Hemei had swiftly delivered a slap to each, her strength nearly spinning them around on the spot. The pain had elicited immediate cries from the girls, whose sobs were beyond consolation. Naturally, Li Hemei had no intention of soothing them. Standing at the cave's entrance with a stoic expression, she coldly addressed the two girls. Have I not instructed you that anyone who poses a threat to your mission must be dealt with ruthlessly? Two young girls covered their faces with their hands, weeping as they looked at Li Hame, stammering, But you are our sister. Li Hame, with a stoic expression, dismissed their plea and extended her hand, stating coldly, more content loading. Please wait. Where is the detonator? At that moment, a cat stood up, tearfully approaching Li Hame, revealing a detonator made of fire spirit stone in its hands. Subsequently, the cat, while still covering its face and sobbing, placed the detonator into Li Hame's hand. Slap. Another sharp sound echoed as Li Hame struck the other side of the cat's face. At this point, the cat was utterly stunned, unable to muster even a cry. Holding the detonator, Li Hame continued with an icy demeanor. I have always stated that everything should prioritize Lu Yuan's words. What is the purpose of your presence here? How could you forget such an important task entrusted to you by Lu Yuan? Can this be given to outsiders? The two little girls were completely bewildered by Li Hame's demeanor. Being young and not quite like normal children, their minds were utterly confused. They stared blankly at Li Hame, unable to comprehend why their normally caring sister suddenly treated them this way. After a few seconds, Li Hame's cold expression gradually softened. Finally, she sighed softly, and a hint of tenderness appeared on her icy face, saying, This is the last lesson I can teach you. The two little girls, cat and dog, hesitated, still feeling unnerved by the recent bizarre events. However, Li Hame's gentle demeanor vanished as she coldly commanded, Why are you still here? Hurry up and leave. In the next moment, cat and dog scrambled to their feet and swiftly darted towards the direction of Taining City. Once they vanished from sight, Li Hame held the detonator in one hand and a pocket watch in the other, waiting in silence. It wasn't long, perhaps just half a minute, before Li Hame suddenly stowed her items and sprang up, a dagger appearing in her hand as she turned alertly towards her back. Upon seeing the figure approaching, Li Hame's eyes widened in astonishment. It was none other than Jean Meijing. How can it be you? You shouldn't be in that old eunuch's courtyard, should you? Li Hame stammered, taken aback by Jean Meijing's sudden appearance. It was impossible. Li Hame had personally witnessed Jean Meijing enter the carriage and leave with Lu Yuan. It could not be mistaken. Jean Meijing approached Li Hame, expressionless, stepping through the snow with a chilling tone. Yes, I am there, in a false form. Upon hearing this, Li Hame's legs weakened, her face filled with utter terror. A spirit double. But isn't that a technique only legendary grandmasters can wield? Li Hame was overwhelmed with dread. Jean Meijing, however, stated flatly, I believe I have already attained the level of a grandmaster. Li Hame was left completely dumbfounded. A 30-year-old grandmaster. Surely, this was a jest. It was impossible. The most talented individual historically was Li Qingwan. Even she was only 36 this year, and not yet a complete grandmaster. How could you be here? Have I been discovered? Did Lu Yuan send you? Li Hame completely lost her will to resist. If Jean Meijing had her original strength, Li Hame could still flee. But now, with the slightest movement of her finger, click, the detonator was already in Jean Meijing's hand. As she examined the detonator, Jean Meijing calmly remarked, Do not overthink this. Lu Yuan trusts you. The reason I am here is simply because Lu Yuan was concerned about the two children and sent me to check on them. Encountering you is merely a coincidence. Hearing this, Li Hame, who had been frozen in place, felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. Jean Meijing then raised the detonator, coldly fixing her gaze on Li Hame. What is your objective? Li Hame glanced at Jean Meijing, then at the detonator in her hand, suddenly asking, Can the detonator be returned to me? Jean Meijing paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Finally, as Li Hame received the detonator, she simply sat down on the ground, utterly exhausted and unwilling to speak. In any case, I have no intentions of harming Lu Yuan or any of you, she said. Gazing into the distant forested expanse, her face etched with weariness, Jean Meijing remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. Are you attempting to immerse yourself in this situation? That is too reckless. You only need to inform Lu Yuan in advance and clarify your identity. More content loading. Please wait. Why resort to such measures? Jean Meijing expressed confusion, believing that this situation did not necessitate such drastic actions. Given that Li Hame's heart was already aligned with their side, she could have simply clarified her identity in advance for mutual discussion. Presently, however, the cost of this approach was too great. If Li Hame intended to confront Zhu Dequan, she would ultimately face execution. Yet this outcome could have been entirely avoided. There was no need for such self-sacrifice. It was a complete waste of her life. There was no meaning to it. Li Hame quietly gazed at the vast snowy forest, remaining silent. Jean Meijing, frowning slightly, continued to ponder aloud. Is it possible you hadn't thought this through before, and only recently came to this conclusion? Or did you suddenly realize upon seeing cat and dog? After a moment's contemplation, Jean Meijing shook her head repeatedly. No, that doesn't make sense. You've been back to Taining City for several days. You must have met with Zhu Dequan privately. Moreover, you are aware of Lu Yuan's firearms in Goryeo, the revival of my rabbit, and the elixirs provided to you. Yet, you have not disclosed any of this to Zhu Dequan. Otherwise, if Zhu Dequan were aware, Taining City would not be so tranquil. This indicates that your heart has been with us all along, and your actions have clearly shown you did not intend to follow Zhu Dequan. If that is the case, why not speak up? Why let it come to this? Jean Meijing murmured to herself, seemingly engulfed in distress. Li Himei could not help but coldly retort. I have my own reasons. You should leave quickly. Yet Jean Meijing did not depart. She remained where she was, continuing to contemplate. After 2 or 3 minutes, Jean Meijing smirked, turning to Li Himei's figure, clicking her tongue playfully. TSK, you little vixen, you certainly have your tricks. With that unexpected remark, Li Himei first froze, then all signs of fatigue, sorrow, and helplessness vanished from her face, replaced by a sly smile. Sister, it seems that nothing escapes your keen perception. Chapter 81. I possess a phantasmal avatar, capable of manifesting 3 versions of myself, thus heightening the excitement. At this moment, Lu Yuan remained oblivious to the occurrences at Jailing Peak. However, he could assert with absolute certainty that the cats and dogs were unharmed, for Jean Meijing had departed. It was only recently that Lu Yuan had discovered Jean Meijing's ability to create doppelgangers. He could hardly blame her for not disclosing this, as she had only just learned of it herself. This left Lu Yuan perplexed, questioning how he could be unaware of his own abilities. Nevertheless, this matter could wait. The most pressing concern at hand was the old eunuch. Lu Yuan presented the schematics of the cable bridge to the eunuch and provided a brief explanation. Recognizing that the eunuch was not one of his own, Lu Yuan refrained from delving into extensive details. He aimed to ensure that the eunuch comprehended his intentions, making it clear that he was not merely trying to deceive him. This led to an emerging dilemma, merely half a month prior. Lu Yuan had utilized a 6 treasures artifact with his left hand, and now he presented a cable bridge with his right hand. The eunuch was no fool. After scrutinizing the design for some time and confirming its utility, he turned to Lu Yuan, his expression laden with suspicion. You, young man. It was imperative to provide the eunuch with an explanation. After all, Lu Yuan's actions hardly resembled those of a mere impoverished cook. Failing to offer a satisfactory explanation would be unwise. Thus, Lu Yuan bowed and addressed the eunuch. Your Excellency, at this juncture, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Initially, I was indeed an ordinary villager, toiling in the spirit stone mines of the Yinshang Association just a month ago. Should you doubt my words, you may verify them immediately. However, fate smiled upon me when I caught the attention of the 3rd mistress and Aunt Xiao of the Yinshang Association, which led me to leave the mines. Coincidentally, the cook originally assigned to prepare your meals was murdered, and I fortuitously possessed the skills to fill that void. Given the circumstances, there is little more to say. Furthermore, moving forward, transparency will be essential in our dealings. As Lu Yuan concluded, the eunuch raised an eyebrow, a peculiar expression crossing his face. So, that elaborate tale you spun. Lu Yuan flashed a smile and replied, it was fabricated. The eunuch, now frowning, pointed a finger at Lu Yuan, exclaiming, you rascal. Lu Yuan chuckled and added, however, there is one truth. I am indeed an orphan, a wild child without parents, raised on the kindness of others. Fearing the eunuch's ire, Lu Yuan acknowledged that, despite the circumstances, he had deceived the eunuch for a purpose. He had leveraged the eunuch's position to usurp the medicinal business of the Yuhua Association. Lu Yuan continued earnestly, rest assured, Your Excellency, though I have taken advantage of you. It was truly a matter of necessity. After all, they initiated the conflict, and their actions compelled us to retaliate. The eunuch responded with a disdainful huff, his voice sharp. You lot are all scoundrels. Perhaps aware that the Yinshang Association could still operate within the mountains, the old eunuch began to relax. No longer appearing as panicked as before, he settled into a chair and lifted his teacup. From the tone of his voice, Lu Yuan discerned that the eunuch did not hold a grudge over being manipulated. Lu Yuan bowed and smiled. Indeed, we are not paragons of virtue. Had we been, we would not have survived to this day. Yet, I implore you to understand, while we may not be virtuous, we have never intended to undermine your interests. For instance, the 6 treasures, they sought our demise by eliminating the cook, jeopardizing your access to them. Similarly, Their intention to destroy the road nearly cost you your life. The eunuch lowered his head, fiddling with the lid of his teacup while regarding Lu Yuan with a raised brow and sharp tone. Speak plainly. There is no need for such convoluted speech. Lu Yuan grinned, bowing once more. Your Excellency, you are astute. Our message is quite straightforward. We do not claim unwavering loyalty to the Yinshang Association nor to you personally. The truth is, our interests are aligned. We are on the same side. Regardless of the circumstances in Taining City, we will not harm you, nor will we allow your interests to suffer. These two incidents have already proven that. The eunuch took a sip from his teacup, fell into silence for a moment, and then spoke. Continue. Lu Yuan's heart leapt with joy, and he rose promptly. The situation beyond the pass is exceedingly chaotic, with 7 major guilds embroiled in intrigue and rivalry. Additionally, over 100 large guilds are vying for power. Such a tumultuous environment. Do you not find it overwhelmingly disorderly? While this may not directly concern you, you are expected to return here annually. You have only just assumed this role. Surely, you intend to remain for at least a decade? Each winter, you must come to Taining City. Yet, with incidents like these recurring each year, do you not fear for your safety? Upon hearing this, the eunuch's expression darkened as he scrutinized Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan quickly interjected, Your Excellency, do not misconstrue my words. I harbor no intention of threatening you. I merely urge you to reflect. You have only been here a few days, and already, such turmoil has unfolded. The 6 treasures are inconsequential, at worst. You would miss a taste of a cherished memory. But what are the recent events? The attempt to destroy the road and the subsequent warning you received undoubtedly came from their side. If the Yinshang Association were unable to provide this cable bridge, what would your fate be? And what of the Yinshang Association's fate? Lu Yuan continued, raising his voice with conviction. Of course, this year. It is likely that all will remain well. But what about next year? The year after? The years to come? You will inevitably return. And there will always be circumstances that the Yinshang Association cannot manage. No matter how capable they are, perfection is unattainable. What if, one day, they falter? Having laid his points bare, Lu Yuan turned to the eunuch, who, having absorbed the information, set down his teacup and raised an eyebrow, inquiring. So? Lu Yuan seized the opportunity, bowing deeply. Thus, you require a loyal hound beyond the pass, one capable of devouring rival guilds, one that heeds only your command. The Yinshang Association can serve as that hound and is willing to embrace that role. You have witnessed the capabilities of the Yinshang Association. It possesses the potential to become that hound. However, for this to come to fruition, we require your assistance, specifically. We need the cable bridge to ensure the Yinshang Association's loyalty to you alone. Henceforth, when you return, rest assured, not only the 6 treasures but even the grandest treasures of the Yinshang Association will be at your disposal. All rare and exotic treasures from beyond the pass will be procured for you. You can ascend the ranks with the support of the Yinshang Association. As Lu Yuan concluded, the eunuch pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile, beckoning with his fingers. Come here, child, and tell me how I can assist you. At this moment, Lu Yuan gazed at the old eunuch with a grin, responding simply. Approximately an hour later, Lu Yuan emerged from the inner chamber alongside the old eunuch, his demeanor unchanged from when he had entered. In contrast, the old eunuch had transformed from a state of panic to one of calm composure. Once outside, he took a seat, lifted a teacup, and silently sipped his tea. Lu Yuan followed suit, positioning himself at a respectful distance below the old eunuch. Leaning back relaxedly with one leg crossed over the other, extending his hand outward and tilting his head, inquiring, Where's my tea? Lu Yuan's audacious behavior left everyone in the room utterly astonished. Not only Ji Dequan, but even Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiaoer stared at Lu Yuan with bewildered expressions. What was the meaning of this? What had transpired inside that could explain Lu Yuan's newfound arrogance? Instantly, the crowd turned their attention to the eunuch Lu's reaction. Wouldn't he rise to give Lu Yuan a couple of slaps? Especially considering that Lu Yuan had previously presented himself as a simple, rustic lad in Lu's presence. Had something transpired within those walls? The onlookers, bewildered, observed Lu Gonggong, whose response left them all in a state of dizziness. Lu raised his eyes slightly, glancing at the equally perplexed young eunuch beside him, and exclaimed with a sharp voice, Are you deaf, you little rascal? Did you not hear Lu Yuan ask for tea? Coming to his senses, the young eunuch hurriedly rushed to fetch tea for Lu Yuan. At this moment, Lu Yuan turned to Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiaoer, grinning widely. Annie, please sit down. Standing there in those high heels must be exhausting. The young eunuchs, now perceptive, immediately placed 3 chairs behind Li Qingyuan, Zhao Qiaoer, and Jin Meijing without needing anyone to prompt them. However, Jin Meijing chose to remain standing quietly behind Lu Yuan, while Li Qingyuan and Zhao Qiaoer sat down, still utterly confused about the unfolding events. The surrounding spectators were equally dumbfounded, all gazing in astonishment at the scene before them. Despite their confusion, a shared understanding emerged. Ji Dequan seemed to be in deep trouble. At that moment, Ji Dequan began to grasp the situation. It appeared that the Yinxiang society had struck some clandestine deal with the old eunuch. However, even if the old eunuch wished to cover it up, how could he do so at this juncture? As Ji Dequan remained bewildered, a commotion arose at the entrance. When the crowd turned to look, they were met with the sight of 5 children being led in. The sight of these 5 individuals caused Ji Dequan's pupils to constrict in fear. Li Qingyuan and Zhao Qiaoer were equally unsettled. Were there cats and dogs? Hadn't those 2 little ones left in the morning? How could they possibly be here now? No, it was impossible. As Ji Dequan's heart sank, a realization dawned upon him. Just as he was about to speak, another swift horse galloped in, announcing, "Report. An explosion and collapse have occurred at Jailing Peak, completely destroying the only access route to Taiying Mountain. We have captured a suspect along the way. Bring him forth." Following this proclamation, another individual was brought in. It was none other than Li Hemei, shackled in handcuffs and fetters made from spirit-suppressing stones. She was brought directly before Lu Yuan and the old eunuch. Her head bowed low. Lu Yuan observed her quietly, grappling with the many uncertainties swirling in his mind. However, the fact that the cats and dogs were alive, and that Li Hemei had not been killed by Jin Meijing, indicated that the situation was not as dire as it could have been. Yet, Lu Yuan remained perplexed about the meaning of these events. In that moment, Li Hemei suddenly knelt down, not before the old eunuch, but before Lu Yuan. Lowering her head, she wept, "I am deeply sorry. I am a killer nurtured by Ji Dequan within the Wanmin society, right from the beginning." Lu Yuan furrowed his brow in silence, while Ji Dequan looked on in a daze. Everyone in the room was aware of the matter, as Ji Dequan had just claimed it himself with a stack of papers. Li Hemei continued to cry. "Today, Ji Dequan ordered me to destroy the road. Although I truly did not wish to comply, especially after receiving your kindness these past few days, I was unwilling. Yet, Ji Dequan used my cat as leverage, threatening to kill it if I did not obey." The existence of Goryeo assassins was not a secret beyond the borders, as their activities were primarily concentrated there. Qiaoer I.e. understood, and so did others. Those who did not could easily grasp the meaning with a brief explanation from someone who did. Li Hemei proceeded to accuse Ji Dequan of his transgressions, everything from assassination to road destruction and more, detailing a litany of grievances. For the leaders present, these matters were not particularly shocking. They were mere trifles compared to the misdeeds they had all committed. However, if such matters were to leak beyond their circle, reaching Taining City and the authorities, it would become a serious issue. "You speak nonsense. You lie." Ji Dequan could not possibly admit to such allegations. Yet, moments ago, he had himself presented information about Goryeo assassins, declaring Li Hemei to be his ally. Even if he now denied it, Ji Dequan could not fathom how to explain himself, resorting only to vehemently denying the accusations. But Ji Dequan soon realized the futility of his situation. With a panicked expression, he turned to the old eunuch, pleading, "Master, it wasn't me. It truly wasn't me. It was the Yinxiang Society's scheme. They are the ones who framed me." Lu Gonggong regarded Ji Dequan with a cold glare, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Ji Dequan, observing the assembly of leaders who looked upon him as though he were a corpse, cried out in desperation, "I swear it wasn't me. This is the Yinxiang Society's conspiracy. They detonated Jailing Peak themselves." Before he could finish, Lu Gonggong reacted swiftly, hurling his teacup and sharply rebuking, "Shut your mouth." Lu could not allow Ji Dequan to utter any incriminating details about the bridge. Lu's reaction was quick, but Jin Meijing's was even swifter. Almost the instant Ji Dequan uttered the word black, she appeared before him. With a resounding slap, Jin Meijing struck Ji Dequan with such force that he spun twice before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Ji Dequan's mouth was filled with blood. Several of his teeth shattered. At this moment, Ji Dequan sat helplessly on the ground. His face contorted in agony as he gazed at Lu Yuan with a mix of pain and terror. Words eluded Ji Dequan. He could only stare at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan remained unchanged, casually reclining in his chair with one leg crossed over the other, his eyes reflecting a hint of pity as they rested upon Ji Dequan. To be frank, Lu Yuan had been fully prepared to confront the traitor Li Hemei in the courtroom, yet he had never anticipated such a turn of events. Li Hemei unexpectedly put on such a performance. With a gaze full of compassion, Lu Yuan looked at Zhu Dequan. It seemed that Yinxiang wished for Zhu Dequan's demise. Even Lu Gonggong harbored the same desire. It appeared that Li Hemei too wished for Zhu Dequan's end, with 3 factions all wishing for your downfall. How could you possibly survive, my friend? Yet for Zhu Dequan, the peril he faced was far from over. For within his sight, he beheld Jin Meijing, who had just struck him, rendering him speechless. The only tangible object was the golden hairpin atop her head, which, upon her sudden ethereal disappearance, ultimately fell. However, just as it was about to crash to the ground, Lu Yuan bent down and deftly caught the hairpin. The sudden vanishing of Jin Meijing did not escape the notice of Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao, who were entirely focused on Zhu Dequan. They beheld Lu Yuan, just mere centimeters from the ground, securing the golden hairpin that Li Qingwan had gifted to Jin Meijing that morning. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao were momentarily taken aback. The previous surge of energy, as the two were momentarily entranced. A pair of white jade high-heeled shoes appeared behind Lu Yuan, strutting with an alluring gait, re-establishing their position behind him. When Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao lifted their gazes, they beheld Jin Meijing, seemingly unchanged from before. Yet her meticulously styled hair, now slightly disheveled, bore traces of frost upon her brow. You have yet to personally thank Aunt Qingwan for the hairpin she bestowed upon you, Jin Meijing said, offering Lu Yuan a gentle smile. Ultimately, she approached the astonished Li Qingwan and slightly bowed, saying, "Thank you, sister." At that very moment, Li Hemei suddenly raised her head, tears staining her face as she looked at Lu Yuan, exclaiming, "In this lifetime, I have wronged you. In the next, I shall toil as a beast to repay you." In the next moment, Li Hemei suddenly moved her lips, and then a mouthful of poisonous blood erupted forth, her vitality rapidly fading from her eyes. At that moment, the presidents surrounding her were filled with terror, pointing at the fallen Li Hemei and exclaiming loudly, "She has poisoned herself." Lu Yuan, equally bewildered, exclaimed, "What the hell? Why does this always happen? I never said I wanted you to die." Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward, embracing Li Hemei and dashing towards the carriage outside. Jin Meijing stood silently, observing this scene unfold, watching as the vitality of Li Hemei, nestled in Lu Yuan's arms, rapidly faded. She couldn't help but purse her lips, exclaiming inwardly, "This little vixen truly excels at drama." Following Li Hemei's words, her eyes sparkled, her smile reminiscent of a cunning little fox, presenting an entirely different persona from moments before. Observing Li Hemei before her, Jin Meijing let out a cold huff, remarking, "Isn't this a bit too reckless?" Li Hemei turned, tilting her head to gaze at Jin Meijing with an expression of helplessness, replying, "I have no other choice, after all. Lu Yuan is surrounded by either Li Qingwan or Zhao Qiao, not to mention you, my esteemed and unparalleled beauty of a senior. Each individual is not only formidable, but also strikingly handsome. Even their height is impressive." Jin Meijing raised an eyebrow slightly. "So, you intend to ultimately self-destruct and then poison yourself? Are you not afraid of death?" Li Hemei rose, gazing at Jin Meijing with a slight tilt of her head, and with a gentle smile, inquired, "Will it lead to death? Surely, it cannot be true. After all, I have witnessed Lu Yuan's remarkable abilities. Speaking of which, didn't my senior sister also ingest poison at one point? Yet, she ultimately survived, did she not? It must have been Lu Yuan who saved him." Jin Meijing raised an eyebrow and gazed at Li Hemei, saying indifferently, "Not everyone is as fortunate as I am. What if he cannot be saved?" Upon hearing this, Li Hemei broke into an exceptionally radiant yet somewhat manic smile, exclaiming, "Then let him die. If I cannot serve Lu Yuan, then my existence holds no significance." Observing Li Hemei's demeanor, Jin Meijing gently placed her delicate hand upon her smooth forehead, letting out a helpless sigh. "How did I not realize before that you possess such madness?" At that moment, Li Hemei appeared somewhat more composed, looking earnestly at Jin Meijing and stating, "Sister, grant me a chance. Like you, I harbor no ulterior motives. In fact, I have never contemplated vying for any status. I would be content as a concubine, as long as I could remain by his side. This is my newfound purpose in life." As she spoke, a hint of an unusual expression crossed Li Hemei's face, and she whispered, "Moreover, sister, I can assist you." Jin Meijing looked at Li Hemei with a peculiar expression and asked, "What do you need help with?" Subsequently, Li Hemei's lips curled into a subtle smirk as she provocatively remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, We lowly beings can never compare to Li Qingyuan and Zhao Qiao, can we? Those two women are utterly perfect, with not a single flaw to be found. Even more infuriating is the fact that both are in their 30s and yet remain untouched by experience. Which man could possibly resist such a woman? Jean Meijing. Subsequently, Li Hemei leaned closer to Jean Meijing and whispered, "Surely, those two noble women would never engage in anything so base, would they?" Loading more content. Please wait. But we can, can't we? The two of us together, we might also earn Lu Yuan's affection, right? Jean Meijing, at this moment. Li Hemei took a few steps back and gazed earnestly at Jean Meijing, inquiring, "What do you think, senior sister? Grant me a chance. I am also of value." In response to this, Jean Meijing merely raised an eyebrow and remarked, "There is no need for that. I possess a spirit replicating technique that allows me to conjure 3 versions of myself, which is far more exhilarating." Li Hemei? Certainly. Whether it is stimulating or not, Li Hemei has no desire to know. By saying this, Jean Meijing implies her unwillingness, does she not? In the next moment, Jean Meijing slightly lifted her head and said, "However, I will still assist you." Li Hemei gazed at Jean Meijing in astonishment. At that moment, Jean Meijing, with a serious expression, remarked, "Because I comprehend the sensation of being reborn that you described." Subsequently, a hint of menace flickered in Jean Meijing's eyes as she continued. "But remember, your little schemes must henceforth be devoted solely to how to please Lu Yuan, should anything else arise." Upon hearing this, Li Hemei, somewhat entranced, replied, "That will never be the case. As long as I am near Lu Yuan, inhaling his scent, my mind is consumed solely with thoughts of how to position myself with him. Everything else fades away into oblivion." Upon hearing this, Jean Meijing suppressed a smile. Her lips pursed in disbelief. It is noteworthy that the two of them had been part of the same guild for nearly 18 years. Jean Meijing had watched this young woman grow up. However, she had never before witnessed such unrestrained fervor within her. What if, in the future, Lu Yuan happened to favor this very demeanor? Suddenly, Jean Meijing felt a twinge of urgency. "When the two of us are together, I must take the lead." Listening to Jean Meijing's words, Li Hemei couldn't help but smile, and then nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course, everything comes first for my senior sister. Hemei understands the rules and values gratitude. However, senior sister, you must leave some for me too. I also wish to bear Lu Yuan's child." Jean Meijing. Why is this child so eccentric? Chapter 82. Since the 3 presidents are already with child, there is no need for excessive formality. In the Zhao residence. Within the East Wing, Li Hemei lay upon Lu Yuan's bed, resembling Jean Meijing from that day. Her upper body was adorned with numerous silver needles. "It's nothing. I shall be fine shortly," she reassured. Standing behind her were Li Qingyuan and Zhao Qiao, along with Jean Meijing and 2 companions, a cat and a dog. Li Qingyuan and Zhao Qiao displayed little concern for Li Hemei's well-being. Rather, their focus lay on the entirety of the situation, which was utterly perplexing. The two were engulfed in confusion, pondering the nature of these events. What on earth was happening? Upon witnessing Lu Yuan's flurry of activity come to an end, Zhao Qiao promptly drew him into her embrace, eagerly inquiring. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, somewhat bewildered, blinked and replied, "Li Hemei, perhaps?" Lu Yuan turned his gaze towards Jean Meijing. However, before Jean Meijing could utter a word, Li Qingyuan, standing nearby, furrowed her brow as she looked at the 2 individuals on tiptoe, observing Li Hemei on the bed. The handprint on the faces of the cats and dogs has yet to fade. It was struck by Sister Hemei. Li Qingyuan tilted her head slightly and then beckoned the 2 young girls to come closer. As she scrutinized them, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Why did they strike you both?" Then, the 2 individuals, cat and dog, promptly revealed the events at Jailing Peak. The listeners were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, Li Qingyuan gazed at Cat and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Why are you 2 here?" Upon hearing this, the feline could no longer contain itself, shedding tears of frustration. It recounted the incident of having relinquished its detonator, after which it had been chastised. This pitiful demeanor evoked sympathy, and truth be told, one would typically feel a pang of compassion for the 2 young girls. Yet, as the words of the 2 little ones flowed and their woeful expressions unfolded, the onlookers could not help but break into laughter, finding the situation inexplicably amusing. Li Qingyuan waved her hand, urging the 2 girls, Yu Mao and Yogo, to hasten and apply some medicine. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan produced his ointment, offering it to the duo with the instruction, "Use this and apply it to each other. No fighting. Understood?" The pair accepted the ointment, nodding adorably. "We wouldn't dream of it," We've already stopped fighting. These charming little girls brought a smile even to Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao, who were not particularly fond of children. After sharing a few more words, the two girls clasped hands and exited the east wing. Those little ones are quite endearing, Zhao Qiao remarked, gazing at their retreating figures while nestled against Lu Yuan. If you adore children so much, why not have one of your own? Lu Yuan teased with a mischievous grin. With your two ample water bags, you could easily bear 10 without going hungry. How would one even give birth? Lu Yuan quipped, his smile widening. On this evening, and Qiao, you raised your rear end on the bed. Allow us to impart some wisdom on how to give birth. Such candid words would make anyone blush, and indeed, Li Qingwan's exquisite face flushed crimson at the utterance. Beside her, Li Qingwan, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment, rapped the table and remarked earnestly, as for this matter, Lu Yuan is rather oblivious. Ultimately, the group turned their gaze towards Jean Meijing, who then recounted the events that transpired at Jailing Peak. Naturally, she omitted the details regarding Li Hemei's episode. Once Jean Meijing finished speaking, Lu Yuan began to cleanse the poison from Li Hemei at the side of his bed. What could possibly compel one to seek death? Furthermore, if she no longer wished to assist Zhu Dequan, she ought to state it plainly. Fortunately, we possess the ability to save lives, otherwise, she would have truly perished. As Lu Yuan incised Li Hemei's wound, he couldn't help but comment. Jean Meijing, blinking in surprise, interjected, perhaps she feels guilty towards Zhu Dequan. After all, it was he who saved her life back then. To this, Li Qingwan pursed her lips and retorted. What do you mean saved? Zhu Dequan merely sent her to Goryeo. He did not raise her. What sentiment could there possibly be? This child is quite stubborn. Jean Meijing remained silent, having already offered her justifications. The rest depended on Li Hemei herself. As Lu Yuan extracted the poison from Li Hemei, she gradually regained consciousness. Before she could utter a word, Lu Yuan gently pinched her delicate face and said, your previous life has been returned to Zhu Dequan. However, your future rests with me. You must not decide on life and death on your own. Lying on Lu Yuan's bed, Li Hemei shyly nodded. Despite her delirium, being unclothed in the presence of others made her feel somewhat self-conscious. At that moment, after Lu Yuan tidied up, he returned to the bedside. Rebandaging her wounds while helping her dress, he advised, do not dwell on death. Life is filled with meaningful pursuits. Li Hemei gazed at Lu Yuan, her eyes brimming with emotion. Unable to divert her gaze, she nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, a voice from outside declared, Your Highness, the third princess, eunuch Lu has arrived. Hearing this, Lu Yuan affectionately tousled Li Hemei's hair and instructed, You rest here, Meijing will take care of you. With that, Lu Yuan rose, for eunuch Lu was seeking him. Jean Meijing promptly nodded and settled at Lu Yuan's bedside, while Lu Yuan, along with Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao, swiftly exited the room towards the front courtyard. After their departure, Jean Meijing picked up the prepared medicinal soup and rolled her eyes at Li Hemei, saying, All right, they have left, no need to stare. Coming to her senses, Li Hemei smiled at Jean Meijing and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, senior sister. Jean Meijing shook her head. Scooping a spoonful of soup and placing it before Li Hemei, remarked, What is there to thank? It's not like my man is at a disadvantage in this arrangement. At Jean Meijing's words, Li Hemei's cheeks flushed, and she playfully chided, Senior sister, your words are rather harsh. Jean Meijing raised an eyebrow in response. In the front courtyard, within the reception hall, upon entering, Lu Yuan and his companions found the elderly eunuch seated, holding a teacup and waiting. They greeted him before taking their seats, with Li Qingwan settling first, followed by Zhao Qiao, and then Lu Yuan, in a successive order. The elderly eunuch raised an eyebrow at this scene and curiously peered at Lu Yuan, who sat at the far end, asking, Why are you seated there? Lu Yuan stared blankly at the old eunuch and said, Me? If I am not seated here, then where should I sit? This esteemed matron, this third matron, who is not greater than oneself. The elderly eunuch set down his teacup and nodded, saying, Indeed, it is you. Why do you remain seated there? Lu Yuan wore a peculiar expression and remarked, I should indeed be seated here. Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of bewilderment. As they regarded one another, what could possibly be the matter? Is there some significance to this seating arrangement? Even if there are certain conventions, there is nothing amiss with her sitting in such a manner. As the esteemed matriarch of the fragrant society, does Lady Li Qingwan not deserve to occupy the foremost seat? Zhao Qiao, as the third lady of the Yinxiang society, sitting in the second position, is certainly not inappropriate. As for Lu Yuan, there is nothing amiss with his seating either. What seems to be the issue here? Subsequently, the elderly eunuch gazed curiously at Lu Yuan and said, "Hey, did you not claim that in this household, your word is law? You asserted that these two women are your wives and obedient to you, even crying out to bear your children?" Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Yuan replied, "Well, this matter is rather complicated. Earlier, we discussed the plan regarding Yin Xiang serving as a companion to the elderly eunuch. That part is certainly feasible. The only issue lies in whether you, Lu Yuan, truly hold authority. What position do you occupy in the Yin Xiang Club? Can you guarantee that they will comply with your whims? After all, you are not the president of the Yin Xiang Club. I would not want us to chatter away in this room, only for Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao to later deny any agreement. Would that not make you, a mere wild boy, a fool in front of this esteemed elder?" Thus, the elderly eunuch intended to summon Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao for a proper discussion. However, in Lu Yuan's view, what was there to discuss? It would only complicate matters to have those two women enter and have to reiterate everything. So he casually fabricated an elaborate story on the spot, asserting that in the Yin Xiang Club, his word was final and that both women were indeed his wives. He hadn't anticipated the elderly eunuch would come personally to verify the claims. Upon arriving, the elder sensed something amiss, according to Lu Yuan's assertions. He should be seated prominently as the husband of both women. Why then was he seated at the back? Lu Yuan lowered his head, rubbed his neck, and mumbled, "Yes. But I was concerned about outsiders." The elderly eunuch surveyed the surroundings, questioning, "What outsiders? Elder, what did my husband promise you just now? Though indeed, in our household, my husband has the final say, certain matters must still be executed by us wives." Upon hearing Li Qingwan's words, Lu Yuan lifted his gaze, bewildered. He noticed that her seemingly playful expression concealed a glint of danger. He then turned to Zhao Qiao, who was also glaring at him with a mix of shyness and indignation. It was clear that both women intended to settle the score later. Yet, Lu Yuan pondered. "What have I done wrong? I merely spoke a few words in jest. What is the problem? Why can't I express myself? After all, who are we doing this for? Is it not for the betterment of the entire Yin Xiang Club?" At that moment, Lu Yuan decided to drop the pretense. After all, neither Li Qingwan nor Zhao Qiao could truly hold anything against him. As they say, seize the moment and enjoy. He stood up and approached Li Qingwan, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Why bother discussing this? The elder has important matters to attend to. Why repeat ourselves? I will speak with you tonight." With that, Lu Yuan moved to sit in front of Li Qingwan, prompting her to vacate her seat. His words left her utterly stunned. After a brief moment of shock, she gritted her teeth and reluctantly stood aside. Once Lu Yuan occupied her seat, she swiftly closed the main door and cast a barrier to muffle their voices, ensuring that Lu Yuan's loud remarks wouldn't be overheard, thus avoiding any potential embarrassment. Finally, as Lu Yuan settled in Li Qingwan's chair, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward the bewildered elderly eunuch and said, "Please do not take offense. Our family matters have yet to be made public. Thus, we are accustomed to this arrangement. Rest assured, everything we previously discussed, our decisions, will be executed flawlessly." Turning to the blushing Zhao Qiao beside him, Lu Yuan felt emboldened. After all, he had nothing to fear with her. He flashed a grin and said, "My dear wife, would you not agree?" Zhao Qiao shot him a reproachful glance, her beautifully manicured hand discreetly pinching his. Then, she rose and bowed slightly to the elderly eunuch, saying, "As for the affairs of the Yin Xiang Club, it is indeed my husband's word that prevails. Whatever he has declared stands, and the club is in full agreement, so please do not worry." Seeing this, the elderly eunuch hastily raised his hand, saying, "Since the third president is already with child, there is no need for excessive formality. Please, take your seats." "Pregnant?" Zhao Qiao exclaimed, bewildered. "When did that happen?" Meanwhile, Li Qingwan scrutinized Zhao Qiao with keen interest. "Ah, really?" Then, as Lu Yuan gently caressed Zhao Qiao's abdomen, he turned to the elderly eunuch with a smile, saying, "Elder, let us return to the matter at hand." Chapter 83. Your woman. Upon witnessing the situation, the elderly eunuch no longer lingered on trivial matters. He promptly turned to Lu Yuan and said, "The first step has been completed. Zhu Dequan has already been taken away by the authorities and will not enjoy many peaceful days ahead. The Jade Horse Association, along with 2 other guilds connected to the royal family, will be entirely assigned to the Yinxiang Society. As for the rest, we shall not concern ourselves with them." Lu Yuan smiled pleasantly at the eunuch and replied, "There is no need for your concern regarding the remaining matters. With the current predicament of these three guilds, no one would dare to associate with them. Their downfall is inevitable, and the other guilds in Taining City will surely divide their resources. We need not worry. They won't survive. The eunuch had no objections to this statement, as he had not invested much thought into the issue. He merely regarded Lu Yuan and remarked, "These matters are not of great significance. What truly matters is your aerial bridge. When will it commence?" For the eunuch, all other issues paled in comparison to the aerial bridge. Everything else seemed straightforward, but the success of the bridge was paramount. Should it fail to serve its purpose, all previous efforts would be in vain. If the Yinxiang society faltered, he too would face ruin. Therefore, upon concluding the discussion, the eunuch immediately inquired, "When will the construction of the aerial bridge begin?" In response to the eunuch's impatience, Lu Yuan offered a mysterious smile and said, "Naturally, it will take a few days. We shall spread the news of the destroyed mountain access throughout Taining City and beyond, instilling a sense of panic among the populace. This way, when the Yinxiang society unveils the aerial bridge, the impact will be most profound." The eunuch had no objections to this plan, but frowned and said, "You must ensure that the aerial bridge is indeed functional. We have only 3 or 4 days before the original access for spirit gathering is lost. How long will you make us wait? And how long will the construction take?" Lu Yuan promptly replied, 3 days. After that, construction will commence and should be completed in half a month. The Yinxiang Society has already stationed personnel on the opposite bank. Originally, the journey to Tyne Mountain for spirit gathering would take over half a month. With the aerial bridge completed, the travel time would be significantly reduced, comparable to previous years. The eunuch raised an eyebrow at Lu Yuan and said, "You must have confidence in this endeavor. Our agreement hinges upon the successful construction of the aerial bridge and its ability to facilitate spirit gathering. Should the bridge fail or cause delays..." His expression darkened as he trailed off. Lu Yuan bowed respectfully and assured him, "I will personally oversee the matter." Thus, the agreement was settled, and the eunuch took his leave, rising to exit the room. Lu Yuan, being astute, accompanied the eunuch, offering a gentle touch of support. At that moment, the eunuch wore a cheerful expression, quite unlike his earlier demeanor. He had considerable faith in Lu Yuan, recognizing that he was unlike any ordinary individual. When will the 3 guilds' president be born? Can Zhao Qiao possibly know? Such a notion was utterly unfounded, mere fabrication spun by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan hastily responded, "She is just newly pregnant, likely about a month along." The eunuch nodded, showing no signs of skepticism, fortunate that he was a eunuch and unfamiliar with such matters. Otherwise, a month would suffice to determine if someone was expecting. Even the imperial physicians lacked such skills. The eunuch then gazed at Lu Yuan with a smile, "You little rascal. How fortunate you are to possess 2 beauties whom others cannot hope to attain in a lifetime." Lu Yuan grinned widely, "All thanks to your grace, esteemed eunuch. Once the child is born, they shall call you godfather." The eunuch ignored Lu Yuan's flattery and turned to Li Qingwan, grinning, "President, you must strive to bear more children while you are still in your prime." Hearing the eunuch's words, Li Qingwan glanced at Lu Yuan, her smile strained. "Of course. I must bear him 2 or 3 children. Wouldn't you agree, husband?" The way she pronounced husband was laced with tension. The eunuch, hearing this, blinked in surprise. 2 or 3. Didn't Lu Yuan say you wanted to bear him 10 or 8? You were crying over it, weren't you? Li Qingwan. Lu Yuan, standing nearby. Ultimately, the eunuch departed, having agreed to meet 3 days later at Black Bear Ridge. "No need to escort me while pregnant. You've all been busy all day. Rest well." As the group watched the eunuch leave, Li Qingwan and Zhao Qiao shifted their gazes to Lu Yuan. Li Qingwan wore an expression of indignation, while Zhao Qiao looked at Lu Yuan with a reproachful gaze. Moments later, Li Qingwan could no longer contain herself and reached out to pinch Lu Yuan's ear. "What are you doing? Why make such a fuss over mere words? What is the point in being so sensitive?" Feeling the warmth of Qiao's embrace, Lu Yuan sighed inwardly. Ultimately, it was still Aunt Qiao who cared for him the most. In Aunt Qiao's arms, he felt unafraid, as her protection was unwavering. Lu Yuan raised his head defiantly and frowned at Li Qingwan. "Really, is it necessary? We aren't broadcasting this to the world. It was merely between us and the eunuch. Besides, what we discussed was for the benefit of the Yinxiang Society. Given the circumstances, it was crucial to inform you both immediately. Time was of the essence. You witnessed the situation yourself. What if Zhu Dequan had mentioned the bridge beforehand? Honestly, do you think you lost something? I truly don't care." Lu Yuan's words incited Li Qingwan's ire. In reality, she was not genuinely angry about the situation. Rather, it was her nature to react this way. If she didn't respond to Lu Yuan's comments, it would seem unbecoming. Li Qingyuan felt a bit embarrassed, yet she would never truly wish ill upon Lu Yuan. However, now Zhao Qiao was the one holding Lu Yuan close, while she appeared to be the villain. Lu Yuan's nonchalance only served to further incite Li Qingyuan's frustration. She was not only angry but also felt wronged. Her heart brimmed with indignation. How could one not feel valued by those who cherish them? You think you're not special to me? Just look at what you said. You don't care about me, so I shall not care about you either. Ultimately, Li Qingyuan left in a huff, her expression a mixture of anger and grievance. Lu Yuan, too, felt a surge of annoyance. Zhao Qiao, well aware of her sister's temperament, gently rubbed the head nestled in her embrace and softly said, all right. It's merely a few playful words. There's nothing to it. She isn't truly angry. Subsequently, at a sweet call from Aunt Xiao, Lu Yuan pulled her into his arms. Caught off guard, Aunt Xiao stumbled, the sound of her high heels clattering as she fell directly into Lu Yuan's embrace. Her long, slender fingers, painted a vibrant crimson, delicately rested on Lu Yuan's shoulder, her face flushed with shyness as she remarked, "You mischievous little one. What tricks are you up to now?" Lu Yuan, feigning seriousness, replied, "What I said is not mere frivolity. It's certainly isn't nonsense in comparison to your words. I simply cherish Aunt Xiao and wish to marry her, to have her bear me children. One child isn't enough. I desire 7 or 8. Such words, spoken in the presence of Zhao Qiao, would have rendered her utterly embarrassed. Now, as they stood closely together, their gazes locked. Aunt Xiao felt herself blushing to the point of faintness. Overwhelmed by the moment, she leaned against Lu Yuan for support, her exquisite face blooming with a deep blush, her sultry eyes glimmering. You little rascal, do not take advantage of Auntie's affection to speak in such a manner, or else I might just leave and stop caring for you." In her dazed state, Aunt Xiao stammered, her gaze evasive, unable to meet Lu Yuan's eyes. Yet, at the sound of her own voice, she felt him tighten his embrace. Lu Yuan continued earnestly, "How could this be mere nonsense? Can't you sense my true feelings?" Aunt Xiao's stunningly beautiful face was now flushed beyond measure. Avoiding Lu Yuan's gaze, her delicate hands gently pushed against his shoulders, seemingly attempting to extricate herself from his embrace. However, whether due to Lu Yuan's strength or her own feeble attempts, she found herself unable to budge an inch. In response to Lu Yuan's words, she gazed wistfully aside, unconvincingly saying, I cannot feel it," with a playful cry. Aunt Xiao shot a reproachful glance at Lu Yuan, who held her tightly. This is making my thighs ache." Lu Yuan, still holding her close, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Or perhaps you prefer someone else to me?" Flushed red, Zhao Qiao hurriedly shook her head in denial. "No, Auntie likes you the most, Yuan." This was a sentiment Lu Yuan was already aware of, yet hearing it from her lips brought him immense joy. In a fit of exuberance, he grinned widely. "Then what is there to discuss? Marry me tonight." "Tonight?" Zhao Qiao gazed at Lu Yuan, her head spinning from shyness. Unable to think clearly, Lu Yuan asserted with earnestness, "Yes, tonight. Marry me and bear my children. We shall soon venture into the mountains to gather spiritual herbs. And once we enter, there will be no opportunity for such matters again. It could take 2 to 3 months to return, and I cannot wait. We must settle this now to avoid any regrets later." What do you mean by settle this?" Zhao Qiao stammered, her embarrassment palpable. Yet, despite her overwhelming shyness, she mustered the strength to reply, I will agree to everything, just not the children part." Listening to her, Lu Yuan frowned. "What is this? Is it because you are unwell and cannot bear children?" Zhao Qiao shook her head vigorously. No, that's not it. It's because of my half-demon bloodline. If the children are normal, that would be fine, but if they were to regress..." Before she could finish, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and interjected, "So what if they regress? Who would dare to bully our children?" Leaning against Lu Yuan, Aunt Xiao murmured softly, "Well, no one would dare, but what if others talk behind our backs?" Before Zhao Qiao could complete her thought, Lu Yuan, frustrated, declared, "Let them say what they wish. Why should we care about others' opinions? If we live our lives constantly worrying about how others perceive us, we might as well not live at all." In her dazed state, Zhao Qiao opened her mouth to speak again, but Lu Yuan, sensing her resistance, decided to adopt a more assertive approach. He recalled the wisdom of Confucius: when a woman is disobedient, she must be disciplined, with a sharp crack. His hand landed on Aunt Chower's curvaceous backside, eliciting a sultry gasp from her luscious lips. Aunt Chower stiffened, clutching Lu Yuan tightly. Her eyes shimmering with allure as she gazed up at him, playfully chiding, "You naughty boy. Why do you strike Auntie?" With another swift clap, the sound echoed. And once more Aunt Chower gasped, leaning closer, her breath tantalizingly warm against him as she murmured, "No, do not hit Auntie. How can you strike Auntie?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Will you listen to me? Will you bear children?" With her gaze completely entranced, Aunt Chower, her breath warm against Lu Yuan's ear, was about to respond when another resounding slap interrupted her, leaving her utterly speechless. Her sultry lips whispered in a daze, "Auntie is yours. I will listen to whatever you say." With that, unable to restrain herself any longer, she summoned all her strength to rise from Lu Yuan's shoulder, arching her body as her fiery lips sealed against his. As if she were a parched traveler in the desert, fervently quenching her thirst. A long, sinuous tongue slipped in, fervently entwining with his.